What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7SS Chapter 337 Spade Kingdom Resistance Army, please subscribe. Zenon, hurry up and open the space wormhole, I'm going to take revenge. Vanika's twisted cheeks were filled with excitement. Feeling the devil's power rushing through her body from the magic stone, she almost wanted to spread her wings and go to Yotsuba to get her back. Vanika, don't be impulsive just yet, Zenon said in a deep voice. What we have to do now is to summon the evil tree as soon as possible. It's just that a huge change occurred in the four-leaf clover kingdom, which hindered our plan. In order to improve our chances of winning, the first thing we should do now is to eliminate the bugs lurking in the civilian areas in Spade Kingdom. What we have to do is to exploit the opponent's chances of winning step by step. Only when he comes to his senses will he understand what it means to underestimate the enemy and miss the opportunity. Having said this, a sinister smile appeared on Zenon's face. According to the news coming back, the rebels have tried to go to the four-leaf clover kingdom for help. They don't know that in 730, the four-leaf clover kingdom is currently being tortured by the white demonic eye and the speech spirit devil Zagrain. When they bring in the reinforcements, I don't know what their expression will be like if they see the corpses of rebels all over the ground. As a member of the Dark Trio, Zenon's calm thinking is undoubtedly the wisest among the three. Vanika, Zenon's plan is perfect. With the help of the four-leaf clover, while the kingdom is in dire straits, let's secretly eliminate the rebels. Dante suddenly tightened his grip on the magic stone in his hand and said with a ferocious smile. It's still an hour before dawn. It's time to set off, because they can't even get a good night's sleep. Advertisement on the other hand, the civilian area of Spade Kingdom. This is where the rebels, hide in the eyes of the Dark Three Polarity. Facing the increasingly brutal members of the Dark Tripolar, many people living in civilian areas are trying their best to resist. However, in the face of the Dark Three Polarity, even the entire kingdom fell completely. The power of this resistance has undoubtedly become somewhat insignificant. The so-called resistance army has instead become the plaything of the apostles trained by the Dark Tripolar. Those civilians who tried to resist became victims of the magic machine. As time goes by, the strength and quantity of the resistance army have obviously been greatly reduced. At present, there are only about 100 people left. A stronghold hidden in a civilian building. A black shadow flashed past with the help of the night, and finally disappeared into the stronghold. The originally dim lights suddenly brightened up. The figure inside was quickly revealed. The leader was an old man with an old face, wearing a black cloak and a hideous scar across his face. This man was not only an important minister of the former royal family, but also the leader of the only remaining resistance army. Commander Alberto, Ralph sent information back from the four-leaf clover kingdom. Magic Emperor Julius has agreed to our request for help. However, because the four-leaf clover kingdom was invaded by the devil, we need to rest for a night before setting off for the Spade Kingdom. Ralph hopes that we will temporarily stop the harassment during this time to avoid any accidents. A magician hidden in a cloak quickly reported. The joy that cannot be concealed is revealed between the lines. Advertisement after all, for 17 years, he has been fighting against the Dark Triple Polarity alone. 2 hours later, there will be a deadly battle that determines the fate of our Spade Kingdom. This time, even if we sacrifice our lives, we must capture the Spade Kingdom. For the resistance forces like them, life is just like a year. Now is a rare opportunity to regain glory. Looking at the brief communication handed over, a meeting time was clearly written on it. Hurry up and get out of the way. Not to mention life, even soul is willing to sacrifice. Cherish, are everything you said true? Now it is rare to hope that the four-leaf clover kingdom will send reinforcements. However, as soon as he said these words, Alberto's expression suddenly changed and he roared urgently. It seems that this is absolutely reliable and strong support. There are still 2 hours until the support arrives. During this time, we should also take a good rest. Alberto directly hit his chest with his right hand, making a gesture of giving his heart. The number of companions around him who are desperately resisting is gradually decreasing. For them, losing their country for 17 years is like losing their soul. This is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for Spade Kingdom. A trace of excitement appeared on Abebeto's face, and he secretly clenched his fists. As expected of the four-leaf clover kingdom, they experienced the devil's turmoil and were able to provide support after just one night's rest. For anyone, this is like being cut by a knife in the heart. Especially seeing that, the main polarity of darkness is becoming increasingly powerful. Chapter 338 Overwhelming Despair, please subscribe. Hurry up and get out of the way, the enemy is attacking. Alberto's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he roared urgently. At the same time, the magic power is stimulated to the extreme. Ice magic 10 ice shields. Boom, countless ice crystals condensed in an instant, forming a thick ice shield directly behind Alberto. However, as soon as these ice crystals were formed, a magical beam filled with destructive aura swept away. Boom. The 10 ice shields were destroyed instantly like paper. The huge impact force rolled back like a frenzy. The resistance forces who were originally hiding in the stronghold and had just had time to react were knocked out by this huge wave of explosions. The buildings within 100 meters radius were instantly crushed under the impact. Commander Alberto, are you okay? Dozens of figures landed 100 meters away. As soon as he stood firm, his face suddenly turned pale when he looked at the civilian area that had become desolate. They never imagined that a stronghold that had always been regarded as relatively safe would encounter a surprise attack at such a juncture. Most importantly, the blow just now was obviously not a method used by ordinary apostles who usually played tricks with them. One blow can instantly defeat the defense set up by Alberto, who has the strength of the Sub-Zero realm. This is enough to show that the visitors are definitely not simple. Don't worry, I'm not in any serious condition, but the people who come this time may not be simple. Alberto appeared among the resistance troops, with iron written all over his face. Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked at the tall tower in the distance. Advertisement. The first thing that came into view were three unexpected figures. Haha, as expected of a bigger mouse, he was able to dodge even the move I just made. Vanica laughed cruelly and said, "But, I'm sorry, our interest has been exhausted, I'm afraid you won't survive today. By the way, I heard that you have asked the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom for help. This is indeed a good idea, but I forgot to tell you that the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom is still suffering from the chaos of Eye of the Midnight Sun and Devil. Unless they are gods, they are now too weak to save you." Yi Chang's words are full of playfulness between the lines. In the eyes of the Dark Three Polarity, the Resistance Army has been able to survive until now. It's just that they used the Resistance Army to hone their apostles with a teasing mentality. The purpose is to wipe out the so-called hope of the people in Spade Kingdom and let them die slowly in despair. Now, they decided to close the net. That means that the so-called Resistance Army is just easy to capture. Commander Alberto, have our plans been leaked? Zuo Mu's expression suddenly changed. This is their last hope, but now it has been seen through by the Dark Three Polarity and others. This is forcing them on the road to death. No, please calm down. Just now Vanica just mentioned knowing our plan. Alberto said, lowering the noise. It seems they don't know that the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom has already solved Eye of the Midnight Sun and Devil. There are still 51 minutes left before the rendezvous. We must fight for enough for them. Advertisement. Don't forget, we have realized over the years that we can sacrifice our lives for today's decisive battle. Please give me flowers. Having said this, Alberto took the lead in walking out of the crowd, punched his chest with his right hand, and roared sternly. Brother and sister Hastert, 17 years ago, you killed His Majesty Louis and persecuted members of the royal family. Today, our resistance army will avenge His Majesty Louis. We will never admit that you have become the king of the Spade Kingdom. Oh, Alberto rushed out first. The momentum that caused them to rush out suddenly stopped. The huge magic power exploded like a frenzy. It was already beyond their knowledge. Dante, the leader, slowly raised his hands. Kill, defeat them all. Today I will show you the wrath of our Spade Kingdom. Haha, in the face of overwhelming power, whether it is expectations or obsession, everything is meaningless. Let me see what true despair is. During their 17 years of guerrilla warfare, a terrifying magic power, like a mountain, rolled over the resistance troops. This was the first time they noticed this terrifying feeling. The more than 100 resistance troops who followed behind also burst out with magic power, turned into horses and went straight towards the Dark Three Pull explosion rate. Looking at the attacking formation, the three Vanicas standing on the tower showed a ferocious smile. The whole land shook violently, like an earthquake, and the roar echoed in all directions and could not be dispersed for a long time. A huge palm of more than 10 meters reached out and instantly defeated their remaining fighting pills. Especially, looking at the mountains in the distance, slowly tearing apart. Boom. Advertisement Chapter 339. A rare walk, please subscribe. Boom. The giant hand, which was more than 10 meters tall, slapped the ground heavily with a huge force. Under the release of the huge power, the ground could not bear it first and cracked open like a spider web. A body hidden in it, as huge as a mountain, broke out of the ground directly. For a time, the rock formations cracked and the sand and gravel rolled back, setting off a huge storm. The sharp horns, paired with scarlet blood eyes and the mouth full of ferocious fangs, give people a huge history of oppression. The magic power radiated was as thick as the vast sea, giving the resistance forces present an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. This is the legendary 200 ancient demon. Alberto's face suddenly turned pale, and even his lips were trembling slightly. This is far different from what they usually fight against. Let alone fighting now, it is difficult to even stop the body from shaking. What's wrong? Aren't you very brave just now? Even if you die, you won't recognize us as the King of Spade Kingdom? Dante said with a ferocious smile. I'm sorry to tell you that we never intended for you subordinates to admit it. I'm keeping you just for our fun. It can be said that I have already planned to kill you. In Spade Kingdom, only the strong are worthy of living. Having said this, Dante suddenly shook his right hand and said, let the nightmare begin. Kill them. Roar, together with a deafening roar. The 100-meter large ancient demon god burst out with powerful magic power, sweeping the entire place like a storm. While the blood-colored eyes were shining brightly, his gaze was instantly locked on the resistance army. Advertisement. The bloody mouth with ferocious fangs standing upright suddenly opened, and the magic power floating around, and even the magic power in the body of the ancient demon god, was crazily compressed into the mouth. The moment this destructive energy reaches its peak, a blood-red magic light beam was spit out directly by the ancient demon god. Boom! Half of the sky was illuminated in an instant. As the huge magic power was released, the space along the way seemed unable to withstand this energy, causing ripples in the air. The distance of 1,000 meters is reached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this terrifying energy, Alberto and the others' faces were already as pale as paper. Faced with such a large-scale attack method from the hands of the ancient devil, they thought about escaping. However, whether you can escape is one thing. But once they dodge the blow, then the civilians living in the civilian area behind them may only have a dead end. When he thought of this, a look of struggle flashed across Alberto's face, and he finally gritted his teeth and roared. We can't escape. Even if it is an invincible existence, we must not give up the honor of Spade Kingdom and stop the attack. Ice magic hyphenation point ice giant shield. Fire magic storm vortex. Thunder magic thunder shot. Boom boom boom. The magic light beams exploded in the body of the resistance army. Hundreds of people took action together, and their combined attacks instantly collided with the penetrating magic light beam. Advertisement boom. The explosion sounded like thunder, and the two forces collided, creating a hurricane that swept across the entire place. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that the attack from the ancient demon god showed a slight stagnation at this moment. That unstoppable gesture was finally blocked. Witnessing this scene, a hint of joy appeared on the face of the resistance army. In their eyes, the ancient demon god, who was as big as a mountain, could not be resisted, let alone defeated. However, now that they have joined forces, they are actually attacked by the ancient demon god. This certainly gave them hope. Haha, brother Dante, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You'd better not let them see hope. Let the ancient demon gods be more serious and let them know that no one can stop what we, the Dark Three Polarity, want to do. Vanica smiled ferociously. Dante, who was standing aside, had a sadistic sneer on his face. Under the stunned gazes of the resistance forces, he suddenly clenched his fists in the air. Roar. The ancient times once again roared deafeningly. The huge devil's power dormant in his body exploded like a dam bursting. The 0.2 strands of magic power that were originally in confrontation, with the blessing of this huge force, the situation was instantly pierced. Boom. The magic light beam suddenly expanded in a circle, directly crushing the resistance attack with a devastating attitude. Under the surge of magic power all over the sky, the huge attack quickly enlarged in the pupils. Faced with this aura that sounded like death, Alberto and the other resistance soldiers turned extremely pale. Some people couldn't bear it and were crushed to the ground by this huge force. In their eyes, this is already a decisive game. What's the matter? It's rare to take a walk and encounter a large-scale murder scene? Chapter 360. Let's do justice to the pigs, please subscribe. What's the matter? It's rare to take a walk and encounter a large-scale murder scene. A small voice sounded without warning. A figure, like a ghost, appeared out of thin air in front of the resistance army. There was nothing fancy about his right hand, and he pressed it suddenly in the air. Devil killing method. Absolute zero. Boom. The biting cold wind surged like a frenzy. It gives people a feeling that goes deep into the bone marrow. Before they could react, the huge magic light pillar swooped down and seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth directly. At this moment, there was a hint of stagnation. The next moment, under the biting cold wind, strange purple ice crystals burst out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it quickly spread along the magic light beam spit out by the ancient demon god. Wherever it passes, whether it is the magic light pillar or the huge body of the ancient demon god, they were immediately frozen up. Boom, accompanied by a rumble that resounded throughout the civilian area. The ancient demon god, who was as huge as a hill, suddenly stopped in his stride. Wait until everything is calm again. A huge ice sculpture of the ancient demon god came into view first. The resistance soldiers almost had their eyes opened. Advertisement. The scene in front of me is too shocking to the eyes. This is an existence that even if hundreds of their resistance forces join forces, they cannot fight against it. It is also the incarnation of legendary disaster. Now when they meet each other, they are immediately frozen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that all this is true. You are the imp of the Black Bull of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Dante's expression suddenly changed. Aren't you in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, dealing with Eye of the Midnight Sun and the word Spirit Devil Zagrain? Why do you appear here, Mo-Fei? Aren't you worried that the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom will fall? The continuous questioning was enough to show that Kuroba's appearance was completely beyond his expectation. No, it should be said that even Vanica and Zenon did not expect it. A mere little devil has given you such hope. Zagrain can be considered an honor to die. Kuroba looked up with a smile. Originally, I planned to give you time to jump around a little more. It's a pity that you offended my bug and it made you die. You have to die. The people present were confused. Especially the dark tripolar standing on the top of the tower. His cheeks froze at first, and the next moment his muscles twitched crazily. Zenon, who was always calm and collected, couldn't hold his breath at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, and with the veins on the back of his hands protruding, he roared angrily. Kid, you said we offended a pig, so you killed us? You were going too far to deceive others. Originally, we planned to wipe out the resistance army first, and then let you see the more powerful force we have obtained. However, since you are here today, don't go back, stay here with us. Advertisement boom. The power of the three devils, like the vast sea, soared straight into the sky. The huge impact force directly tore out a huge piece of the thick lead cloud accumulated in the sky. Looking from a distance, a huge cloud funnel is directly formed with the dark triple polarity as the center. The faces of the resistance forces who were exposed to this terrifying anger suddenly turned pale. Alberto, the leader, couldn't help but say, This little brother, the 3-level blackness has offended a pig, but now they are powerful and the support from the 4-leaf clover kingdom has not arrived yet. We should retreat first and wait until they arrive to make a long-term plan. In Ralph's information, it was recorded that the kingdom of 4-leaf clover agreed to the alliance, and Magic Emperor Julius agreed to take action. However, in Ralph's eyes, Kuroba's strength is very strong, but it cannot be convinced by words alone. Therefore, in order to let the resistance army wait with peace of mind, they just told them that Magic Emperor Julius had agreed to join forces. 293. Originally, Ralph thought that as long as they waited until the battle, Kuroba's trump card would be exposed. It's a pity that I didn't expect that the 3-pole darkness had no martial ethics and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Brother, what kind of pig is that of yours that allows you to take such a big risk? Zoom on the side couldn't help but start persuading. The ancient demon gods are very powerful, but in their eyes, the amount of information possessed by the 3 black polarities is even greater when they are taken action together. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Kuroba was helpless for a moment. Originally, in order to do justice to the system, I never thought that things would evolve to this point. However, since it has been misinterpreted, then let's walk on behalf of the pigs. He was also eager to see what rewards he would get from this new sign and mission in the evil tree. Sorry, that pig still makes me want to kill people. Chapter 361. Is this a one-shot attack? Please subscribe. You wanna die? Vanica was the first to roar with a twisted expression. The devil's power that penetrated his body surged again. Blood magic demon drive. Vanica's right hand suddenly moved. 5 streaks of blood spurted out from the fingertips, directly piercing the ice crystal and drilling into the ancient demon god's body. With the blood surging, the ancient demon god who was originally frozen seemed to have been beaten with blood at this moment, and once again burst out with a powerful aura. The strength of this aura is completely worse than before. The purple ice covering its body was instantly shattered by this huge magic power. You are an arrogant person, now I have become more powerful than before. I will repay the humiliation you gave me 10,000 times now. Vanica roared angrily and controlled it with the help of blood magic. The huge ancient demon god let out a deafening roar, raised its fist that was more than 10 meters tall, and smashed Kuroba head on. The power was so great that the space along the way seemed to be unbearable, causing ripples visible to the naked eye. Faced with this sudden blow, the nerves of the resistance forces suddenly became tense. They thought about going over to help. However, when I thought about the completely crushed fight just now, the idea of helping immediately came to my mind. The only thing he could do was to stare at the young man in front of him. I eagerly want to know how he can deal with the ancient demon gods and even the 3 dark polarities alone. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. Facing the swooping fist, Kuroba suddenly raised his head. The fingers of both hands clenched suddenly, and crackling thunder exploded. Whoosh! Advertisement. As soon as his figure flashed, Kuroba passed by like a thunderous fist that fell down. Boom! The heavy fist landed on the ground, like a drum, causing the entire civilian area to shake. The earth with a radius of 100 meters could not bear this huge force. It cracked and spread like spiderweb like cracks. However, in the face of such a brutal attack, everyone present turned their eyes and fell directly into the air. When Kuroba reappeared, his clothes had already been stretched to the extreme by his bulging muscles. The exposed skin has already been covered by Xuanli's dragon scale patterns. A thunderous force filled with destructive aura crackled on Kuroba's body. Rays of lightning were wandering in the surrounding void. It can be said that the current Kuroba gives them the same feeling as a god's mansion bathed in thunder. The intensity of the magic power radiated completely exceeded that of the zero-domain magister known to the resistance army. Didn't he use ice magic just now? Why has he turned into thunder again now? Is he a strong man from the double zero realm? One of the resistance soldiers was the first to lose control. In their understanding, a person's grimoire only has one magical attribute. This is a law that remains unchanged for thousands of years. But Kuroba, now bathed in lightning, undoubtedly shattered their perceptions. I don't know either. Alberto also showed a hint of shock on his face, but he quickly shouted in a hurry. Hurry back, the ancient demon has launched another offensive. Roar. The ancient demon lord looked up to the sky and roared. Driven by Vanica's blood magic, the muscles of his fists swelled like a rock again. Kill him, advertisement. Vanica roared again and again with a ferocious face. She had waited a long time to avenge her shame. Now that Kuroba comes to her door, this undoubtedly makes Vanica eager to see Kuroba's desperate expression. However, just as the ancient demon god moved, Kuroba, who was bathed in lightning, suddenly grabbed the void in his right hand. The lightning that circulated all over the sky showed a moment of stagnation. The next moment, accompanied by deafening thunder, madness gathered in Kuroba's hands. An indescribable dangerous aura spread out at the same time. The Thunder Dragon square halberd, which was more than 10 meters in size, penetrated the ancient demon god through the sky without losing its power. Awe-inspiring words came out of Kuroba's mouth. The giant hand, which was more than 10 meters tall, was crushed to pieces in an instant. Is this considered a breakthrough? Kuroba didn't show any fancy, and suddenly threw out the Thunder Dragon Fangtian halberd wrapped in lightning in his hand. Dragon-killing magic Thunder Dragon square heavenly halberd. The lightning flashed, as if even the space was directly penetrated. Boom. Boom. In the space along the way, thunder ripples beneath the volume. Looking at the huge fist of the ancient demon god hitting him head on. Everyone just felt a blur in front of their eyes. The 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a Thunder Dragon square halberd, which was more than 10 meters in size and was formed by the crazy compression of lightning, condensed in an instant. Faced with such thunderous power, the Thunder Dragon Fangtian halberd, which held a majestic posture, instantly collided with the incoming fist. With a thunderous explosion, flesh and blood flew across the sky. Blood and water flew all over the sky. Chapter 362 Devil was really pressed to the ground and rubbed. Please subscribe. Boom. The giant halberd wrapped in lightning, with its powerful posture, instantly crushed the arm of the ancient demon god. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he crashed into the chest of the ancient demon god. The huge release of power caused the ancient demon god's thick chest to be penetrated instantly. The mountain-like body was directly carried away and rushed towards the dark three-pole. Boom. Thunderous explosions sounded one after another. Large areas of buildings were directly destroyed under the head on impact. The third level of darkness has not yet reacted. Then he was directly covered by the ancient demon god's 100-meter body below. Watching the huge waves of sand and dust rising into the sky, rolling back towards the surrounding areas. The resistance army watching the battle from a distance looked extremely stiff. Looking at all this, there is no doubt that I feel dumbfounded. Zoom, hurry up and slap me twice. I want to know if I am dreaming. Alberto couldn't help but speak. It can be said that these words completely expressed their feelings. Some people couldn't help but slap their 707 face twice. That burning feeling seemed to tell me all the time that everything in front of me was not a dream. Commander Alberto, this shouldn't be a dream. He really killed the ancient demon in one blow. Oh my god, is this really the leader of the 4-leaf clover magic knights? Is Mofei even a leader so powerful now? Then what are we, the so-called elites? The scene suddenly exploded. After all, just a moment ago, in their eyes, the ancient demon god was a disaster-like existence. Advertisement not to mention, now I am blessed by the black tripolar Vangeance blood magic. This should be an invincible existence, right? However, now that such a behemoth fell into the hands of the young man in front of him, it could not withstand a blow. The gap between front and back is too big. UB asterisk 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 D. UB asterisk 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 D. Don't you think you can defeat us just by defeating a mere demon? Vaneka's roar sounded in the ruins. Kill him, roar. The ancient demon god who had been pierced through the chest and fell to the ground let out a deafening roar. Like a flashback, he rushed towards Kuroba. The distance of a kilometer is only 7 or 8 steps under the feet of the ancient demon god. When they were still more than 10 meters away from Kuroba, the huge ancient demon god's body swelled up quickly like a balloon. Blow it up for me. Boom. The huge body of 100 meters detonated in an instant. Endless blood, mixed with minced meat, rolled around in the wind and waves of the explosion. The power is so great that it directly covers everything within a kilometer radius. Everything he passed along the way was like paper, being crushed directly. The resistance forces who were watching the battle in the distance were also thrown directly 100 meters away before they stopped. When they could clearly see everything on the battlefield, their pupils suddenly shrank. Blood magic hyphenation point blood sea prison, bed H, advertisement. Vaneka succeeded with one blow and frantically controlled the splashing blood. With the help of the ancient demon god's huge body, the blood sea formed can simply be described as monstrous. The moment a huge wave of hundreds of meters formed, it rolled towards the center of the explosion. Vaneka, you have indeed recovered from your pain and forgotten your scars. If you only have these abilities, then the next step will be really boring. Everything is reduced to ashes, and fire flows like a blade. Indifferent words suddenly sounded. The sea of blood that filled the sky came to a halt more than 10 meters away from the center of the explosion. The next moment, everyone in this world just felt that the temperature suddenly rose. It was like falling into a furnace. Before they could react, the ancient blade held by Kuroba suddenly swung out. Boom. When the sword comes out, it feels like burning everything in the world. At the same time that the space along the way was distorted, a flame far beyond the capabilities of the blood sea hit the blood sea head-on in an overwhelming manner. Boom. The sea of blood was instantly smashed into pieces and dispersed between heaven and earth. It's a pity that before the blood could fall, it was directly evaporated by the high temperature. The flames that filled the sky rolled towards Vaneka with unabated power. Such a massive offensive immediately made the resistance army and others' eyes pop open. Zoom, who was standing next to Alberto, couldn't help but slap him away. Facing this division commander who he usually respects so much, he no longer cares about the following offenses. He just couldn't wait to ask. Commander Alberto, tell me quickly, those devils were really pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other. The third level of darkness was overpowered by Kid. Chapter 363 Even intuition is sending out danger signals, please subscribe. Boom. The ground was shaking violently, and endless flames were released, washing away like an overwhelming mountain. The huge battlefield turned into a sea of fire. Faced with this violent scene in front of them, the resistance forces were stunned. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that there are not many people living in this civilian area. The appearance of the ancient demon god just now had already scared away all the civilians and reduced everything in the surrounding area to ruins. Otherwise, if Kuroba strikes with his sword, the flames will directly level the civilian area. However, after witnessing this brief confrontation with my own eyes, They still don't want to believe that a random leader from the four-leaf clover kingdom can be so shocking. Ding dong, the random check-in task is triggered. Host, please ask Vanica to say sorry within 3 minutes. After the task is successful, you will receive a reward. The system's ethereal prompt sounded suddenly. Kuroba's expression couldn't help but froze, looking a little surprised. This line signed in for a mission, but it hasn't appeared for a long time. Now suddenly this mission appeared. In such a unique way, Kuroba forced Vanica to say sorry. Isn't this too overwhelming? However, when I think about it, this online mission also has rewards. Kuroba suppressed the confusion in his heart. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you really think you can kill me so easily? Now I can easily exert the devil's power to 80%. Boom. In the sea of fire, a column of blood-red water rose directly into the sky. Vanica, with a distorted face, rushed out of it. Except for the 4 dark wings on her back, most of her body was directly eroded and assimilated by the devil. Only a small half of his face remained, maintaining a normal state. Advertisement, however, the aura exuded by Vanica at this moment is undoubtedly far from what she just could. If you really want to measure, she is definitely 10 times stronger now than before. Feeling this terrifying energy, the resistance army in the distance had already recovered from the shock. My heart seemed to be clenched tightly by a big invisible hand, and I felt like I was suffocating for no reason. However, when Vanica looked at Kuroba, the first sight she saw made her expression freeze. Facing the huge devil power that she has newly mastered, in Vanica's eyes, the hateful boy in front of her. It should be an expression of fear, shock, or surprise, right? However, the feeling Kuroba gave her now, with his piercing eyes, was like staring at a sweet potato. Are you scared out of your wits? Vanica, come here quickly and say sorry, otherwise don't blame me for beating you to death. Kuroba suddenly spoke. The small voice was like a hurricane at this moment, sweeping the entire place. Faced with this sudden request, everyone present was stunned. Sorry? Sorry for what? I'm sorry you didn't die just now? Or is this simply a mockery of the weak by the strong? At least, on this occasion, everyone subconsciously agreed with this idea. This is Kuroba taunting. Okay, what a hateful guy, you dare to despise me. I will directly draw out the blood and water in your body inch by inch, and let you feel the feeling of life being worse than death. Please give me flowers. Devil's power, 90%. Advertisement. Shackles of the curse, Vanica roared with a distorted expression. The violent devil's power rises again. The next moment, chains appeared directly around Kuroba's body, and chains made of curses were tied directly to Kuroba's body. Facing this sudden offensive, the face of the resistance army suddenly changed drastically. In their eyes, Kuroba seemed unable to react at all under attack. Strangle him to death. 0. Vanica succeeded with one blow and roared again and again. The chain is made of Megicula's curse. Unless someone possesses the power to reach the level of ignoring the curse, there is absolutely no way to break free from this chain. Boom. The chain broke with a sound, turning into black air that filled the sky and dispersed between the heaven and the earth. The strange scene made Vanica's expression suddenly stiffen. At this moment, she felt that the boy in front of her had changed. If at the beginning, the young man in front of her gave her the feeling of being cynical and arrogant, so the feeling she feels now is like arrogance and indifference that go deep into her bones. It was as if he was staring at an ant biting his toes. That feeling that I can't even face up to. Vanica, that guy exudes an extremely dangerous aura, don't be impulsive. Zenon burst out of the ruins below, staring directly at Kuroba. He was always known for his calmness, the moment he caught Kuroba's eyes. Even your intuition is sending out danger signals. The boy in front of me is in extreme danger now. Chapter 364. Find me Pianu so I can continue to rub her, please subscribe. An indescribable suppressed energy shrouded the world. The nerves of everyone inside are gradually becoming tense. Their intuition told them that the boy in front of them was changing. Zenon, there are 3 of us, and he is only one person. Don't forget that we are not as good as before. Killing him is just a piece of cake. Vanica roared. The devil's power coming out of his body seemed to be stirring the world. Blood magic blood curse armor. Boom, scarlet blood and cursed power gathered crazily on Vanica's body. In the blink of an eye, a piece of armor that was completely red and covered with mysterious patterns was formed. In Vanica's eyes, no matter how powerful the young ghost in front of her is, under the protection of Zenon and Dante's rating array and armor, facing any attack, she can get buffer time to deal with it. However, the idea just came up. The first thing that caught his eye was Kuroba, who suddenly raised his head. The moment their eyes met, an indifferent and arrogant word was uttered. This world is not the only one who can become stronger. You are the only one who can become stronger. Kuroba reached out with his right hand and pressed hard on Dante and Zenon from afar. Invisible power enveloped Dante and Zenon like a tide. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be crazily squeezed by the surrounding space. By the time they reacted, the two of them had been shot hundreds of meters away. As soon as this hand was used to control the air, the expressions of Zenon and Dante changed dramatically. When they asked themselves about their strength, they found that they were much stronger than before. Now, he didn't even have time to react, so he was directly knocked away. It is very difficult for them to use such means. Advertisement. However, as soon as these messy thoughts flashed through their minds, they suddenly woke up. There are 3 of them, now only the 2 of them were knocked away, and Vanica was left behind. Then the other party's purpose is obviously ready to come out. Vanica, be careful, Dante roared and stood up. Vanica, who was still there, suddenly woke up. However, the sight is already there, like a ghost. Knight Kuroba appears in front of him. The void in his right hand was suddenly grasped, and a golden axe slashed down with a majestic sound of breaking through the air. What frightened Vanica the most was the blazing heat emitted by the axe, which distorted the space along the way. It gives the impression that what was chopped down was not an axe. Instead, it was a scorching sun, blood-cursed giant net. Vanica roared hysterically. The pores on his body spurted out streaks of blood, intertwining into a giant network in the void. The intention is to slightly block the incoming offensive. It's a pity that this bloody net just touched the divine axe Rita. It was torn apart like paper. The armor on his body is no exception. Vanica, who was under attack, just felt the flash of the divine axe Rita. The next moment, a burning hot feeling exploded in my body. Boom! Golden flames spurted out directly from the wound across Vanica's body. In the blink of an eye, it spread to most of her body. Advertisement, ah! Vanica screamed in pain. This is no ordinary fire, Zenon, Dante, hurry up and save me. As a devil assimilator, the Dark Tripolar can use the devil's power to invalidate ordinary magic. Only the underworld or magic with special attributes can cause harm to them. Otherwise, facing the Dark Third level is asking for death. However, now that Kuroba's sword came down, the flames emitted subverted their perceptions. Being able to directly ignore all of Vanica's defense methods, the devil transformation has reached 80%. That means that if this blow falls on them, the effect will be the same. Zenon, if we work together, we will definitely not let him defeat them one by one. Dante roared angrily, and the devil's power in his body exploded like a frenzy. The two of them immediately entered a state of 80% of the devil's power. Normally, 80% of the devil's power would have been too much for their bodies to bear. However, now that I have obtained the magic stone and transformed my body, this endurance has obviously improved a lot. The Demon King's throne, the fury of the bone spurs. Boom! As soon as the power surged into the limbs, Dante and Zenon took action at the same time. The huge force of 5.9 gravity surged with Dante as the center, and quickly rushed towards Kuroba. At the same time, Zenon was like a spider, shooting out a large web of bone spurs and chasing after him in a closed posture. Everything that passed along the way was directly chopped into pieces. Their instinct told them that Vanica must be rescued as soon as possible. It is for this reason that no matter it is Dante or Zenon, there is no hesitation at all. However, in the face of all this, Kuroba didn't take it to heart at all and turn around. Find me a piece of lake, I can continue to rub her. Chapter 365. Die or say sorry, please subscribe, looking for lake. The resistance army was stunned. What is rhythm? However, faced with Kuroba's sudden request, Alberto said without any hesitation. 3 kilometers away to the east, there's a lake. 3 kilometers? Kuroba turned his head and looked into the distance, but at the same time, the movements of his hands were unambiguous. He slapped Vanica directly on her body. Boom! Vanica just felt a sonic boom in both ears, and she had no time to react. Appear directly thousands of meters away. Moreover, this inverted flying situation has not decreased at all, but it feels like it is getting more and more intense. By the time Vanica reacted, she had already appeared above a huge lake. As for Zenon and Dante who came to the rescue, there was no trace at all. Isn't this too fast? This thought flashed through Vanica's mind. 14 unfortunately, before she could stabilize her body, a blazing high temperature swept over her face. At this moment, the lake surface seemed to be evaporating, emitting large amounts of water vapor. Vanica, who was in it, felt that her blood seemed to be boiling. The first scene that caught her eye made her pupils shrink to the extreme. He came on the sun. At least, in Vanica's eyes, Kuroba was standing on a blazing sun, appearing in the sky above her with an indifferent and arrogant look. That terrifying energy directly locked her. Don't you say sorry? Then don't regret that God has no mercy. Kuroba spoke word by word. Advertisement. His feet suddenly stepped down, and the blazing sun under his feet broke through the sky and fell directly. The sun without mercy. The blazing sun suddenly appeared in front of Vanica. She has not yet suppressed the trauma caused by the attack a moment ago. Now the sudden high-speed attack is obviously impossible to avoid. Zenon, hurry up and save me. Buzz. 2 spatial fluctuations appeared directly by the lake. The first ones to walk out were Zenon and Dante. Alberto and other resistance forces walked out of a space wormhole that appeared in another direction. However, they had just set foot in this area. The pores all over his body suddenly exploded. At this moment, their instincts unanimously sent out the greatest danger signal. Escape. This is the only thought. However, they had just escaped 10 meters away when an arrogant and indifferent words came out again. Explosion without mercy. Boom. The blazing fireball exploded in front of Vanica. The endless high temperature gives people a feeling like a volcano is advancing at this moment. As the flames surged out all over the sky, everyone just felt that the world in front of them was swallowed up by the fire. All that was left in his ears was the endless roaring and explosions. I don't know how long it took. The tingling sensation on the skin woke up the resistance soldiers. Struggling to get up from the ruins far away from the lake. Ignoring the burning pain on the surface of his body, he quickly looked back behind him. This lake is gone. The voiceless exclamation sounded without warning. Advertisement watching the lake with a diameter of several kilometers evaporate directly. Deep in the bottom of the lake, a huge hole was exploded. Everyone's eyes almost burst open, not to mention dry mouth. Now I feel even more like my blood has dried up. After all, the scene in front of me is too shocking. One blow leveled the entire lake. At this moment, they finally understood why Kuroba asked the question just now. If this shot lands in a civilian area, I'm afraid it will be wiped off the map directly. It's a bit awkward for the strange tasks suddenly given by the system. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have doubted whether they were dreaming. Kuroba, who was calling for death, appeared in front of her. However, now that they meet each other, they're pinned to the ground at every turn 590. The resistance army is confused. Zenin, Dante, hurry up and save me. I don't want to die. Among the ruins, a body like charcoal emerged from the scorched earth. Kuroba will definitely make a move with one hand. Facing the scorch at his feet, the divine axe Rita in his hand was once again raised high above his head by Kuroba. Is he still human? It can be said that as long as Vanica dares to say no now. This is the dark free polarity that they have been unable to defeat despite being in hiding for 17 years of resistance. Say you're sorry, or you'll die. The blazing heat was released without reservation on Kuroba's body surface. It's a pity that Dante and the Holy Clothes have not yet come to the rescue. That miserable posture has long lost the arrogance and domineering look it had at the beginning. I have downloaded it before, and faced with the huge reward behind me, no matter how awkward the task is, Kuroba will still bite the bullet and do it. Claimed to be the strongest being who has inherited the power of the devil. 4-Leaf Clover Chapter 367 Sorry, signed in successfully, please subscribe. The ruins were like charcoal. Vanica, who had just emerged from the ruins, was frightened by Kuroba standing in front of her and screamed. After becoming the dark triple polarity possessed by the devil Machukiela. She had never been so desperate, after deploying 90% of the devil's power. And Zenin and Dante still felt like they were being pushed to the ground and rubbed against each other off the court. It can be said that Vanica's thoughts of resistance were directly annihilated by the increasingly powerful attacks in front of her. Facing Kuroba, who stood in front of her like a mountain, she couldn't breathe. There was only one thought left in her mind now. Vanica, hurry up and say you're sorry. Dante roared and stood up. With all the power of the devil, he increased his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the knight Kuroba. At the same time, Zenin tore apart the space and rushed towards Vanica quickly. In their eyes, as long as Vanica can buy them some breathing time. Then you can free your hands to help. Yes, I'm sorry for you. Vanica screamed at the top of her lungs. It can be said that at this moment, she had never been more aggrieved. She couldn't even figure out what she had done to make him feel sorry for him. What he said now was completely forced to say by being pressed to the ground. Instinct tells Vanica that if she doesn't say these words, then what awaits her is definitely a dead end. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The current sign in reward is the Mangekyo Sharingan. The system's ethereal prompt sounded in Kuroba's mind. Face this sudden reward. This is definitely a king. Advertisement looking at the world of Naruto, it can be regarded as a standard configuration for shadow level strength. An indescribable force, after the system prompt sounded, quickly emerged in Kuroba's sea of consciousness, pouring into his eyes like a furious torrent. As this force entered, Kuroba felt a twinge of pain in his eyes. Scarlet blood overflowed in his eyes. The originally snow-white pupils were quickly stained red. 9 Magatama emerged and began to rotate rapidly. Finally, a pair of kaleidoscope eyes were formed, revealing the taste of inexplicable disaster. At first, Kuroba gave people the impression of arrogance and indifference. Then after the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, the aura emitted by Kuroba only increased, making people feel desperate. This feeling seems to be generated out of thin air. Facing those pair of Magatama eyes as scarlet as blood, everyone's soul felt a trembling feeling. What happened to him again? Mo Fei's, I'm sorry, sentence, isn't it appropriate to hear it? Vanica couldn't help but looked up at the young man close at hand. For the first time, she discovered that the world was too scary. Vanica, kill him quickly. He actually lost consciousness in the middle of a life and death battle. This is a fatal mistake. A hysterical roar came from Vanica's body. This is the voice from Magicula. However, in the face of these roars, Vanica just faced Kuroba, who was as scarlet as blood. Open black lens bracket. The whole person felt as if he was in a daze. Her intuition told her that the boy in front of her had become even more terrifying. If she dares to act recklessly, then she may be facing death, right? Vanica, what are you doing? Give me control of your body. Magicula roared hysterically. As the most superior devil, when did it encounter such an aggrieved thing? Advertisement: the people who are boarding at the moment are not only pressed to the ground and rubbed, saying sorry. Even the desire to fight was frightened. It can be said that Machukira now wants to tear Vanica into pieces. Buzz. My consciousness was instantly switched by Magicula. When the devil's power was assimilated to 90%, Vanica's mental suppression of Magicula was obviously infinitely weakened. As long as Magicula comes hard, Vanica's body control will instantly fall into its hands. At the same time, at this moment, Magicula gained control of her body. The devil's power exploded, obviously going a step further. Devil's power, 92%. The dense blood thorns are simply countless. The lake that had been evaporated by Kuroba was filled to 1/10 with blood in an instant. Sung. Boom. When they met Kuroba's scarlet eyes, their instinct told them to fight quickly. They couldn't care less. Dante and Zenon also appeared on Vanika's left and right sides at the same time. The sea of blood condensed into one. Bone Tree Riot. Blood Sea Shura Hell. It twisted wildly in an instant, and turned into dense blood spurts in the blink of an eye, shooting with Kuroba as the center. Otherwise, there is only one end, boom, for a frightened Vanika. At this moment, it feels like Kuroba is standing in a bloody needle hell. The Demon King's queen, kid, if you dare to humiliate us, go to hell. Endless blood surged out of Vanika's body. Chapter 367 Mangekyo Sharingan, please subscribe. Boom. The three attacks, like a frenzy, rolled over Kuroba's body. From a distance, it seems as if the entire space is closing in on Kuroba. It echoed with a deafening explosion. A huge shock wave rolled back in all directions. The resistance forces who were watching the battle from a distance turned pale when they saw the scene in front of them. Faced with the dark third-level nature, they knew it very well. The only one who can resist them or kill them, there was only this boy in front of me. Once, Kuroba was defeated by the Dark Tripolar, not to mention rescuing Spade Kingdom, I'm afraid they will only die. For a moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the center of the explosion. Under the dust that filled the sky, a figure at the center of the explosion gradually became clear. Faced with blood spurs, bone spurs, and endless 213 gravity crushing. The first thing that came into view was the figure standing quietly on the spot, with an arrogant and indifferent face, and a pair of desperate blood-colored Magatama eyes. On the body surface, red blood is lingering. Attacks from all directions fell on the translucent ribs. A giant skeleton with a size of 12 or 3 meters is shrouding Kuroba's body. What's going on? Are all the third-level jet black attacks blocked? What kind of magic is this bloody skeleton? Why does it make people feel inexplicably hopeless? Mo-Fei's fight just now, is this boy's limit? The scene suddenly exploded. Faced with this sudden defensive method, everyone was obviously unable to react. Even though he was in the third level of darkness, he was also shocked. Bed. It's impossible. Dante, Zenon, you cover me, I'm going to kill him. Advertisement, blood curse magic breaking the sky. Boom. The blood flow all over the sky, infused with Megicula's magic power, seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. In an instant, it turned into a 1,000-meter bloody spear. The next moment, Megicula suddenly pressed his right hand in the air. The bloody spear burst into the air with a harsh sound and pierced Kuroba in the blink of an eye. Kid, go to hell, devil's power is not as simple as you think. Megicula roared hysterically. Susanoo, Kuroba suddenly raised his head. There was no dodge, no movement, just a simple stare. The Magatama in the pupils rotates crazily at that moment. Susanoo, who was originally in the form of a skeleton, suddenly rose up. Under the surging blood, the armor quickly spread all over his body. The 1,000-meter high body condenses into a moment. Facing the oncoming blood spear, move forward, boom. The dull collision sound was like thunder exploding. Sparks splashed out, setting off a huge explosion and waves that rolled back in all directions. The scorched earth with a radius of 1 kilometer collapsed inch by inch. However, this seems like an overwhelming offensive. It just made the huge Susanoo take half a step back. His left hand reached down and clasped directly on the blood spear. The next moment, his fingers suddenly clench, boom. Advertisement: the blood spear was crushed in response. It turned into blood and water all over the sky, falling on the earth like a heavy rain. At the same time, Susanoo reached down with his right hand, and a bloody lightsaber condensed out of thin air. The strange scene shook everyone's nerves. The bloodlight emitted illuminated the darkness of dawn. Facing this giant as huge as a mountain, Dante and Zenon suddenly became nervous. The power Kuroba showed just a moment ago was far beyond their knowledge. However, Dante clearly knows that Vanika's body is now occupied by Megicula. Especially when facing the giant in front of them, they felt a sense of extreme danger. He also quickly disappeared in place. Dante rushed towards Vanika first. Alberto and the other resistance forces were stunned. Looking at the dignified dark tripolarity, which they had always regarded as an invincible existence, they escaped so simply. The moment Kuroba suddenly raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void, locking on the three figures appearing at the entrance of the royal city. Buzz. I thought that this had reached its limit. Seeing and hearing the domineering color is aroused to the extreme. Zenon, let's retreat first, regroup and fight again. One sword style Duan Kong. If she was not taken down by force, Vanika would never retreat. Zenon has directly torn out the space wormhole and sucked them into it. But I didn't expect that, now that he was taking action again, the strength of the young man in front of him would once again break through the sky. At this moment, he rarely chose to retreat for the first time. However, they have not yet waited for their reaction. It can be said that when messy thoughts flashed through Dante's mind. Chapter 368. Bringing the Devil Together, please subscribe. One sword style Duan Kong. Buzz. The air roared and exploded together. The huge lightsaber in Susanoo's hand was instantly unsheathed. The resistance forces standing on this scorched earth just felt a strong wind coming towards them, waiting for them to react. The scarlet slash has appeared in the distance, chasing the three polarities of darkness. The trio of pitch-black three-pole characters who originally appeared in front of the city gate with the help of a space wormhole, at this moment, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. When the hairs all over his body started to stand up, he had no time to think about it and suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge scarlet slash that appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. That fierce and unparalleled posture caused ripples in the space along the way. It gives people an overwhelming feeling. Faced with this violent scene, the three people's eyes were wide open, and the only thing they could do was deploy all their defensive methods. Boom! There was a flash of blood and he instantly disappeared into the huge castle behind him. The huge explosive force rolled back like a raging wave. In an instant, the entire castle was submerged in it. Alberto and others, with the help of space magic, had just returned to the royal city when they were shocked by the overwhelming explosion in front of them. Facing that 1,000-meter-long, bloody giant body like Shira. That flying attitude seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Like an invisible big hand, it grasped everyone's heart. When they faced each other, they saw a pair of extremely strange, blood-red eyes. Deep in the soul, there is an inexplicable throbbing. It can be said that if you let them evaluate, who is more of a devil now? Advertisement: the Kuroba in front of me definitely looks more like a devil than a devil. UB******************. D. Devil's power is 100%. The sound of roaring came out in the storm of explosion. The huge devil's power exploded, directly dispersing the sand and dust covering this area. At the same time, three figures broken in half appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All the resistance soldiers were stunned. This is an arrogant and dark third level. I never thought that they would end up like this. However, facing Dante, who once again bursts out with powerful devil power, they know that now may be the real decisive battle. 100% devil's power. This is something they never dared to hope for. It also means that the three polarity of darkness has finally been cornered. Granulation magic body reconstruction. Dante roared again and again. For 17 years, they have never been defeated. I have long been accustomed to the life of being the overlord of others. When have you ever thought that someone would knock on your door? At the same time, he was directly cut in half. It can be said that the result now presented before our eyes is a complete nightmare. The only way for them to break this nightmare is to use the forbidden power. Boom! The power of the devil surged out of Dante's body. The two halves of the severed body spread out with large pieces of flesh and were connected in full view of the public. At the same time, many flesh sprouts spread out of Dante's body and penetrated into the bodies of Zenon and Vanica. Assist the two of them to recover quickly. Advertisement. It can be said that everything in front of you seems very complicated. However, in just a few short breaths, when the huge Susanoo landed, the three of them had recovered again. Please give me flowers. 100% of the devil's power was pushed to the extreme. Standing together, the three huge devil forces formed a huge pressure, and even the surrounding space was slightly distorted. It seems that devils are all weak and invincible, similar to Zagrain. Kuroba spoke indifferently. Faced with this sudden change in the situation, my nerves were stretched to the extreme. 0. Now there are several powerful forces mixed in Kuroba's body, which indeed affects his expression and language. Kuroba spoke again indifferently. Alberto and others do not want to become enemies with Kuroba. Dante was startled for a moment, then said with a ferocious smile. I'm looking for the evil tree just because I want to catch all the devils in one nest, so that I don't have to catch one of them in the future. Alberto and others are in trouble. Tree of evil? After quickly scanning the three people's bodies, he said. After seeing with my own eyes, Kuroba is more powerful than devil. Sorry, I have no interest in the world. Kid, it turns out you are also interested in the evil tree. However, Kuroba still clearly remembers the system's sign and task. In this situation where defeat is inevitable, resistance is futile. Why don't we join forces to open the evil tree and usher in the devil's army? Then we can seize half of the world and become the true king of this world. However, I really want to know where exactly the evil tree that you plan to open to another world is located. This is the true destination of the strong. 4-Leaf Clover Chapter 369. Do my eyes look good? Please subscribe. Will the devil be killed all at once? The people present were confused. Even the dark three polarity is no exception. In their eyes, the evil tree connects the world where devil lives. Once it is opened, what awaits them will be despair. After all, a single superior devil walking out of it was enough to make the 4-Leaf Clover Kingdom overwhelmed. Not to mention, the 9 highest level devils live in the evil tree. Once it is really opened, for this world, I am afraid it will no longer be despair, but it will be the end. The kid in front of me must be crazy with these words, right? 050. Haha, I didn't expect that there are such cute guys in this world who dare to declare war directly with us devils. A huge black shadow emerged behind Dante, with 6 pairs of black wings exuding an inexplicable evil smell. At the same time, the 2 devils residing in the bodies of Vanica and Zenon also appeared one after another. All along, in their eyes, except for the most superior devil. Humans and everything else are inferior creatures. Now I am being pointed at and scolded by inferior creatures. To them, this is simply a joke. What's wrong? It seems I've been despised. Kuroba smiled warmly, under the atmosphere of indifference, arrogance, and despair. Kuroba's smile undoubtedly made everyone present feel inexplicably horrified. The 3 Dantes, and even the 3 devils are no exception. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This is an unchanging law. Kid, stop bluffing. Dante and the other three may not be able to defeat you, but with us here, you can't kill them either. Don't forget that our devil's power is endless. You alone can't sustain the consumption of power for a long time. Advertisement, as time goes by, we will be the winners in the end. Lucifer laughed ferociously and said, history can only be rewritten by the victor. No matter what means are used, winning is enough. The rolling words echoed between heaven and earth. Facing the most powerful devil-like existence, Lucifer actually resorted to such despicable methods. All the resistance soldiers were obviously confused. This devil behaves like a gangster, maybe more like a gangster than a gangster, right? However, Lucifer's words were impossible to refute. History always belongs to the winning side. Later generations will only know the names of the victors. If it is true as Lucifer said, then how Kuroba breaks the situation is really crucial. Kid, did you hear that? Stop struggling in vain. You have good strength. As long as you are willing to put aside your prejudices and cooperate with us, we will be the kings who dominate this world. Dante laughed ferociously. Just now, he was still filled with uneasiness. However, now he has the support of his superior, Devil Lucifer. This undoubtedly emboldened Dante. Vanica on the side roared even more ferociously. Kid, please refuse quickly. I still want to watch you being tortured to death by us. I want to know if your arrogant attitude will turn into despair in the end. Alberto waited for the resistance and fell silent for a moment. Now Kuroba is their backbone, if even he was tortured to death by a foreign worker. Then, who can defeat the dark free polarity in front of us and save the Spade Kingdom? Although, at the beginning, they also thought about relying on Magic Emperor. However, after seeing Kuroba's strength with my own eyes. Advertisement: the Horse and Monkey Emperor has long since given up hope. For a time, the atmosphere in the venue became extremely depressing. Everyone's eyes were locked on Kuroba. In particular, the pair of blood-red eyes covered with strange magatama are even more eye-catching. Many people intend to find the answer from it. Do my eyes look good? Kuroba spoke indifferently. Nice. The expressions of those present could not help but froze. Kuroba's eyes are indeed beautiful, however, what does this have to do with fighting? Dante was startled for a moment, then snorted disdainfully. Lucifer, it seems that this kid is a B***ch. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he really doesn't understand what despair is. Lucifer, give me your power, I will kill him. The roar sounded 5.5 times in a row. Tsukuyomi. Two simple words suddenly came out of Kuroba's mouth. The bloody 9 Magatama Sharingan rotates crazily at the moment. An indescribable energy exploded in Kuroba's body. Buzz. At this moment, Dante, Vanica and others just felt their minds tremble. The connection with the devil living in his body was suddenly severed. Tick-tock. Scarlet blood fell in the sky without warning. The sun that originally rose at dawn was directly stained red with blood. Chapter 370. Magic should be fought with magic, please subscribe. Scarlet as red as blood, everything in sight is the color of blood that cannot be transformed. It quickly spread to the entire world. In just a few breaths, no matter it is the sky or the earth under your feet. Everything is dyed red. The strange scene made Dante and others' expressions suddenly change. Especially when I looked at the blood bubbles under my feet, I felt desperate for the first time. You D kid, what kind of tricks are you doing? Mofei thinks this is enough. The king's court. The awe-inspiring roar echoed in this bloody world and could not dissipate for a long time. However, Dante responded with dead silence. There is no violent surge of devil's power, nor is there any powerful magic. Some still have blood blisters popping and popping. These 14 scenes made Dante confused. For people in this world, magic is the foundation for survival. The existence of the devil's power and his connection with Lucifer are Dante's greatest confidence. However, now he was told that not only the magic power in his body was missing. Even the connection between Lucifer was severed. This feeling is like being isolated from the world. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Dante would never believe that what he was seeing was true. No, wake me up quickly. This must be a dream. I am Dante, the third level of darkness. I am the master of this world and a king-like existence. Dante roared hysterically. Whether it was gravity magic or granulation magic, he used it crazily again and again. It's a pity that no matter how much he roars, except for the bloody sky falling like a torrential rain, everything in the field seems to have not changed at all. It was as if the world and magic were completely isolated. What on earth is it? Dante was confused. No, advertisement. It should be said that now he is starting to panic. Losing the power that should have belonged to the master made him feel like he had been knocked down into the mortal world. Dante, you killed my wife and children, and today I will eat your flesh and blood alive. A deep voice suddenly sounded. In the boundless sea of blood, large blood bubbles emerged, and soon a middle-aged man with a familiar face appeared. Are you Lewis? You are obviously dead, why are you here? Dante's expression changed dramatically. This was the original king of Spade Kingdom that he killed 17 years ago. People who should not exist in this world. However, this is not just the beginning. In the boundless blood pool, large blood bubbles surged up like a frenzy. Familiar faces appeared one after another, 1, 2, 3. 100, 1,000, 10,000 per day. Looking around, it's all densely packed. All those faces were those of the people he had killed. You. Who are you? What is this place? Dante was completely panicked. Looking at the figures already standing in all directions, a ridiculous idea sprouted in my mind. Is this hell? However, this idea just sprouted in my mind. Those familiar faces suddenly looked up. Lewis, who took the lead, let out a roar. Tens of thousands of people rushed towards Dante. No, don't kill me. The King's Court, granulation erosion. The heavy wheel breaks through the air, advertisement. A series of hysterical roars sounded. It's a pity, no matter how much he roars. Facing the enemies rushing towards him, he seemed helpless. Big hands were reaching out from all directions to pull apart. The biting mouths fell on Dante mercilessly. At this moment, Dante could clearly feel the heartbreaking pain coming from his body. Watching his own flesh and bones being torn into pieces and falling. His screams were the only thing left in the world. Outside, the resistance forces gathered here looked stiff. Looking at the 6 roars that came out like crazy while standing in the void, he was obviously confused. At the previous moment, this dark tripolarity, and the Lucifer tripolar, which resided in their bodies and were called the supreme devil-like existence. Still clamoring for a protracted war with 133 Kuroba. Now just looking at Kuroba, I feel like I'm shrinking. Mo Fei, this is the legend that makes you proud at first sight? However, as soon as these thoughts emerged, Kuroba appeared in front of the dark 3rd level. The 3 Dante people who were still roaring suddenly woke up and looked at Kuroba in horror. You, who are you? Where is this place? I'm going to kill you. Dante rushed towards Kuroba with a twisted expression. No, it should be said that Vanica and Zenon are no exception. At this moment, they seemed to have completely forgotten about magic. All that was left was to rush towards Kuroba like an instinct. However, as soon as he got closer, Kuroba's voice sounded. Magic should be dealt with using magic, have you forgotten? Magic? Dante and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. They were in a hellish world, but they had been tormented for a whole year. For them, magic has long been forgotten, right? Chapter 371. Burned to death with a glare, please subscribe. Magic? Dante and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. After experiencing the nightmare cycle of Tsukuyomi for a year, they have long forgotten that they still know magic. This world also has magic. Even the devil's power, which he could easily tap into, has become awkward, and his memory is also blurry. At this moment, let them show it off. This is probably impossible. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. The sword of the underworld, which radiated a chill in Kuroba's hand, was slowly unsheathed. Baijay's sanding plunder song flowing snow slash, boom. The cold wind was like a wave, passing over the battlefield in an instant. Everyone just felt that there was a feeling of desolation deep in their souls. When they came to their senses, Kuroba had appeared behind the 3 Dantes. This scene, which was like teleportation, shook everyone's nerves. Dante, come to your senses quickly. Everything that happened just now was an illusion. Lucifer roared hysterically. As a devil, Lucifer has experienced things that are obviously much better than Dante. Faced with the erosion of Tsukuyomi, he quickly reacted after a brief loss of consciousness. At the same time, madness poured the devil's power into Dante's body. This is their host body and the most fundamental way to this world. Once these 3 puppets are lost, the evil tree cannot be opened. As the highest level devils, it is even more impossible for them to come to this world. Therefore, Lucifer will never allow Dante and the others to make mistakes at this juncture. Advertisement bang bang bang. 3 sonic booms suddenly sounded. The biting cold wind exploded like a tidal wave. Frozen slash marks quickly emerged on the necks of Dante and the others. A chill that reaches deep into the soul passes through the bodies of Dante and the 3 devils and reaches the souls of the 3 Lucifer devils. Ah! The sharp and harsh screams were as cruel as the screams of the soul. As the most superior devil, when have they ever been hurt by someone? Moreover, this is a trauma that goes deep into the soul and cannot be described in words at all. And means of soothing with the help of ordinary means. No, who are you and why are you able to possess so many means? Even our definition of devil cannot understand you. Lucifer roared hysterically. However, you still underestimated devil's ability. If you want to kill Dante and the others, you still have to ask us if we agree. Boom. The huge devil's power emerged from the depths of Dante's soul. With an arrogant attitude, he planned to offset the trauma caused by Kuroba's attack. However, these devil powers have just emerged. Kuroba's pair of 9 Magatama Sharingan eyes, as scarlet as blood, turned again. No need to work in vain, I will definitely open the evil tree and kill all of you devils. Next, you better go back obediently, Amaterasu. Bang bang bang. The dark flames burned on the bodies of Dante and the 3 of them without warning. The blazing high temperature penetrates directly through the skin and reaches the depths of the soul. Seeing this sudden attack, whether it was Dante or Lucifer, an inexplicable fear emerged from the depths of their souls. Advertisement without having time to think too much, he quickly activated the devil's power with the intention of extinguishing the black flames. Boom! The devil's power soared into the sky. Like a wild dragon, it dived and hit the black flames on Dante's body again. It's a pity that no matter how crazy they are, they wash away. The black flame, like maggots on the toes, had a lingering feeling. What frightened them the most was that these black flames were getting more and more intense. Vanica and Zenon's crazy roars sounded one after another. No, I am Dante of the 3 polarities of darkness. I am the king who rules this world. I will never die. The sizzling sound of burning sounded one after another. Bone sentient beings. The bodies of the 3 Dante people were quickly covered. Zenon, Dante, save me quickly, this is not what we planned. If there weren't still dots of black flame scorch marks left on the ground. When they set foot on this battlefield, they were already thinking of fighting for their lives. However, now the strongest, most difficult, and most irresistible enemy was burned to death with a glare. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they struggled, the black flames were burning quickly. Is this a joke? Is this true? The jet black tripolar was burned alive? When the 3 voices stopped, on this scorched earth, even the fly ash belonging to the 3 polarities of darkness was gone. Zoom couldn't help but speak. The aroma of burnt meat filled the entire world for a while. The resistance troops on the side were all confused. Bone spear regeneration magic. I'm afraid, no one thinks that the scene that just happened in front of them is true. Chapter 372. Do you dare to gamble your life with me? Please subscribe. It seems we are still late. A space wormhole tore apart not far away. The first person to step out was Magic Emperor Julius. Following closely behind were the leaders of the Magic Knights, and Ralph, who went to ask for help. However, at this moment, they looked at the vast land in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. This is the Dark Triple Polarity, a powerful being who rules the entire Spade Kingdom. Now, Kuroba single-handedly defeated him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would want to believe it was true, right? Commander Alberto, do you know what happened just now? Was the Dark Tripolar really killed? Killed by him alone? Ralph was the first to be unable to hold himself back and asked quickly. This is an existence that the entire Spade Kingdom cannot resist. Now, he was taken over by a young man. Is this because the other party is too strong, or are they too cowardly? Actually, we don't know what happened. We only know that as soon as 073 this guy showed up, he hit her with a black 3 pull force. He seemed to have beaten Vanica almost to death. Let her apologize. Alberto spoke hesitantly. Listening to this narration, the audience immediately heard gasps of air. If you don't apologize, you'll be beaten to death. This kind of thing would be a nightmare for anyone, right? However, when they confirmed again and again that the 3rd level of darkness was forcefully obliterated by Kuroba, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Commander Kuroba is doing things as well as he has done before, and he is as reassuring as ever. After Julius waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down, he chuckled and said to Kuroba's side. Advertisement, Captain Kuroba, now that the 3rd level of Jet Blackness has been destroyed, shall we help Spade Kingdom completely eliminate the remnants of the Jet Black Apostles? This time, Kuroba's surprise attack indeed wiped out the 3-pole black group. However, there are many apostles under Dante. They may not have much devil power. But when they gather together, they are also a formidable force, if they are not resolved as soon as possible. I'm afraid it will become a variable. No need. They all use the Dark Tripolarity as a hub to get the devil's blessing. Now that they don't have Dante as a hub, they may have been backfired by the devil's power. Kuroba dissipated all his power. Now I want to find the tree of evil and curse all evil in the country. The scene suddenly became audible and fell into extreme silence. Faced with this sudden scene, even Magic Emperor Julius's cheek muscles twitched. Ralph couldn't help but ask, Black, Captain Kuroba, are you kidding? This joke is not funny. In his eyes, the 3 polarities of darkness were destroyed, and Spade Kingdom fell upon them again. This is enough. As long as you stay away from things related to devil in the future, that's enough. However, now Kuroba tells them to destroy the devil's lair. This answer is not that Kuroba is crazy, they're going crazy too. Captain Kuroba, BEDC. Are you serious? Magic Emperor Julius took a deep breath and asked with rare seriousness. Everyone's eyes fell on Kuroba. They know too little about the devil's world. Just one superior word spirit, Devil Zagrain, has already made their 4-leaf clover kingdom exhausted to deal with it, and it almost collapsed. Advertisement: the Jet Black Tripolarity hosted by the Supreme Devil even destroyed the Spade Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom, bringing extinction crisis to the world. Such horrific achievements are enough to scare people away. Now, someone is planning to take the initiative to open the evil tree that connects the devil world and take away the devil. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would have believed it? Are you scared? Kuroba glanced around the field calmly. This is the last battle. If you win, there will be no end. Faced with Kuroba's words, they had no way to refute. They were all struggling, and their performance was simply incomparable to Kuroba's. In this world, if the Devil Master is destroyed, I will be the only one left. Now let's take care of the evil tree. The expressions of everyone present suddenly became extremely solemn. But in front of Kuroba, he was as fragile as a baby. If I fail, I will be able to severely damage them. At least the evil tree, I will definitely uproot it. If the devil appears again 100 years from now, 200 years from now, or even in future generations, do you believe that he will still be as victorious as he is now? Now, I just want to ask you if you dare to bet your life with me. But it gives people an inexplicable feeling. A Chang's words echoed above the ruins. Still, like the 4-leaf clover kingdom, it ended up like it did 500 years ago. In their eyes, the devil is difficult to defeat. After all, no matter whether it is against the word spirit Devil Zagrain or the 3 polarity of darkness. This proposal seemed crazy, but Kuroba looked calm when he saw it. Chapter 373. The dream ends before it even begins. Please subscribe. Is this peace of mind, hope, Or trust? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Magic Emperor Julius on the side stood out from the crowd first. Haha, since Captain Kuroba has this idea of never causing trouble, I believe that Captain Kuroba will not do anything that is uncertain. As this generation of Magic Emperor, I may not have sacrificed my life to resist the Devil's conspiracy like the first generation. However, if Devil's worries can be eradicated, I am willing to take a gamble with Captain Kuroba and put my life on the line. The expressions of all the Magic Group leaders present could not help but change. Yami Sukada, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, took a puff of cigarette and said, Haha, my team leader has to work hard. As the previous one, if I don't support him, who will? This idea is a bit crazy, but if it wasn't crazy, it wouldn't be a black bull. TCH, Yami, you were just lucky enough to find a talent like Captain Kuroba. We won't let you steal the show by yourself this time. Jack licked his long tongue and said with a ferocious smile. Yes, as a knight of the kingdom and the leader of the Magic Knights, if you back down now, I'm afraid it will be a real joke. I will also participate. Fuegolian also spoke in a deep voice. I want to participate too. With Captain Kuroba here, what should we be afraid of? Fighting Devil, this is the best test. The scene suddenly became heated. Looking at the dozens of people, they all expressed their opinions. Advertisement: the Resistance Army led by Alberto felt thirsty. The process of retaking Spade Kingdom has already made them exhausted. If they were asked to choose again, they would definitely not want to encounter an opponent like the Dark Tripolar. However, now the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom has expressed its stance, if the Spade Kingdom does not follow. I'm afraid it's a bit unjustifiable. Forget it, the Spade Kingdom is like this. Since Captain Kuroba wants to bet, the rest of us will try our best to bet. Alberto said in a deep voice. The last task we have to do is to give His Highness Yuno a peaceful world without future troubles. Why? Yes, what Mr. Alberto said is right, we will definitely succeed. The remaining resistance troops rose up and shouted. Seeing this scene, Kuroba secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He has not found a way to open the evil tree yet. If it is really necessary, Yami and Vangeance may have to be used as sacrifices. Why'd I suddenly have a creepy feeling that I'm being stalked by the devil? Yami Sukahiro rubbed his nose and muttered while holding a cigarette. Standing aside, Vangeance, who had been separated from Bartley's body, also frowned. If they knew that they had become a sacrifice in the eyes of others, I'm afraid they wouldn't know what their expressions would be. Now that everyone has made a decision, let's set off. I think there is still one person who knows where the evil tree is. Kuroba came back to his senses and saw that the erotic hockey exploded like a frenzy. Directly covering the entire king's capital, advertisement. Susano's slash just now cut off the top of the entire royal city. But the construction ritual of the evil tree is hidden underground. As a magic scholar in the Diamond Kingdom, Morris also gained the power of the devil after being appreciated by the Dark Tripolar. Please give me flowers. Looking at this scene, after seeing Kuroba's various methods with their own eyes, everyone was obviously not surprised. At the same time, deep under the Spade Kingdom, an altar ceremony was painted on the ground as dark as ink. Soon he followed into the space wormhole. Dante, Vanica, Zenon, what happened to you? I used magic technology to maximize the power of your devil assimilation. Why did you kill me and leave only one soul? However, this dream is over before it even begins. Maurice, we are immortal. Lucifer and the others have promised us that as long as we enter the evil tree, we will soon be able to reshape our bodies. I'm afraid that kid will never know until he dies that we still have this mountain of support. For Morris, the reason why he defected to Spade Kingdom was because of the overwhelming strength displayed by the three polarity of darkness. A pair of eyes, as if piercing through the void, were locked on Morris. The Diamond Kingdom, which he was so proud of, was destroyed by Zenon alone. It also provided him with an opportunity to do whatever he wanted. Kuroba suddenly opened his eyes and instantly locked them in one direction among the ruins. For Morris, this is undoubtedly a feeling of being caught off guard. Then he must know the rituals of the evil tree. Found it, let's set off. Morris quickly rushed out of the darkness. Looking at the three blurred and dark figures floating on the altar, his face was full of disbelief. This alone was enough to conquer Morris's heart. Chapter 374. Is this the reason for your lingering ghosts? Please subscribe. Dante smiled ferociously. But, anyone can see that this smile looks a bit stiff. After all, the fat meat that was about to be obtained flew away immediately. This is absolutely unacceptable to anyone. Dante, you have escaped now, but you have left me a mess. Morris looked anxious and asked. That kid just now seemed to have mentioned that he was going to kill all the devils together. Do you think he was joking? What if he really comes to this place? What should I do, and what should you do? After saying these words, the expressions of Dante, 560, and the three others suddenly became stiff. They had heard of these words on the battlefield, and they were not surprised at all that Morris, who had been monitoring the battlefield, knew about it. The only thing that made the three of Dante feel relieved was that Kuroba was right. However, as soon as this idea emerged in their minds, a black mist quickly emerged from the side and transformed into Lucifer. Dante, you really think too highly of that kid. If we didn't have no entity, we wouldn't be able to come to this world directly and wouldn't be able to show our true strength. That kid has been killed by us a long time ago. I will definitely let him know what is the real power of the most superior devil. However, don't forget, if you let him know the method of summoning the evil tree and what is needed, he will definitely retreat. Dante and others suddenly woke up. after experiencing the complete torture of Kuroba just now. They obviously ignored one of the most important things. Advertisement to summon the evil tree to come. Two of the most basic underworld magics must be prepared. There Yami sets dark magic and Vangeance's world tree magic. Once the evil tree is opened to the extreme, the lives of the two will directly wither. It can be said that if Kuroba was really on the side of justice, he would never do such a thing, right? Haha, Lucifer, you were right. Since that kid can't summon the evil tree, he can only watch us leave in style. Dante laughed. This is the first time since meeting Kuroba that I can smile so happily. Although he was tortured and killed from the front. However, for Dante, being able to discuss the other party at the last moment is the best thing. However, just as the laughter emerged, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Is this the reason for your lingering ghosts? Who? Morris's expression froze. He was the only living person here, and he was still a member of the Spade Kingdom. Now in this secret evil tree ritual altar, another voice suddenly appeared, which really made him lose his temper. Soon, the space wormhole was torn open. The first one to walk out was Kuroba. Dozens of figures following closely behind also fell into it. Are you really here? Advertisement. Dante's face suddenly turned ugly. A moment ago, he was still talking about it, but now he really meets Kuroba with his soul, and his heart is still bottomless. He clearly remembered that Kuroba seemed to have attacks in his hands that could reach the depths of his soul. Especially recalling the previous confrontation made Dante subconsciously take a step back. Huh, useless guy. Lucifer saw everything in his eyes, his face darkened and he said angrily. Kid, you are indeed very powerful, but I forgot to tell you that devil is immortal, especially the highest level devil who lives in the evil tree. As long as the evil tree does not fall, we will never die. You did kill 3 of my puppets this time, but it would be a fool's errand to plan on destroying all of us devils. Let's not talk about it. Once the evil tree comes, you will only die. To summon the evil tree alone, you must sacrifice the user of dark magic and the owner of the world tree magic before you can summon it. I think as you are on the side of justice, you shouldn't be able to do this kind of thing, right? Since you can't do such a thing, why are you talking about bringing us all together? What's more, you humans are all short-lived. Once you die and we come to this world again, who else can stop us? 5.10 Cheng's words were mixed with amusement. Who was it in the battle just now? However, they now only have the soul power attached to the evil tree summoning altar. For them, as long as the tree of evil does not fall, they will surely remain invincible. Faced with Kai Guoguo's provocation, everyone's expressions change. As Lucifer said, not everyone is a Kuroba and can easily crush a devil. In this era without him, it is probably still unknown whether mankind can still resist the conspiracy of Lucifer and others, right? Chapter 375. Are you scared? Please subscribe. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host, you have arrived at the evil tree altar, the sign-in location. Do you want to sign in immediately? The system's ethereal prompt sounded suddenly in Kuroba's mind. Facing this sudden prompt, Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, when he got the mission, Kuroba thought he had to summon the evil tree to trigger the check-in mechanism of the mission. Now it seems that he is obviously overthinking. What Lucifer said just now was a bit worrying. However, it is impossible to refute. The only way to summon the evil tree is to collect dark magic in the world tree as a sacrifice to open it. Before coming here, Kuroba also had this idea. However, 14 Kuroba just planned to summon a little bit of the evil tree to save people after reaching the sign-in level. Now it seems that it may be enough to take a gamble on the sign-in system. System, sign me in immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment. The sign-in time is 10 seconds. During the sign-in process, please do not leave the sign-in location, otherwise the sign-in will fail. 10 seconds? Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The check-in time this time was obviously shorter than the last time. However, the dangerousness of the check-in location was also more difficult than last time. I hope it comes in handy. Kuroba touched the tip of his nose helplessly and muttered. Haha, since the leader of my family has decided to take over the devil as his predecessor, I must support him no matter what. I believe he will save my life. Advertisement. Yami Sukahiro held a cigarette in his mouth and walked out first, smiling. What's more, as the leader of the kingdom's magic knights, I have long been prepared to risk my life. Having said this, Yami turned around and looked behind him. Captain Vangeance, I didn't steal your limelight, did I? You are still as reckless as ever. However, the Eye of the Midnight Sun incident has made me make a big mistake. Let me be a hero today. Vangeance, wearing a mask, walked out slowly. Let me bet my life. The low voice was mixed with an unquestionable flavor at this moment. Looking at the two people who immediately gambled their lives as soon as they opened their mouths, no matter it was Dante or the other 3, even Lucifer's face was extremely livid. They stood and talked without pain, betting that no one could summon the evil tree. Now not only are people not being frightened, but their lives are also on the line. Is this pushing yourself towards death? Haha, human beings are indeed very funny. Are you really worthy of believing this brat's mere words? Lucifer suddenly laughed and said, don't forget, our original purpose was to come to this world with the help of the evil tree. Once the evil tree is connected to this world, no matter whether we are lower level, intermediate, upper level, or even the highest level devils, we will also set foot in this world. Mo Fei, do you really think that a little devil is enough to stop us? If the evil tree comes, I'm afraid it will be the end of you humans. The roar of words echoed in this underground space. Dante's eyes suddenly brightened and he was about to say something. Are you scared? Advertisement, Kuroba said calmly. Everyone present could not help but be startled. Faced with these sudden words, they didn't know for a moment who Kuroba was talking about. You. However, as soon as this idea emerged, he was interrupted again by Kuroba's voice. Lucifer, are you afraid that I will really kill you? Otherwise, when you learn that I am going to summon the evil tree, you should not wait any longer. There is no need to talk nonsense or threaten with words. You don't think that you have no chance of winning, do you? I just plan to use what I said just now to make us retreat obediently. As soon as these words fell, the entire space fell into an inexplicable dead silence. Everyone stared directly at Lucifer, even the Dante trio are no exception. After all, they felt like they had no way to refute what Kuroba just said. The only idea now is to seek results from Lucifer. No, I'm not afraid, I just think that what you just said was just hypocritical. I don't believe that you really dared to use your own people as sacrifices. Lucifer suddenly came back to his senses and stood up hysterically. Okay, since you think I'm afraid of you, then you let them serve as sacrifices and let the evil tree come. At that time, I will let you see with your own eyes what a real nightmare is. The scene suddenly exploded. Facing Lucifer's rebuttal, General Yami lit another cigarette in his hand and said, Captain Kuroba, let me go. Seeing the figure walking out of the crowd, Kuroba raised his eyebrows and quickly revealed a smile. No need. Chapter 376. Evil Tree Sign and Reward, please subscribe. No need. The expressions of those present couldn't help but froze. Faced with Kuroba's sudden rejection, they obviously felt caught off guard. Captain Kuroba, don't worry. We are prepared to sacrifice our lives. Even if you miss, we will not blame you, so you don't need to have any mental strength. Yami Sukahiro held a cigarette in his mouth and patted Kuroba on the shoulder. Feel free to use us as sacrifices. Vangeance on the side did not speak, but his face was obviously more determined, and he and Yami stepped out slowly. However, as soon as the two took half a step, they were stopped by Kuroba. Captain Yami, Commander Vangeance, please don't get me wrong. Kuroba smiled warmly. My rejection of your good intentions is not to back down. It's just that I have other ways to open the tree of evil. Other ways? The people present were confused. A moment ago, Lucifer and Dante kept saying that only with the help of dark magic in the world tree as sacrifices could the evil tree be summoned. Now Kuroba suddenly tells them that there is a second way. This is a bit overwhelming. Even Lucifer is no exception, he said quickly. Kid, don't be pretentious here. As the most senior devil, I know the method of summoning the evil tree best. I am absolutely certain that there is absolutely no second way. Yes, absolutely not. I have searched all the documents and there is no other record. You kid, you're lying. Dante quickly agreed. Advertisement now they have been destroyed until only one soul remains, hiding in the evil tree. If the evil tree is really broken through by Kuroba, does that mean that they will no longer have a hiding place? Haha, sometimes, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Kuroba smiled warmly, patted Yami's big shoulder and said, Everyone, get ready, it's all ready. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed into the evil tree, and the current sign in reward is the Samsara Eye. Buzz. A light chirping sound flashed in his mind. A huge force exploded in the depths of his consciousness, rushing straight into Kuroba's eyes like a rushing ocean current. The dark, ink-like eyes quickly transformed into the scarlet bloody 9 Magatama Sharingan at this moment. It exudes a despairing smell of disaster. The expressions of Magic Emperor Julius and others suddenly changed drastically. Unfortunately, before they could react, the Mangekyo Sharingan transformed again. The whiteness surged like a wave and instantly occupied Kuroba's entire pupils. The 9 Magatama emerged, forming extremely weird pupils. An indescribable dangerous aura surged out of Kuroba's body and swept through the entire secret room. Everyone in this space felt like they were being killed. Right. They didn't feel wrong. When they met these strange eyes, a voice seemed to come from the depths of their souls, declaring that they were dead. Advertisement, this. What's going on? The blood-red eyes just now have easily obliterated the 3 polarity of darkness. Now something has changed. These eyes look even more terrifying. Mofei didn't use his real power just now? Commander Alberto looked tense and roared urgently. His body was obviously shaking. Moreover, this trembling cannot be stopped at all. At least, at this moment, he clearly understood that the young man in front of him was probably not joking about killing all the devils in the evil tree. No, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to be able to open the tree of evil without making sacrifices. Besides, you will never defeat all of us devils. Lucifer woke up suddenly and roared hysterically. It's going crazy. In the battle just now, it really couldn't use its full strength. However, that power is also not far from his full strength. I thought this was his last bit of pride and confidence. However, when he saw Kuroba's eyes changing again, this confidence suddenly collapsed. Such as, good result. The kid transformed again before his eyes, and really got through the evil tree. Lucifer couldn't help but have a ridiculous idea emerge in his mind. Whether he can really take over the devil in one fell swoop. Sorry, this power is a bit difficult to use, so it took everyone a while. Kuroba secretly breathed a sigh of relief after receiving all the information about the Samsara Eye. Sure enough, just as he thought, the power of space possessed by the Samsara Eye has the ability to connect to different dimensions. As long as you have a trace of the breath of another dimension, you can easily capture the way to jump in space. And this is why Kuroba decided to give up the sacrifice and summon the evil tree. Chapter 377 Is He God? Please subscribe. The huge secret room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Seeing Kuroba walking out of the crowd, everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. Those words that could bypass the sacrifice and summon the evil tree made their hearts feel as if they were being clenched by an invisible big hand. If given a choice, I'm afraid no one would really be willing to give their life in vain. Kid, don't be pretentious here. I am the top devil of the evil tree. Even I don't know. You will never know the second method of summoning the evil tree either. No, it should be said that there is no other way in this world. Lucifer forced a ferocious smile on his face and roared urgently. Sorry, don't look at me like you were sitting in a well looking at the sky. Kuroba said calmly. The fact that you can't do it because you are ignorant doesn't mean that I can't do it. Along with everything about the samsara it quickly passed through my mind. Kuroba's eyes suddenly froze, and his right hand suddenly poked out from the air. The 9 Magatama samsara eyes in the pupils suddenly started to rotate like windmills. An indescribable spatial fluctuation swept through the entire chamber like a frenzy. At this moment, the demonic energy in Lucifer and Dante's bodies seemed to be directly locked by this invisible force. Quickly pulled out and plundered. At the same time, it also echoed the summoning altar of the evil tree at its feet. The moment when a dazzling black light suddenly lights up. This strange scene finally made Lucifer and others, who had tried to remain calm, turn pale. After seeing Kuroba's methods with his own eyes, advertisement. Now it shows that Li Huang has once again broken through the boundaries. It certainly shook their nerves. No, it's impossible. You can't, BECD. Summon the evil tree. Who are you? Lucifer roared hysterically. Unfortunately, facing the huge devil's power that gradually surged out of the altar. These words seemed pale and weak. Sorry, don't you really want to come? Then get out of here now. Kuroba spoke again, with a look of awe on his face, and suddenly grabbed his right hand from the air. Heaven's hand power. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the entire altar was intervened by the huge power of the samsara eye. The altar, which was still closed, was the first to collapse and open. As the cracks in the spider web spread, large pieces of tree roots shot out from inside. In the blink of an eye, the huge devil's tree quickly broke through the ground and directly penetrated the sky dome on the top of the rock. The huge devil's power swept around like a frenzy. Black shadows emerged from the torn space vortex. Succeeded. Captain Kuroba really succeeded. He did not rely on so-called sacrifices and magic circles, but directly relied on his own power to tear the dimensional wall apart. Can this method and power be called a god? The people present were confused. Even more people couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. In their eyes, this is something that even the dark tripolar and the top devil can't do. Advertisement, but Kuroba solved it with a glare. The huge gap between before and after is enough to prove the huge gap between the two, right? An indescribable huge devil's power surged around like a vast ocean. No, it's impossible. You, who are you, can actually tear apart the gate of the underworld. Everyone inside suddenly turned pale. The devil's power seemed to be filling this space, making them feel like they were drowning. Especially the devil standing in the middle, tall and slender, like twins, and penetrating. He didn't provoke the scary kid in front of him. I'm afraid there really are only legendary gods, right? Haha, Lucifer, we thought you were just joking at first, but we didn't expect that after more than 10 years of planning, you could really tear open the door of underworld. If he could make a choice, Lucifer wished that these things had not happened. As devils, they have always regarded the world as a game and have never taken it seriously. Lucifer panicked and roared. He racked his brains and tried every means to come to this world and become a dominant existence. At this moment, they felt inexplicably suffocated. Their intuition told them that the top devil had come out. Don't worry, we will all remember your contribution. When the world is divided, we will leave a little more for you. Looking at the figures gradually becoming clearer, with different looks. Unfortunately, this time, Lucifer panicked. Just like what I said just now, they can do things that even their superior devil can't do. Chapter 378 We were beheaded. Please subscribe. Biting cold wind and scorching heat filled the entire secret room space. Faced with these two strange forces that should have been in conflict, at this moment they appeared to be merging. This weird feeling undoubtedly made everyone present feel nervous. At least, their intuition told them that the two devils emerging in front of them could be called monster-like existences. If Kuroba were not the backbone, many people would consider temporarily retreating. Is it magic water or magic fire? Kuroba looked at the two uninvited guests in front of him, as well as the devils that appeared behind them. You actually know our names? Light blue magic water appeared on the left side of the body. After smiling ferociously, he looked back at Lucifer. Lucifer, is this what you told them? Although it seems a bit excessive to tell them our real names in advance, but for the sake of you opening the altar and summoning the evil tree to come, we will forgive you. By the way, Lucifer, there seems to be something wrong with your expression. Also, why do you only have a soul state? Looking at the four illusory figures that were a bit abnormal, demonic water and demonic fire, I noticed something was wrong. At least, in their eyes, Lucifer is considered an arrogant and domineering person among the highest level devils. When will that look of fear appear? Right, they were right. This was an expression that should not have appeared on Lucifer's face. You, how do you know the name of demon water and demon fire? Lucifer spoke hurriedly with a look of horror. Demon water and fire, hurry up and find a way to kill this kid. With his own power, he has torn the dimensional wall apart and wants to kill us devils. Don't let him succeed, give me some time to recover. The roar was like thunder, exploding in this secret room. Advertisement all devils' nerves were pried at once. Especially the highest level devils, demonic water and demonic fire. They are indeed the highest level devils along with Lucifer. However, among the highest level devils, Lucifer is slightly stronger than them. In the underworld, he exists like a king, however, now Lucifer tells them they are afraid. So what kind of existence is a person who even Lucifer feels afraid of? Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through the minds of Demon Water and Demon Fire. Huoran turned around and glanced at everyone. It's him. Demon Water and Demon Fire exclaimed in unison. The moment they faced Kuroba's pair of 9 Magatama Samsara eyes, there was a silent roar in their minds. It seems that even the soul has been stopped. This weird feeling suddenly gave the magic water and magic fire the illusion of exploding hair. The young man in front of me is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, as the highest level devils, they would never feel such a dangerous feeling. Sorry, I don't have much time, I can only give you 3 seconds to deal with you. Kuroba spoke indifferently. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, directly hitting everyone's souls. Defeat the top level devil in 3 seconds, is this a joke? You be asterisk 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 D-brat, if you dare to look down on us like this, I'm going to kill you. Demon Water and Demon Fire were the first to lose their composure and roared in unison. Advertisement, please give me flowers. They did smell danger on Kuroba. However, as the most superior devils, how have they ever experienced such contempt? Killing them in 3 seconds is something even Lucifer dare not say. What's more, in the eyes of Demon Water and Demon Fire, no matter how powerful the imps in front of them are, as the highest level devil, they will definitely not be unable to resist, right? However, as soon as this idea flashed through their minds, Kuroba suddenly raised his hand and caught it from the air. All things are attracted by heaven. Unfortunately, as soon as this idea emerged, Kuroba was no longer in front of him. An extremely ridiculous idea came to mind. Accompanied by the sudden clenching of his 5 fingers, Demon Fire has not yet reacted. Was pulled directly over. The invisible attraction, like a raging wave, rushes towards the water and surrounds the fire. Demonic water and demonic fire suddenly woke up and looked at their familiar bodies, falling straight down. The cold air is rolling back, giving people a biting chill that penetrates into the soul. The violent scene made Demon Water and Demon Fire's expressions freeze. We were beheaded? 2 huge human heads flew down? Jung. The 9 Magatama Samsara Eye, which was already ready to go, was directly activated to the extreme. Seeing Kuroba so close, he quickly activated the devil's power in his body without having time to think about it. The sound of the blade being sheathed suddenly sounded. The devil's power in the body showed a slight stagnation. There was only a wisp of white chill remaining in the air, slowly dissipating with the wind. There was a popping sound from the neck of Demon Water Demon Fire, and large ice crystals exploded. Chapter 379. Even the devil is fighting hard, please subscribe. Boom. The 2 corpses were smashed to the ground with a loud sound, sending up large amounts of sand and dust. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. The huge secret room fell into a dead silence. Whether it's the Magic Emperor or Lucifer and other devils. They all looked in disbelief. In their eyes, this is the most superior devil, even if compared with Lucifer, there is a slight gap. However, the gap will not be so big. As the most senior devil, he was beheaded immediately upon encountering him. There was no chance to even move a finger. Is this a joke on 190? However, this joke is not funny at all to Lucifer and others. It seems that our worries have been in vain. I am afraid that Captain Kuroba really has the ability to take down devils in one fell swoop. Yami Sukahiro took out a puff of cigarette and spoke first uncontrollably. Everyone present nodded silently. Let's not talk about whether Kuroba's move just now was a trick. Being able to kill the 2 most powerful devils in just one encounter is enough to stand out from the crowd. Lord Lucifer, what is going on and who is he? 2 adults, Demon Water and Demon Fire, were actually killed by the same person. Aren't you just dreaming? Can we deal with this kind of opponent? All the devils exploded. Originally, they came to this world with the idea of playing in the world. Advertisement, however, now even the 2 most senior devils were killed instantly. I'm afraid that the only thing left is to be played by others, right? Lucifer, think of a way quickly. If you can't stop him, not to mention the other top devils, even we will be blocked and killed one by one. Dante's face suddenly turned pale and he roared. At the moment they were killed by Yi Kuroba, they used Lucifer's method to integrate their souls into the evil tree, and they did not die completely for the time being. However, according to this rhythm of meeting and killing both of them. In the evil tree, the 9 highest level devils are probably not enough to see. Dante, shut up. Lucifer roared angrily. If you hadn't acted too impulsively and failed to clarify the situation, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed and ended up in the inferior position. However, I have a last resort now. I just need you 3 to contribute again. Reshape the secret method and surrender your flesh and blood. Lucifer roared angrily. The huge devil's power exploded unreservedly in his body. Before the 3 Dante people could react, they transformed into 3 horned dragons and poured into the souls of the 3 Dante people. Lucifer, are you crazy? What are you going to do? Dante's face suddenly changed drastically, and he roared miserably. They never imagined that as close comrades in arms, they would end up like this. Morris on the side saw this scene. His face had lost all color, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Unfortunately, before he could leave the battlefield, Lucifer, with a distorted face, suddenly turned around. Don't run away. When I gave you power, you already gave your lives to the devil. Now you better become a sacrifice. As long as we can win, you will be reborn too. Advertisement. Blood sacrifice devil descends. Boom. Waves of devil power, like tentacles, shot out from the shadows on the ground. No matter how Morris dodges, he is unable to resist the black tentacles coming from all directions. In the blink of an eye, black tentacles penetrated his body. The only thing that can be done now is to summon all the remaining top-level devils. 4.3. Along with this, the tumor grew bigger and bigger. You guys come too. The huge gravity rolled down like the vast ocean, so that all the devils could not even utter a few words, and were directly crushed by this huge force. Lines of granulation, white bones, and flesh spread out rapidly. Lord Lucifer, no. Lucifer rose up with a ferocious roar, and a huge gravity instantly enveloped the devils. The blood, flesh and blood mist that filled the sky were directly absorbed by the rapidly expanding Morris as soon as it emerged. While the blood spattered, the whole body quickly expanded like a balloon. Originally, this power could easily envelope the entire secret room. The next moment, in full view of everyone, the response was crushed. The 3 Dante people who only had their souls left exploded in response. With the infusion of these powers, 3 faces belonging to the dark triple polarity emerged on the surface of Morris's body. Only by doing this can they have a fighting chance. However, facing the unfathomable Kuroba, Lucifer did not dare to waste his power on Kuroba. It turned into twisted power and quickly poured into Morris's body. 8 figures split directly. Is this even the devil trying his best? Chapter 380 Devils come out together. Please subscribe. An extremely strong devil's power surged like a frenzy. It gives people a feeling of drowning and suffocation in the vast sea. The evil tree that originally sprouted rhizomes and took root here seemed to have received huge nutrients and quickly grew and spread. In an instant, it broke through the entire rock formation and sky, and the huge castle outside was also burst through. The huge waves of sand and dust set off directly caused the Magic Emperor and others who were in it to quickly retreat. Boom! The huge evil tree was like a giant umbrella, rooted in the ground, directly covering the ground where the castle was originally located. That gesture that blocked out the sky and the sun made Julius and others who fled far away tense their nerves to the extreme. However, at this moment, after feeling the devil's power that seemed to fill every corner of the world, like a vast sea, all 14 people looked towards the depths of the altar in unison. If you hadn't seen Kuroba, who still looked calm, standing as the Minister of the Void, I'm afraid they have already tried their best to curb all this. Roar. A crazy roar suddenly sounded. The devil's power, which is as black as ink, rises directly through the sky and the earth. The evil tree rooted in this land seemed to be attracted by the devil's power and came to life completely. Thick tree roots, like horned dragons, pierced directly into the split bodies of the 8 paths. As the tree roots entered the body, under the infusion of huge devil's power, it was originally just 8 flesh balls that split apart. Advertisement in front of everyone, 8 devil figures with different appearances were quickly transformed, looking extremely ferocious. Each one is 3 to 4 meters high. The leader is clearly Lucifer, who has 3 pairs of wings on his back and a ferocious face with fangs. B************ D Lucifer, you actually used blood sacrifice to forcefully summon us from the evil tree. When you did this, Mo-Fei forgot, will we suffer backlash afterwards? A fat devil with eyes all over his belly was the first to shout angrily. Lucifer, what the devil said is right. You have broken the rules. If you can't give us a reasonable answer, then don't blame us for being rude. Standing behind Demon Eyes, Devil, covered in blood, walked out slowly. However, their eyes still fell on Kuroba intentionally or unintentionally. Especially when facing the pair of 9 Magatama's Samsara eyes, their souls were shocked, and they felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At the same time, the soul has the illusion of being pulled in. Lucifer, what on earth is going on? The blood demon's expression changed and he suddenly woke up. Looking at Kuroba in front of him, he showed a trace of color. Blood demon, Demon Eyes, you have all seen that this brat claims to be the devil-killing mentor, and this evil tree was pulled out by him forcefully breaking the dimensional wall. Lucifer said with a serious expression, didn't you notice that the magic water and magic fire are not there? They were killed by this little devil in one glance. Let alone you, even I am not sure that I can defeat him alone, let alone you. Advertisement, there is only one way to defeat him, which is to put aside your prejudices and join forces with me. If, in a head-on confrontation, who wants to defeat whom, it will be impossible to tell the winner in a short period of time. Their strength is slightly inferior to Lucifer, but that does not mean that they dare not challenge him. The remaining highest-ranking devils, only Megicula, who was covered in mysterious patterns, and Ols, who was covered in cracks, stood aside silently. A devil with hair like steel needles all over his body walked out. However, now Lucifer tells them. The face of devil present suddenly changed dramatically. Lucifer, are you joking? This joke is not funny. We are the top devils in the underworld. Our majesty cannot be insulted. If you dare to fool us, the consequences will definitely be unbearable for you. Walk. Demonic water and demonic fire may be at the bottom level among the 9 highest level devils. If we really want to pursue it, it will be very weak. Moreover, Magicula and Ols have personally verified this kid's strength. However, the gap between them is not very big. Huh, don't you believe it? It's enough to just give it a try. Lucifer's face darkened and he shouted angrily. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe that these words would come from Lucifer's mouth. I Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth. Lucifer's strength, among them, is generally recognized as being a little stronger than them. They all locked their eyes on Lucifer. Demonic water and demonic fire were killed by humans whom they regarded as ants in one encounter. 470. Chapter 381. He is fighting against the sky. Please subscribe. I can prove that what Lucifer said is true. Magicula suddenly spoke. Ols on the side also nodded in agreement. Our 3 incarnations were indeed defeated in his hands. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The most senior devil present suddenly became stiff. There are countless lower level, intermediate level, and upper level devils in the underworld. However, as the most superior devil, there are only 9 in total. In addition to Lucifer, even Magicula and Ols came forward to guarantee it. This had to make them, the arrogant and top-level devils, show a rare look of solemnity. Okay, since Magicula and Ore said so, let's join forces to kill this kid. Devil, who was covered in blood, spoke first. With our 8 most powerful devils here, no matter how powerful this ant is, he will never be able to make half a big wave. Yes, Schwalius is right. As long as we join forces, ants will always remain ants. Demon Eyes echoed in a deep voice. All the remaining devils nodded silently. No one is willing to risk their lives, not even the devil. If there is only one reason. Death has not come yet. However, facing this strange young man in front of them, they undoubtedly smelled a hint of death. Advertisement, are you done? Let's continue. Yi. Kuroba finally spoke again, his eyes sweeping across the aisle. You guys should come together. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing between the heaven and the earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The top-level devil, headed by Lucifer, could not help but stiffen, and the next moment, he roared with anger. You damn ant, you dare to look down on us like this. I want you to know clearly the terror of the top devil. Boom. The violent devil's power exploded like a tide. 5 dark, ink-like light pillars penetrated directly through the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. The violent pressure surged around like a vast ocean. It became difficult for Julius and others to breathe in this world. Captain Kuroba, we're here to help you. Large ripples of magic power surged out of Julius's body, pushing away the devil's power that was rolling over the sky. To reach their level, it is not only the confrontation of their own magic power, but also the plundering of the control of the free magic power in space. In the end, the magic field was evolved. No need, I am invincible to them now. Kuroba glanced lightly and said, please step back. Now I am grateful to Lucifer for helping me summon them all, which saved me a lot of effort and energy. This is a divine assist. God assist. Lucifer and the other top devils were startled at first. Advertisement. The next moment, the devil's power surged on his body and boiled violently. Damn you kid, you are indeed arrogant enough, do it. The sound of roaring exploded in unison. Violent devil powers were mobilized in all directions. The next moment, it was as if it had turned into a sky curtain, carrying thousands of weapons and crushing towards Kuroba in an overwhelming manner. From the perspective of Julius and others, the current Kuroba feels as if it is fighting against the entire sky. Kid, we are the sky. How can you fight against us as an ant? Go to hell. Lucifer and the top devil roared hysterically. The accumulated magic cloud in the sky seemed to have been injected with blood at this moment, and its falling speed increased dramatically. In just a few breaths, he appeared in front of Kuroba. Facing this huge pressure, the ground underfoot seemed to be unable to withstand this huge pressure for the first time. With the roar of explosions, the ground cracked, leaving large spiderweb-like cracks in Mo Yan. Faced with this roaring prestige, Julius and others used space magic to escape far away. The wildly opened magic field seems to be unbearable and will collapse at any time. Get Zhao. Only Captain Kuroba can withstand this kind of power. If it had been anyone else, he would have been crushed to pieces and blown to pieces. In the crowd, Luck couldn't help but lick his dry lips. The crazy fighting spirit on his face had long been restrained, and he spoke with a rare seriousness. Faced with these words, everyone present could not help but nod in agreement. Even Yami Sukahiro forgot to smoke the cigarette in his hand. Those devils are right. If they join forces, it will be like heaven to Kuroba. Now Kuroba is fighting against the sky. If he can't break through this dilemma, it may be difficult to win. Chapter 382. You are a bit young today, please subscribe. Boom. Thunder rolled from the sky, and the devil's power, which was as dark as ink, rolled down towards Kuroba with a majestic attitude. Compared with this overwhelming power, Kuroba below gives people an extremely small feeling. It seemed as if it would be crushed to pieces by the sky at any time. Kid, what's wrong? You won't be scared out of your wits. You're just an ant. You Mo-Fei still plan to fight with the sky. This world is very big. Lucifer laughed cruelly and ferociously. Facing Kuroba's endless methods, he obviously planned to use the most ancient method, using the power of the devil to crush it with force. However, just as Lucifer's smile appeared, Kuroba suddenly raised his head, and the moment their eyes met, the completely devoid of emotion made Lucifer feel shocked. This is the devil's power unleashed by their 8 most powerful devils. It can be said that this has almost wiped out their wealth. Faced with all this, the kid in front of him still acted so fearless. Is this caused by the gap in strength? Lucifer, this world is indeed very big, but unfortunately, your world is too small. Kuroba said calmly. He looked at the rapid dilation in his pupils and the overwhelming black tide rolling over the sky. Kuroba pressed his right hand suddenly from the air. Shinra Tenjung. Boom. The air flowing all over the sky, and even the impact of the black tide rolling down in the sky, showed a trace of stagnation. The next moment, they didn't wait for their reaction. An invisible impact, centered on Kuroba, suddenly occurred. The black tide that was originally swooping down suddenly collided with the Shinra Tenjung. Advertisement. The situation between the two sides only showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, Kuroba's eyes turned rapidly like windmills. Break it for me. Boom. The simple 3 words were spat out, and the huge black tide rolling down the sky was like paper being torn into pieces at this moment. It turned into a furious wave and rolled back in all directions. Standing among the 8 most powerful devils in midair, they originally planned to look down at the ants in front of them in a condescending manner. Take this opportunity to save their devil's face. However, now faced with the sudden great changes, the oncoming crushing power came. They were unable to react at all. They were the first to be crushed by the huge force and were instantly locked in midair. Boom. The 8 most powerful devils collided directly with the evil tree rising into the sky. Under the release of the huge impact, the huge evil tree began to shake violently. Let Lucifer wait for the top devil to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Facing this invisible impact, there is also an evil tree behind that seems to be resisting tenaciously. The 8 most powerful devils felt like they were being crushed. Lucifer, hurry up and find a way to break this attack. We were summoned by you. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, don't blame us for turning against you. The bloody devil roared hysterically. It's a pity that Lu, Bibi, Shifa didn't have time to react. In the blink of an eye, an unexpected figure appeared first. The simple blade clenched tightly and his right hand exploded into monstrous flames. Everything is reduced to ashes. The blade is like fire. Torch. With one strike of the knife, violent flames burst out like a dam, forming a sea of fire that flooded the world. Advertisement. Lucifer and other devils, who were pinned by Shinra Tenjung in the evil tree, suddenly changed their expressions. Crazy pushed the devil's power in his body to the extreme. It's a pity to face this flame that contains the characteristics of the god of death. The so-called devil's power, after a slight collision, was instantly swallowed up by the sea of fire. At the same time, Kuroba's figure shook again, appears above the evil tree. Weird purple patterns spread rapidly on the body. His right hand suddenly pressed towards the void below. Devil killing method. Absolute zero. Boom. The cold air rolled back like a tide. Everyone in this area also felt a biting chill when faced with the intense heat of the flames. Before they could react, the sea of fire centered on the evil tree below was instantly frozen by purple ice crystals all over the sky. A huge flame ice sculpture is formed, which is shocking. The expressions of the 8 most powerful devils, headed by Lucifer, suddenly changed dramatically. Especially those top-ranking devils who have no idea about Kuroba's background. Facing Kuroba, he exerted power one after another, but it was enough to crush them. At this moment, they finally understood that Lucifer did not lie to them. The human ant in front of me does have the strength to kill them face to face. Calm down, all of you, calm down. We are the top devil in the underworld. As long as we unite together, he will never be able to kill us. Lucifer roared urgently. As long as we wait for his magic power to run out, then there will be a good opportunity for us to fight back. Chapter 383. Do you want to become the moon and protect the earth? Please subscribe. Lucifer roared hysterically, and the devil's power in his body expanded rapidly like boiling. The intention is to use this method to break through the current predicament. The idea just came into his mind, and the next moment, Lucifer saw Kuroba smiling warmly. Have you ever wanted to become the moon and protect the earth? The inexplicable words made Lucifer and his superiors, devil, suddenly confused. They didn't understand the meaning of these words. However, facing Kuroba's endless methods, Lucifer and other top-level devils did not dare to be vague at all, and roared hysterically. Everyone, if you don't work hard now, when will you wait? I have the gate to the underworld in my hand, summon Hades to come. Hades, blood demon Cyros and other top-level devils first looked blank. However, when I think about the scene that just happened, as the most senior devil, he was pinned to the ground and rubbed like crazy. An awe-inspiring murderous intent flashed across his face. Lucifer, do it, but you must compensate us afterwards, otherwise you must die. Blood magic. The demon god arrives. Boom. A large amount of blood burst out of the embankment on Demon Shui's body. It turned into a blood-red ocean current, instantly filling the gaps in the ice, and tangled with the flames that flowed like fire. On the side, the demon bone, which looked like a skeleton demon, quickly walked out of the crowd. The bones in his body brittle and he swelled rapidly. The next moment, the free blood around him seemed to be affected by invisible force, and was quickly pulled away from the huge skeleton. The remaining top-level devils also took action. Flesh magic. Advertisement. The magic eye method. Waiting for a series of methods, he was driven to the extreme. There are indeed 9 supreme devils living in the tree of evil. However, above the top-level devil, there is a demon king who has been sleeping for a long time. The only way to summon this legendary king is to gather the power of the most superior devils. Gravity Magic Demon King's Heaven. Curse Magic. Curse to kill Wu Shi. Space Magic hyphenation point space break. The devil's power rolled up one after another like a raging wave. Centered around the 8 most powerful devils, a crazy combination emerged. A huge bloody demonic shadow condensed rapidly. It transformed into a 100-meter large black-winged demon with 12 wings. An indescribable terrifying aura spread like a vast sea. As the connecting devil, the 8 highest level devils provide endless devil power. At this moment, the body was indeed being swallowed by the devil and was directly drained. However, I was feeling the suffocating devil power of the Demon King. Lucifer and others showed expressions of ecstasy. Is this your last resort? Kuroba suddenly spoke. The expressions of ecstasy on the faces of Lucifer and others suddenly became stiff. The moment Huoran turned around and looked at Kuroba, the pair of 9 Magatama Samsara eyes had already rotated to the extreme. Earth Explosion Star. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly grasped in the air. Boom. With the huge demon at the center, the royal city has long been reduced to ruins. Advertisement at this moment, it seemed to be pulled by invisible force, making a roaring sound like thunder. Please give me flowers. Under the collapse of the Earth's rock formations, all the objects scattered around were quickly pulled away with the devil as the center. The speed was so fast that those present could only feel it. The whole world was moved by Kuroba's gentle grip. By the time Julius and others, and even Lucifer, who had been crushed into mummified corpses, came to their senses. Everything that comes into view, whether it is the sky or the surrounding earth. At this moment, everything has been filled with rolling rock formations, ruins and other objects. It's a pity that now they have been reduced to mummies by the demon god's resurrection. From a distance, it feels as if Kuroba has moved this world here. Kuroba once again grabbed the 5 fingers of his right hand through the air. The demon god is also an important stage of recovery. The power it can exert is absolutely unstoppable if faced with others. By now. At this critical moment, the only thing you can do is to watch the attack fall. The rising dust made it feel like it was blocking the sky and the sun. Boom. However, Kuroba's terror clearly exceeded their expectations. No. The next moment, everything in the world suddenly came together like a rolling force. Lucifer and the others roared hysterically. The thunderous crashing sound reached to the sky. The shock wave of the explosion spread rapidly in all directions. It can be said that Kuroba, who is now standing in the void, feels like a god standing in this world and dominating everything. 3 simple words came out of Kuroba's mouth. Chapter 384. Ask the host to prepare for death, please subscribe. Boom. The sky thunder rolled, and the huge air shock wave swept across tens of thousands of meters like the vast sea. The sand and dust rising into the sky finally dispersed between the heaven and the earth under this huge impact. Magic Emperor Julius and others who were on the edge of the battlefield had no time to think and looked eagerly towards the center of the battlefield. The first scene that caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly, and their eye sockets almost burst. What? What is this? Moon? The voiceless exclamation was the first to break the silence in the field. Looking at the huge rock ball hanging in the sky with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Everyone felt inexplicably suffocated. 013 is in their eyes if this ball hits them. I'm afraid there's no need to resist, that's just rolling, right? However, there is only one thing they want to know most now. The Demon King was summoned, and what is the current situation of the 8 highest level devils headed by Lucifer? Hurry! Let us out quickly, otherwise I will kill you with 1,000 cuts. No, let us out. We can serve you as our lord and make you the true master of this world. We can do anything for you. Hysterical roars came from the huge rock ball. The people present were confused. Is this still a devil? How come you surrender and don't even give up your moral integrity? However, it was precisely for this reason that they truly understood the horror of Kuroba. Advertisement, sorry, I don't have much interest in waste. Kuroba replied calmly, you'd better go up and be the moon. Boom. Kuroba raised his right hand, and the 9 Magatama Samsara eyes quickly spun up like a wheel. The huge pupil power, combined with the power of other dimensions, at this moment, brought the Earth Explosion Star to its extreme. The moment invisible power enveloped the giant rock ball composed of Earth exploding stars. The next moment, the Earth Explosion Star suspended in the void was heard along with a low roaring sonic boom. It turned into a line of training and flew directly into the sky. By the time everyone reacted, the Earth Explosion Star was already invisible to the naked eye. After 3 or 4 minutes, a hazy light gradually lit up in the sky. It complements the original moon hanging in the sky. Although in terms of size, the moon is a bit smaller. However, this is indeed the moon. Originally, everyone present thought Kuroba was joking from the beginning. I never thought that all this would actually come true. Faced with this kind of god-like method, a disagreement makes the moon. Who will dare to jump in front of him in the future? Haha, it seems that His Majesty Lolopechka has a unique vision. Captain Kuroba is definitely suitable to be the king of our hard kingdom. Yaka on the side said this unexpectedly, however, he soon attracted murderous looks from all around. Yaka Elf Envoy, you seem to have overlooked an important thing. Our 4-leaf clover kingdom also has many beauties. Advertisement Magic Emperor Julius was the first to speak with a smile. I remember that Noel, the little girl of the Silva family, seemed to be in love with Captain Kuroba. and Captain Nozzle planned to get the two of them together afterwards. Boss Julius, there seem to be many people in our group waiting. It seems that there are not many opportunities left to the Yaka elf. Yami Sukahiro also held a cigarette in his mouth and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was still worried at first, but Kuroba forcefully pulled out the devil tree and faced the 9 highest level devils at the same time. As a reincarnated person, Kuroba has already expected that this world is just his starting point, not the end. System, select dimension jump immediately. Ding dong. Host, please wait. The next dimension is opening. Host, please be prepared to die. System, do I still have a chance to come to this world? It seems that this worry should not have existed from the beginning. Ding dong, return to the host. Your destiny and aura have been connected to this dimension. As long as you have enough space power and lock the coordinates of this dimension, you will have the ability to dimensional jump. 3.4, dimension jump? The host will get an opportunity to go to other dimensions. Of course, the host also has the choice to continue to stay in this dimension. However, once it chooses to stay, this system will end the binding relationship with the host. Now even the top devil, the black-winged demon summoned by all his efforts, has been made into a moon by Kuroba. P.S. The 4-leaf clover world has come to an end. Thank you for your continued support. If you like it, you can read it. If you don't like it, we will see you in the next book. Thank you for your support. However, I didn't expect that this choice would come so quickly. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have perfectly completed the check and task of this dimension. Since this question can be answered, of course Kuroba will not let go of this opportunity to jump in dimensions. Ding dang, host, please wait a moment, this system is searching for answers. It seemed that this matter was not as difficult as he imagined. Kuroba couldn't help but be startled, and quickly thought of space means such as the Tenshao power of the Rinamsara Eye. The system's ethereal prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. After looking back at Yami Sukahiro and the others, Kuroba said calmly. Yu's expression couldn't help but froze, showing no signs of surprise. Chapter 385 The Arrival of a New Dimension, please subscribe. Woohoo, SSS, hurry. Get to the shore, how come the wind is so strong in this damn weather? The fisherman hurriedly tied the bow of the boat with his hands and feet, muttering and looking at the man lying on the bow of the boat, covered with a straw hat. Brother, you are such a noble person that you go out to attract wind and rain. What noble man? I'm just a hunter. The man in green warrior uniform turned over and looked at the gym on the seaside and said. Hey, boy over there, is Kushiro here? As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of senior brother resounded through the sky, almost deafening Zoro's ears. Master, senior brother is back. The child quickly ran into the room. Hey, what a headache. There won't be any 14 wine when we get back here. Zoro jumped off the boat and walked straight to the gym. As soon as I stepped through the door, I was the first to see the figure of Che-cha under the eaves. Come in and have some tea when you come back. It's been a long time since we last met. Kushiro still spoke so casually, looking at his eldest apprentice with a smile, as if everything became harmonious in front of him. I haven't seen you for a long time. I happened to pass by today. It's still the same here. It would be good to come back for a walk more often, but hey, come on, let's have some tea. Kushiro remembered the characteristics of Zoro's wanderlust and chose to change the topic. I heard that a few days ago, you killed the Black Knife Solis who was causing trouble in Shuangyue village and had a reward of 5 million belly. Don't get me wrong, I am a bounty hunter, not for Frost Moon Village, I just want to see what a black knife is. Zoro retorted after taking a sip of hot tea. Faced with this argument, Kushiro smiled even more and said, you have done enough things. If Kuina is here, she also wants to leave the East Daxia Sea and have a look. Maybe she can see. Advertisement knife as a swordsman, the goal of most people is to spend their whole life to get a black sword. For Zoro, who is good at 3 sword style, the requirements are undoubtedly a little higher, and he must get at least 3 swords. Beyond the East Daxia Sea? Sauron muttered, and the next moment his muscles all tensed up. Boom. The sound of the explosion was like a thunderbolt from the blue, instantly breaking the silence of Duyue. Kogoro and Zoro's expressions changed and they hurriedly looked towards the sky. The first thing that came into view was a meteorite-like object wrapped in blazing flames, quickly falling from the sky. An indescribable feeling of oppression surged into my heart. Before they could react, the huge flaming meteorite had disappeared into the horizon. A large, sky-high airwave was set off in the distance. The wave of air that was set off swept the entire gym. Zoro and Kushiro's expressions changed, and after barely sitting still, they quickly looked into the distance. I'll go take a look. Zoro grabbed the saber beside him and rushed out quickly. He looked warily at the young man who appeared in the pit and patted the dust on his body casually. I didn't expect to meet you. Advertisement, don't be nervous, I was attracted here just like you. Kuroba sensed the magic power in his body and frowned. By the time Zoro and the two arrived at the mountain where the meteorite had just fallen, the sky had begun to clear up, as if the dark clouds just now were just an illusion. I'll go with you too. Kushiro followed quickly. Even the magic book was lost. This Kuroba had no magic power and could not even cast magic. Go down and take a look first. If you find anything, cut it off with a single cut. Zoro jumped into the pit. Appearing in the world of Neptune this time was indeed beyond Kuroba's expectation. Especially the large pit that is more than 10 meters deep gives people a feeling of palpitations, as if a pair of death eyes are staring at you. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for arriving in the world of Neptune. Please defeat Sauron within 10 minutes and you will receive system rewards. The system's long-lost voice sounded again. Kuroba raised his brows and flashed a smile on his face. However, as long as the system is there, Kuroba is not afraid no matter where it appears. Not to mention encountering such an extraterrestrial vision. Kushiro, who followed closely behind, was about to give some words of advice, but unfortunately it was too late, so he had no choice but to follow quickly. During the time travel just now, not only the Wind Elf Sylph, but also the Fire Elf Salamander were lost, as were the Zanpakuto's Blade of Fire and the Soul Sword. Afterwards, there was a mess all over the place, all the wood in a 10-mile radius was burnt, and there was an unpleasant smell in the air, which was enough to confirm the scene just now, and for a small fishing village in the East Daxia Sea like Shuangyue Village, it is already very rare to have millions of pirates. Who is it? Zoro grabbed Hedao UN 963 words around his waist with his backhand. As soon as the two of them stood firm, the words that fell into their ears shook their nerves. Chapter 386. He's so close that he doesn't even know he'll be beheaded. Please subscribe. However, as long as the system is there, Kuroba is not afraid no matter where it appears. What we need to do now is to check ourselves and see what methods we still have. After all, the posture of falling from the sky just now is very handsome, but the damage caused to oneself is also not small. However, this look made Kuroba feel helpless. The time travel just now caused too much damage to the internal organs, and the meridians of the body were also blocked. It is not easy to recover. Most importantly, there is an inexplicable restriction of the power of law in the body. It seems that the world recognizes itself. However, after Kuroba carefully identified it, he found that Brook's sanding sword technique was still retained in his memory. This is also a bit of comfort. Who are you? Sauron spoke again in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am, I'm just interested in the Wado Ichimonji on your waist. Kuroba smiled with interest. My sword? Are you also a swordsman? Zoro raised his brows and said with a war-loving smile. Want to compete? I haven't met a suitable opponent nearby for a long time. For Zoro, a road fool and a fighting maniac, Kuroba has undoubtedly become the most suitable opponent. Okay, but I need to borrow a knife first, Kuroba said frivolously. I don't even have a sword. You're really making me doubt your identity. I'm a Santo Ryu, so I don't have any extra swords to lend you. The smile on Zoro's face grew wider and he said, if you don't mind, you can borrow a sword from the gym in front, but I still agree with your courage from the bottom of my heart. In Soren's eyes, it was a bit too crazy for an unknown boy who appeared out of nowhere and didn't even have a sword to challenge the frightened pirate hunters. No, I only need that wooden sword. Kuroba glanced at Kushiro who was meditating behind Zoro. Ah, here, I only have a wooden sword, although there is no scabbard, it is enough. Kuroba's eyes locked on Zoro again, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Seeing this scene, Kushiro couldn't help but be startled, but still handed the wooden sword out to the doctor. Advertisement. He lowered his voice and said, Zarin, be careful, I feel that this young man is not simple. Teacher, you are still as cautious as ever. Sauron smiled even more playfully, pulled out the saber from his waist, and said, I also want to see how you can win me with a wooden sword. Let me see what you have, how capable. Let's start, okay. Kuroba smiled, clenched the wooden sword tightly with both hands, and stepped forward. The next moment, Zoro was startled, his pupils suddenly shrank, and Kuroba disappeared out of thin air. In front of his eyes, he could only vaguely see a group of black figures running towards him at great speed. Too fast. Kuroba's speed completely exceeded Zoro's imagination. The lightning speed figure seemed to have broken through the limitations of time and space, and came to Zoro in the blink of an eye. The wooden sword in Kuroba's hand flew out of the wind, and a dazzling light bloomed in the darkness. Yi Ming Song, straight through. The wooden knife was as fast as lightning, grazing Zoro's neck in an instant. Boom. 10 meters later, the rock wall exploded with a loud sound, and the sharp aura of the sword still lingered in the air. What a fast knife. Kushiro's expression suddenly changed. Even though Zoro was already mentally prepared, his face turned pale all of a sudden. Being forced to take a few steps back, Zoro felt a chill on his neck and blood dripping from his neck. Damn, you were so careless. Whoosh, Kuroba continued to dance the wooden sword. However, it seems that we finally met a suitable opponent today. Zoro's eyes lit up, and he bit Hedao Yuen with his backhand, and his awe-inspiring fighting spirit instantly ignited. The body leans forward slightly, and the muscles all over the body are tense to the extreme. Advertisement, 3 sword-style demon slaying. Boom. The overwhelming sword energy attacks Kuroba. This man's sword moves are too fast. Kushiro shouted loudly, his face changed dramatically, and he saw Kuroba walking out a few meters behind Zoro at some unknown time. The wooden knife clenched tightly in his hand was put away directly after dancing with the sword. Feeling the pain, Zoro staggered and almost fell to the ground. Must be resolved quickly. The tears in the clothes spread from the abdomen to the shoulders. Before Kushiro could react, a stream of money burst out from Zoro's chest. Looking at Zoro, it was as if he was frozen in place, and the energy surrounding the blade was completely gone. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through Kuroba's mind. The wooden sword clenched in his right hand slightly lowered to one side, and he stepped forward to stab out again. When did this famous figure appear in the East Daxia Sea? He was so close that he didn't even know he was being chopped down. Facing the changes on his body, his face suddenly turned pale. Baijay sanding arrow-tail chop. Kuroba took a deep breath and felt the soreness in his body. He was afraid that the aftereffects of time travel had not completely faded away. The elegant and light breeze stirred up. Whoosh. Zarin, be careful. Chapter 387 From a faraway place, please subscribe. No, I'm afraid these are not people from the East Daxia Sea, but only the legendary Great Waterway, right? A series of shocking thoughts flashed through Soren's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Sauron and obtaining 50 pieces of frost. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. In the world of Neptune, the more famous swords are divided into the good and quick swords with 50 skills, the great quick sword with 21 skills, and the supreme quick sword with 12 skills. Among them, the word, Wado, in Zoro's hand is one of the 21 tools of the great sword. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, possesses the black sword, the supreme knife 12. For the current Kuroba, the good sharp sword Frost given by the system is simply better than nothing compared to the soul death sword equipped by Brook. If he uses the soul sword to execute the blow just now, Kuroba believes that the speed can be increased several times. Brother, you have a sharp knife, and 353 is really powerful. I believe that if I give you a better weapon, you will be faster. Kushiro took the lead to put away the shock on his face and said. As the most mysterious gym leader in Neptune, and a samurai who bears the name of the Shigetsuki family of Wano country, Kushiro obviously still has a certain degree of vision. Looking at the smiling Kushiro in front of him, Kuroba frowned. It seems that he is a hidden master. Ahem, who are you? Zoro's eyes were locked on Kuroba, wanting to see him through. What just happened was so shocking that I was defeated instantly. The inscrutable swordsmanship of the man in front of me is so powerful. But he seems to have a stronger power. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth. I have lost count of how long it has been since I introduced myself to others. Beef. Once upon a time, as soon as Kuroba appeared, people in that world panicked and knelt down to beg for mercy. Okay, I remember you, and I will definitely defeat you next time. Advertisement for Sauron, on his way to becoming the world's best swordsman, he does not allow anyone to defeat him. The sword is gone. Kuroba looked at Kushiro who was helping to stop the bleeding. The wooden sword in his hand seemed to be flicked casually, but in fact it was attacking Kushiro with a vague sword energy. You're welcome. Kushiro caught it steadily, still with a smile on his face. It was as if nothing just happened. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and a smile flashed across his face. It's really hidden. Brother Kuroba, we don't know each other until we fight. Why don't we go to the gym to rest for a while? Kushiro supported Zoro and asked after driving, then let's go. Brother Kuroba, where did you come to our village from? Kushiro asked while serving tea. Kuroba took a sip of tea and looked towards the horizon. A very far away place. He spoke slowly. For people here, things in the previous world simply did not exist here. Kuroba was lost in thought. The system task has not been triggered yet, so we cannot wait here. Nowadays, we must first find what we left behind when we traveled through time. If the lost Lu Ren Ruohuo is found, his strength will be greatly restored. Has anyone found any weapons here recently? Kuroba asked. I haven't heard anyone say that little brother has lost any weapons, but you can look for it here. Kushiro replied with interest. After taking a short rest, Kuroba stood up and planned to leave. Advertisement, brother, if you need anything, just come and ask me, Kushiro said. Kuroba jumped out of the gym without looking back. Call Kuroba flew away at great speed. I ran all over the village but couldn't find anything left behind, let alone the shadow of Lu Ren Ruohuo. What? You also want to fight the pirates? Zoro just arrived and said with fighting spirit on his face. I heard that they came to seek revenge from my senior brother. They are the companions of Solis who was killed by my senior brother the day before yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuroba was the first to disappear. This is really like trying to find nowhere and a ship comes to your door. A kid ran into the gym in a panic and shouted. Kuroba's figure appeared in front of Kushiro again. Yes, but it's only a small fishing boat, not suitable for long voyages. The corners of his mouth were raised, as if looking at his prey. Master, there are pirates coming to Shuangyue village. The kid stopped and explained again, before Kushiro could react. This is the boss of Black Knife Solis. He has a huge axe, Taiwu, with a bounty of 8 million. That axe is made of fine steel and is very powerful. Oh, there is money coming to my door again, Zoro said with a war-loving smile. Kuroba frowned. Did these things fall overseas? Kuroba had just arrived at the beach and looked at the pirate ship, which was more than 10 meters in size and sailing in the distance. Are there any ships out to sea here? Kuroba asked. After thinking about it for a while, Kuroba decided to go back to find Kushiro. Kuroba's eyebrows were furrowed, and he became even more worried. Chapter 388 An Unexpected Encounter, please subscribe. What? You also want to fight the pirates? Zoro just arrived and said with fighting spirit on his face. This is the boss of Black Knife Solis. He has a huge axe, Taiwu, with a bounty of 8 million. That axe is made of fine steel and is very powerful. If you plan to ask for money, as a bounty hunter, I won't let you. And are you planning to rob me with your bare hands? Don't get me wrong, I just want the boat. I happened to pick up a knife on the island just now. Kuroba replied calmly, and touched his waist with his backhand, and the frost that had already materialized in the system fell into his hand. The white old scabbard reveals the flavor of time. The blade that was gently unsheathed gave people a feeling of hoarfrost and snow, adding an inexplicable chill. What a great sword. This should be Hanshuang with a random T-shaped blade among the 50 good swords. I didn't expect that brother Kuroba is not only excellent in swordsmanship, but also has extraordinary luck. He can also pick up such a famous sea in Shuei village, the famous sword. Kushiro rushed out in the distance, and was obviously shocked by the sudden extra saber in Kuroba's hand. However, when these words fell in Soren's ears, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He is a late-stage road idiot, but that doesn't mean he is naturally stupid. Of course I know the value of famous swords. If you just walk around, you can pick it up. This is cabbage on the street. Ehole, what are you talking nonsense here? How dare you ignore me? I'm here to take Soren's head. Anyone else who has nothing to do with me should get out of here, or we'll kill him together. A man about 3 meters tall, with a tall build and prominent muscles, like an iron tower, walked steadily to the deck of the ship. He held a giant axe nearly 2 meters high in his hand, and roared with a ferocious expression. I am the great pirate Tai Wu with a bounty of 8 million. The East Daxia Sea is known as the weakest sea among the 4 seas. There are very few pirates whose bounties can reach tens of millions. There are no tigers in the mountains and the monkey is the king. This is the norm in the East Daxia Sea. It seems that the gossip is over and the guests can't wait any longer. Kuroba nodded and looked at the approaching giant axe, Tai Wu Dao, with a smile. Advertisement, by the way, thank you for the ship. To show my sincerity, I will let you die without knowing it. The soft words drifted away, and Zoro's nerves and muscles tensed up like a conditioned reflex. Kuroba stretched out his hand and slowly touched Hanshuang's knife handle, leaned forward slightly, and took a step forward. The next moment, the self disappeared in place. Puff. Puff. Blood splattered. A shocking bloodstain appeared on the neck of the giant axe, Tai Wu. Waiting until Kuroba's figure passed over him and landed on the deck behind him. The head of the giant axe, Tai Wu, fell onto the boat with a bang and rolled several times before stopping. With his eyes wide open, he obviously couldn't believe that he was killed in an instant. The sudden scene plunged the deck of the huge ship into deathly silence. The great pirate with a bounty of 8 million on his head could not walk away to see him face to face. This was really shocking. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Run, Kong," broke the silence. A group of pirates reacted and immediately fled in a hurry, some even rolled and crawled. The boss has been killed in an instant, why should he take the blame? His life is at stake. Plop, plop. Please give me flowers. Suddenly, Kuroba was the only figure left on the deck. My ears were quiet for a moment. This little brother's strength is bottomless. Kushiro sighed as he looked at the back of Kuroba who was inspecting the ship. If you want to get a boat, you'll even kill the person, but this person's head was boarded first by the Swift. Zoro raised his forehead and said helplessly. Advertisement. Let's go and have a look. Kuroba here is meticulously inspecting the ship. Kacha. Who? Kuroba's alert eyes immediately locked onto the cabin where the noise was coming from. That's right, it's him. If you dare to touch his men, the boss of the ship will definitely snatch you away with an axe. The whole person flew towards the cabin. Nami threatened as she secretly moved to the door. Interesting, could there be someone else hiding in it? Kuroba's pupils shrank and he almost blurted out. Nami suppressed the fear in her heart and spoke, boom. Oh, is it the giant axe, Tai Wu? Kuroba's lips curled up slightly. Kuroba quickly grasped Hanshuang tightly and fell down with a strong step. The kid in front of him seemed ordinary, but the impact of the sword just now was too great. The next moment, Kuroba appeared in front of her. At this moment, Nami, who was dressed in black, was holding a sack to pack the gold and silver jewelry in the cabin. This voice seems familiar. Don't touch me, I'm a subordinate of the ship boss Tai Wu. Ah, who is it? Came the panic from deep inside the cabin. Isn't this Nami? Zero, the unparalleled sword energy instantly split the cabin door into 2, and it collapsed. Advertisement Chapter 389. I just need a navigator, please subscribe. That's right, it's him. If you dare to touch his men, the boss of the ship will definitely snatch you away with an axe. Nami threatened as she secretly moved to the door. These little moves are all in Kuroba's eyes. But Kuroba was very interested to see what this little girl could come up with. Nami watched Kuroba look at her in amusement. An inexplicable chill arose, and the clothes on his back were already soaked with cold sweat. This person is not easy to mess with. If I can't beat him, I will hide. Otherwise, I will end up dead. Nami's only thought now was to run and stay away from this seemingly harmless guy. As soon as Nami moved her body to the door, she suddenly burst out with amazing speed. He rushed out of the cabin and came to the deck where the tragedy had just occurred. A giant headless corpse about 3 meters long appeared in front of Nami. Ah, is this Tai Wu? Nami collapsed to the ground in fear. Paying attention to the dead-eyed Tai Wu head next to her feet, Nami's pupils trembled, and her body couldn't stop trembling. Why, you don't even recognize the boss's face. Kuroba slowly walked out of the cabin with a smile. The sound of stepping on the deck step by step, to Nami at this moment, seemed like the god of death approaching her. Nami was too frightened to speak. I happen to be short of a navigator on my ship. Do you want to join? Kuroba ignored Nami's fear and continued to laugh. Yes. Nami stuttered in reply, as if she had not yet emerged from the shadow of Tai Wu's beheading just now. But she still clearly felt that the smile on Kuroba's face contained a hidden murderous intent. Advertisement: if he doesn't agree, he will immediately end up having his neck wiped. Don't worry, as long as you serve as a good navigator for me, I will give you the money you want, Kuroba continued. Nami nodded hurriedly, but the bad ink in her stomach overflowed. At this moment, his vision dimmed, and two black shadows shrouded his head. Zoro and Kushiro fell slowly. Brother, when will we go to sea? Kushiro asked first. Right now, there's nothing missing on the ship. Kuroba looked at the ocean in the distance, wondering how many unknown things were waiting for him this time. By the way, take that head. I don't need it. Kuroba looked back, glanced at Zoro and said. Since you don't want it, then I'll accept it, Zoro said with a smile. While the three of them were chatting, no one noticed Nami beside them. Nami was making her own little calculations at this moment. When the time is right, they will immediately take away all the gold, silver and jewelry on the ship. This is closer to the goal of collecting 100 million belly. Redeeming the Sicilian village from the hands of the fishman Aaron is just around the corner. You want to go too? Kuroba smiled and glanced at Zoro again, not feeling surprise. Zoro's character is a fighting maniac, especially when he encounters swordsmen, and he was defeated by Kuroba for a while. If we don't regain our position, I'm afraid we won't give up. Advertisement: isn't it possible? You robbed my prey and also claimed the boat. You should take me for a ride. I also want to see if you know the legendary black knife. Zoro showed a hint of wariness. Smile. Looking at Zoro, who was determined to follow, Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly and said. Forget it, stay, but don't trouble me. This boat is not small. There are only 2 people on it, so it originally seemed deserted. Now that there is one more person, it will be more lively. However, as for Luffy, whether he will be short of 2 key crew members in the future is beyond Kuroba's control. It seems that you are all leaving, so we will see you later. If you have time, come back to Donghai and have a cup of hot tea. I will go back to the gym first. Kushiro patted the dust on his body, stood up and left. Seeing Kushiro disappear at the entrance of the village, Kuroba showed a look of pity. Kushiro has never drawn a sword in a fight, but he has the aura of a strong man about him. On the Great Waterway, it can stand alone. In the original work, in front of Zoro, he was shown how to use the Wano Sakura to cut the paper without breaking the paper. This alone is beyond the comparison of ordinary people. I have been staying in a small fishing village gym to teach people to practice swordsmanship. I'm afraid I have my own frustrations. 3.0. Let's go, Nami, go ahead. Zaran, go control the sail. Kuroba retracted his thoughts and turned to look at Nami, who was still sitting on the ground. Oh, I'll go now. Nami put her thoughts away and hurried away. Hey, why am I controlling the sail, not you? Zoro took a sip of the wine that he didn't know when he came from the ship and said with a slight displeasure. Because I am the captain. Kuroba grabbed the wine from the captain's hand and said, as a crew member, I don't work, but I am not qualified to drink. Let's go to the nearby islands first. Chapter 390. Trouble coming to your door, please subscribe. You? Zoro suddenly became angry. Normally, if someone dared to touch his wine, he would have already taken action due to his drunkenness. Unfortunately, looking at Kuroba with a warm smile in front of him, Zoro suddenly became discouraged. You can't fight, you can't rob, and you have to work hard without the free wine. This made him feel like he was on a pirate ship for the first time. I'm going, but please return the wine to me first. I can't use my strength without it. Zoro reluctantly took the wine back. The ship began to sway the rudder and set off, slowly leaving the birthplace where Kuroba traveled through time. A black shadow flashed out from behind the rocks on the shore. After the boat disappeared, the man picked up the phone. Bug 14. The boat moved slowly towards the sea. The seawater flows quietly, feeling the salty and humid sea breeze. At this moment, Kuroba felt completely relaxed for the first time since time travel. It seems that I understand why many pirates set foot on the Great Passage in the world of One Piece. I'm afraid in addition to looking for Roger's treasure, there is also something to feel the beauty of the ocean. According to intelligence, the island ahead is Gothic Island controlled by the pirate, Ironrod, Harita. We need to supply supplies before we can continue to move forward. Nami suggested, looking at Kuroba, who was deep in thought. Then let's go here. Kuroba agreed with a smile. Seeing Nami's face full of eagerness to try, he seemed to have guessed something. However, being on the same pirate ship, Kuroba also wanted to see what waves would come out next to relieve his boredom. Advertisement soon. The boat stopped next to an inconspicuous rock. The 3 of them went ashore and left, but agreed to return here tomorrow morning. Just as the 3 figures disappeared, several ships in the distance quickly approached. A large group of ferocious pirates came down. Jill, are you sure this is the boat the woman boarded? One of them, a burly pirate holding a giant sword in his hand, asked. It's definitely not wrong. I saw her get on the ship with my own eyes. In addition to her, there was an unknown boy and the bounty hunter Sauron. The pirate named Gil replied. Very good, we must not let her run away this time. But she has Zoro by her side. A thin pirate standing next to the giant sword pirate said. HMPH, so what? There are so many of us, are we still afraid of him? If we fight, I'll let him have a taste of my giant knife. Yes, there is strength in numbers. A group of pirates agreed. Kuroba here was standing on the tallest tower in the town with his eyes closed. After about half a minute, he opened his eyes slightly disappointed. His abilities are limited by the laws of the world, but he can still sense things like the blade Ruovuo and the 2 great elves. However, these inductions did not appear in the village, and it seemed that they were not on this island. It seems like a good show is about to take place. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and looked at the entrance of the town. At the same time, Nami rushed to the tavern with Taiwu's head to redeem the reward. Generally, official exchange channels are established in various branches of the Navy. It's just that some people with sensitive identities cannot come in and out openly. From this, some taverns or underground institutions charge a certain fee, pay the bounty in advance, and then go to the Navy branch to exchange for reward. Didn't we agree to charge 50% of the handling fee? Now you want 10%, which is not in line with the rules. Nami was furious, holding Taiwu's head and planning to leave. Advertisement is a money addict, the loss of a Bailey will make her heart aching. Boom. The tavern door was kicked aside. Nami looked up in shock. Haha, B*ch, you are indeed here. The giant sword pirate led a group of people into the tavern. Don't even think about running away this time. Don't get our money back, Jill shouted at the side. A group of pirates looked at Nami greedily, as if they would tear her apart in the next second. Nami sat on the chair and didn't dare to move. This enemy came to her door. Still gathered together 847. Not to mention escaping alive this time, I am afraid that I will really die without any body parts. Sister, I can't go back to Sicily village. Do it, don't talk nonsense with this B*ch. Otherwise the pirate hunter Zoro will meet you, and we will all have to hand over our lives here. The giant sword pirate took the lead in the attack. This time the pirate captain gathered together to find a place. There are indeed 7 or 8 people with bounties over 1 million, and there are even millions more. However, compared with the famous pirate hunters in the East Daxia Sea, they are nothing more than mediocre people. The only thing is a quick victory. The giant sword pirate took a long stride and was approaching from a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The blade that was clenched tightly in his hand was slashed head on under the cold light. Seeing this rapid offensive, Nami was stunned. Her stealing skills are good, but her on-the-spot combat experience is not as good as those of these pirate captains. The only thing he can do now is to raise the object in his hand to block. Chapter 391 The only shortcoming of me is that I am too protective of my shortcomings. Please subscribe. The giant sword pirate took a long stride, and was approaching from a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The blade that was clenched tightly in his hand was slashed head on under the cold light. Seeing this rapid offensive, Nami was stunned. Her stealing skills are good, but her on-the-spot combat experience is no match for these pirate captains. The only thing he can do now is to raise the object in his hand to block. Clang. The crisp sound of metal collision sounded without warning. Nami was stunned when she saw the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in front of her like a ghost and grabbed the blade casually. No, it should be said that everyone in the venue was stunned. Looks like I'm a bit unlucky. Before I even drank the wine, I ran into someone looking for trouble. Kuroba felt the tense atmosphere as soon as he stepped into the tavern. He doesn't like getting into trouble, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. He also has a small shortcoming of protecting his shortcomings. Aren't you the pirate hunter Roroa Zoro? The giant pirate suddenly woke up. He also didn't see clearly how Kuroba appeared here. However, when he thought about the unknown person in front of him and the large group of pirates behind him, he immediately shouted loudly. Boy, we want this B*ch. Get out of here, this is none of your business. Kuroba, save me, I'm your crew member. Nami suddenly became anxious. In Nami's eyes, Kuroba was taken advantage of. Advertisement. I plan to repeat the old trick, cheat 3 times and leave. However, it seems that now I can only bite the bullet and kneel down to lick it. My crew? It seems that it is no longer possible to ignore it, because my only shortcoming is that I am too protective of my shortcomings. Kuroba smiled warmly. The pirates present were stunned. They never thought that this unknown person would dare to be so calm in front of hundreds of pirates. The leader of the giant sword pirates, his face darkened, took the lead in roaring. What a kid. Since you want to die, don't blame us for being cruel and kill him together. Really? Let's get started. Kuroba responded with a warm smile, moved first, and disappeared from the place like a ghost. Whoosh! Before the pirate could react, everyone only felt a gust of wind blowing around them, and their necks felt cold. Puff, puff, wait until Kuroba lands on the chair behind them. Dozens of heads rolled to the ground with a bang. Blood splattered, and in an instant, this huge tavern became a murderous Shira hell. The entire tavern fell silent, and it seemed that the arrogant scene of the pirates just now disappeared. Nami's face was pale and beads of sweat were pouring down her face. This Shira-like scene severely impacted Nami's vision. Advertisement, the show is over. If you steal someone else's money, you should expect the consequences of being chased today. Zoro walked out from behind the screen, holding several bottles of wine in his hand. However, the look he looked at Kuroba was more of shock. Zoro is confident that he can defeat these pirates, but that doesn't mean he can be as quick and clean as Kuroba. You're just hiding behind to watch the show, and you didn't come out to save me just now? Nami gritted her teeth when she heard this. Didn't you call me to save you? I thought you could handle it alone? Zoro laughed dryly and said, Captain, come and have a drink. Leave this mess to money lovers to clean up, it's all Bailey. You, if it weren't for me, who could drive the boat to take you? Nami was so angry that she stamped her feet, but she still didn't forget to search for the money of these pirates. She had made a rough estimate just now. The total bounty for pirates here, including the Baileys hidden in Kokoja village, should be enough to meet the evil dragon's request of 100 million Baileys. Looking at the two people who were drinking at once, Nami clenched her fists and speeded up her work. The next day, the early morning sunshine was like gold. Zoro stretched and stood up. However, his face looked a little strange. He had never slept peacefully since he became a bounty hunter. He is half asleep and half awake at all times, Jows, and is on guard against any enemies making sneak attacks. Today, I feel hungover for the first time in a long time. Mo Fei feels safe because the so-called Captain Kuroba is here? Are you up? Let's go then. Kuroba sat aside, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said with a smile. If we make another night trip, I'm afraid we will have to swim out to sea. Swimming out in the sea? Do you think that little thieving cat tricked us? Zoro's alcoholism disappeared immediately and he hurried to the dock. Looking at the empty shore, the muscles in my cheeks were twitching. Kuroba, who followed closely behind, touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile. It seems that this little girl ran away in the middle of the night. Chapter 392 Dragon Paradise, please subscribe. Damn it, you ungrateful woman. Zoro cursed angrily. Where shall we go next? The Dragon Pirates, that little girl is right there. Kuroba smiled confidently. In the original book, the dragon and Nami agreed to redeem Cocoa West Village for 100 million belly. Now that Nami has collected enough money, she will definitely rush there non-stop. It seems that we have to find a boat first, and we have to stop in this village for a while, but the wine here is really delicious. Zoro's alcoholic nature showed up again. Thinking about finding a boat, he did not doubt Kuroba's judgment. It seemed that he subconsciously identified Kuroba as the so-called captain. Don't worry, guests are coming. Kuroba smiled, then looked behind the rock. Zoro followed Kuroba's gaze and noticed something was wrong behind the rock. There was a slight sound from behind the rock. Haha, 800 guests, how come they don't find anyone to stay with when they come to Gothic Island? Suddenly, a freckle-faced, fat, and extremely ugly woman walked out. The giant stick she carries on her back clearly shows her identity, Iron Rod. Arita. Do you also want to try what happened to the pirates yesterday? Kuroba sneered. Looking at the fat woman in front of me, I really can't believe that she later ate the slippery fruit and turned into a beautiful woman. Advertisement. It seems that these devil fruits bring great benefits to people, but they also have disadvantages. Once you fall into the sea or encounter a conch stone, you are no different from ordinary people. However, Kuroba still hopes to meet people with devil fruit abilities to challenge the huge power of this world. Oh no, brothers, I heard that you were going to the Dragon Pirates. If you don't mind, we can give you a ride. As Arita spoke, the fat on her face trembled. She didn't dare to mess with the two great gods in front of her. One was a bounty hunter famous in the East Daxia Sea, and the other, although unknown, was the culprit of everything that happened in the tavern last night. The current plan is to take them to the Dragon Pirates. The Dragon Pirates are not easy to mess with. Once they both lose, I will wait and reap the benefits. Zoro felt an inexplicable chill as he looked at Arita and looked at Kuroba, as if waiting for Kuroba's decision. Then it's time to work. Kuroba looked more at Arita's fat face covered with freckles. Arita may have some bad intentions in her heart when she is so flattering. However, the most important thing is to find Nami first before the soldiers come to cover up the water and the earth. In this way, Kuroba and Zoro boarded the pirate ship decorated with hearts and shells, heading towards the Dragon Paradise where the evil dragons were. At the same time, in the Dragon Paradise in Kokoja village. That's it, I'll go dig out the treasure that Nami has hidden in the village, and then we'll share it. The man in navy uniform said. Nami here never imagined that the treasure she had worked so hard to accumulate was coveted by these two people. Advertisement, Aaron, we made an agreement to redeem Cocoa West Village with 100 million belly. Nami always called the evil dragon, and Nami never had a good look at this person who harmed her village. Aaron is sitting on a gorgeous chair, nearly 3 meters tall. Even if he sits down and looks at Nami, he is like looking down at this ant. In his eyes, it is absolutely impossible for Nami to collect 100 million belly, let alone this Lieutenant Colonel Wei Mouse should also have obtained the treasure in the village. Seeing a group of Marines in the distance, especially Lieutenant Colonel Mouse at the front, Yi Zhang lowered his head and hurried on. Seeing the greetings from her companions, Nami just nodded and walked straight into the place where the evil dragon was. Kokoyashi village is finally free. From today on, you don't have to go to the village to collect money, and I won't do anything for the Dragon Pirates, Nami said very seriously. Hey, Nami, the sun rises from the west today. Why do you have time to come back? He didn't notice the smile on the corner of Lieutenant Colonel Mouse's mouth. From today on, I have nothing to do with this place, and all relations are over. Ha 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 ha, you're back? Did you collect enough 100 million belly? At this moment, she just docked the boat on the shore, and hurriedly got off the boat full of joy. People from the Navy, beef, can appear in this place where pirates gather, so they must be in cahoots with the pirates. Although Nami is also a cadre of the Dragon Pirates, in order to make money, Nami often disappears. The only way to know her whereabouts is to listen to the heroic deeds of thief cats, widely spread at sea. Ah ha ha ha, Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, happy to cooperate. The evil dragon on the side smiled cheerfully. Kruby, who was the first to notice Nami's figure, greeted her. Finally arrived at the Dragon Paradise. Nami stood at the gate of the Dragon Pirates' territory, looking at the Dragon Pirates' flag flying above her head, and breathed out heavily. Chapter 393. Let's go get the things back together, please subscribe. Ha 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 ha. How can you collect 100 million belly? Even if you collect enough, so what? If you want Cocoa West Village to be in peace, you must stay here to draw the sea map. The evil dragon laughed wantonly. For a person like Nami who has no strength, in the face of absolute power, the evil dragon dominates everything. You have never abided by our agreement, right? Nami suppressed her anger and stared at the unscrupulous person in front of her. Ha 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 ha, who would pay attention to such a boring decision? I advise you to go back to the village and have a look. The evil dragon laughed loudly, and he never paid attention to Nami's cold eyes. Nami turned away indifferently, back to the village where people once laughed and laughed. But what caught his eye was a fallen orange tree. What was once a scene of orange trees swaying in the wind is shattered. Nami realized something and rushed to the orange tree where the treasure was buried like crazy. What I saw was that the orange trees had been uprooted and the ripe oranges were scattered on the ground. A large pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and the treasure inside disappeared. Nami's pupils shrank and she looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. The dragon's words, "How can you collect 100 million belly?" rang in my ears, and the scene of Lieutenant Colonel Rad encountered on the shore flashed by. They stole it. Ah, ooh, all the grievances burst out in an instant, and Nami collapsed and knelt down crying. Suddenly a warm touch came from her head, and Nami's crying stopped abruptly. What's there to cry about? Let's go and get the things back together. Kuroba appeared in front of Nami like a ghost, reached out and touched Nami's head and said, "Advertisement. You little thief cat, you run pretty fast." Zoro, who was following behind, glanced at Nami and said without mercy. Nami was stunned by the appearance of the two people. He had deceived them, but the two men didn't say a word about it, and even said they would get the treasure back. At this moment, Nami felt a little moved in her heart. Okay, I'll lead the way. Nami stood up, dusted herself off, wiped her tears and snot, and returned to her usual serious look. This time, what they want to rob is the dragon pirates, who have a bounty of 20 million. I haven't used the sword properly since I got on the ship. It's time to practice my skills. A hint of excitement flashed across Zoro's face, and he looked at the dragon paradise in front of him and said, although as a bounty hunter, he must be excited to meet pirates, not to mention there is Hachi who knows the 6 sword style on the ship. You have to be careful and get the treasure back, Nami said worriedly. Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. Maybe Nami was worried about getting the treasure back. At this moment, Kuroba was not affected by the excitement and concerns of the two people at all, as if he just went in to have a meal. As soon as the three of them appeared at the entrance of the evil dragon paradise, the unscrupulous voice of the evil dragon rang in their ears. Haha, Nami. Why are you back? Huh? Isn't this Zoro, the famous bounty hunter in the East Daxia Sea? What kind of wind blew you away? Just as he was about to go out to look for Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, he met the evil dragon head-on. After all, he is also the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea, so what if he meets Sauron? In the eyes of the evil dragon, only Sauron can resist his own moves. Advertisement feeling the oncoming danger, Kuroba smiled slightly. In that case, I'll ask you to give me the money to flatter me. Kuroba raised the corners of his mouth and spoke out. Approaching Kuroba's front, it immediately opened its big mouth, revealing its sharp serrated teeth, and bit Kuroba. Normally when faced with the evil dragon's questioning, I would always be so frightened that I would break into a cold sweat. Kid, let me get rid of you first. Let you taste the consequences of arrogance. The evil dragon then noticed Kuroba behind Nami and said without any panic. Having this so-called captain around always gives people an inexplicable sense of security. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil dragon took the lead and rushed towards Kuroba. Point 0. Looking at the ugly face of the evil dragon, I wished I could go up and tear him apart. The next second, Kuroba disappeared on the spot and sat on the dragon's seat like a ghost. Huh? Nami. Who is this? You are so loud. Don't kneel down and beg me to let you go later. Nami noticed the playful smile on the corner of Kuroba's mouth, as if he had realized something, and now she felt more confident. This time I was able to stand up and defy the dragon, probably because Kuroba is here. Come and grab it if you can. If nothing happens, don't block the way. The evil dragon continued to laugh wantonly. Knowingly asking, Aaron, give my money back, Nami said angrily. HMPH, I'm afraid you'll be the one begging us when the time comes, Nami said confidently. Nami cast a hopeful look at Kuroba. Chapter 394. Kill the evil dragon, please subscribe. The evil dragon was startled for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, then he stopped his body and stopped firmly at the door. He turned to look at Kuroba, who was leisurely and at ease, in disbelief. This man was so fast that it was impossible to see how he escaped. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. When did someone like you appear in the East Daxia Sea? A trace of solemnity flashed across the evil dragon's face. Iron teeth skill. The evil dragon rushed towards the sitting Kuroba again, more than twice as fast as before. He quickly took out the sharp teeth in his mouth and swung them at Kuroba as a weapon. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hands to tighten the frost around his waist. 727. Suddenly a majestic fighting spirit spread out with Kuroba as the center. The night light runs straight through. The sharp sword energy swept towards the evil dragon, causing the evil dragon to feel fear. But he couldn't lose to the unknown kid in front of him, so he used all his strength to attack Kuroba. When, the saber teeth collided, blooming with dazzling light. The next second, click, the evil dragon's expression changed and he realized something was wrong. The sharp serrations of the evil dragon shattered in response, causing him to take a few steps back before he stabilized his body. "Captain, let me come." Yotsuba, who heard the noise, hurried out and saw the fighting scene. "Hey, that octopus monster, your opponent is me." Zoro looked at Xiaohachi, who appeared excitedly, his war-hungry nature showing again. "As a swordsman of the 3-sword style, I never let go of a swordsman who knows the 6-sword style." As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro took the lead and rushed towards the villain who had not yet reacted. Advertisement: a fierce battle between swordsmen took place again. And here Kuroba is playing hide and seek with the dragon. The dragon used its sharp serrations and powerful jaws to bite Kuroba like crazy. But every time success is imminent, Kuroba will disappear out of thin air, so fast that no one can catch it. The park has been torn to pieces by the evil dragon, and Nami has long been missing, probably to steal the treasure. After walking around the park several times, Kuroba finally stopped. "It's over." Kuroba turned to look at the gnashing dragon, tightened his grip on Hanshuang again, and took a step forward. Arrowtail cut. The evil dragon felt a cold wind blowing towards his face. Kuroba appeared behind him like a ghost. Thorn. A wound extending from the shoulder to the stomach suddenly appeared on the evil dragon's body. The next moment, blood spurted out. Boom, the evil dragon's body trembled and fell down, looking at Kuroba like a devil. There was still a sharp aura of swords in the air, and the entire paradise seemed to fall down in the next second. "How is that possible? You. Who are you?" The evil dragon covered his wound and looked at Kuroba warily. "You don't deserve to know." Kuroba put away the frost and glanced at the defeated dragon. The evil dragon in the original book was originally greedy, cruel, and discriminatory against humans, and now this look is just right. "Kuroba, look what I found." At this moment, Nami was dragging out a large box of treasures, with uncontrollable excitement on her face. Kuroba took it and helped his forehead. He was indeed a little thieving cat. Advertisement: when Nami realized the defeated evil dragon on the ground, her eyes were full of greed. "It seems that what is in front of me is not a dragon, but 20 million yuan of money in front of me. Nami. I am your boss, and Kokoja village is still in my hands." The evil dragon attempts to use the village to stop Nami again. "What a pity, no one will care about you if you die," Nami sneered. The evil dragon didn't expect that his life would be understood like this. Boom, a knocked-out octopus crashed into the park. Kuroba realized something and immediately exited the park with Nami in his arms. Boom. In an instant, the entire paradise collapsed, and all the pirates hiding inside were crushed. Suddenly there was a sound from the ruins, and octopus hands penetrated out. Yotsuba, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, immediately climbed out and ran away without looking back, disappearing into the ruins. Ding dong. Please host go to Rog Town immediately and you will receive system rewards. The long-lost system sound sounded. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and a smile flashed on his face. That town, known as the beginning and ending town, is the island closest to the entrance of the Great Channel. It seems that this journey will be exciting. "Hey, it's so unlucky that I ran away after being defeated," Sauron said helplessly as he followed closely. Hey, can you hit us accurately? The whole park almost crushed us to death just now." Nami scolded angrily from the side. "What are you afraid of when Kuroba is here?" Zoro retorted. Nami was speechless now. It is true that every time there is danger, Kuroba can solve it easily. It is a good thing that he can follow such a captain. "Ah, you two helped me find my treasure quickly." Nami realized that her treasure was trapped under the rubble, and she felt hardened for a moment. Chapter 395: Arriving at Rog Town. Please subscribe. "Ah, you two helped me find my treasure quickly." Nami realized that her treasure was trapped under the rubble, and she felt hardened for a moment. Kuroba, who was interrupted from contemplation, reluctantly became a treasure carrier. On this day, the dragon pirates were destroyed, and the news disappeared, causing an uproar among the world government and many pirates. Who would have thought that this was the work of only 3 people? Pulu. Hey, what's the matter? Smoker picked up the phone casually, crossed his legs, and the cigar flickered in his mouth. Lieutenant General. The dragon pirates were destroyed by the dragon pirates in Dragon Paradise. The operator on the phone bug's side shouted in panic. "Oh, who stewed these 14 groups of fish?" Smoker put away his cynicism and asked doubtfully. On the Grand Waterway, it is not surprising for pirate groups to be wiped out. However, it is indeed a strange thing that the dragon pirates, as the overlord of the East Daxia Sea, were wiped out in their own territory in the East Daxia Sea. I heard that some fishermen witnessed 3 people leaving from the dragon pirates, an unknown man, and the thief cat, Nami. But the third one seemed to be the bounty hunter Suo Long. Snapped, HMPH. It's this guy again, but when did his ability rise so fast? Smoker took a deep breath on his cigar, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and fell into deep thought. In his eyes, as a bounty hunter, Zoro killed pirates by force. However, it is a bit surprising that one person uprooted the dragon pirates. At this moment, Smoker completely ignored the unknown man, but little did he know that in the days to come, this man would be the most troublesome existence for him. Advertisement: the trio here just finished harvesting the dragon pirates' treasure and returned to the ship. Hey, you two, do you want to come to my house for dinner? Nami suddenly asked. Huh? You don't want to get us drunk, and then repeat the trick and continue running away, right? Zoro said with an unhappy look on his face. You haven't been properly punished for what happened last time, and now you plan to do it again. Although Zoro is a road fool, he is not ambiguous when it comes to deceiving others. Ah, no, I'm sorry about what happened last time, because your help finally made us in the village no longer under control. I really want to thank you. Nami lowered her head and said apologetically. That's no need. From now on, you can just be a good navigator for me, Kuroba suddenly spoke. In the original book, Nami is a genius in the navigation industry. If she can be used by me, it will be an extra guarantee on this waterway, which will save a lot of trouble. Okay, then where are we going now? Nami immediately returned to her navigator state. Let's go to Rog Town first. Kuroba's lips curled up, as if he was full of expectations for the journey ahead. Rorog Town? Do you want to enter the Great Channel? Sauron asked with a shocked look on his face. Does entering the Grand Channel mean that we can meet Hawkeye Mihawk sooner? The man known as the strongest swordsman in the world would have to compete with him sooner or later. We'll talk about it when we get to Rog Town first. Kuroba raised his eyebrows. It's not like he hasn't thought about entering the Grand Channel. After all, the things left behind are unknown where they are, so the chance of finding them is probably greater if he goes there. After hearing Captain Kuroba's words, the two of them were doubtful, but they had already recognized Captain Kuroba in their hearts, and each began to prepare for their own work. Advertisement in this way, the large pirate ship carrying the master slowly left this beautiful Kokoja village. Not long after, we saw the town of Rog located on the edge of the Great Waterway from a distance. Nami, dock the ship at a hidden spot. There are many pirates here. If you go too far, the ship will be stolen, Kuroba said seriously. No problem. Nami quickly ran to sail the boat. It seems that after what happened in 940 Kokoja village, Nami is really trying her best to be a navigator. Hey, this time I want to taste all the fine wines in Rog Town. Soren's alcoholic nature showed up again. Kuroba rubbed his forehead helplessly. Dong dong. Three people walked slowly down from the deck. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task in Rog Town and unlocking the armed domineering spirit. Kuroba raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth, feeling instantly happy. Who will accompany me to exchange money? I'm afraid I'll meet an enemy like last time, Nami asked hopefully, carrying a box containing 2 heads. Don't look at me, I'm going to drink. If you have anything to do, let's talk about it after drinking. Zoro refused first. Then, what do you think? Nami cast Kuroba's hopeful gaze. I'll go with you, Kuroba agreed without hesitation. Chapter 396. Being targeted, please subscribe. Who will accompany me to exchange money? I'm afraid I'll meet an enemy like last time, Nami asked hopefully, carrying a box containing 2 heads. Don't look at me, I'm going to drink. If you have anything to do, let's talk about it after drinking. Zoro refused first. Then, what do you think? Nami cast Kuroba's hopeful gaze. I'll go with you, Kuroba agreed without hesitation. Not to mention wanting to test the power of armed domineering in this world, not to mention that as a captain, you have to protect your crew. Then let's go. Here, help me carry the box. I'm going to buy some things by the way. Nami assigned Kuroba a task without politeness. Kuroba smiled helplessly, reached out to take the box, and followed Nami. Pulu Pulu, Lieutenant General Smoker, we discovered that the 3 men who formed the Dragon Slayer pirates arrived in Rog Town. Oh, it's interesting. Let me go and meet them. Kuroba here is strolling in Rog Town. Along the way, Rog Town was bustling with excitement, shouts, and naval patrols patrolled through the crowd. But in some hidden corners, there is an endless stream of pirates. It seems that in Rogue Town, the presence of the Navy and pirates has created a stable situation. Kuroba secretly figured out the reason why there were so many pirates in Rog Town, but they were able to keep their stripes intact. Advertisement, it's right here, hurry in. Nami stopped, looked at the inn in front of her with bright eyes, and walked in first. Kuroba walked in slowly carrying the box. As soon as they stepped into the door, a group of pirates inside all looked out, and they immediately became alert. I saw a little girl of 15 or 16 coming in, followed by a man I had never seen or heard of. The sense of vigilance suddenly dissipated, and the gangsters became angry, and some even whistled. Little girl, come and play with me. A tall pirate with green snake tattoos on his arms asked wantonly. A group of pirates laughed even more wildly when they heard this, and their eyes scanned Nami's figure unscrupulously. Although Nami is only 15 or 16 years old, her figure has developed very well. Needless to say, Nami in the later stages is a presence that makes people bleed from the nose. Nami ignored the gangster words of a group of pirates, and seemed to be used to the unscrupulous looks in her eyes, and came to the bar as if nothing had happened. Boss, there's a big deal coming, Nami said. Which unlucky guy? Let's agree on a 10% handling fee first. A thin and frail old man in front of him asked. If you really treat him as an old man with no fighting skills, then you are really the unlucky guy. Being able to open a tavern in Rog Town not only prevents pirates from causing trouble, but is also very lively. Such courage is not ordinary, owned by others. What? 10%? What's the difference between this and robbing money? Nami cursed indignantly. There are so many pirates in Rog Town, so many people exchange money every day, and the Navy is stationed here. I can't take 10% too much, the old man said righteously. But as Nami, who regards wealth as her life, this 10% handling fee is no different than killing her. Advertisement. The 2 men then had a heated discussion, and then Kuroba raised his eyebrows unconcernedly. As he walked in, Kuroba discovered that among the many pirates, there were some with bounties worth millions, or even tens of millions, but they all worked in their own separate ways, as if they didn't want to start a war to attract the Navy's attention. Kuroba, bring it up. Nami interrupted Kuroba's thoughts. The old man who just looked sad said with a wide smile. The two of them secretly didn't know what agreement they had reached, and they looked at the old man with impatient expressions. Kuroba placed the box flat on the bar and opened it, and immediately the stench of corpses came out. The pirates around him covered their noses, but they still glanced over. Ah, here, there is him? The old man looked at the head of the evil dragon in front of him in shock. The pirate who heard the sound suddenly took a breath and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. I'd like to ask, did you do this? The old man asked, Li Hao, cautiously. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. At this moment, Nami didn't want Kuroba to attract too many people's attention and avoid causing more trouble. Okay, Grandma, let me take inventory. The old man put away the box excitedly and immediately counted the money. Just like that, Kuroba and Nami left the tavern carrying 2 large bags of Bailey, leaving everyone feeling envious and jealous. News that people from the Dragon Slayer pirates appeared in Rog Town quietly emerged. The Navy originally stationed in Rog Town also quietly took action. In the huge Rog Town, there was an oppressive feeling that the storm was coming. Chapter 397 The Third Generation of Onikiri, please subscribe. What do you mean? What's going on with these people? They look like ghosts when they see us. Nami frowned and asked in confusion. Just now, the bustling streets disappeared in an instant as Nami and Kuroba stepped in, and people seemed to be avoiding something. There were only 2 figures left in the entire street, and Nami's questions echoed endlessly in this empty street. Maybe we look too scary, Kuroba said jokingly. How is it possible? I am a beautiful girl of a young age, not only a beautiful girl in the country, but also a flower on this island, right? Nami said angrily, then she thought about it and smiled, but this is true. Okay, I'm still worried about someone robbing us of our money. After all, 2 big bags of Baileys look very criminal, so now there's no need to worry if no one is around, ha ha ha. Kuroba looked at Nami's happy figure and raised his forehead humbly. I'm afraid that everyone has already known about the money exchange just now. It's normal for people to hide, but some people may not be able to bear it and want to show their faces. Although he understood the existence of dark waves in this quiet atmosphere, Kuroba still couldn't bear to break Nami's happiness. After all, his crew had to protect her no matter what. Hey, Zoro, get up quickly and help move things. Nami, who was walking in front, was the first to find Zoro sitting at the door of the tavern. If it hadn't been for what you two caused, would I have been kicked out of the tavern? Zoro said with great dissatisfaction. Nami looked at Zoro, who seemed drunk but not drunk, and the latter then said, the fact that you exchanged the bounty for the evil dragon has been so popular that all these shops have closed their doors and stopped accepting customers, for fear that you would not come to the door. No. Here, isn't there anyone here to grab things? Nami hugged a large bag of BEFD tightly and asked worriedly. Hey, you woman, you don't even care about your own life first, and you still have the time to worry about these little money? Advertisement. The two started arguing with each other, and Kuroba in the back expressed his helplessness. He really didn't understand how Luffy could endure the crew being so noisy. Oh no, Luffy was the noisiest one. Let's go, let's take it. Kuroba's words interrupted the quarrel between the two, and then he stuffed a large bag of Baileys and gave it to Zoro. Hey, this Kuroba looked at Zoro with a sharp look, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Zoro immediately shut up and stopped talking. He couldn't be beaten, and he couldn't escape. Who asked him to rely on someone else? Zoro followed Kuroba with a depressed look on his face. Later he became a coolie. Smoker here appeared at the entrance of Rog Town with Dasky and others, threatening to liquidate the pirates who sneaked ashore recently. A large group of Marines poured into this bustling town, shocking the pirates and panicking, like rats crossing the street being chased and beaten. As soon as the trio reached the corner of the street, an inconspicuous weapons store suddenly appeared. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This is Ipponmatsu's shop in the original book. Zoro got both of his swords here." A plan came to mind. "Zoro, do you need a sword?" Kuroba asked with a smile. "No need, it's hard to find a sword in this world. Let's go in and take a look first." Kuroba walked into the weapons store first. Nami and Zoro followed without understanding. Advertisement. There was no one in the shop, but the dazzling array of knives attracted Zoro's attention. "Where is Ipponmatsu?" Kuroba shouted. Come, do you want to see something?" Ippon-san came out from the curtain and ran out with a playful smile. "Don't you want to do this anymore? Hurry up and entertain the guests." A deafening soprano sounded from behind the door, and Ipponmatsu touched his head in embarrassment. "I want that Sandaiki Tetsu," Kuroba said without thinking. "What? Ahem, you were the first person to ask for that sword. You should know that it is a demon sword. I'm afraid you will lose your life, but the price is negotiable," Ipponmatsu exclaimed, and then showing his greed for money. "I will definitely get what I want. How about making a bet? Do you dare?" Kuroba said on a whim. Come on, what's the bet?" Ippon-san's competitive spirit was aroused. "I'm going to test the sword with my own body. If there are any scars on my body, I will lose. I can do whatever the conditions require," Kuroba said with confidence. "This Oni Toru is so sharp, how can it have no scars? If you lose, I want..." Ipponmatsu looked at the young man in front of him, and suddenly glanced at the saber on Zoro's waist behind him, and his pupils shrank. He asked in disbelief. Then, is that the word Wado? Kuroba raised his eyebrows and hummed. I want that one. Ipponmatsu stared at Wado Ichimonji greedily, as if this was his sword in the next second. Absolutely not. Zoro stretched out his hand and gripped the handle of the knife tightly, saying with a serious face. No problem, Kuroba said decisively, giving Zoro a firm look. Chapter 398 Two Knives as a Gift, please subscribe. No problem, Kuroba said decisively, giving Zoro a firm look. Kuroba's strong courage made Zoro agree. With Kuroba's skills, it is certainly easy to conquer a mere demon sword. Then come. Kuroba reached out and took the third-generation Kitetsu. The moment he touched it, he felt that this sword contained unusual evil nature. Without waiting for anyone to react, he quickly unsheathed the sword and threw the shining blade upright onto the roof. Ah, this! Ipponmatsu cried out in horror, hardening. In an instant, Kuroba's whole body was covered in jet black, like a steel giant. The third-generation Guteru's blade hit Kuroba's body and was immediately bounced away, and then quickly inserted into the floor, reaching the handle of the knife and stopping. You can actually be armed and domineering? Ipponmatsu's eyes almost dropped, with a look of disbelief on his face. Even Zoro on the side couldn't calm down for a long time, wondering how strong this man was. This sword is given to you. They say that a sword will recognize its owner. I haven't seen such a strong swordsman for a long time. Ipponmatsu changed his initially greedy face and said very sincerely. Thanks, but I still need a knife. Ipponmatsu thought for a while, seemed to have made up his mind, and ran back to the room and took out a knife. The blade is a black lacquered sword, and the blade is a small T-shaped blade with a random edge. This is Yukizage, Ipponmatsu introduced seriously. Advertisement, this is Yukizai, one of the 50 skills of the good sword. Zoro stared at the knife placed on the table. Even Kuroba next to him could feel the urge to have it as his own. This is a family heirloom in our store. It is suitable for a more powerful swordsman to lead the world, so this sword is given to you. Ipponmatsu looked at Kuroba in front of him with longing. Thank you very much, see you later. Kuroba put away the two knives skillfully and left the shop without looking back. As soon as he stepped out of the threshold, Nami's chattering voice sounded in his ears. Oh my god, that's amazing. I got two good swords without spending any money. These two swords look expensive. Nami's eyes instantly showed the characters, $. Put it away, but it would be better if these two swords can be used by me. The effect of the main stream will be stronger. Zoro looked at the two swords in Kuroba's hand with a burning light. One is the demon sword 3rd generation Kitetsu, and the other is Yukizaru, one of the 50 cool swords. Owning either one is enough to drive the pirates crazy. Suddenly, Kuroba stopped, turned around and looked at Zoro, and said seriously, these two swords can be given to you as a gift for boarding the ship, but from now on, you will be my crew member. Huh, why not? Zoro took the two swords and looked at them like treasures, not forgetting to say, tisk, 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 what a good sword. Kuroba used his mind to survey the surroundings. There was a hidden murderous intention hidden in the invisible smoke, and at least several hundred Navy were ambushing him secretly. Seeing Zoro's expression of admiration, a smile flashed across Kuroba's face. Just hide it later. Kuroba gave Nami a reassuring look. Nami seemed to have grasped the straw of fate. The inexplicable inner panic calmed down, and she nodded. In an instant, a group of Marines quickly surrounded Kuroba and others and stood ready to confront them. Advertisement, I was just worried that I had no place to use these two swords, but now the opportunity has come to my door. Zoro showed a war-loving look on his face, looking eager to try. Dasky, don't talk to them. The entire army is listening to the order. They will all be captured alive by me later. Smoker snorted coldly and gave the order without hesitation. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke appeared all around, sweeping through the entire town like a hurricane. Are you the ones who killed the dragon pirates? A slender figure suddenly appeared in the smoke. What? Doesn't our strength not allow it? Zoro raised the corner of his mouth, and the war-loving glare in his eyes became more and more intense. Although he earned the title of Little Thieving Cat at sea, he had never been surrounded by so many Navy before. Ah, there are too many people in the Navy, how can we escape? Nami hugged Bailey tightly in her arms, but her body couldn't help trembling. Smorg. Nami looked at the figure getting closer and closer in the smoke in horror. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed a bit late to come now. It seemed that the Navy was not very efficient. For a 3 swordsmen like Zoro, having a good sword can greatly increase his speed and strength, not to mention 2 good swords. Haha. A man's laughter came from the smoke, please give me flowers. What's more, now that I'm holding so many Baileys, I'm too conspicuous. It seemed that Smoker was well prepared for this move. Chapter 399 How can you be domineering? Please subscribe. Zarin, why don't you stay in this barren place in the East Daxia Sea and why do you come to Rog Town? Are you going to enter the New World too? Smoker took a puff of his cigar and asked with great dissatisfaction. To a certain extent, Sauron, as a gold hunter, and the Navy should not be in a hostile situation. Both parties are catching pirates. Although one is for money and the other is for justice. I can stay wherever I want. What? Is it in your way? Zoro said with a sarcastic smile. Haha, I'm afraid that if you get on the pirate's ship, it won't be as simple as a fight. Smoker looked at Kuroba behind Zoro. He had just met the group in 373, and he had already felt something unusual about the silent man. It seemed that there was huge power hidden in this seemingly inconspicuous body. Wait, this can't be a big pirate, right? Smoker thought to himself. Please tell me your name. Daisuke immediately understood what his boss meant and shouted righteously. Kuroba. The deep voice rippled in the place surrounded by the navy, making people unconsciously look at the man who had always been silent. A pair of sharp eyes were staring at the people present, the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed, and his expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what this person was thinking. Huh? Never heard of it. If you want to go to the New World, I advise you to get out of here, Smoker said without politeness. As soon as he heard this unheard name, Smoker immediately felt relieved and his tone became more unrestrained. So what if I go? What if I don't go? What can you do to me? Kuroba sneered. Smoker has always hated pirates. In the original book, in order to chase Luffy, he entered the Grand Channel. Wouldn't it be more fun to follow him with multiple tails? The sound was not loud, but it shocked people at this moment. It simply defied the authority of the Navy. HMPH. Stop talking arrogantly. Any pirate who wants to enter the New World from here will be killed without mercy. Smoker's face darkened. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker's entire body turned into a burst of white smoke and shot out towards Kuroba. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Kuroba appeared in front of him in an instant. As a user with the natural devil fruit ability, this distance is fleeting. White fist. Smoker's body instantly materialized, and his right hand was still in the shape of smoke. He looked at Kuroba's face and swung it away. Kuroba. Nami seemed to realize something and screamed immediately. This exclamation lifted Zoro's heart. Although Kuroba's performance was really strong before, he has never faced the Navy head-on, not to mention that the opponent now is still a Navy captain. Daisuke and the rest of the Navy did not dare to show their anger, as if they were waiting to see blood splattering in the next second. At this moment, Kuroba's eyes were slightly lowered, calmly facing the murderous intent that was coming his way. But the next second, Kuroba disappeared in front of Smoker and suddenly appeared behind Smoker. What? Bang! Smoker stopped unexpectedly, but the fist energy that came with it still cracked the ground. Sneak attacks are not fun. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth, raised his foot with a little force, and kicked Smoker on the back. Smoker, who had just stabilized his body, had no time to think about it, and his whole figure flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Advertisement. Bang. It hit several houses in a row before stopping, and the whole person was buried in the rubble. The terrified cries of villagers came from the surroundings, and then they saw the backs of a group of people fleeing in panic. How is that possible? Daisuke immediately rushed towards the ruins, her hurried figure showing her worry at the moment. This, who is this? Oh my god, the colonel was kicked away. Am I blind? How is this possible? At this moment, a group of marines exploded, and the circle that originally surrounded the Kuroba people expanded instantly. Haha, there are two brushes. A voice came from the ruins. Smoker stood up and patted his already tattered Navy uniform, which was stained in several places. It's impossible for something like this to happen this time. Smoker's face was ferocious, and the bright red in his eyes became more and more intense. The next second, white blast. Smoker's whole body turned into smoke, and the scope of the smoke expanded rapidly, hitting Haley with rapid force. Kuroba's arm domineering energy instantly covered him. A right hand like a dragon's claw grabbed Smoker one. Freeze neck like lightning, and fatally locked the opponent's throat with one move. Under the glare of everyone's eyes, the Navy captain was actually caught with his bare hands. This scene shook everyone's nerves. Ahem, you. How can you be so armed and domineering? Smoker looked at Kuroba, who was so close in disbelief. As a person with natural fruit abilities, he knows that unarmed hockey can never be attacked in the elemental state. Looking across the entire ocean, there are very few people with armed domineering energy, but today I met an unknown man. Chapter 400. Being targeted by the Navy, please subscribe. At this moment, Kuroba's face was stern and calm, as if he was not the one fighting. Smoker tried to struggle, using all his strength, trying to open Kuroba's hand. But this hand was like a shackle, motionless, and even exerting slight force, his breathing became increasingly unsmooth. A good dog stays out of the way. I'll let you go this time. Kuroba waved his hand as if throwing away garbage. Before anyone could react, a black figure was thrown over, and there was the sound of friction between the body and the ground. Smoker lay on the ground like a bereaved dog, gasping for air. Let's go. Kuroba walked away without looking back. The naval circle that was originally surrounded by Kuroba as the center suddenly made way for Kuroba as he walked in. It was as if he was looking at a devil, and he didn't dare to let out his breath. When Nami and Zoro saw this, they hurriedly followed. 14. It felt so good to be protected by a big brother. Ahem. Ahem, I will definitely catch you. Smoker's indignant voice came from behind. But the only response was Kuroba's cold back. Whispers came from the army, as if they were laughing at Smoker's incompetence. Smoker looked over with a sharp look, and the conversation stopped abruptly. This time I was really embarrassed. I will never let that be ********* D go next time. Military doctor, hurry up and bandage it. Daisuke hurriedly ran over to help Smoker up, and continued to curse the pirates. Who are these people? Pirates are all hateful. The Navy here was rejected, and the three Kuroba people over there were walking leisurely. I was so handsome just now. Looking at Smoker's charcoal face, it's so cool. As soon as they arrived at Hiko, Nami couldn't hold back and started nagging. Advertisement. If we had just plundered their money, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Looking at Nami's money-obsessed look, Kuroba sighed helplessly. Life is the most important thing, don't think about money all day long. That's right, every time you see wealth, you will lose your life, right? Zoro agreed for the rare time. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, and a smile flashed across his face. It seemed that Zoro completely regarded him as one of his crew members. Hey, of course life is important. You are both around anyway, so there's no reason not to protect me, right? Besides, I'm a navigator. Nami yelled arrogantly as you couldn't even get out of the sea without me. Kuroba and Zoro rubbed their foreheads helplessly. One couldn't sail, the other was a road idiot, and Nami really caught his pigtails. Suddenly Zoro stopped, with a serious look on his face, as if he was struggling with something. Kuroba looked at Zoro with interest, wondering what Zoro was thinking. Kuroba, how did you learn your armed hockey? Zoro asked cautiously. If you want to learn, just ask and I can teach you. Kuroba's lips raised a trace of amusement. On the Great Channel, there are very few people who are armed with hockey. Once they have it, their strength and defense will be improved to several levels. Especially when dealing with people with natural fruit abilities like Smoker, they are simply their nemesis. Report to the colonel. Kuroba and a group of people boarded the ship and left Rog Town. The direction they're heading is the entrance to the new channel. Pack up and prepare to go to the new channel, Kuroba said without doubt. It's really exciting. Zoro stared into the distance, as if thinking about something. Advertisement. No problem. I heard that the bounty for pirates in the new channel is higher. Nami seemed to have seen a lot of Baileys waving to her. Poor Ooper. Kuroba suddenly felt a chill, feeling inexplicably chilled by being looked at by an old man like this, and regretted making this suggestion. Smoker was half leaning on the sofa, the cigar 550 in his mouth flickering. There were several wounds bandaged on his body. The pinch marks on his neck had not faded. The tattered navy uniform on the ground reminded him of what had just happened. What? But then I felt relieved when I thought about it. It was so rare for someone to be willing to teach me armed domineering. The eyes he looked at Kuroba were full of gratitude and passion. A high-level government office. Bah, the phone bug cut off contact. When the Navy issues a wanted order, I see you can't escape anywhere, Smoker secretly rejoiced. I will send someone to investigate this matter before making any plans. You should heal your injuries first, recover your strength as soon as possible. Rog Town has not been peaceful recently. When Zoro heard Kuroba clearly state his purpose, his face turned red and he nodded awkwardly. Yes, I think he must be arrested immediately, otherwise there will be another big pirate in the new channel in the future, Smoker said with a serious face. Hey, where are we going now? Nami interrupted abruptly. He. I will catch him after he goes in. Continue to pay close attention to their schedule. What? He defeated you with one move. A huge figure jumped up from the chair. Damn it. With Kuroba's strength, entering a new channel will cause huge waves. If we don't catch him now, he will definitely be a terrifying existence in the future. No, we must report it to the government immediately and arrest Kuroba. This kind of person must not be allowed to grow. Chapter 401 Encountering Luffy by chance, please subscribe. Kuroba here had no idea that he would be noticed by senior figures in the Navy. Oh my god, there seems to be a pirate ship ahead. Nami shouted in horror from the bow of the ship. Interesting, we met pirates before we entered the Great Channel. Zoro looked at the pirate ship ahead with eagerness. Kuroba looked at the pirate ship in front of him in confusion. Why does this ship look so familiar? It's such a big ship. There are fish-shaped bows on both ends of the ship. Wait, isn't this the sea restaurant Barati? Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was about to meet Sanji. He really wanted to taste the taste of this restaurant on the sea. Go there to eat, Kuroba said. What? Nami and Zoro exclaimed in unison, turning back in confusion. Seeing Kuroba's confident look on his face, he swallowed the words he wanted to ask. This is a pirate ship. It doesn't make sense to go to other people's territory to eat in an open and honest manner. Sensing the shock of the two, Kuroba smiled disapprovingly. Here, I guess I'll find multiple friends for them. At this moment, the sea restaurant Barati is very busy, and a group of pirates are drinking and singing here. Come on, this is the wine sent from Guy Island Bar. Zeppu walked out of the kitchen holding a large bucket of wine. Hey, old man, why did you take out my wine? Sanji, wearing a chef's hat, popped his head out from behind the curtain, his eyebrows furrowed tighter. Advertisement, it's just a barrel of wine, hurry up and prepare something delicious for me, Zeppu said carelessly, not taking it to heart at all. Sanji sighed helplessly, it was really a shame to lose a large barrel of wine and meat. Redfoot, I knew you were a man enough. All the wine that others had hidden away was brought out to everyone today. I think back then, I drank a lot of your good stuff, so I take it as a reward. Why are you mentioning this? Come on, let's drink together. The two great men sat together and drank heartily, and the surrounding pirates also joined the group chat. Suddenly, a hand quietly climbed onto the wine barrel, scooped a large bowl, and quickly retreated, blending in with the pirate officials. After a few minutes, the hand stretched out again, targeting the barrel of fine wine. Stop being polite to me and drink as hard as you can. If you don't finish this barrel of wine, you won't be able to leave. Zeppu put a hand on the barrel next to him. Huh, this doesn't feel right. Why is it warm? Wait, as if he realized what this was, Zeppu suddenly turned his head and looked over. In an instant, the touch in his hand disappeared and he saw a hand moving quickly. What the hell is this? You guys are stealing, it's a thief. Zapu's roar echoed throughout the restaurant. At that time, the two people boarded a boat noisily, with the idea of going to sea to make a lot of money. Unfortunately, after wandering on the sea for several days, they did not encounter any pirates. Instead, they had already eaten up the food they had prepared. Today, they finally met. I boarded this pirate ship and found that it was still a pirate ship with a restaurant. I had no choice but to sneak on board secretly and plan to steal something back. I didn't expect something would happen. This kind plus this kind, there is still one vegetable missing. Sanji was carefully counting the ingredients, lowering his head to write and draw on the bill. Someone came in. Advertisement. Hey, don't. Usopp's heart almost popped out of his head. Luffy, what should I do? It's not an option to hide here sooner or later, Usopp asked in a trembling voice, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, and the clothes on his back were already soaked with sweat. Take your hands away, I'm going out, it's stuffy here. Well, it's almost time. Go back and cook quickly, otherwise, the old man will scold you again. Sanji sighed, turned around and left quickly. This is a whole ship of pirates, Usopp almost shouted and hurriedly covered his mouth. Crack squeak. The warehouse door was opened. The pirates in the hall began to stir up trouble, and everyone clamored to catch the thief who stole the wine. Just as Luffy was about to retort, Usopp suddenly covered his mouth. Usopp's body tensed up and his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Suddenly he stopped in front of the cupboard, only the cupboard door separated him from Luffy and the others. Ta-ta, bang. They say don't go there again, otherwise you won't be discovered. Usopp felt that Luffy was not nervous, and he felt even more scared, and even regretted following Luffy out to sea. Who drank that wine so much just now? If you are discovered, fight him out, Luffy said confidently. Who knew that guy would put his hand on him and sneak out later without them noticing? Luffy replied without changing his expression. Close, the man is coming towards the cupboard. In the kitchen warehouse here, two people murmured from a large cabinet. Chapter 401. I want these two people, please subscribe. Luffy kicked open the cupboard door, stood up, and took a deep breath of air. Everyone is gone, so what are you afraid of? The words just finished. There was a click sound. Why did you forget that there's another thing? Sanji opened the door and came in. When he looked up and saw the stupid boy appearing out of nowhere in front of him, he became cautious and alert as usual. Who are you? Luffy, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King, Luffy said carelessly, not afraid at all. Are you stupid? Usopp jumped out, punched Luffy on the head, and said angrily, we have to run away quickly. Then he dragged Luffy and ran towards the back door. Are you that little thief? Sanji reacted and immediately used all his speed to catch up. Bang! The back door was kicked open by Luffy. This sound attracted a bunch of pirates, and Luffy and Usopp who had just come out were surrounded. I'm really going to die this time. Usopp hid behind Luffy, his trembling feet unable to support his body, and he almost fell. Let me see where you were going, just go and plead guilty. Sanji, who was chasing him, snorted 900. Don't hold me, I don't believe I can get out. Luffy was about to use his rubber hand when he was pulled hard by Usopp. Luffy, there are too many people who can be beaten. If we go and plead guilty, we might still be able to survive. Just a little bit of wine shouldn't kill us, Usopp said, still hopeful. What nonsense are you talking about? How can a man bow his head? Hurry up and apologize, otherwise, I will throw you into the sea and feed the fish, the leading pirate shouted loudly. Okay, gentlemen, let's go there now. Usopp pulled Luffy. Who are you? Zeppu sat on the chair, his braided golden beard almost raised to the sky with anger. He was drinking wine happily, but suddenly he was boarded by thieves to steal things. Looking at the tall chef's hat and feeling the politeness and compliments of the people around him, Usopp's mind turned and he said, Captain, we just got on the boat to find something to eat. I'm really sorry. He lowered his head pretending to be deeply apologetic, with sweat flowing down his face, and secretly reached out to tug at the corner of Luffy's clothes. Advertisement. Old man, let's just drink some wine. What do you want? Luffy looked at Zeppu calmly. Luffy, what are you talking about? Do you still want to leave? Usopp was so angry that he almost jumped up, thinking about his own life, he said in a suppressed voice. Ha, boy. You have the guts. Tell me your name. Zeppu didn't care about Luffy's rudeness. Luffy, I've never heard of you. Are you a pirate? Zeppu asked with interest. Boss, they're just two little brats. Get rid of them and let's go back and continue drinking. Carl, who had a very thick beard next to him, said in a pinched voice. Hey, what are you talking about, Blackbeard? I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Luffy expressed his dissatisfaction. Ha, cough. Old man, be careful and take care of yourself. Sanji rushed up from the side and patted Zeppu on the back. Beef. It doesn't matter. People tend to have problems when they get older. What do you think we should do with them? There's been a lot of work in the kitchen recently, and it's too busy. They will have to wash dishes here for the rest of their lives. What? A lifetime? Impossible, Luffy cursed angrily. Advertisement. It's so lively today. A male voice suddenly came. Who? Carl looked back warily. Passers, just come here for a sip of tea. Kuroba slowly walked out of the crowd with Zoro and Nami. This, isn't it the bounty hunter Zoro and the little thief cat Nami? Who is the man in the middle? Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone's eyes were attracted, lowering their heads and whispering. When did these people come up? And neither of them looked at the ship properly. Carl grabbed a weak boy next to him and yelled. No, it's none of my business. Patty brought this person here. A horrified voice came out of his mouth, his neck turned red, and he almost couldn't breathe. I brought him here. Patty came up with a large plate of meat, walked in next to Carl and said in a low voice. These 3 people have a lot of money on them. They're rich men. Then go and entertain him. There are things to deal with here. Carl gave Patty a squeeze and motioned for him to take the people away quickly. Welcome, sir, please come with me. Patty turned around and said to the 3 Kuroba people with a smile. It's not urgent. I'm a little bored at sea. I want to join in the fun. A smile flashed across Kuroba's face. He didn't expect to meet Luffy and Usopp here. It seems that these 2 people have caused trouble. We are guests who have come from afar. Something happened here. You go into the restaurant and have a good taste. Zeppu waved his hand. No, I suddenly realized that I want these 2 people. Advertisement chapter 403. If you win, you will be the captain, please subscribe. I want these 2, Kuroba said with interest. Before Zeppu could answer, the hot-tempered Carl said, you want these 2 people? They're thieves. Impossible. You bastards. Let's see how I deal with you, Luffy shouted, about to roll up his sleeves, but Usopp held on tightly. Nothing is impossible. It is natural to pay back your debts. Unless you want to stay here and wash dishes, you might as well sell yourself. 17. Kuroba looked at the 2 guys talking about this and continued to say with a smile. As soon as Nami heard that Kuroba was going to spend the money, she became anxious and blurted out. I spent this money before I even covered myself with heat? Kuroba glanced at her and Nami immediately shut up, following behind like an angry little daughter-in-law. What are you afraid of? With Kuroba here, are you worried about the bounty? What's more, these were originally obtained by Kuroba based on his strength. Zoro comforted him. Nami still reluctantly responded, this is all wasted money, her heart seemed to be bleeding. Kuroba and Zoro both had 3 black lines drawn on their heads, expressing their helplessness. Advertisement, oh god. You are really a good person. When Usopp heard that Kuroba wanted to redeem them, he stopped from pulling and immediately thanked him, almost kneeling down and kowtow in gratitude. But, Kuroba paused and gave Luffy a thoughtful look. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? A chilling feeling came over him, and Luffy felt as if he was being watched. But you too want to join my team, Kuroba said the words slowly and frivolously. What? Be your crew member? I want to be the captain. Luffy was very dissatisfied with Kuroba's request. I said you brat, if someone redeems you, you should be grateful to heaven and earth. Why do so many nonsense? Patty glared at Luffy. Kuroba was not annoyed at all. If he wanted to convince Luffy, he had to rely on his strength to speak. He then said, if you defeat me, you will be the captain. If you lose, you will be my crew member. Come on, Luffy leaned forward without saying a word. Rubber rocket launcher. Stretch your hands back and quickly bounce forward to attack. He turned out to be a devil fruit user. Patty looked surprised. He had underestimated this kid just now. On the other hand, Zepp looked thoughtfully at Luffy's attack. Kuroba took a big step forward and looked at the fist wind that was about to hit him with a smile. Next moment, the body disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared behind Luffy. One hand was instantly armed and struck down in one fell swoop. Bang! Advertisement before Luffy could react, he was punched in the back. In an instant, his body sank into the plank of the ship, causing a big hole in the plank. How come the opponent is also a devil fruit user, but he can be killed in seconds with one move? This move is too fast, and you can't even catch how this person moves. This person is so powerful, so Kuroba is labeled as a dangerous person by Sanji Tagov. I seem to understand why Luffy insisted on letting Sanji on the ship at that time. His cooking skills are second to none. Cough cough cough. There was blood at the corner of Luffy's mouth. His clothes had been scratched, and the exposed skin was cracked and bleeding out suddenly, looking embarrassed. Have a try. Nami stuffed 2 chicken drumsticks into Kuroba and Zoro and started eating herself. Who is this person? Subdued with one move. Sanji's eyes widened and he looked at Kuroba in disbelief. Please give me flowers. The chicken drumstick in his hand looked very tempting, and Hei took a bite with anticipation. I invite these distinguished guests to come with me and taste the delicious food in our sea restaurant. Looking at the mouth-watering meal in front of him, Kuroba couldn't help but swallow. Before anyone could start eating, Nami, whose eyes were already shining, quickly picked up a juicy chicken drumstick. Zeppu frowned. He had never heard of this man, let alone seen him. Could he be a strong man from the Great Channel? Let's all disperse. Let's go have a good meal, Zeppu said first. Kuroba's move directly showed off his power. Zeppu didn't want to cause trouble on the ship, so he had to entertain these guests well. Wow. This is so delicious. This chicken leg is smooth and tender. When you bite into it, the meat juice will overflow and your taste buds will explode. Platters of delicacies were slowly brought out, and the entire table was filled with rare delicacies. Those are my chef's special chicken drumsticks. There's no way it won't taste good. Sanji brought the plate over and didn't forget to taste it. Luffy. Usopp immediately ran over and shouted down. Hurry up and bandage it, my crew. Kuroba stood on the edge and looked at Luffy, who couldn't move, with a trace of amusement on the corner of his mouth. It's amazing, this is so delicious, Nami said vaguely while chewing the meat. Chapter 404. Shichibukai Hakai Mahawk, please subscribe. It was completely dark outside, and several ships appeared around me at some unknown time. This is This is being surrounded. The Creek pirates are attacking. Everyone is in combat mode. Zeppu stood on the bow and roared. Everyone is ready and the war is about to break out. Redfoot, give up. How can you defeat me? I am the overlord of the East Daxia Sea. Creek, wearing a set of golden armor, stood on the bow of the ship and said provocatively. A group of pirates under his command laughed loudly when they heard this, and stared at the restaurant on the sea even more unscrupulously, as if everything here was already in their pockets. I said, it's immoral for you to disturb people while they're eating. Kuroba responded suddenly. The people in the restaurant on the sea looked at Kuroba in horror. Although the black, 720 feather that defeated the enemy with one move before was very powerful, the other party is Crick. The latter ignored the thoughts of these people and walked slowly onto the board of the ship. Who are you? You dared to reprimand me. Creek glared angrily at this unfazed man. Who dared to talk to him like this in the East Daxia Sea? His status as the overlord of the East Daxia Sea did not tolerate provocation. I don't need to explain to a dead man. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth, nodded and looked at Creek. The moment they looked at each other, Creek lowered his head involuntarily. His whole body seemed to be stared at by the devil, and cold sweat broke out behind him for no apparent reason. Who is this person? One look in his eyes can make people feel scared. No, in the East Daxia Sea, I am in the open air. Creek quickly regained his composure and looked up to find that the man on the board was gone. Are you looking for me? The man's voice sounded in his ears, and Creek's eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? Next moment, Kacha. Kuroba's armed haki instantly covered him, and a right hand like a dragon's claw grabbed Creek's neck like lightning, and broke it in an instant. Sanji's pupils shrank, looking at the man who had smiled and talked to him before, but now he was killing people cleanly and without a trace of emotion. Advertisement, isn't this the same person? What? Oh my god. This is not true. Everyone exploded the nest, and the overlord of the East Daxia Sea was killed by someone? This explosive scene had too much impact. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and unlocking the domineering power of knowledge. The haki of seeing and hearing is the haki that can sharpen one's 5 senses and detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. It can also be used to foresee and avoid dangers. When the haki is cultivated to the extreme, it can even predict the future. Some people are unable to develop haki throughout their lives, but Kuroba acquired this ability easily. Kuroba's mood became more cheerful, and he became more aware of the things around him. Suddenly, a very powerful force approached. Kuroba looked over intently and saw a small boat floating on the sea fog, with a figure standing there. Escape! The captain has been killed, someone in the crowd shouted, and the scene began to become chaotic. Here, put it away and exchange it for the bounty. Kuroba grabbed Creek's head, jumped down briskly, and tossed it to Nami. Who are you? Zeppu looked at Kuroba warily. From what he knew, there were only a few people who were armed and domineering. The man in front of him had never seen him before. Such people should not be so low-key. Kuroba smiled and did not answer. Instead, he turned around and asked Sanji. What do you think? Sanji immediately reacted from the shock, took a step back, and began to stammer. I haven't thought about it yet. Don't worry, there's still something good to see next. Kuroba quietly looked at the boat floating in the distance. Everyone followed Kuroba's gaze but found nothing. Bang! 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 Several pirate ships that had just fled in a hurry were split in half in an instant, and screams, shouts, and explosions came from a distance. Soren's pupils shrank and he looked in that direction in disbelief. Isn't this the sword aura of the world's swordsman Hawkeye? Advertisement getting closer, the whole boat clearly appeared in everyone's sight. It's really him. Zoro couldn't help being excited. He stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the knife and stared at the figure in front of him. Zoro bit Wadao Yumanji, held the other 2 swords tightly with both hands, stepped forward, and then struck out at an astonishing speed. You were the one who killed my prey. Let's start. You go first. Hawkeye looked at the eager Sauron in front of him, stretched out his hand and pulled off the cross on his chest. Unsheathed, it was a small knife. An emotionless word came out of this man's mouth. Ghost Slayer. There must be a limit when you look down on people. Don't regret it when you die. It's my ambition and the decision between me and my best friend. Zoro tied the green scarf on his arm to his head and jumped off the ship. Hawkeye, I want to compete with you. Sauron suddenly rushed out, interrupting this explosive war. What do you mean? Zoro stared at the knife in Hawkeye's hand, feeling insulted. Hawkeye Mahawk's face darkened, he sneered and stood up. What? You understand the principle of first come first served. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth. How stupid. If you are really a first-class swordsman, even if there is no confrontation, you must be able to see clearly the gap between you and me, Hawkeye said with great disdain. If you dare to point your sword at me, should I say you have courage, or do you think you are ignorant? Sure enough, the strong people in this world are not just ordinary people. Everyone held their breath for fear of disturbing this strong man. On the contrary, Kuroba looked at the so-called strong men in this world with interest. Haha. Hawkeye instantly moved 1.8 in front of Sauron. I'm different from the stupid beast who uses all his strength to hunt rabbits. Although you are a famous swordsman, this is the weakest ocean among the 4 seas, the East Daxia Sea. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone smaller than this. Knife. Hawkeye Mahawk snorted coldly. Kuroba clearly felt a pair of sharp yellow eyes like an eagle staring at him under the brim of the black top hat. Chapter 405 I will fight you next, please subscribe. Chang. The fierce sword energy whizzed in, and Hawkeye remained motionless. He casually moved his knife and firmly blocked Zoro's 3 swords. Oh my god, the invincible demon slayer was actually blocked by a knife? Is this the power of the world's best swordsman? The bounty hunter challenges the strongest swordsman in the world. Who will win and who will lose? Zoro's pupils shrank, and he was blocked. Damn it, why can't I move? It seems like I'm being immobilized. Is this the ability of the strongest swordsman? See through my flaws at a glance. I can't lose. Zoro bit Head Yun firmly, and with a sudden force, he was out of control, and then attacked quickly. Chang. 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 Every time Sauron attacks, Hawkeye can block it with his knife. It can't be that far off, right? Sauron stared at Hawkeye and waved his sword crazily again. Although he could block it every time, Hawkeye still couldn't help but sigh. What a violent swordsmanship. Suddenly Hawkeye turned aside and avoided Sauron's attack. The moment he passed by, he hit Sauron on the back with a side hand. Bang! Zoro flew backwards and remained motionless on the ground. Zoro! Nami shouted, Kuroba, please save him, he is our crew member. Not yet. Kuroba waved his hand and continued to look at the 2 people on the boat intently. In the original book, Zoro went to sea to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Now that he can challenge the strongest swordsman in the world, he will continue to fight even if his life is in danger. However, if his life is endangered, he has to intervene. Advertisement. Is this the gap? Sauron stood up tremblingly, staring at Hawkeye in disbelief. I can't lose. Tiger hunt. Zoro used all his strength, raised both swords, and rushed forward. Peefed. The sound of a knife piercing the skin was heard, and a small knife was inserted straight into Zoro's chest. What? Nami's pupils trembled and she screamed. Tick-tick-tock. The blood slowly dripped down. Why don't you retreat? Hawkeye looked at Sauron in confusion. I don't know either. I only know that I will lose as soon as I retreat, Zoro said solemnly. Would you rather die than lose? It would be better to die, Sauron looked at Hawkeye firmly. Hearing these words, Hawkeye couldn't help but look at Sauron and said, what a powerful heart. Boy, tell me your name. Hawkeye pulled out his knife and asked seriously. Roronoa Zoro. I will remember it. Then in order to show my respect for the swordsman, I will use this strongest black sword to kill you in the sea. Hawkeye pulled out the black sword behind him. I'm really grateful. A smile flashed across Zoro's face. This is the strongest black knife in the world. Sanji looked at the knife in shock. Zoro quickly turned his swords. Is this the final blow? Who is the strongest in the world or the weakest? The secret of 3 sword styles, 3,000 worlds. Advertisement, fall. Kuroba appeared in front of Zoro like a ghost. His arms were instantly armed, and his armor-like appearance blocked the killing sword. Eagle Eye's pupils trembled. What a powerful will this is. Amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye used the strongest black knife in the world to strike Sauron in the front again. The sword wounds on the back are a swordsman's disgrace. 390. Kuroba, you. Zoro looked at the figure blocking the knife in front of him, feeling warm in his heart. As a swordsman, Hawkeye recognized the sword Kuroba took out of thin air at a glance. It was the random T-shaped blade Hanshuang in the 50-year-old sword. Could it be that the man in front of him was also a swordsman? Why? Hawkeye watched Soren's every move. Then with a "bah" sound, a bloodstain spread from his right shoulder to the lower left side of his stomach appeared on Soren's body, and a large amount of blood came out of the wound. Next, I'll fight you. Kuroba materialized the frost from his system, held the knife handle firmly, and locked his eyes on the confused Hawkeye. Can't we live by giving up our ambitions? Sanji was shocked by Zoro's desperate behavior and couldn't help shouting. Kuroba ignored Hawkeye's question and instead said to Zoro, just go back and heal your wounds. Huh? You don't understand. The picture seemed to freeze, and everyone's pupils shrank, looking at this scene in shock. Armed Hawkeye? Who are you? The man in front of him seemed to have a very powerful power, giving people a feeling of being hidden. Hawkeye tried to release the Hawkeye of the knowledge, but found that he could not detect anything no matter what. Come on. Zoro used his last strength to straighten his back, still holding the broken sword tightly in his hand, facing the enemy with a look of death. There was a sudden click sound, and Soren's 2 swords broke. The imaginary sound of skin being punctured did not come out. Chapter 406 Navy Hero Garp. Please subscribe. Next, I'll fight you. Kuroba materialized the frost from his system, held the knife handle firmly, and locked his eyes on the confused Hawkeye. As a swordsman, Hawkeye recognized the sword Kuroba took out of thin air at a glance. It was the random T-shaped blade Hanshuang in the 50-year-old sword. Could it be that the man in front of him was also a swordsman? Hawkeye didn't wait to think too much. The next second, Kuroba disappeared directly from the spot. The frost in Kuroba's hand blew out of the wind, and even in broad daylight, it bloomed with dazzling light. Straight through. Chang. Hawkeye reacted quickly and immediately blocked forward with his sword, but the powerful sword energy made him take a few steps back before he stopped steadily. Who is this? The speed and strength are too great. You are a good opponent. Hawkeye put away his shock and stared at Kuroba. The world's strongest swordsman is well deserved, Kuroba replied. Then let you know how big this world is. Hawkeye burst out with astonishing speed and slashed towards Kuroba. The overwhelming sword energy slightly distorted the space. Arrowtail cut. Kuroba didn't dodge, he rushed forward and used Baizhe Sanding's special move. Chang. At this moment, the sword energy that collided spread out, and half of the ship under their feet collapsed instantly, and the two of them quickly retreated. Advertisement: there is still an unparalleled sharp aura of Daogang in the air. Unscathed. How can he be so strong? Sanji looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't calm down for a long time. Everyone looked at all this in disbelief. The world's strongest swordsman was injured. This was too shocking. This is our captain. Cough cough cough. Sauron lay aside to rest and did not forget to pay attention to this peak battle. This time he saw his gap clearly and was more motivated to practice his sword well so that he could be worthy of it. Become a member of Kuroba's crew. Very good, no one has hurt me for a long time. A slight scar appeared on Hawkeye's cheek, and his gloomy eyes stared at Kuroba. Zapu, who had been watching the battle, was also shocked. He knew very well what Hawkeye was capable of, but now this man was able to hurt Hawkeye while he was unharmed. Could it be that his strength was far more than that? Let's forget about this battle. Some people are coming. Kuroba looked at the sea level calmly. Kuroba had just used his haki to sense that a large number of naval ships were rapidly approaching in the distance, and the war had to be stopped. You are really strong. Hawkeye showed a clear expression. Not only did the opponent know how to use the haki of arms and haki, but he also used the haki of wisdom and knowledge more skillfully than he did. He had just used the haki of wisdom and knowledge to sense something, and he could vaguely sense something. Getting closer. It seems we can't fight, Hawkeye said with a hint of regret. The days are long, let's fight again in the future. Kuroba turned around and left. It seemed that he had to get rid of the follower Smoker quickly, but his tracking speed was quite acceptable. By the way, go back and tell Sauron that I will wait for him at the position of the world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye smiled and disappeared instantly, drifting into the distance as the boat swayed. He will catch up with you soon. A smile flashed on Kuroba's face, very confident. Looking at Kuroba's retreating figure, Eagle Eye couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this great waterway had become more stormy and it was time for him to retreat. Everyone was very puzzled by the sudden truce between the two. Suddenly, the navy is coming. A pirate ran over in a panic. Everyone, retreat. Jeppu ordered without hesitation. Advertisement: it seems that the truce between the two people was due to the arrival of the navy. Regardless of whether the navy came for this battle or something else, the maritime restaurant that they worked so hard to run cannot be allowed to decline. I'll go sail the ship first. Nami supported Zoro and hurried back to the pirate ship. Kuroba just returned to the sea restaurant. Boy Luffy, come back here. A sound that echoed through the sky echoed in my ears. A tall, broad-chested, muscular old man fell from the sky and stood firmly on the board of the ship. There is a scar on his left eye, his eyes are blue, he has short gray-white hair, and he is wearing a Justice Navy uniform. Isn't this Garp? It seems that the master is here to chase his grandson. Kuroba raised the corner of his mouth. Old man, I won't follow you back even if you kill me. Luffy immediately turned around and ran west. The iron fist of love. Haki instantly covered Garp's fist, and he rushed behind Luffy. Bang! Luffy immediately felt a big bump on his head and cursed angrily. Old man, here's another trick. Let me see where you are going, come back with me quickly. I won't go, I won't go. Luffy hugged the ship's pillar tightly. Garp, your grandson is mine now. Kuroba interrupted the two grandsons' pull. Humph, who do you think you are? Garp ignored Kuroba and pulled Luffy off. Chapter 407 Sanji gets on the boat, please subscribe. Humph, who do you think you are? Garp ignored Kuroba and pulled Luffy off. I've been looked down upon again. When should I change my image? Forget it, let's go now. The next moment, a powerful force came from behind. Luffy and his hands suddenly disappeared, and Garp turned around suddenly. His pupils shrank. Luffy. Luffy was actually in that man's hand. What kind of speed was this? Anyone who can snatch someone from my hands must be no ordinary person, but this person seems to have never been seen before. Garp had to face the man in front of him. Why did he look so much like the pirates that the Navy's top brass had recently discussed? That is, the Kuroba who subdued Smoker with one move. The bounty order has not been issued yet, and now it is causing trouble again. Garp's eyebrows furrowed even deeper when he thought of this. It's impossible for my crew to go back with you. Kuroba stared at Garp and spoke word by word, his whole body exuding a signal of inviolability. Crazy. This is too crazy. The other party is Garp 460, a marshal in the Warring States period who has to give face. Hey, a legend in the Navy. Yes, Kuroba, take me away quickly, Luffy said shamelessly. Kuroba picked up Luffy and planned to turn around and leave. Wait, Smoker, still bandaging his wounds, suddenly appeared and blocked Kuroba's path. You can stop me? Kuroba shot a sharp look at Smoker. What's going on? That feeling of death coming again. It's more intense than before. This man seems to have become stronger. How did he become stronger so quickly in just a few days? Advertisement. Even if you die, I will capture you. Smoker gritted his teeth and stared at Kuroba, his whole body slowly turning into a cigarette holster. Put Luffy down. Garp said without any doubt. He didn't want to get involved in the personal feud between Smoker and Kuroba. He only came here to catch Luffy and go back. If Kuroba stopped him again and again, he didn't mind dealing with it. Kuroba. You guys can get it yourself if you can. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuroba carried Luffy and disappeared directly. This speed. This was the first time Garp saw someone disappear under his nose. From the beginning, he sensed that the other person was not a devil fruit user. How many speeds can ordinary people practice? How terrifying is this man's strength? Was Luffy right or wrong to follow him? Garp fell into deep thought. Damn it. He escaped again. Smoker's whole body turned into smoke and he was about to start a fierce battle. Before he could fight Kuroba, he disappeared out of thin air. In the cabin of the restaurant at sea. Decided? Jeppu looked seriously at Sanji, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. I have watched this child grow up, as if he were my own. I have taught him countless skills step by step. Now I feel a bit reluctant to leave just now. Well, there's what I'm looking for, Sanji replied firmly. Thank you for your years of teaching. Bang, 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 he kowtowed 3 times in a row. Go ahead and come back when you have the chance. Jeppu waved his hand, indicating that Sanji could leave, and turn around to secretly test the tears from the corners of his eyes. Sanji nodded reluctantly, turned and left. I don't believe it, you do. Stop fighting. I didn't want Boss Kuroba to save you, so I wouldn't be in the way, Usopp said shamelessly. Advertisement. As soon as Kuroba appeared on the board carrying Luffy, he saw Sanji preparing the dining table. Be careful not to choke, Kuroba smiled, and a group of people looked at Kuroba as if he had seen a ghost. No, Kuroba smiled, spread his hands, and expressed that he was also helpless. It is estimated that with these 2 living treasures in the future, the boat will be more lively. Kuroba's pirate ship. You absolutely can't live this life doing nothing. Maybe Kuroba's invitation was predestined. Kuroba just nodded and walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Everything was so kind, completely different from the violent and cool person just now. After seeing Sauron risking his life to challenge the peak, he was greatly shocked in his heart. As soon as Sanji saw Kuroba, he stood hastily. The rest of the people looked at this scene, with 3 black lines drawn across their heads, and looked at Kuroba with unfriendly eyes, as if to indicate, why did you bring these 2 guys up? He once threatened to search for the Sea of Legends, but now he is busy in the kitchen. Usopp. Get out of here, I was almost captured just now, and you're eating here? Luffy found Usopp hiding under the dining table and punched him. Bang, 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 oh my god, the boss actually laughed. Nami had just come out of the cabin and was shocked to see the smile on Kuroba's face. Come and eat, Kuroba, I'm starving just after a fight, Luffy said vaguely with his mouth full of food. Hey, Sanji. You are really here, ha ha ha, there are so many delicious foods. Chapter 408. Heading to the Red Earth continent, please subscribe. What, am I usually fierce? Kuroba immediately put away his smile and looked towards Nami. No, it looks good to smile more. Nami was stared at by Kuroba, and she immediately became scared and muttered in a low voice. Everything a beauty says is right. Since Nami appeared, Sanji's eyes have not left Nami. He forgot about the restraint of facing Kuroba just now and blurted out without thinking. Get out! Nami glanced at Sanji with disgust and cursed angrily. Beautiful lady, can I invite you to taste delicious food together? Sanji didn't mind Nami's disdain at all and continued to ask shamelessly. HMPH. Nami walked straight to the dining table, followed by Sanji. A group of people enjoyed the meal happily, and the atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Zoro, Luffy and Usopp were drinking and singing, arm in arm. Sure enough, the 3 idiots lived up to their reputation. Suddenly I thought of the 2 great elves, Undine and Sylph. They often make noises in my ears, and I don't know when I can find them again. Kuroba sighed while drinking. Ding dang, please host go to the Red Earth continent to sign in. After completing the task, the system rewards will be unlocked. Red Earth continent? Why is it so familiar? Wait, Rab, that dolphin. Oh, it's the island that Rab crashed into. It seems to be at the entrance of the Grand Channel, but I wonder if Rab is there? All of this seems to be guiding me into the Great Channel. What is the system doing? Let's make peace with it now. Kuroba put his thoughts aside. Nami, go to the Red Earth continent, Kuroba shouted to Nami who was enjoying her meal. What? Red Earth continent? Where is it? Nami responded vaguely. It's at the entrance of the Great Channel, just look for the entrance of the Great Channel. How do you know so well? Sanji heard Jeppu say that entering the Great Channel in the East Daxia Sea will pass through the Red Earth continent. The currents there are very dangerous and many people died there. How can Kuroba, a newcomer, know so well? Advertisement. A strange look flashed across Kuroba's face. This was the first time someone questioned him, but Kuroba didn't say anything. He just gave Sanji a meaningful look. Sanji immediately shut up. Everyone has their own secrets, and he was indeed a bit abrupt just now. This man seems to be a mystery. If he knew too much, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Wow. Waves of waves hit the hull, and the sun in the distance gradually sank. The sky began to turn dark, and there were only the sounds of waves and the snoring of Master Fool. How many dangers are waiting for them in the distance? Everything is unknown. Half a month later. The Great Channel, the entrance to the Red Continent. A sailboat cuts through the waves. The many figures standing on the deck of the ship gradually became clearer. The leader is clearly Kuroba. Following closely behind were Nami and the others. Boss Kuroba, what is that thing in front of? Usopp suddenly spoke. Everyone's nerves suddenly became tense, and they followed their gazes. The first thing that came into view was a towering mountain like a cloud. This brown-red mountain range spreads from east to west like a huge city wall. It directly cuts off the great waterway from the East Daxia Sea. Please give me flowers. Advertisement, haha. those little guys over there don't even know about the most famous Levi's Mountain in the Red Earth continent. Except for the Windless Zone, this is the only way for us pirates to go to the Great Channel. Instead of letting you die in the hands of other pirates in the Grand Channel, it is better to be defeated by us now and become our sponsor. A huge pirate ship of more than 10 meters appeared on the west side of Kuroba and others. Hundreds of pirates looked at the slightly crude pirate ship and laughed unscrupulously. Zero in their eyes, this pirate ship, which could not even withstand big waves, was not even qualified to enter the Great Channel. Boss Kuroba, they are so hateful, do we need to kill them? Sanji, who was beside him, was the first to lose his temper. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of beautiful women. As a newcomer to the ship, this opportunity to perform in a familiar way must not be missed. Yes, I followed the captain's order and we all launched an attack together to seize all the food on the enemy's ship. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush out. He has always been unambiguous about food. Unfortunately, as soon as he took half a step forward, he was stopped by Kuroba. If you want to accompany them to death, I don't mind, but don't drag my crew with you. Are they going to die? The leader of the pirates was startled for a moment, then laughed loudly. Do you, Mo-Fei, really think that a few people can fight against our Black Axe pirates? What you just said is the fourth funniest joke I have ever heard. Chapter 409. Cheating sign and reward, please subscribe. Funniest joke. Kuroba smiled warmly. Sorry, please take a closer look at the situation around you before speaking. What's the situation around you? The people present couldn't help but be startled. Whether it was the Black Axe pirates or Nami and others, they all hurriedly looked around. Roar. A thunderous roar sounded. Huge bodies burst out of the water directly. A dozen huge sea kings brought up a large area of the sea and poured down like a heavy rain. The Black Axe pirate's ship, which was still traveling at a fast speed, ran into a huge sea lord with a body length of 1,993 meters without any warning. The moment those eyes, like giant lanterns, fell on the boat, everyone in the Black Axe pirates immediately felt that it was not funny. The smile that was originally on his face became stiff. They finally understood what Kuroba said just now. Facing this group of Neptunes, whoever dares to break in like this will probably be dead. Boom. Dozens of sea kings instantly collided with the Black Axe pirate's ship. The huge hull of more than 10 meters was unable to withstand the impact of dozens of sea kings for even a second, and was directly shattered. The hundreds of pirates who were laughing at him a moment ago have directly become the rations of the Sea King class. Looking at this scene, Nami and Usopp's legs were shaking, and they couldn't even move forward. Captain, can we go back now? This great waterway is too scary. Nami turned pale and stammered, advertisement go back? Kuroba smiled warmly, shook his head and said, don't worry, if you can't even pass this level, how can I have the confidence to bring you here? Roar. After destroying the ship of the Black Axe pirates, dozens of sea kings made a roaring sound and once again rushed towards the pirate ship of Kuroba and others. The violent scene made Nami and Usopp's faces turn as white as paper. The trembling body and the trembling legs, if not supported by something. I'm afraid he already fell to the ground. He looked at the dozens of Neptunes that were rushing towards him from all directions. Even Zoro and Sanji couldn't help tensing up their nerves. Only Kuroba can still maintain a warm smile on his face. Boom. The huge, tidal wave of Overlord-colored hockey exploded within Kuroba's body. Forcibly crossing the world and arriving at Neptune's world really gave him strength, leaving only 10 or 2. However, the domineering spirit that is engraved into the soul still exists. Buzz. The air shook, and wherever the Overlord domineering energy passed, dozens of Sea Kings were attacking crazily. Their huge bodies seemed to press the stop button. Yuan stared, foamed at the mouth, and passed out. Dozens of huge bodies, under the astonished eyes of everyone. One end fell into the sea. The seawater stirred up fell on the deck of the ship like a heavy rain. Nami and others were stunned. Is this just a matter of just staring and clearing the place? This is too shocking. Advertisement, okay. Now there's no one in the way, let's move on. Kuroba restrained all the domineering energy that came out of his body back into his body and said, by the way, why didn't you pick up some food just now? That would have saved a lot of money. Bailey, food? Luffy and Nami's eyes suddenly lit up. For Luffy, meat has a fatal attraction. As for Nami, anything that can save money is making money for her. However, they have not yet waited for their reaction. A huge rising current quickly emerged from behind. The next moment, it hit their ship directly. The huge impact pushed the pirate ship directly towards the Levi's Mountains before anyone could react. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have arrived at the new sign-in location, Red Earth Continent, Levi's Mountains. Do you want to sign in immediately? The system's ethereal prompt made Kuroba's eyes light up. Although, self-reliance has lost 23/10, however, as long as the system is in place, Kuroba believes that he will be able to recover quickly. System, sign me in immediately. Ding! Host, please wait a moment, the system is checking in for version 1.4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully signed in at the Levi's Mountains of the Red Earth Continent. The repair progress of the Samsara Eye is 50%. 50%? Kuroba couldn't help but roll his eyes. This sign-in task is a bit cheating. I thought that I could perfectly control the ultimate killing move in black. I never expected that I would only be able to sign in half of the time. Ding! Host, please don't complain. Due to dimensional effects, the sign-in rewards are interfered with. However, as time goes by, the rewards will gradually reach perfection. At the same time, the current rewards will not affect the use. Chapter 410 I only like to sail freely, please subscribe. It does not affect the use of. Kuroba secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it can't be used normally, I'm afraid it's all in vain. Although it can only exert half of its power now. But it's better than nothing. Captain, there's a huge whale ahead and we are going to hit it. Nami's exclamation suddenly sounded. Looking at the whale's body, which was as huge as a mountain, everyone's faces turned pale. Along with the Levi's mountains and the wildly rotating sea currents, the speed of the ship's impact became faster and faster. Looking at the rapidly enlarging mountains of whales in their pupils, they felt like they were about to explode. Don't worry, it's not true, Kuroba smiled lightly. Feeling the long-lost power in his body, the Samsara eye was quickly turned out. The air shook, and everything in sight was directly driven by Kuroba. 14. When they were only 10 meters away from the whale, the pirate ship they were on suddenly stopped in front of the impact of the current. This strange scene, not to mention Sauron and others, even Kuroka's, who was resting on a beach chair on the island nearby, could not help but froze, with a look of surprise on his face. He lived here for a long time and saw many pirate ships directly smashing into Rab's body after crossing the Levi's current. It can be said that the first difficulty in entering the Great Channel is not to face many pirates, but to prevent yourself from being killed. Is he a devil fruit user? Kuroka's looked at the pirate suspended in midair, and his expression quickly changed drastically. This seems to be the Golden Lion's Piao Piao fruit ability. Mo-Fei, the Golden Lion died, but his fruit has been reborn? As a former crew member of Pirate King Roger, Kuroka's obviously knew better. However, this idea just came to mind. Advertisement. When he met Kuroba's eyes, his expression suddenly changed. Those pale pupils, surrounded by circles of strange patterns, simply gave him a creepy feeling. The way their eyes met just now made him feel like he was being seen through. It seems that he is a difficult guy. Kuroka's quickly withdrew his gaze. As a crew member of the former Pirate King Roger, he is someone who even he can't see through. That is definitely a difficult and provoking existence. Mr. Kologas, I didn't expect to meet you here. Kuroba suddenly looked towards the island. The pirate ship that was originally suspended in midair flew towards the island under the control of Wanxiang Tianyan. Nami and the others, who were still in panic, suddenly woke up and looked at the pirate ship flying in the sky with expressions of disbelief. Boss Black Kuroba, is this ship capable of flying because of your means? Nami was confused, however, Kuroba quickly comes to mind. On this pirate ship, the only person Nami could think of who could do such a thing was Kuroba. It's just a small trick, let's go over there first, that old man is not an ordinary person. Kuroba took the pirate ship to a safe place and landed it, then sailed toward the island with the wind. The system had just finished signing in, allowing him to regain some of his strength. A tentative thought flashed through Kuroba's mind. Will there be any specific conditions for triggering this check-in? Kid, who are you? Judging from your flag, you must be a pirate, right? Kuroka's spoke first. His right hand had already subconsciously reached for the spear gun next to him. Advertisement facing this guy who may inherit the ability of the Golden Lion fluttering fruit. He didn't dare to look down upon it casually. Mr. Kurokas, don't be nervous, I'm just passing by to say hello. As a member of Roger the Pirate King's crew, you are indeed serving as a supervisor. Kuroba smiled warmly and landed on the island. As soon as he said these words, not to mention Kukano's, even Nami and others' expressions changed dramatically. They never thought that the bad old man in front of them was actually the crew member of Roger the Pirate King. Kid, do you know me? Kukano's did not deny it. Because he knew that the other party could reveal his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. 050 Then the explanation is useless at best. Kid, did you come to me to get the coordinates of Raftru? Kukano spoke tentatively. If you want it, I can give it to you. As he spoke, Kuroka's picked up an ancient recording hour hand beside him and handed it over. Nami and others' eyes suddenly lit up. In this sea, no one knows about the Pirate King Roger and the great secret treasure Raftru. It is considered to be where all the treasures of Pirate King Roger are hidden. For a miser like Nami, this is the most deadly temptation. No, I don't want this thing anymore. I just want to sail freely. What's more, you seem to have prepared a lot of record pointers in advance. If I'm not wrong, once you pass by according to these pointers, I'm afraid it will be difficult to come back. Kuroba smiled and looked towards the hut behind Kuroka's. This sight immediately made Kuroka's blush, and he coughed quickly. Ding dong. 8SS Chapter 411 I just need a back rub, please subscribe. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the sign-in task. Ding dang. Please go to the small garden to sign in. The sign-in period is within 1 month. The system's ethereal prompt sounded in Kuroba's mind. Small garden. Kuroba couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was surprised that his guess of triggering the prerequisites for signing in was successful. My mind quickly searched for everything about the small garden. If I remember correctly, this small garden should be the island where the giant pirates, Aoki Tori, and Red Onibroki are located. It seems that this is taking the old path of Luffy in the original work. If this is the case, will the whale behind him also be attacked? Woo! A thunderous cry suddenly sounded. Kurokas's expression couldn't help but change. He quickly grabbed the spear gun beside him and rushed towards Labu. Brother, please wait here for a while. Someone is trying to filibuster. No need, I'm just a visitor. If you pass by, let me come. Kuroba put his hand in front of Kuroka's. Soon I saw a small boat approaching Rab. There was obviously a special spear gun hanging on the boat, locked at Rab's eyes. As for the two people on the boat, they were obviously Wei Wei and Mr. Nine. Miss Wednesday, hurry up and lock the target. The old man has been stopped. This time, as long as we can successfully complete the task, we will definitely be able to complete all the task shares, and then we can go on a free vacation. Mr. Nine laughed while holding a baseball bat. Kuroka's face changed drastically. Originally, he rushed over immediately and used the spear gun in his hand to stop them. Now, this distance can't be kept up in an hour or 3. Kid, are you working with them to hinder me? If so, please get out immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Advertisement. Kuroka's shouted hurriedly. Mr. Kuroka's, don't worry, they can't hurt Rab. Kuroba smiled warmly. Mr. Nine and Kuroka's couldn't help but be startled. The islands where Labu and Kuroba are located are at least 1 or 2,000 meters apart. In this case, not even a spear gun can stop them from poaching. Not to mention other means, right? Haha, what a little devil. He just says some stupid things. He is so far away. Let me see how you can save him. Thank you very much for your help. MR9 laughed unbridled. I accepted this fiasco, Miss Wednesday, and shot the whale. Boom. Wei Wei was already ready to go, and the huge spear gun mounted on the ship was directly triggered. Seeing this scene, Kuroka's and others' nerves suddenly became extremely tense. Only Kuroba's smile remained unchanged, as the pale color spread rapidly in his pupils. The next moment, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost. Reappearing at Wei Wei's side, he reached out with his right hand like lightning and directly caught the flying spear gun. The strange scene made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink, and Wei Wei on the boat was even more confused. Looking at the figure appearing beside him across thousands of meters, his face was filled with disbelief. Is this still human speed? Ha, ha, what's going on? I'm here. Mr. Nine's laughter suddenly stopped. Looking at Kuroka's beside him, he suddenly woke up. Are you a devil fruit user? No wonder you are so calm. However, you have come here 3 times for poaching. I should give you a hard time. Advertisement. Kuroka's face darkened, and the spear gun he held in his hand hit MR9's back first. Boom. After unleashing his huge strength, MR9 rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Kuroka's was indeed the ship's doctor. However, this is an outstanding person who quit the ship of Pirate King Roger. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it is not the main combat force, it is definitely not comparable to the cats and dogs in the first half of the Great Channel. Without Dianjang, this Labu would not have lived so long. Wei Wei opened her mouth and was quickly glanced at by Kuroba, who swallowed the words that came to her lips back into her stomach. Facing Kuroba, this mysterious teleportation method. Wei Wei didn't believe that she could run away. Kid, give her to me. I want her to taste what Labu's stomach acid feels like. The king is good, Kuroka's shouted in a deep voice. Wei Wei's face turned pale. Unlike others, she still shoulders the responsibility of saving Alabasta. If you fall here, the only outcome that awaited Alabas was death. No, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Wei Wei said hurriedly. HMPH, little girl, I'm begging for mercy now. I'm afraid it's too late. You'd better feed Labu to me. Kuroka's shouted in a deep voice. However, before he could take action, Kuroba smiled and patted Wei Wei on the head. No, I want this girl. I just need a girl who can rub my back. Chapter 412. Kuroka's request. Please subscribe. You want it? Kuroka's was startled for a moment, glanced at Nami with a sullen face, and then laughed and said. Kid, it turns out that you want to bring happiness to others, but since you want it, I won't say more to you. However, don't stay here. It's better to leave quickly. If I guess correctly, these 2 guys who are looking for trouble every day are probably the Baroque Works Company located at the entrance of the Great Waterway, Alabasta. They are all killers who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. If you keep her, I'm afraid you will be killed. As a crew member of the former Pirate King Roger, Kuroka's is obviously not an ordinary bad old man. Looks like he's retired. However, the intelligence obviously did not fall behind. I've heard of them, Zoro said calmly. They once invited me to join, but I refused outright. Hey, Zoro didn't expect that you would still be valued. 507. Sanji on the side raised his eyebrows, lit the cigarette in his hand and said. However, I wonder if this is a lie on your part. If it is true, will you not agree to it? Fart, you perverted Kappa, Mofei, do you think anyone is like you and can't move his legs when he sees a woman? What green algae head, what are you talking about? I want to fight your husband. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Kuroka's on the side looked at this scene, slightly in a trance. After a slight hesitation, he said, Brother, on this trip to the Grand Channel, you should pass through many places. If you have the opportunity, you can ask me about the whereabouts of Nose Brook. Rab is trapped here just because he wants to find friends of the day. Advertisement, hey, come on, let me go. I'm telling you, the president behind our Baroque company, limited is Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. If you don't want to die, just let me go. Wei Wei, who was silent on the side, suddenly shouted. Shichibukai crocodile? Kuroka's looked stagnant and said. Little girl, this is a big shot, but what you say can scare me, an old man. If you want to run away, you'd better ask this little brother. Kuroba smiled warmly. Sorry, the Shichibukai is a little stressful for me. However, it's just a little bit, and, do you think that even if he is the president of Baroque Working Group, he will come to save you, a little soldier? Unless your identity is a bit complicated, isn't it? Wei Wei's expression suddenly changed slightly, and when she faced those deep eyes, she felt as if her heart had been penetrated, and she quickly spoke. Although I am just an ordinary cadre of the Baroque Company, Limited, President Crocodile is a person with the ability of the natural devil fruit. As long as he moves his fingers, he can easily let the yellow sand submerge you and blow the enemy directly to the Wind King. If you don't believe it, you can go to Alabasta and have a look. Wei Wei was not sure about the fact that Crocodile was, the president of the Baroque Working Society. However, she knew clearly that if she could not escape in the hands of this group of people, then no one can save Alabasta. Alabasta will also fall completely and fall into the hands of others. I'm sorry. It's my freedom where I go. If you're done, just shut up and don't stop me from doing my business. Kuroba replied calmly. Advertisement as a reincarnated person, of course he knew Wei Wei's identity. However, he is not a licker. He will tell the other person as soon as they meet, I'm XX and I can help you deal with Crocodile. That's right, little brother, I don't blame you. It's been decades since Nosebrook left here. He hasn't come back for such a long time. Whether he's still alive or not is one thing. For Kuroba's rejection, Kuroka said he didn't care, but a trace of disappointment still flashed deep in his eyes. Kuroba glanced at Rabu. Don't believe it, the Kibukai are really strong. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at the 17 or 18-year-old boy in front of her, a little unable to react. You'd better forget it, our captain is not an idiot over there, he means what he says. With such a huge age difference, he is really no worse than Shichibukai. Mr. Kurokas, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request just now. If I ask you to inquire, I'm afraid it will put you in danger, you are right to refuse. Kurokas's expression froze, and the next moment he sighed quietly. In her eyes, the age difference between Kuroba and Sand Crocodile is too far. After all, in his eyes, Kuroba is the strongest person he has met in these years, and he is also the person with the most palatable personality. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette, shook his head and said, Don't say that the other party doesn't believe it, even I can't do something like this. Is this a joke? Wei Wei was anxious. What's more, you said that the Shichibukai are very strong, and our captain is not bad either. Chapter 413 Princess Wei Wei's request, please subscribe. Isn't this an illusion? Seeing Rab suspended in the air by Kuroba, Kurokas looked in disbelief. Brother, it seems I underestimated you. Such a heaven-defying method is really not simple. With your help, Rab will definitely be freed. Finally, it will no longer roar towards Levi's mountain, nor will it crash into the Red Earth continent with its own body. Kurokas looked at Kuroba excitedly, with gratitude overflowing from his eyes. This guy's hometown is the West Sea across from the Red Continent. It can no longer go back to its hometown. Being able to reach the new world now may give it a new meaning. Sanji listened to Kurokas's words, took a puff of cigarette silently, and said, It seems to have been convinced that those pirates will come back from the other side of the Red Earth continent soon, and is unwilling to accept the reality of being abandoned by them. This whale is really amazing. It has been let down by others, and it continues. There's obviously no point in waiting. Perhaps it is precisely because it has lost its meaning that we refuse to accept reality. Losing the meaning of waiting is more terrifying than anything else. I hope Rab can start anew when he arrives in the new world. What's going on? Who is he? Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at the 17 or 18-year-old boy in front of her, a little unable to react, and murmured. What a powerful force. It's really incredible that such a huge body like Rab can float in the sky. If I continue to stay here, maybe I can ask him to help save Alabasta. After a second thought, Wei Wei gave up the idea of escape, secretly thinking about how to speak. Advertisement Kuroba looked at Wei Wei nonchalantly, then looked at Kurokas and slowly said. Mr. Kurokas, Rab's body is too huge, and his stomach has become a huge space. And the island house you live in is also built in Labu's body. Now if we want to take Labu to the new world, I hope you can go to sea with us. Kurokas looked up at Rab and shouted, Rabu, is he the pirate we have been waiting for so long? What a boy with extraordinary courage and strength. This little brother seems to still have your former self. Are you right, Roger? I'm still looking forward to it and want to see what big things he can do. Kurokas came back to his senses and nodded gently at Kuroba. Then let's go, brother. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, and a wave of heat appeared in his right eye again. It instantly turned purple again, and the whites and pupils of his eyes turned into circles. Reincarnation Eye. With a wave of his hands, Kurokas, Sanji, Usopp and others flew directly into the air. Wow, Kuroba, what are you doing? The sudden takeoff made Nami a little nervous, and her pupils kept shrinking. Ooh! It landed on Rab. In an instant, Rab slowly floated forward and crossed the Red 10 continent. The sky is getting dark, and Kuroba and others are still floating in the vast sky. Okay. Keep driving to the new world. Nami happily shook her wine glass and shouted. Miss Nami, is the drink of love delicious? Advertisement? This is specially prepared for you, full of my love for you. Please give me flowers. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and showed his love to Nami in an infatuated manner. Okay, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and have a good rest. Usopp rolled his eyes at Sanji angrily. Kuroba looked at them, shook his head, and returned to the cabin alone. Come out, Princess Wei Wei. No need to hide anymore. Looking at Wei Wei hiding in the cabin, Kuroba didn't feel strange. Although he knew early on that Wei Wei was hiding something, he said quietly. Tell me, what's the matter? Wei Wei was stunned for a moment and then spoke slowly. Thank you for rescuing me, thank you. I have something to ask you. Wei Wei looked at Kuroba longingly. Have you ever heard of the Kingdom of Alabasta? It is one of the few civilized nations on the Great Line. It used to be a country of peace and tranquility, but in recent years revolutionary trends have begun to appear among the people. People launched riots and the country was in chaos. One day, I accidentally heard the name of an organization, Baroque Studio. This organization has been inciting people to riot. Because all its intelligence is not known, we cannot take action against that organization. Therefore, I asked Diagram, who has taken good care of me since I was a child, to sneak into this Baroque studio with me and see if I can find any clues. I think this way we will be able to find out the culprit who threatens our king and figure out his purpose. The boss of Baroque Studio has been hinting to employees that the company is going to build a utopia, but this is not the case. Chapter 412 I Take It to the New World, continued from 412. P.S. The wrong chapter was posted. This is a continuation of chapter 412 and cannot be modified. I can only make do with it, sorry. They're dead. No matter how long we wait, they will never come back. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette and said quietly. How could you say such disappointing things? Usopp clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Sanji. 4 modernizations of snow. Everything is unclear now, maybe they will come back. Don't you think this story is very touching? A whale always sticks to the promise he made with his companions. Kurokas looked up at the sky with a solemn expression and sighed. But the truth is indeed crueler than imagined. Maybe there is really no need to inquire about Brook anymore. Even if they survive, they won't be able to return to this ocean again. The seasons, weather, ocean currents, and wind directions here are all unpredictable. All common sense doesn't work. The terror of the Grand Line can control the weak heart in an instant. Advertisement. After saying that, Kurokas stared at Rab, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and was about to turn around and leave. Kuroba put his hand in front of Kurokas and said calmly. Mr. Kurokas, although I can't promise you to help find Brook, but I can take Rab the whale directly to the New World. How? Kuroba looked at Kurokas and raised his eyebrows, looking confident. New World. Kurokas and the others were suddenly confused and asked in unison. Brother, stop joking. As an island whale, Rab is the largest species of whale in the world. How could he possibly take it to the New World? Basic abilities. Rapid learning, photographic memory, and dynamic vision. The body leaned sideways in vain, and a strong gravitational force erupted from the whole body, covering the mountain like Rab. The maximum load capacity of floating objects is currently unknown. Golden Lion Shiji once floated more than a dozen islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters for many years. After Kuroba heard what Kurokas said, he didn't care. He turned his wrist and slowly walked to the shore in full view of everyone. Advertisement. Kuroba slowly raised his head and opened his eyes wide. Special ability. Power of Heaven, free control of repulsion and gravity. Ooh. In full view of everyone, Kuroba quickly launched Rabu into the air. Although the Rinnegan has little to do with the world of Naruto, if it does have a relationship, it is that it has the ability of Naruto to copy the ninja Kakashi. Copying other people's skills. 0.8. Rab the whale roared under the strong gravity. Unless it's the fluttering fruit of the golden lion, it's still possible. Reincarnation I. Call out. Kurokas glanced at Kuroba doubtfully and continued. Boom. Boom. The Piao Piao fruit allows oneself or objects to escape gravity and float in the air, and can control touched objects. Whether they're living or non-living objects, you can make them float. His right eye turned pale at some point. In the blood pool like Iris, there was a black vortex split from the pupil, spinning leisurely. Even many legendary pirates can't do it unless. Advertisement. Chapter 414 Whiskey Mountain, please subscribe. Later it was discovered that the real purpose of Baroque Studio was to seize the kingdom of Alabasta. The mastermind behind them is Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. Although you are very strong, I am also worried about whether you can defeat the king Shichibukai. Kuroba smiled warmly and said, Shichibukai looks interesting. Wei Wei took a breath of air and continued. Shichibukai Crocodile. He also used dancing powder to cause drought in Alabasta, causing more chaos in the country. This also triggered a series of riots and wanted to annex the kingdom. If you don't return to the country quickly, make this truth known to the public, and suppress the national uprising, then you will have fallen into the trap of the Baroque Studio. Please, brother Kuroba, you must help me take back the kingdom of Alabasta. Well, there's no problem with this. 14 Kuroba touched his chin and responded calmly. But you have to be careful. Before Wei Wei had time to be happy, she frowned and continued. The next destination the record clock hand points to is Whiskey Hill, the land of welcome. This is the town we live in. On the surface it is an uncharacteristically welcoming town, but in fact it is an island where the killers from Barrack Studio gather. They use free food and drink to confuse passersby. There are at least 100 bounty hunters on the island. These bounty hunters from other seas will behead high-spirited rookie pirates who have just entered the Grand Channel to earn bonuses. Many pirates will fall into their trap, be fooled by the false appearance, be assassinated secretly, and eventually die just after entering the Great Channel. You really have to. Wei Wei swallowed her saliva and said no more, muttering secretly in her heart. Be careful. Brother Kuroba is so powerful, he must be fine. Even a creature as huge as Rab can handle it, so it should be fine. Advertisement. Wei Wei glanced at Kuroba and put her thoughts away obediently. Now heading towards your town, Kuroba still spoke calmly, not paying attention to Whiskey Mountain. Look, that island looks like a cactus. Nami pointed to the island that appeared on the horizon and said with a smile. Well, this is Whiskey Mountain. Wei Wei, for your safety, please leave now. We crossed the river directly in front of us and went straight in after landing. Kuroba stared at the heavy fog ahead and spoke slowly. The warriors of the sea are coming. Long live the pirates. Welcome pirates to the Grand Line. Welcome to Welcome Town, Whiskey Mountain. Rab swam slowly into the harbor at Whiskey Hill. On the surrounding coasts, people kept cheering and applauding enthusiastically. If you don't know the truth, you might really think that they all welcome pirates. Welcome, ahem. Mama, welcome, my name is Ikaram. After seeing Kuroba, Nami and others landing on the island, a middle-aged man with big silver curly hair came to greet them. You may be surprised, but Whiskey Hill is a town where winemaking and music are very developed. Hospitality is a proud tradition in our town. The fine wine we are proud of is as endless as the seawater. Tonight, I will use your adventure stories as a source of entertainment. Please allow us to hold a banquet to welcome you. I wonder if you... Ahem, Mama, advertisement, can I give you a face? Kuroba just smiled lightly at Ikaram's welcome. Ikaram's codename at Baroque Works is Mr. 9, but his true identity is the guard captain of the Kingdom of Alabasta, responsible for protecting Wei Wei's safety. Then I'll trouble you. With that said, Sanji hugged Usopp beside him and strode forward happily. Seeing them entering the trap, Ikaram showed a smile full of aristocratic ceremony. Come, the Yin family is preparing a banquet. Sing the adventurer's song. The party begins. The sun sets over the sea, the moon rises into the night sky, and the welcome banquet at Whiskey Mountain is coming to an end. 200 Nami, Sanji and others all ate and drank enough, and fell asleep beautifully. Where are they? Have you fallen into hell? Ikaram's face darkened and he asked slowly. What a helper who can both eat and drink. Even though I used bubble barley tea to fight them, I still... But is it necessary to welcome them in this way? They're just a few skinny brats. It would be great if we just dealt with them at the port. This town is already short of food. The killers shouted angrily. Look, there is also a little devil whose appetite is never ending. He is still so awake now. What to do? Hurry up and fight quickly to surround this skinny little guy. The bounty hunters looked at Kuroba, who was still awake, and lost their composure, planning to take action quickly. Hey, calm down, let's take a look at the situation first. Let's gather the killers first. Chapter 415 Uninvited Guest, please subscribe. After a while, Ikaram looked in the direction of Kuroba and shouted. Be prepared, we are about to attack them now, tonight, this is their burial place. What? It was too late, but then Wei Wei arrived just in time, shouting with a pale face. Stop it, Ikaram. Hey, Miss Wednesday, are you okay? Ikaram asked eagerly when he saw Princess Wei Wei. Wei Wei stopped Ikaram and said secretly, It's okay, it was the little brother who put me back, he didn't do anything. Wei Wei's mood was a little complicated and she continued. Ikaram, don't be impulsive yet, we can use my brother's strength to deal with the Shichibukai. As Wei Wei's personal bodyguard, Ikaram sneaked into Baroque Works together, but he was still skeptical about Wei Wei's method. Because, he is too young. Although age cannot represent everything, it can also indirectly reflect something. If it is said that a boy of 16 or 17 years old can save the great country of Nuo, it would be simply unbelievable for anyone else. Wei Wei's eyes showed helplessness and she shouted anxiously. No matter what, I believe you will be able to help this country. Now, at least I can't let him die here. At this time, many bounty hunters were waiting outside, with a lineup of more than 200 people. Each of them is a bounty hunter who has experienced real battles, full of blood, because they have killed countless pirates here. Those tombstones are all over the mountain, snapped. Suddenly, an unknown heavy object fell on a bounty hunter. When he reacted, his scalp was numb and he screamed. Advertisement, corpse. With the help of the moonlight, all the bounty hunters could clearly see that with Kuroba as the center, an invisible shockwave seemed to ripple in the void. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions. In an instant, the waves crashed onto the shore, shaking the whole world. Immediately, most of the bounty hunters fell to the ground with a huff, and some even foamed at the mouth. The overbearing domineering energy that Kuroba burst out directly knocked everyone unconscious. Ikaram was so frightened by this sudden power that he didn't even have time to worry. He directly covered his mouth with his hands and his eyes widened. Overlord color and domineering? Where did this kid come from? He actually has such strength? 11? Ikaram regained his composure. Who is it? All the bounty hunters were knocked unconscious by Kuroba, leaving only Ikaram and Wei Wei. Wei Wei looked at the hunter on the ground who was stunned by the domineering aura, as if she didn't believe her eyes. Who? At this time, a vulture flapped its wings, flew out across the sky, and landed on one of the cross tombstones. There is also a gopher wearing fancy clothes and sunglasses on the back of the vulture. What can we do now? Wei Wei's face turned pale and she looked at them helplessly. If they heard the conversation just now, they would definitely report it to the boss. As long as our news reaches the Baroque Studios information network, pursuers will appear immediately. What to do, Ikarim, Princess Weiwei, please don't worry. We will not be discovered, and I will not let everything we have done go to waste. Look at me. Ikarim's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. In order to avoid leaking the secret, he quickly took action first. Advertisement, ma, thorn ball trumpet. 6 small black shells flew from the muzzle. The vulture flapped its wings and circled around, perfectly avoiding the cannonballs. Bang, bang. All 6 shells exploded in the air, releasing a strong impact heatwave. It's already midnight, and this town is really lively. Suddenly, a coquettish female voice sounded. For such a trivial matter, we were specially transferred to the front line. It's really killing a chicken with a knife. When the smoke from the shells receded, Ikarim suddenly discovered that 2 people were already waiting there. There are 2 people, a man and a woman. One is slightly taller and has several numbers 5 printed on his pure black windbreaker. The woman was holding a sun umbrella and wearing a miniskirt. Mr. 5 and Miss. Valentine's Day. Ikarim's pupils shrank and he breathed heavily. It's really terrible. There are so many of you, but you were defeated by a mere pirate. Mr. 5 mocked them arrogantly. Are you kidding around? Uh-huh. Miss. Valentine on the side also laughed at them mercilessly. Ha ha ha. This is the gap between us and you. Are you here just to laugh at us? It means that too. Ha ha, of course we are here to perform a mission. Very good, Ikarim said excitedly. If you can help us, those guys won't be our enemies. Don't make those silly jokes with me, Mr. 5 replied indifferently. You want us to help you? You think we would come all the way to the starting point of the Grand Route for such a trivial matter? A bunch of idiots. Chapter 416 Instant Double Kill, please subscribe. Miss. Valentine said with a smile. The boss said to us, my secret is known. Our company's motto is mystery, and we cannot investigate the origins of anyone within the company. Not to mention investigating the boss's true identity. Therefore, we will find out if we investigate carefully. A dignitary from a certain kingdom has sneaked into our Baroque studio. Mr. 5's face darkened and he shouted. The name of the sinner is the one whose whereabouts in the kingdom of Alabasta are currently unknown. Guard Captain Ikarim and Princess Nefertari Vivi. Now, in the name of the boss of Baroque Studio, I will destroy you too. Whoosh, whoosh, fantasy, serial cannon. Go to hell, you guys. Bang, bang. In an instant, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the sound of artillery explosions continued. Under the light of the fire, Ikarim's face was extremely ugly. Hachihuchi. Ikarim, who was blown away, gasped for air, struggled to get up from the ground, and blocked Princess Weiwei. His pupils are a little sluggish, but still sharp. 763. Take the move, Spike Ball Trumpet. I won't let you lay a finger on her. I want to bet the reputation of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard captain. Princess Weiwei, please run away quickly. It's useless. Ha 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 ha. None of you can run away, Miss. Valentine's Day fell from the sky and shouted. Look at my ability to achieve serious consequences. Eat my 10,000 kilogram weight first, advertisement. Do you know, my ability is to freely control my own weight between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms? Bedge, shoo. When the battle was about to break out, a phantom suddenly flashed quickly and stood in front of Weiwei, shouting. Wait a minute. Mr. 5 saw Kuroba clearly in front of him and snorted. Hey, kid, I advise you not to have boring heroism, it will only lead to death. That makes sense, Mr. 5. Let this brat see our true horror. As soon as Miss Valentine's words fell, they quickly floated above Kuroba's head. In an instant, the huge gravity exploded with terrifying power and speed under the gravity of the earth. Kuroba couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The moment she fell, she crossed a distance of tens of meters in one step. Boom! The huge weight fell hard, and a huge crater was created in the soft desert. In an instant, Kuroba smiled playfully, his scarlet pupils, the cold wind sweeping over his body, howling and moving, turned into a huge ice blade. Everyone present felt a murderous aura sweep over them, chills overflowing, and their hands and feet were cold. Boom! Boom! The ice knife fell, ice splashed everywhere, and with a crackling sound, the sword covered with cold air pierced M5's neck. Blood spurted onto Miss Valentine's body. Mr. 5. There was fear in the exclamation, before I had time to react, the next moment. Call out. The cold sword penetrated Miss Valentine's chest again, and even the parasol in her hand turned into ice and fell to the ground. At that moment, neither of them could react, and they were killed instantly? Dead. Dead? Princess Weiwei looked at the 2 corpses in disbelief. She and Ikarim, combined, could only be beaten and crushed by Mr. 5. Now, advertisement Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were actually killed by the little brother in front of them in just a few seconds? Ikarim looked at Kuroba with a shocked face, lowered his head and murmured. Isn't this little brother's strength too terrifying? Such strength is probably not comparable to that of Crocodile, the president of the Baroque Working Group, which plunged the entire Alabasta into crisis, right? His strength is really very strong. For a long time, Ikarim remained silent. Princess Weiwei nodded slightly and said, yes, if he can help us, the kingdom will be saved, Ikarim. Da-da, footsteps sounded. After Kuroba killed the 2 of them, he strode towards the house, intending to wake up Luffy and the others. I said, It's so strange that this town welcomes pirates so much. Nami woke up and learned everything, and couldn't help but sigh. If it hadn't been for Kuroba's intervention, I'm afraid we would have died in our sleep. Zarin, while there are no enemies now, let's quickly find the treasure and food for medical treatment. Sauron waved his sword and responded, don't worry, keep it with me. Let's take a short rest first and then load the things onto the boat. When the permanent pointer is finished recording, we can leave here. Boom. 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 There was an explosion. It is impossible. Have the pursuers arrived so soon? Wei Wei's pupils shrank and she looked ahead worriedly. This is the bounty hunter's ship. Who blew up the ship? Let's go upstream first. There will be a branch a little further upstream. From there you can reach the route earlier. Nami took a deep breath and asked quickly. Wei Wei. How many people will be chasing us? Chapter 417 Son of the Devil, please subscribe. Look. In front. At this time, a turtle emerged from the rough sea, carrying a woman on its body. Fool. It turned out to be just a bait. The face of the woman in front of her darkened, she held her chin with her right hand and said slowly. Be careful, don't hit the rocks ahead. Ah, how great that you escaped from the pursuers. This boat is really good. The woman jumped and landed on the boat. Ah, who are you? Nami clenched her fists, looking vigilant. Wei Wei looked at the woman in front of her and couldn't help but tremble. Why are you here? Ms. All Sunday. Ms. All Sunday is the Vice President and Supreme Commander of Baroque Studio, Nicole Robin. Nami broke into a cold sweat and asked anxiously. What is it this time? Is she Mr. S' partner? She is Mr. Zero's partner. In fact, only this woman knows the true identity of the boss. That's why we found out the identity of the boss by following her. Robin smoothed his hair and smiled slightly, correctly speaking. I should have let you follow me on purpose. Ikaram's pupils shrank, he stared angrily at Ms. Kwan Sunday and said. Advertisement, we already knew this, we know the boss's true identity, you told him, right? What exactly is your purpose? This is it, I see that you are very serious, so I can't help but help you. Princess Wei Wei, do you think you can really make an enemy of Baroque Studio and save the kingdom? You are really too stupid, don't underestimate me. Wei Wei gritted her teeth and quickly took out the peacock dart. Yes, don't underestimate us, stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Sauron also walked out of the crowd and quickly drew the blade. Sanji on the side, holding a cigarette in his mouth, kicked the ground with his toes and said. I feel that the lovely Princess Wei Wei may be in danger, so please leave it to me to protect her. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes fell on Nico Robin, making the atmosphere on the deck suddenly tense. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Nico Robin was not afraid at all, and said with a smile under her beautiful eyes. It's better not to face such a dangerous thing towards a person with abilities like me. Robin moved first, waving his hand with his right hand, and Wawagwo's ability was activated instantly. One arm after another, like flowers, appeared on their bodies without any warning. What the hell is this? Why did I float instantly? Zarin, you have 4 hands. The scene suddenly exploded. Seeing the arms that suddenly grew on everyone's bodies, everyone's pupils shrank to the extreme. Especially Zoro and Sanji, the arms that grew from their bodies lifted them up in the air. This is the ability of the devil fruit. To deal with the fruit user, you can only attack the person with the ability. Wei Wei's expression suddenly changed and she roared urgently. Advertisement. The peacock dart in his hand flew out first, making a majestic sound of breaking through the air, and went straight after Robin. Robin smiled and moved again. With a wave of his hand, his flower-like arms bloomed again, blocking the incoming peacock dart. Please give me flowers. Sanji and Zoro, who were also floating in midair in an instant, were gently pulled. Bang. Bang. The two of them hit the ground so hard that the deck almost shattered in an instant. The arms on their bodies were like octopuses, tightly wrapped around their bodies and motionless. Looking at the two people who lost their fighting power in an instant, Nami and Wei Wei's expressions turned pale. You. Don't come here. Our captain is very powerful, and you can't compare to him. Zero. Nami said hurriedly. He, your captain is very powerful. Sorry, compared with our Baroque studio, he is still far behind. But don't be so anxious, I didn't receive any orders, so I don't have any reason to fight you. You are really unlucky to have picked up a princess who was hunted down by the Baroque studio. The princess is also unfortunate, being protected by only a few pirates. Robin played with her slender fingers, planning to tease Princess Vivi further. Tisk. Tisk. Before he could take action, a black shadow appeared behind him. All things are attracted by heaven. Robin's observation skills are not weak. After realizing the danger, he planned to take action immediately. But suddenly he felt that he was being pulled by something, and his body was unable to move out of control. It turned out that Kuroba had already stood behind Robin at this time, and used his samsara eye to suppress Robin unable to move. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Kuroba couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, it's really interesting. Chapter 418 Target Sand Crocodile, please subscribe. When Robin heard this, his heart suddenly sank and he whispered. Are you also a person with abilities? Hey, don't underestimate me? Robin's face darkened slightly, and the devil fruit ability in his body was instantly ready to attack, ready to strike again. Unfortunately, this thought caused Nico Robin's expression to change suddenly. Why can't my body move? It's impossible, my hands, can't feel anything anymore. At the same time, Robin felt an invisible pressure coming from behind him, and it increased rapidly. Not only was he unable to control his whole body, but he also felt like he was being squashed. A strange scene in 257. This made Nico Robin's face look even more ugly. He looked at his hands at a loss, lowered his head and murmured. How is it possible? I can't use the flowers and fruits. I can't be a piece of fish on the chopping board and let others slaughter me. You must move quickly. Kuroba glanced at Robin, who was struggling, sighed helplessly, stood slowly in front of her, and said, Should I call you Ms. Sunday, or should I call you Nicole Robin, the Devil's Son? More than 10 years ago, O'Hara was destroyed by the world government because of his research on ancient texts. And you escaped from O'Hara with the help of a former vice admiral of the Navy and became a remnant of O'Hara. Although you escaped, the world government charged you with destroying 8 warships. At the age of 8, you were given the title of Son of the Devil, becoming the winner of the most valuable 79 million Baileys, rewards for criminals. But your dark journey has just begun. You were taken in and hunted by others. Any force you joined wanted to kill you to collect the bounty. A few years ago, Crocodile, one of the 7 martial arts under the king, found you and hoped that you can help him find the ancient weapon Pluto. Because you understand ancient writing, Crocodile needs you. Only by following him can you survive. Right. Son of the Devil. When Robin heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Advertisement? You know my secret? So, do you love me? Could it be that you want to send me to the Navy headquarters to receive the reward? So, if he wants to trade me for the bounty, can I get away? Can't seem to get away. Thinking of this, Robin sighed inwardly. The fragments of his nearly 20 years of escape ran through his mind like a fleeting glance. Kuroba smiled slightly and let go of Robin. Robin immediately took a few steps back and fell to the ground. There was a trace of disbelief on his face, but he calmed down a little. He stared at Kuroba without saying anything. Don't stare at me like this. Don't worry, I won't arrest you. The purpose of our trip is Crocodile. If there is no more Crocodile, you will still find another shelter, right? Perhaps, you can join us. If one day you feel that our pirate group is not capable of helping you unlock the blank 100-year history, you can leave at any time. How about it? Robin listened to Kuroba's words and suddenly found that he couldn't understand him. But he still gritted his teeth and said, It's not impossible for you to ask me to join you. Working under Crocodile is the same as working under you. But the king's Shichibukai are recognized as the 7 greatest pirates in the world. Advertisement. They not only possess catastrophic destructive power, but also have huge combat power that rivals the country. Superficial woman. The Imperial Shichibukai, the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters are also known as the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. Only pirates who are well known or powerful enough to intimidate everyone are eligible to be selected as the Imperial Shichibukai. I advise you not to act rashly. Nami raised her eyebrows, looked at Robin, and said, This guy's strength is not just what you see now, superficial woman. But you don't have to worry about this. Go to where the next record pointer points. Usopp played with the slingshot in his hand, glanced at Kuroba, and said angrily, 0.2. We appreciate your kind reminder. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, but choosing to follow the tigers, that is what a fool does. If it were me, I wouldn't do such an uncertain thing. Kuroba looked at Nico Robin again and said, And Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, is a user with the ability of the sand fruit. He can freely control sand and turn his body into sand. His strength should not be underestimated. It's getting late. We still have to go to sea. As for you, you can stay here if you like. Just go on your own if you want. From now on, we'll move forward at full speed. Nico Robin looked at Usopp with a smile, and with this look, Usopp immediately retracted his words. As one of the cowards, he was worried that 7 or 8 hands would suddenly appear on his body and disturb him. Hey, our captain just let you go, and you became arrogant. The strength of our captain Kuroba is obvious to all, and we will definitely win. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Chapter 419. Arriving at the small garden. Looking at Kuroba, who didn't take him to heart at all when he opened his mouth, Robin calmed down his emotions, couldn't help but smile, and said softly. It's like this. What a pity. I don't mind staying on the ship for the time being. I don't hate courageous people either. It would be better if you could survive. You guys, for letting me go so easily, your purpose must not be as simple as you think. They trust you so much, maybe your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Well, although it sounds a bit incredible, it's still. Let's first see what kind of strength you have. More than 10 days later, on a remote sea, a pirate ship was riding the wind and waves. Nami, who was originally 14 standing on the watchtower, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, showing a look of ecstasy on her face. It must be right, connected to Cactus Island, our next destination. That's the island. An island vaguely appeared in front of it. The trees on the island were lush, and its vitality could be felt from a long distance away. Nami looked at the record pointer and continued. Look at that island. This is the 2nd island after entering the Grand Line. Wei Wei frowned and looked around cautiously. Be careful. Will a monster come out? Who knows? Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and took a long puff. All I know is that we need to add some fresh water and food. But, hey, is this a dense rainforest? It's like a secret land. It doesn't look like a land with such a lovely name. This is a small garden. How small is it? Nami looked at Wei Wei, who looked worried, patted her shoulder gently and said. Don't worry too much, Wei Wei. Anyway, advertisement. Hey, look, I haven't seen these plants in plant illustrations. Quack quack. At this time, the loud scream of the doctor suddenly sounded in the sky. Ah! Nami immediately covered her ears and looked up. What was it? That cry just now? Just a bird. It's just the beginning. Nico Robin slowly hung behind Kuroba and his group and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp was shocked. Is it a lizard? That thing in the sky has feathers, but it just has the head of a lizard. Boom. Boom. Suddenly there was another loud noise, which was deafening. What is this sound? It was like the sound of a volcano erupting. Kuroba glanced around lightly, watching Nico Robin follow everyone around with interest. He said slowly and casually, the name Little Garden comes from the fact that this island looks like a small garden to the people living here. Wait a minute, now that you say that, I seem to have some impression. Nami's face turned pale, as if she remembered the travel notes she had read. Kuroba suddenly turned his head and looked deep into the jungle, narrowed his eyes, and continued. There are 2 crew targets here that we can invite. With them here, our strength will be stronger, really? Advertisement, isn't he some weird person? Nami's heart skipped a beat and she asked in confusion. Ha ha. You're not planning to invite these dinosaurs and monsters to fill up your numbers, are you? Even if you want to increase your numbers and fight crocodile, you are still overestimating your capabilities. Nico Robin raised an eyebrow and looked at Kuroba with a mocking look on his face. After hearing this, Kuroba smiled slightly and continued. There is a pirate more powerful than the sand crocodile hidden inside. Don't underestimate any of the creatures in this little garden. Let's go. Let's take a look at the jungle ahead. There are islands with a high degree of civilization, as well as islands that have not evolved for thousands or tens of thousands of years and retain their original features. Princess Wei Wei looked around warily and said anxiously. This is an island from ancient times, why are there still Neptunes on land? The chaotic climate on the Grand Line made all this possible. As soon as she finished speaking, Nami froze instantly and watched helplessly as the beasts around her rushed in. Ouch, ouch. Why are there so many dinosaurs? Nami took a few steps back in panic, her face getting paler. Will we be eaten? Run away. The dinosaur opened its mouth. It's bad for this island. Mom. Nico Robin's face darkened, she glanced around in confusion, and quickly followed Kuroba. Mom. It's a dinosaur. Grr, 350. That's right, it's still the age of dinosaurs here. The islands on the Grand Line are extremely difficult to navigate and there is no communication between them, so each island has its own unique culture. Chapter 420 The Giant 100 Years Ago. Please subscribe. Boom. At this time, huge footsteps suddenly sounded. Click, click. Click. The trees on the river bank are constantly broken, and Kuroba can smell the smell of leaf sap. Giant. Ah. Why are there still giants? Nami looked up and her heart skipped a beat. So huge. That huge body, when you really look at it, the visual impact is really unparalleled. There are two giants. Ah, Kuroba. Think of a solution? Grr. Don't worry about the giant yet. Are we going to be eaten by dinosaurs? Nami couldn't help but tremble as she stared at the dinosaur's bloody mouth. 2 huge giants were standing in the center of the island, looking at Kuroba and others eagerly. They looked like they were watching a good show, waiting for them to fall into the mouth of the beast. Boom. Boom. Overlord and domineering. With a muffled sound from Kuroba, everything in this world seemed to freeze instantly. A circle of dark red ripples swept across. The dinosaur in front of me gradually lost focus, rolled its eyes, and fell backwards. At this time, when dark red ripples rippled through the beasts and dinosaurs on the entire island, they all fell to the ground in an instant. Bang. 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 What a strong sense of oppression. The 2 giants, Dolly and Brocky, took 3 steps back in a row, feeling dazed and dizzy. Advertisement bang. Bang. After a short period of persistence, the giant Dolly staggered back a few steps, holding on to the big tree next to him to prevent him from falling. Who is the other party? The ground is cracking around us. What a terrifying overlord and domineering spirit. In an instant, Dolly realized that this was the skinny boy in front of him unleashing his strongest domineering force. Overlord and domineering. In Dolly's opinion, this domineering power is no less powerful than their king. Could it be? This is the domineering aura that only a king possesses. The only one who can emit such a level of domineering and domineering energy is the king of our country. How so? Giant Brocky took a step forward, grinned, looked at the place where the overlord domineering energy burst out, and focused on Kuroba in the distance. Interesting. It's such a long-lost feeling. You're right, Dolly. Dolly's expression changed, and he was immersed in this domineering spirit, and said in a dull voice. Skinny boy. What are you guys doing here? Don't get in the way here and delay our decisive battle. Our battle of honor needs to be decided as soon as possible, and then we can return to Erebov. Kuroba followed the sound and looked at Dolly, his eyes flashed with a flash of light, and he said loudly. We are here to invite you to join the pirate group. As soon as she finished speaking, Nami's pupils shrank and she shouted on the spot. Kuroba, what on earth are you planning, them? You want to invite them? Nico Robin looked at Dolly and Brocky carefully and suddenly recalled. I know who they are, Kuroba. Advertisement, 100 years ago, there was a pirate group of giants. They rampaged across the sea, burning down villages one after another, shocking the world. Its name is the Giant Pirate Group, and it is led by 2 vicious leaders, who actually live on this island. Nico Robin raised her slender hand and pointed at the giants Dolly and Brocky. Known as Aoki Dori and Red Onibroki, you are the legendary pirates who disappeared 100 years ago. Moreover, the rewards placed on them at that time have not been invalidated yet. The reward amount at that time was 100 million berry per person. Nami's eyes lit up and she said casually excitedly. The two people add up to 200 million, 200 million. We are going to get rich, Brocky and I stayed on this island because of our dispute. Kid, I'm surprised that you want to invite us to be members of your pirate group. The right person will win the battle and survive, but after 100 years, we still haven't distinguished ourselves. Zhao. The god of Aruba will always protect the right person, and he will let the right person survive. Nami turned pale and asked in shock, but after 100 years, your enthusiasm for fighting should have cooled down a bit, right? Is there any point in continuing to fight? The giant Dolly waved his axe, and followed Brocky's words and explained. Gah ha 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 ha. This island is our arena. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Gah ha 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 ha. You've been fighting for 100 years? Ha 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 ha. We have a rule in our village. I, Broky, am the strongest warrior in Erebov. This is just killing each other. If we have a dispute in the village and refuse to give in to each other, we will accept Erebov's decision. However, we still have to accept the judgment of the god of Erebov. Chapter 421 Fighting Giants. Please subscribe. What is the reason for your dispute? Kuroba smiled slightly and covered Nami's mouth. Stop asking, the question isn't there. Right. It's for honor. Oh, the reason, I've forgotten it a long time ago. Ha 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 ha. Dolly patted his chest and asked curiously. Kid, why do you think you can invite us to join your pirate group? We are the strongest warriors of Erebov. Kuroba smiled warmly and said playfully. Of course it's based on strength. You two have fought countless times in 100 years and still can't decide the outcome. Even if we fight with all our strength, we will only end up in a draw. This battle that has lasted for a century must eventually end, right? I have a proposal. Kuroba looked up at Dolly and Brocky and continued to speak slowly. 447. What if I fight you two alone? If I lose, we will leave this island immediately. If you lose, you will join our pirate group, how about that? Besides, I have already seen your weaknesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Brocky couldn't stand Kuroba's provocation and shouted. Ha ha ha. Advertisement, sure enough, interesting kid. You think you can defeat me if you know our weaknesses? An arrogant and weak guy like you, even if you know our weaknesses, I can still get rid of you. Well, take action. Good. Kuroba nodded and asked everyone to move away. Kuroba looked at Brocky with a hint of fighting intent in his eyes and said. Dolly said that you are very powerful. If that's the case, you should take action first. I have never encountered a truly powerful opponent. Today we will fight with all our strength. What? Faced with this crazy request, the two giants looked at Kuroba in confusion. You can't think about it anymore? Nico Robin looked at Kuroba in surprise and shouted impatiently. Kuroba, you are totally asking for your own death. You have to know that the strength of the giant is quite huge. If Luffy hadn't been a rubber man, he might not have been able to withstand so many blows. Ha ha ha. Boy, I'm looking forward to fighting with you now. But I advise you not to give in. Thank you very much for your concession, brother, but for Erebov's highest honor, we would rather die in battle than live with others showing mercy. Brocky looked at Kuroba with slight dissatisfaction. The suggestion he just gave up was a complete insult to them. Kuroba smiled slightly and said slowly, both of you have almost the same physical strength and defense, and you also know the same tricks. So the battle between you will never be a winner. Unless there is a difference between life and death. Besides, you have reached a bottleneck stage now. Once you break through, you will inevitably enter a new stage. In fact, joining us is the best thing. You can, Betty, under different opportunities in the outside world, and your strength will inevitably grow differently, and only then will you be able to distinguish between high and low. Advertisement. Working behind closed doors here, I think you are just wasting your time. Since I invited you to join, I am the captain, it is appropriate for the captain to give in. Dolly was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he laughed and said. Ha ha ha. I never thought we would be underestimated one day. If our strength can make us surrender, wouldn't we giant warriors be too spineless? Brocky looked at Kuroba, swung his axe directly, and took action first. Seeing this scene, Dolly also looked at Kuroba in shock. Brocky swung his axe and hit Kuroba head-on. This aura is so powerful, the overlord color and domineering energy. I didn't expect that a brat like you actually possesses the overlord color, and has even cultivated the overlord color and domineering energy to such an extent. Hiss, boom, boom. The smoke and dust dispersed, and everyone finally reacted to the giant's power, only to be surprised to find that Kuroba was still standing motionless in the ruins. This is a unique skill of Erebov warriors. This kid is actually completely motionless and his hair is intact? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Even Brocky's axe can be caught. No. Because Kuroba is too low compared to the giant, the shockwave comes close to the ground, and the ground is directly cracked with cracks wherever it passes. Facing this astonishing destructive power, Nami, Nico Robin and others also changed their expressions. They did not expect that in addition to their powerful physiques, the two giants also had such terrifying tricks. In an instant, Kuroba's overbearing domineering energy poured out, as if even if there were thousands of mountains and rivers in front of him, he could easily cut through them with a single sword. Hegemony. Whizzing. The shockwave caused by that axe went directly towards Kuroba, and the huge impact destroyed everything around it, just like a hurricane passing by. He actually stood on the same spot, his body did not tremble at all, and he did not move back even a centimeter. Looking at the shockwave that destroyed everything, Brocky's axe hit Kuroba hard at this moment. Chapter 422 The Seventh Gate, opens the day tiger, please subscribe. Then, the words just fell. Jung. Kuroba actually covered his upper body with armed color hockey. His skin color became darker and darker, and he exuded the terrifying aura of a strong man. Kuroba hammered his fists twice like a gorilla, as if he had turned into an Iron Man, making a clanging sound and smiling slightly. I think you two should go together, Brocky alone can't defeat me. Dolly frowned, put away his contempt this time, looked at Kuroba with interest, and said. Interesting, this Kuroba looks really interesting. Broshi, let's take action. That's it, for the first time, the two giants put aside their prejudices and took action together. Boom. Boom. Dolly and Brocky, like Tarzan, hammered at Kuroba crazily. The power that exploded made everyone feel nervous. In fact, compared to giants, Kuroba is really too small, just like a silverback gorilla and a small monkey. Looking at Dolly and Brocky rushing over quickly, Kuroba pursed his lips and said, Stone fist wolf. Armed and domineering, solidly gathered in the right fist. Facing the two giants approaching, wave with all your strength. Boom. In an instant, the sound waves exploded, and the entire forest was filled with the echo of metallic bells. The terrifying punch force directly set off another wave of air, raising dust on the ground. Too strong. That's right, under the double critical attack, Kuroba came again. Bang. 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 It turned out to be Dolly and Brocky, who took a few steps back. Advertisement, damn guy. This armed domineering spirit is so powerful. Dolly frowned, feeling a little bit dissatisfied. Ah, very good. Unscathed, Kuroba felt his body become stronger and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Dolly and Brocky, whose expressions became fearful. Come again, you guys. Kuroba smiled slightly, clenched his fists, and made a sound of cracking joints. Kid, let me show you Erebof's strongest spear again. Hegemony. Boom. The two giants waved their weapons at the same time, and a tyrannical force suddenly burst out, turning into a shocking wave of air, fused together, and rushed towards Kuroba. Boom. Like a whirlpool, this terrifying force immediately punched an exaggeratedly large hole in the surrounding area. And under this tyrannical force, he easily blocked it again. The seventh door, the shocking door, open, boom. In an instant, the green steam in Kuroba's body turned into blue steam, and his aura and momentum climbed steadily, reaching another terrifying height. Kuroba. Robin clasped his hands tightly and stared at Kuroba. Kuroba, are you? Robin's expression gradually changed, and even she felt palpitated by Kuroba's breath. This guy is really crazy, he is so desperate. Such a powerful move will probably do a lot of damage to oneself, which is equivalent to killing 1,000 enemies and damaging oneself 800. Is it necessary to face two giants to this extent? What will happen if we face Crocodile? Kaka. Advertisement. Kuroba clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand hard, and the weapons of the two giants instantly shattered. Please give me flowers. Zero, Hitora. Suddenly, Kuroba shouted loudly. Immediately jump out the iron fist and launch a concentrated super high-speed front fist attack on Dolly and Brocky. Then the air was compressed and then spread out in one breath. The shape of the air cannon was like a tiger, and it was extremely powerful. The shockwave spread was enough to make it difficult for people 100 meters away to stand still. In an instant, the tiger-shaped air cannon roared and engulfed the two giants. Buzz. 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 At the same time, Dolly and Brocky, who had lost their weapons, faced the powerful Hiruda, and before they had time to react, they raised their fists defensively to block it. Zero whizzing. In just a moment, Kuroba's day tiger tore out. Like a meteorite collision, terrifying energy aftermath swept out in all directions. Roar. A tiger roar spread, and Kuroba's move, the day tiger, seemed to have its own consciousness, biting directly at Dolly and Brocky, covering and swallowing them like a ball of air. Boom. The moment the two giants were swallowed by the day tiger, they exploded directly. The energy aftermath that originally swept out surged again, crushing all around. Ah. Nami stared in shock at the two figures left behind after the energy aftermath gradually dissipated. Bang. Bang. This time, Dolly and Brocky couldn't even stand on the ground. He fell directly to the ground and rubbed dozens of meters into the distance. Two giant gentlemen, how about joining my pirate group now? After showing off the Hutora, Kuroba smiled slightly and spoke to the two heavily injured giants. It was like the earth-shattering battle just now had nothing to do with him. Chapter 423 Baroque Agent Mr. 3. It's a pity that such a powerful warrior like you doesn't go to sea. And both of them are giant warriors of Aruba. Even if they go to the New World, they will be top warriors. Especially when you two are the two captains of the giant army 800 years ago, known as Green Ghost and Red Ghost. You are stronger now than you were 100 years ago. When you go outside, it will be easier for you to tell the winner. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I didn't expect that a brat like you could actually defeat us. Kid, you will be our captain from now on, not only Brocky, but also Dolly looked at Kuroba in surprise, not expecting that the strength of the boy in front of him was so terrifying. Welcome both of you. Kuroba touched his hair and smiled warmly. Nico Robin held her hands and looked at Kuroba quietly, lost in thought. Is this Kuroba's true power? No, this shouldn't be his true ability. This kid can really defeat Crocodile in a matter of minutes. Now that they have decided to join Kuroba's pirate group, the two giants plan to continue following Kuroba on the road after treating their injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! 703. At this time, two figures walked out of the jungle. Little Devil, I advise you to hand over these two giants. As long as we successfully complete the mission, we will take back these two heads worth 200 million as gifts. We can still let you little devils go, ha 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 ha. As soon as Wei Wei heard the sound, her face suddenly changed and she shouted. Oh, it's you two who are going to die, Mr. 3. Take the move. The peacock spreads its tail, beep. Hey, don't think about dying, Ms. Wednesday, ha ha ha, we are the chief commander, can you beat us? Mr. 3 glanced around and smiled slyly. Yo, Nico Robin. Robin, why don't you join us? As long as we successfully capture the giant's two heads, we will undoubtedly be promoted. You just need to follow my instructions, hey hey hey. Robin looked at Mr. 3 coldly and said slowly, what a beautiful thought. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Mr. 3's expression changed and he waved his finger quickly. Then let's start creating works, candle lock. If these candles of mine solidify completely, their hardness is comparable to iron. Once you're stuck by them, even the brute force of the giants can't do anything. Suffer death. Extra large candle, as expected, we still have to fight. Kuroba frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to do anything at this time. Forget it, let's solve it quickly, bang, bang. Kuroba stretched out his 5 fingers, and a sound of gold and iron sounded. What? Mr. 3's pupils shrank suddenly. Advertisement. The extra large candle was cut into 2 pieces in the air. In the blink of an eye, Kuroba's arms were covered with a layer of metallic black, and his muscles continued to expand. Boom. The huge fist slammed towards Mr. 3. A burst of smoke dispersed, and Mr. 3 fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Is this guy dead? Kuroba. Seeing this magical scene, Wei Wei was almost stunned. Kuroba retracted his hands, looked down at Mr. 3 who was motionless on the ground, showed a malicious smile, and said. He's not dead yet, he just fainted. Usopp, the rest is up to you. Tie him up first. Just in time, we can take this opportunity to have a good rest. Usopp wiped his nose and said with a smile, hey hey. Don't worry, leave this to me, I am the great Captain Usopp. The next day, the small garden returned to its former appearance, with birds singing, flowers fragrant, and exotic animals chirping. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, deafening footsteps sounded, and a huge figure appeared. Thank you so much for taking care of me. That's why Dolly and I recovered so quickly from our injuries. Ha 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 ha. Seeing how happy everyone was, Kuroba smiled slightly, turned his head and began to look at the unconscious Mr. 3 carefully, and said. I guess this guy should have already invited me. Mr. 3 thought of something. A lot of cold sweat poured out of his forehead, and he slowly raised his head. I am also grateful for your hospitality. Brocky looked down at the little man on the ground, showed a terrifying smile, stared and said. Next, let us really entertain you. More cold sweat broke out on Mr. 3's head, and he was completely speechless. It's almost impossible to confront these bastards head on. Having seen the fighting power of giants in Kuroba, Mr. 3's head was running wildly at this time. So many people. After finishing his inner struggle, Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and smiled sinisterly. I am a senior agent of Baroque Works. Our Baroque working group is very powerful, and the president is a strong man with the devil fruit. I advise you to let me go quickly. When the time comes, our president will be able to spare your lives. After hearing this, Kuroba scratched his ears and said calmly. I know, your boss is Shichibukai Crocodile, so what? Mr. 3 was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and he said. Crocodile, one of the king's 7 warlords? No way? Is our president really Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords under the king? What do you kid know? Baroque Company Limited is a secret criminal company formed by Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Everyone in the club does not use their real names and are all referred to by code names, so no one knows the true identity of the president. Nico Robin looked at Mr. 3 and nodded slightly. Advertisement. The information is correct, he still understands it very well. Faced with this breaking news, Mr. 3 suddenly became confused and shouted loudly. You guys, now you know how powerful our president is. Crocodile is the king of the desert. His sand fruit can freely control sand, turn any part of his body into sand, and turn sand into weapons to attack. Crocodile can kill you easily. After hearing this, Kuroba raised his eyebrows and smiled warmly. We are going to hunt Crocodile now. What? Mr. 3's glasses suddenly widened. He could still play like this. You are totally going to die. Faced with Kuroba's crazy reply, Mr. 3 couldn't help but ask Nico Robin. Robin, could you be their hostage? Nico Robin played with her hair and smiled coldly. Hostage. Joke. I have already betrayed Baroque Works and joined Kuroba's pirate group. Kuroba glanced at Nico Robin and was not surprised by this answer. Then, he slowly turned his head and said to everyone. Okay, now we can go to sea. The hunting time is almost here. Looking into the distance, Kuroba's eyes suddenly became full of interest. Well, Mr. 3 looked at Kuroba in shock, completely speechless. At this time, Dolly and Brocky had already prepared a huge raft. The two sat on the raft, and on both sides of the raft were cabins made of balloons for them to rest inside. Let's go. We're moving full steam ahead. The two giants faced the sea, their cloaks rustling in the sea breeze, and an invisible solemn atmosphere appeared. There is another reason why humans who come to this island cannot reach the next island. At this time, Brocky held the giant axe in his hand tightly and said slowly. Kuroba was excited, as if he thought of something, and said slowly. Is that hegemony, the application of domineering skills? This is a huge goldfish that specializes in eating islands. Even the poop it pulls out is as big as the island. You have fought tooth and nail to defend our honor, and your enemies are our enemies. Let me take this opportunity to try out the power of the Overlord. Let me do it. The reason they can't get to the next island is right ahead. You all stand back. After saying that, Dolly also tightened his grip on the giant sword in his hand and said. Suddenly, a harsh voice sounded. Kuroba, let the two of us deal with the island-eating beast in front of us. Brocky said as he raised his axe. We must not let our friend's pirate flag be broken. System prompt. Sign in successfully, you have obtained the hegemony skill. Afterwards, Kuroba's whole face became excited. He squeezed his fists and felt the surging power in his body. His desire to fight became even higher. Ding dong, etc. Dolly also raised his sword. Chapter 424 arrives at Winter Island. Please subscribe. Hello, giant goldfish? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. Usopp's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he looked at Kuroba nervously and said. No, cannot be done. Stop talking nonsense, Kuroba. This time is different from when we were at Bra. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. 3 immediately sneaked to the stern of the boat and secretly watched Kuroba's every move. What can this guy do? Since the giant is willing to attack the island-eater beast, he still refuses. I think this guy must be tired of living and is scared out of his wits by the island-eater beast. Haha. I won't do anything to risk my death. I must escape quickly when I get the chance. And right here, the originally calm sea surface suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to come out of the sea. Look. Front. Whoa. Whoa. The surprise turned into panic in an instant. A giant goldfish appeared on the sea in front of a small island. At this time, it was gradually opening its mouth, and it looked like it was going to eat Melee. The red fish scales reflected dazzling light under the sun, and the bloody mouth was filled with teeth like hills. Looking at this scene, not only Nami, but also everyone in the Straw Hats broke out in cold sweat. It's so fast and scary, are we going to be swallowed up? Finally, the island-eating monster appears. We will open the way for you in the name of Erebos. Just when the two giants were about to take action, Kuroba had already moved forward quickly. This thing is indeed a foul level 14. How did such a big goldfish grow? Kuroba stared at the goldfish with interest for a moment, then silently concentrated his energy. The deep power hidden in the body is reviving, and there seems to be a vague thunderous rumble. An invisible momentum slowly gathered, and the surrounding air seemed to become thicker. Looking from a distance, the entire sea seemed to become blurry. Boom. Boom. Only a loud air explosion was heard, and the air exploded under the shock wave of the punch released by Kuroba. A bright white light powerfully broke through all the obstacles in front. The tyrannical power turned into a shocking airwave and fused together, rushing towards the island-eating beast. Boom. Like rags, under this terrifying force, the bird-eating goldfish was suddenly punched with an exaggeratedly large hole. And under this tyrannical force, the sea was split in half. The Melee immediately took off on the wind. Ah! Nami, Usopp, and Vivi on the boat couldn't help but exclaimed. Amazing! What a terrifying power, did we succeed? Seeing this scene, Mr. 3 felt chills all over his body. He immediately grabbed the railing in a hurry and growled. Is this the power of this guy Kuroba? Wrong. Maybe this guy is scarier than imagined. No wonder Nico Robin betrayed the president. At this time, the airwave still lasted for a long time, and after piercing the island-eating beast goldfish, it split the sea surface. This power is hard to believe that it is the power of people. This has already touched the spiritual realm of God. The two giants recovered from the shock and shouted. Friends, let's go, keep going, wow ha 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 ha. Advertisement 10 minutes later, the Melee left the small garden and sailed quietly on the sea. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Mr. 3's phone buzzed. How many days have passed since I gave the order? Mr. 3, how did things go? Why do not you speak? Crocodile on the other end of the phone continued to ask. Princess Vivi and the Straw Hats, have you dealt with them? Say something. Hang up. Kuroba slowly picked up the phone and hung up the phone. Ring. Bell. After a while, Nico Robin's phone also rang one after another. Hang up. Nico Robin raised an eyebrow, hung up the phone sensibly, and watched Kuroba slowly step aside. Hateful. Hang up the phone on me, what a courage. Crocodile on the other end of the phone looked at the empty office and couldn't help but look sad. HMPH. That's it. I can only wish you two good luck. Nami held her forehead, looked at this scene funny, and asked. Kuroba, next stop, where are we going? Nah, here you go. Kuroba took out Higashishima's record hour hand and said calmly. Let's go find the doctor first, doctor. Nami caught the recording our hand, observed it carefully, and blurted out. Why are we looking for a doctor? Aren't we going to find crocodile? We need doctors. There are too many unknowns in this great waterway. We also need to find a doctor to be part of our crew. Let's go find an island with a doctor first. Everyone present in the cabin immediately realized this and nodded. That's right. That's right. 3 days later, we finally arrived at Dongdao. Is this Dongdao? What a big chimney. Nami looked at the island full of snow and couldn't help but marvel. Will there be a snow monster on that island? It snows all year round on Dongdao, with snowflakes all over the sky and several mountains that look very much like chimneys in the middle. Everyone, prepare to log in. And at this moment, many people armed with weapons suddenly appeared from the shore, and each of them looked at Kuroba and the others nervously. Pirates, you are not welcome here, leave quickly. Otherwise we'll shoot. On the shore, there was a sound of fear and anger. Very scary. Usopp looked scared. How could he not be scared when so many guns were pointed at him suddenly? I'm disgusted. Looking at this scene, Sanji smoked a cigarette and observed it calmly. It looks like they are not a regular army. Advertisement. They are all villagers. Kuroba looked at the armed people on the shore and said. After all, they just went through that. Dongdao is also known as the magnetic drum country. It is named because the peaks on the island are shaped like magnetic drums, and it is also known as the medical power. Unfortunately, Dongdao also abandoned the country because of the tyranny and cruelty of the previous ruler Valpo. Because the citizens fled to sea and became pirates, there was only one doctor left on the island. Although Kuroba is familiar with the plot, he did not encounter the iron barrel Valpo like in the original work. In this way, the Straw Hats understood the reaction of the people on the shore. Hello. Kuroba said hello and then said slowly. We're here to find a doctor. As long as we are allowed to land on the island, we can also help deal with Valpo who will come back soon. How can a skinny boy like you handle Valpo? What a joke. After hearing this, the people on the shore looked at Kuroba and pointed. How can it be? They must have lied to us, pretending to help us deal with Valpo and then landed on the island. Dalton couldn't help but have a flash of fear in his eyes because he said. Boy, Valpo is not as easy to solve as you think. You can't deal with it at all. He is a user with the ability to swallow fruits, nicknamed White Iron. He can eat anything, and can also become part of his body, and eventually turn into corresponding weapons for attack. I advise you not to brag here, kid. Remembering their dislike of Valpo and their fear of pirates, the people on the island rejected it even more subconsciously. Get out of here quickly. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Other members of the self-defense forces took out their guns and shouted. Not only for Valpo, but also for the Straw Hat Pirates. If what they say is true, then this is a powerful pirate group that can defeat Valpo and his men. If they are allowed to land on the island, will this attract wolves into the house? Recalling the 177 wreaking havoc of the Blackbeard pirates, the people became more and more frightened, and they started talking in groups. Wait a moment. We don't mean any harm, Kuroba said while secretly exerting his strength. The smile on his face is still there, but when the pale color spreads rapidly in his pupils. The next moment, the whole person disappeared from the place like a ghost, and reappeared in front of Dalton. The strange scene made everyone's pupils suddenly shrink, and the people on the shore were even more confused. Dalton looked at the figure appearing in front of him across thousands of meters, his face filled with disbelief. Is this still human speed? Are you a devil fruit user? No wonder you are so calm. If you land on the island without permission, we should give you some trouble. Do it, villagers. Boom, boom. There was a sound like a thunderous explosion, and in an instant, everything in the world seemed to freeze instantly. A circle of dark red ripples swept across, and the overlord color and domineering energy started. Kuroba controlled his haki and easily avoided Dalton standing on the shore. In an instant, other people froze up, the weapons in their hands suddenly stopped, and their whole bodies stood like statues. Bang! Bang! Dalton's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He watched helplessly as the people's pupils gradually lost focus, rolled their eyes, and fell backwards. At the same time, he was extremely horrified. You! What on earth did you do? Why did they all faint? How terrifying! What a powerful sense of oppression! In just a moment, after dark red ripples passed over them, the people near the shore fell to the ground. At the same time, the Straw Hats had slowly docked. Sanji and Usopp jumped off the boat one after another. After taking a few steps, Sanji suddenly felt Kuroba's strong sense of oppression. Bang bang bang. Who is this kid? How can it be so powerful? Dalton took 3 steps back, feeling dazed and dizzy. Chapter 425 Resistance. Please subscribe. If you land on the island without permission, we should give you some trouble. Do it, villagers. Boom, boom. There was a sound like a thunderous explosion, and in an instant, everything in the world seemed to freeze instantly. A circle of dark red ripples swept across, and the overlord color and domineering energy started. Kuroba controlled his overlord color haki and easily drove away Dalton who was standing on the shore. In an instant, other people froze up, their weapons suddenly stopped, and they stood like statues. Bang, bang. Dalton's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He watched helplessly as the people's pupils gradually lost focus, rolled their eyes, and fell backwards. At the same time, he was extremely horrified. You! What on earth did you do? Why did they all faint? How terrifying! What a powerful sense of oppression. In just a moment, after dark red ripples passed over them, the people near the shore fell to the ground. At the same time, the straw hats had slowly docked. Sanji and Usopp jumped off the boat one after another. After taking a few steps, Sanji suddenly felt Kuroba's strong sense of oppression. Bang bang bang. Who is this kid? How can it be so powerful? Dalton took 3 steps back, feeling dazed and dizzy. I just believe you. Dalton said, glancing at Kuroba. Kuroba understood and retracted his hands directly, and the oppressive feeling of domineering color stopped instantly. Needless to say, he also knew that it was the devil fruit user who scared Dalton. In the first half of the Grand Line, many people knew how terrifying the devil fruit was. It was a disaster. Dongdao, which had experienced the destruction of the country by Blackbeard, could not withstand the torment of those with devil fruit abilities. Dalton glanced at the unconscious people, and then said to the other people who were awake. You wake them up now. Leave the rest to me. After settling the matter of landing on the island, Dalton followed Kuroba and the others. Along the way, Wei Wei observed Dongdao curiously and couldn't help but ask. What on earth is going on with this island, Mr. Dalton? This country has perished, but the king is still alive and has become a pirate. Dalton looked at Kuroba and responded in a helpless tone. Being a pirate is also a temporary solution for him, right? Wapol always wanted to return to the island, so he kept wandering at sea. Wei Wei was stunned and then asked, so, the king and the others were kicked out of the island because they were no match for the pirates who attacked the country? No match. Not at all. The king's army didn't want to fight at all at that time. Huh? Wei Wei couldn't help being surprised after hearing this. When the king knew that he could not defeat the Blackbeard pirates, he immediately abandoned his country and escaped faster than anyone else. The king simply fled to the sea. The people are very disappointed with him. This is the king of a country. However, because of this, Wapol's tyranny ended. Now, this island belongs to the citizens who stayed. The urban revitalization they're currently carrying out is also going very smoothly. So, what we fear most now is that Wapol will come back and restore the old regime. This is what people are worried about, so they refuse all pirates to come to the island and try to prevent this from happening. The Blackbeard pirates are a powerful pirate group that has emerged in the past 2 years. Their captain is nicknamed Blackbeard, and is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Blackbeard pirates. Usopp on the side couldn't wait to interrupt Dalton and shouted. Rest assured, this Blackbeard must be no match for Kuroba. Our Kuroba's strength is not what you have seen. Leave the safety of Dongdao to us to defend, and we will definitely help you get rid of them. Ha ha ha. Yeah, advertisement. Looking at Usopp, Dalton smiled helplessly. Although he didn't really believe it, Dalton felt more at ease with Kuroba's group of pirates and didn't refute too much. At least they didn't show any hostility. As he spoke, Dalton pointed out the window and said. After Wapol's escape, his castle was left empty. Then it was occupied by the witch, Dr. Gureva, and now she should be on the top of that mountain. Everyone followed his hand and looked out the window, and suddenly several black lines appeared on their foreheads. Why do you live so far away? Can you invite her over? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said quietly, let me contact the doctor first. Then, Dalton took out the phone, dialed Dr. Gulawa's number and said softly. Dr. Gulawa, long time no see. I have a friend here who needs to see a doctor. I hope you can meet the doctor. Gureva on the other end of the phone fiddled with the scalpel and said quickly. You also know that there is only one doctor like me in Dongdao, and I can't spare the time now. If you want to see a doctor, come directly to the castle. But the meeting time can only be 1 hour, and I have other patients to deal with. After that, he hung up the phone directly. You can still be considered a doctor, Sanji complained helplessly. Her medical skills are really impressive, but she is an old woman with a weird personality. She is nearly 140 years old. She sometimes goes down the mountain and goes to find patients to treat them. It's not always possible. There are rumors that on nights when the moon is full, she will ride on a sleigh and descend from the sky. Many people have seen her. That's why she's called a witch. Dalton spread his hands, looking helpless, and continued. If you really want to go to the castle, I won't stop you. But if you go hiking, you may encounter labangs. They're a group of very ferocious carnivorous rabbits. If you encounter a large group, you will be dead. However, I think it is better for you to climb up from the other side of the mountain. If you are in a hurry, it will be very difficult to arrive within an hour. Hearing this, Kuroba rubbed his hands and said with a faint smile. Mr. Dalton, don't worry, we'll make it to the castle safely. See and hear the domineering power. Open it. Kuroba's eyes widened for a moment, and an invisible energy was emitted. He could clearly sense the objects within a few kilometers of space around him. It was so detailed that even the dust in the air could clearly sense its movement. Trajectory, the entire island seems to have slowed down. Found Dr. Gareva's location. There was a smile on Kuroba's lips, and his blood-red eyes gradually glowed with purple light. Reincarnation Eye. In an instant, Kuroba's eyes contained extremely powerful eye power. Boom. A terrifying suction force came from the black vortex, and the ground was destroyed and shattered into pieces. The surrounding space is also fluctuating unsteadily under the influence of the Samsara Eye. Purple light shone in Kuroba's eyes, and circles appeared in his eyes. As soon as Kuroba thought, a black curtain instantly tore open beside him. Amidst a violent tremor, a mysterious space wormhole suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What on earth is this? Nami was frightened by the sudden appearance of the dark whirlpool and took several steps back. Whoosh! Kuroba floated in gently, arrived at the edge of the wormhole, and stepped into the castle, leaving everyone confused. What? It turns out that this black hole can lead to the castle. You're so awesome, Kuroba. Nami couldn't believe her eyes and looked around at the castle. Boom! Boom! Amidst another violent trembling sound, a huge white curtain quickly formed, and soon completely covered the torn space wormhole. Advertisement, this is simply incredible. Where are the people? Did they really enter the castle? Dalton, who was left behind, rubbed his eyes and looked at the castle on the top of the mountain in shock with a face full of shock. Bang! Bang! Seeing Kuroba appearing out of thin air, Gurva knocked over the surgical box in excitement. Who exactly are you? Why did you suddenly appear in my castle? Gurva came back to her senses and carefully looked at Kuroba in front of her. This kid must be a devil fruit user. How else could it appear out of thin air? You may see any weird abilities in the Great Channel. Guluwa thought quickly in her mind, then picked up the wine bottle, took a big gulp of wine, quickly suppressed her shock, and continued. You have also seen it. I still have a lot of patients on my hands, and I can't find time to treat you right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp played with his slingshot and said without thinking. No, mother-in-law, we want you to be our partner. 1. Come on an adventure with us. Guluwa glanced at Kuroba while drinking wine and said. Ha 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 ha. You want me to be a pirate? Stop saying stupid things. What a waste of my youth. I have no interest in the sea. After you visit the castle, hurry up and leave. Don't hinder my treatment. I am the only doctor in the country of Dongdao, and I really can't leave here. As you can see, many patients here are waiting to receive my treatment. Sanji took a long puff of cigarette and said quietly. Kuroba, you really don't want me to go on an adventure with us, do you? After all, there are all kinds of dangers on the Grand Waterway. What if? You heard it too. There are so many patients here, how can my mother-in-law go out on an adventure with us? Right, good. Right. Upon saying this, Nami and others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that the old man refused. After hearing this, Kuroba glanced at Sanji and responded calmly. What are you imagining? Idiots, I want that blue-nosed elk to be our doctor. This elk has eaten the ren fruit, and its medical skills are not much weaker than yours. It seems that it is called Chopper. If you agree to me taking Chopper away, I will definitely take good care of him. What? How do you know that Chopper exists? How do you know that Chopper eats? The one who got the ren fruit. Also, why did you take Chopper away? Gurva was taken aback, and the palm holding the teacup trembled slightly. His eyes were fixed on Kuroba. Before Gurva could react, Chopper ran over panting and said. It's not good, Dr. Guluwa. There is a patient over there who is critically ill and needs emergency treatment. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiu Lua rushed over and gave the patient first aid immediately, but she frowned after a while. This patient is too deeply poisoned. If he doesn't detoxify within a short time, he will die. What should we do, Dr. Guluwa? Chopper rubbed his hands anxiously. Kuroba curled his lips and said, there's no need to be so nervous. I have a way to save him. A dose of good medicine can save him and make him healthy immediately. Chapter 426 The Miracle of Medicine. Please subscribe. Real or fake? If you have such a good medicine, why don't you take it out as soon as possible? Jiu Lua frowned, vaguely feeling that something was not quite right there. I was really bitten by a poisonous snake, Kuroba complained helplessly. Let me do a simple wound treatment first. Kuroba came to the patient's side, looked at the color of the wound, rolled up his sleeves, and pressed the index and middle fingers of his right hand on his wrist. After checking his pulse, Kuroba frowned and said, this patient's condition is indeed not optimistic. From the outside, the wound is getting more and more purple, the lips are getting darker and darker, and the breath is still very weak. The snake that bit him seems to be a highly venomous snake, and the poison spreads quickly. It's already reached the internal organs. It seems that ordinary medical methods are really not enough, and healing ninjutsu must be used. Kuroba closed his eyes and activated the water attribute chakra, and the clear water was absorbed under Kuroba's palm. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he poured the water ball into the wound. After a while, he raised his hand again, took out the black toxins in the water ball, and sprinkled it on the ground. This is the medical technique, the technique of extracting minor problems. Inject fine chakra into the body to remove toxins from the body. The operator must have excellent chakra control, otherwise the patient's internal organs may rupture accidentally. Although the patient was not bleeding, he was in excruciating pain. Kuroba activated the water attribute chakra again, and a new water ball appeared in his hand. He repeated the action again. Each time the water ball was taken out, all the toxins in the patient's body were finally removed. Then, Kuroba took out a few small black mud pills, the universal antidote, and asked the patient to swallow them. After a while, the patient faintly woke up as Kuroba said. Well, he is fine now, but his body is still a little weak. Kuroba clapped his hands and spoke to Gurva, Beef, calmly. Advertisement Gurva and Chopper, who were watching Kuroba perform the magic to save people, were stunned. They had never seen such a strange medical method. What is that little clay pill made of? It can solve this extremely difficult condition immediately. Also, what kind of medical method is this? It can directly absorb the snake venom into feces. This is simply a medical miracle. Gurva was shocked. She originally thought that Kuroba knew nothing about medical skills, but she didn't expect that he gave her such a big surprise. In just a few minutes, he cured the terminally ill patient. Could it be that this guy is a devil fruit user? This kind of medical treatment cannot be replicated by Chopper, and this little mud pill seems to be able to treat more than just one disease. Is this a universal antidote? It's really confusing. Gureva, who was deep in thought, stared at Kuroba as if she were seeing a guinea pig. However, I am quite interested in you. I have lived for so many years. This is the first time I have seen such medical treatment. Young man, can you teach us such incredible medical techniques? Kuroba saw the white mouse in Gureva's eyes, smiled slightly and explained. Maybe not. I found that my physique is different from yours. Although this medical ninjutsu cannot be copied and taught, I still have a lot of medical data and drug research that I can give you. You can also help Chopper complete the panacea. What do you think, Dr. Gureva? After saying that, Kuroba handed over the data such as the snake venom and antidote extracted just now to Gureva. It's really amazing. Is this the formula data of that universal antidote? It can have such a shocking curative effect. Advertisement Gulua carefully looked at these results and the antidote data that can cure hundreds of poisons, and couldn't help but marvel. Gulua is a well-informed old woman with a century of medical experience. It is precisely because of this that she was so shocked by the efficacy of the panacea. Kuroba was also slightly startled, touched his chin and thought carefully. It's really unexpected. Yes, after all, Valpo is no match for Kuroba. So fast, but just then, the phone rang. Dr. Gureva, many of our militiamen have been attacked by Valpo, and many of them have been seriously injured. The ingredients of this medicine. This can no longer be called simple treatment. Valpo. Residents on the other end of the phone anxiously reported the situation. It seems that I can no longer accept defeat or old age. With my current medical methods, I still can't keep up with this guy's level. It's almost fair to call it a medical miracle. Please come over for treatment as soon as possible, doctor. While thinking about it, Kuroba started towards the door. It's just that his posture is quite leisurely and there is no sense of crisis at all. Valpo is back. Chapter 427 Former King Valpo, please subscribe. Nami looked outside through the window, anxious. Kuroba, why don't you go fight? And who is that Valpo? Oh, just an idiot who eats randomly, Kuroba said casually. Now, it's better for us to find a way to abduct Chopper. After all, he is a doctor with excellent medical skills. Saying that, Kuroba smiled at Gureva. Ha ha ha. What an interesting young man. He actually said in front of me that he wanted to kidnap my Chunlu. Gulua laughed loudly after hearing this, and then took a sip of wine. As long as you can take it away, take it away. At this time, bursts of gunfire were coming from the bottom of the mountain. Boom. 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 Valpo. Dalton gasped and shouted with an angry face. You are no longer the king of this country. Get out of this country. When Valpo heard this, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped out. What did you say? Get out. Looking at it, you have forgotten that I am the ruler of this country. Before he finished speaking, Valpo bombarded Dalton again. Bang bang bang. 3 cannon shots were fired, and the shells slammed toward Dalton. Whoosh. Dalton dodged the cannonball, jumped towards Valpo, pulled out the giant sword behind him, and was about to slash at Valpo. Whoosh. At this moment, 3 bows and arrows shot out, just when Dalton was stuck in midair and unable to use his force. Dalton was not slow to react and quickly blocked the attack with his giant sword. Go to hell. Valpo's eyes flickered, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Dalton. Bang. The cannonball hit Dalton, and even though he blocked it with his giant sword, Dalton was still injured by the force of the explosion. Valpo. I won't let you succeed. This country is better off without you. Advertisement Dalton growled, holding his wound. Ha ha ha. Valpo laughed contemptuously. Dalton. This traitor, killed so many of my men. Today is your death anniversary. You are certain to die today. No one can save you. You asked for this, Dalton. Fools are hopeless. Do you think you are the messenger of justice who saves the people? Stop being so self-righteous, slave. Dalton. Dalton is no longer your servant. Dalton is the only government official willing to fight for our country. He is not willing to sacrifice for us. He is not even afraid of death. The people behind Dalton picked up their weapons and shouted loudly. Because you are the son of the old king who has always taken care of me. I always hope you will wake up one day. It seems that this is impossible. The fruit of the cow. Dalton's expression changed and he roared. I can't stand you anymore. When the country is in crisis, and the king is the first to escape, it is better for such a country to perish. Death. Valpo. Even if I die, there is still Kuroba who can save the country. He will definitely come back from the castle to rescue us. Bang. Bang. Dalton pulled out his giant sword, stepped forward, and attacked in a roundabout way. Shoot, gun. Wow, the super-powered bison of the cow-ox fruit appears. This is the wild power of the animal series Devil Fruit. I couldn't hit it, he avoided it. Valpo's soldiers raised their guns one after another and continued to shoot Dalton. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. You be asterisk 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 D. Your tone is too arrogant. However, we have known each other for too long. This is your misfortune. We know your weaknesses too well. Keep looking at the arrows, Valpo roared. Swish. Swish. This time, the injured Dalton had no time to dodge and was hit by an arrow and fell in the snow. Huh. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton, hold on. Let's join the fight too. Valpo looked at this scene and growled, ha ha ha. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Watch me swallow you in one mouthful, Dalton. Valpo immediately opened his iron mouth and bit Dalton. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound in the air. Reincarnation I. Kuroba stretched out his hand and opened a dark curtain near Guriva. Then with a thought, the surrounding space fluctuated unsteadily. Let's go, it's time to save Dalton, boom, boom. Kuroba took one step forward, passed through the wormhole, and came to Dalton's side. Amidst another violent trembling sound, a huge white curtain quickly formed, and soon completely covered the torn space wormhole. Click. Click. Kuroba stretched out his right elbow to block Dalton's face, and dodged Valpo's mouth. Quick to save Dalton, those who can. When did you show up? Chapter 428. I'm not interested in men, please subscribe. Seeing Kuroba disappear, Valpo was startled at first, thinking that Kuroba was an Esper. There are many magical people on the Great Channel, but a guy who can appear suddenly like this, move so quickly and elusively, can only be a person with abilities. You guessed it wrong, Kuroba showed a playful smile and said. In that case, let me give you a punishment. Valpo was shocked and immediately decided to strike first. You be *************************************** D. You dare to act mysterious. This is disrespectful to the king. We'll see, the food I eat will soon turn into flesh and blood. Valpo houses. Valpo's figure instantly expanded and transformed into a house, and his hands also transformed into the shape of cannons. Feeling the instant strength filling his body, he smiled ferociously. Don't worry, the fun is coming, gobble the big factory. As soon as the words fell, Valpo's bloody mouth suddenly opened and he bit directly at the two people beside him. Look at my national skill. Yeah, whoa. Huh. A series of strange sounds sounded one after another. The people present were stunned for a moment. No, Sanji looked at Valpo in astonishment, rubbed his eyes and said. Advertisement, he ate his men. This is cannibalism. Valpo didn't pay attention to these looks. After burping, the smile on his face became more ferocious. This is a strange fruit. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help it. However, Kuroba knew very well that this fruit looked very strange. But the inhuman ability to swallow the fruit is one that even Blackbeard has targeted. If it hadn't been for Valpo, seeing the opportunity coming, he would have greased his feet and run away. I am afraid that this Tuntun fruit will be the first devil fruit that Blackbeard has snatched. However, just as Kuroba was vomiting, Valpo opened his mouth again, and a huge figure was spit out. This scene fell into Kuroba's eyes, and he felt like he was seeing the great demon king Piccolo. Valpo didn't pay attention to the strange looks from around him and said with a smile. Look carefully, this is a miraculous mixture, come out to me. I am the strongest warrior in the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Chesspiece Morimo. The huge figure that landed in front of Valpo also smiled ferociously. I am afraid that I have long been accustomed to this kind of male-male union. Is this considered a fit? It feels a bit chilly for a man to ride a man. Nami looked at the strange shape in front of her in confusion, with goosebumps all over her body. Kuroba quickly gave a thumbs up and gave Nami 10 thumbs up. This statement is indeed refreshing and refined. At least, Kuroba likes it. Advertisement, boy. Valpo snorted coldly, raised his hand cannon, and said angrily. You guys don't understand the goodness of men at all. You ignorant guys, you'd better surrender honestly. Dozens of artillery shells shot towards Kuroba like a heavy rain in an instant. It was so fast that it appeared above Kuroba in the blink of an eye. Surrender? You don't plan to let me merge with you? Shinra Tenjung. It is also good for the people to see, this is the posture of a king. The whole earth began to shake violently, like an invisible bulldozer. Let's do it. Looking at Bai Yu, who was still standing on the spot as if he was stunned, Valpo couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. However, when this scene fell into Kuroba's eyes, he didn't take it to heart at all. Looking at Valpo, the smile on his face deepened 0.6 and his lips moved slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuroba still had a faint smile on his face that was like a spring breeze. However, his lavender samsara eyes opened slightly and he raised his arms. Without any warning, an irresistible invisible repulsion instantly hit him. Open the center. Don't underestimate me, boy, if you surrender, I can spare your life. In his eyes, such an arrogant brat only needs one thought to kill him. Also, you are too ugly. Kuroba raised his head, smiled lightly and said. The ground around Kuroba collapsed, and then was pushed away by the repulsive force. The invisible wall of repulsive force expanded to 100 meters wide in almost an instant. Under the widened eyes of everyone, the three Valpo people were directly rushed hundreds of meters away. Bang bang bang. Valpo was startled at first, his expression twisted to the extreme, and the cannons in his hands suddenly pointed at Kuroba. What an arrogant brat, you better die. Chapter 429 Thunder Dragon Square, Tianji, please subscribe. Boom. Along with the violent roar, sand, dust and gravel continued to fall from the sky. Amidst the large amount of smoke and dust, only a circular depression of several hundred meters in size was left on the ground, surrounded by broken wreckage. Kuroba stood in the center of the circular concave surface, put down his raised hand, slightly closed his lavender samsara eyes, and took a long breath. He glanced at Valpo, who was half buried in the ruins, covered in blood, and helplessly pulling his body. Lord Valpo. Let's run away, it's terrible. Two of Valpo's men quickly helped Valpo up and ran away in fear. Dalton looked at the scene in front of him in shock and shouted in panic. We must not let them run away like this. Hurry up and chase. Run? Do you think your speed can be faster than thunder and lightning? Kuroba sneered. There's absolutely no way you people can escape from my hands. Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. Boom, boom. Standing behind Valpo, Kuroba shook his hand slightly and the power of thunder condensed crazily. Finally, 10 faintly painted halberds completely condensed by golden thunder and lightning appeared in Tekken. The halberd was like a thunder dragon entwined, with a strange shape and a whole body of gold, as if it was made of golden thunder. The thunder dragon squirmed slowly, and an indescribable violent wave rippled out. Roar. The roar of a thunder dragon sounded out, and for a moment, the entire island was in a golden ocean. Advertisement. As the thunder dragon halberd appeared, Kuroba stared at Valpo, stepped forward suddenly, and threw it out with a tremor of his arm. The halberd exploded with thunder in the sky, killing the three Valpo instantly. Got it. Within the golden rainbow, dragons roared, and huge mushroom clouds rose up, shocking the heaven and the earth. Roar. Dalton stared at the place of the explosion. Gradually, his expression changed from solemn to stunned, and finally turned into shock and horror. Impossible. 10 breaths later, the smoke slowly dissipated, and the three Valpo people under the Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd had long been wiped out. How could you kill the troublesome Valpo so easily? It's incredible, it's so terrifying. So, is this Mr. Kuroba's true strength? Dalton and others were refreshed in their worldview, and were constantly amazed. Ka. Dalton had not been happy for a long time when tragedy struck. He only heard a slight bone-cracking sound in his right arm. Hiss. Bang. Bang. Dalton frowned fiercely, his face was slightly distorted, and the next second he was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Bring him over here. At this time Dr. Guriva came out and said to Sanji. At this time, Dalton's injuries from the shelling had not been treated in any way. Dr. Gulua, the bones of Mr. Dalton's right arm have been completely broken. The bone fragments inside are also difficult to remove. What to do? Advertisement. Chopper frowned, looked carefully and said nervously. Too serious. Dalton gently touched his right arm and said gratefully. After listening to Chopper's words, Kuroba glanced at Guriva with a smile, then took the scalpel and said calmly. Nailed it. Kuroba glanced at Dalton and smiled lightly. 947 is not yet able to use a lot of force, and the healing technique cannot fully restore the wound. Kuroba slowly cleaned up the bone fragments, then used healing techniques to repair the broken bones, and then restored flesh and blood. Why? Chopper stared at Kuroba like a curious baby. The basic principle of medical ninjutsu to treat wounds is to use chakra to stimulate cell division, but there is an upper limit to the number of cell divisions. Once used excessively, the treated part will age prematurely. Don't worry, just clean up the bone fragments inside. I see, thank you Kuroba. When Dalton heard this, he immediately said with gratitude. Don't be too exaggerated. If you really want to express your gratitude, just hold a banquet to entertain and express your gratitude. In return, I will give you the only jewelry I have. This will be used for my medical expenses. Dr. Guriva, let me handle it. Since Brother Kuroba has spoken, I, Dalton, will definitely satisfy everyone's appetite and let you spend the dinner happily. Afterwards, healing techniques are used to initially fuse the wounds, thus eliminating unnecessary sutures and leaving huge scars, and finally restoring the originally interrupted nerves to their original state. Just when Chopper and Guriva were helpless, Kuroba had already put on surgical gloves and gently opened Dalton's arm. I'm afraid it won't be easy to recover after treatment, and it will probably have an impact on your future life. Chapter 430 The Grand Farewell Ceremony. Please subscribe. As night falls, the East Island is brightly lit, and the dinner party officially begins. After the defeat of Valpo, the villagers happily and excitedly beat gongs and drums and put up door decorations, which was as lively as the Huxia New Year. I always think you look familiar. Dalton drank wine and looked at Wei Wei with a puzzled face and said. I seem to have seen you somewhere before? Wei Wei nodded slightly and Taguchi said. Yes, I remembered it. When I was a child, my father once took me to 10 meetings of kings, so you should have seen me at that time. A meeting of kings? Then who are you? Are you the strong little girl we met at the World Conference 6 years ago, Princess Wei Wei? Although I don't know how you ended up with the pirates, there must be a reason. But you've really grown up. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Wei looked worried. Our country is threatened by the Shichibukai. His Majesty Shichibukai Crocodile led the secret criminal organization, Baroque Cooperative, to carry out utopia operations in our country, sowing distrust between the people and the king, and making the people think that the drought was caused by the king's private use of rain-causing agents. This resulted in a civil war with heavy casualties. Later, in order to investigate the Baroque Working Society, I secretly joined the organization and planned to save our country. After hearing this, Dalton looked shocked and shouted. Princess Wei Wei, please don't worry, I, Dalton, will definitely help the princess regain the country of Alabasta. Wei Wei looked at Dalton with grateful eyes and smiled. Advertisement, thank you Mr. Dalton for your generous help. But now that our country has Kuroba's help, it is enough. When I was at Baroque Works, it was thanks to Kuroba that I was able to escape successfully. Dalton took a sip of wine, woke up instantly, and laughed. Ha ha ha. I see, with Brother Kuroba here, I feel relieved. Princess Wei Wei, I originally planned to invite brother Kuroba to be our king. It seems that we can only give up this idea now. But I believe Kuroba can definitely solve the problem of Alabasta country. The evening banquet ended perfectly, and East Island returned to peace the next day. Chopper, we need a doctor, come be my partner and sail the sea together. Kuroba smiled lightly and looked at Chopper. No, I refuse. In his normal form, Chopper stretched out 2 small hooves and crossed them on his chest, with a look of reluctance on his face. Choppa, your medical skills are so high. Dr. Gurva praises you for inheriting all her medical skills. We really need you. Ah, even if you praise me for my good medical skills, I won't be proud, it's really annoying. Chopper suddenly blushed and cursed again. A-hole, I don't want to become a pirate with you. I'm a reindeer. How can a reindeer become a friend of humans? I'm a monster. Advertisement, even the reindeer don't recognize them as my companions, let alone humans. Kuroba, who was determined to win, waved his hand and said, if you can be considered a monster, then I am a big monster. Stop talking nonsense. Come with us quickly, I need you very much. Chopper, an idiot, was stunned after hearing this. He looked at Kuroba with moist eyes and nodded slightly. Don't bother everyone, let's go, Kuroba shouted. Not long after leaving the coast, Kuroba smiled and said, stop the boat first, we still have a farewell gift that we haven't seen yet. Farewell gift? Nami and Wei Wei asked in unison. Turning around, I saw intensive gunfire from behind, and a magical scene suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This was a scene that would rarely appear on the East Island. The mountains are trees and the snow is flowers. Pink flying snow and cherry blossom-colored fireworks linger on the mountain peaks, shining in the eyes of all the people of Winter Island. Cherry blossoms. It was almost impossible to see the flowers in Winter Island appearing at this moment in the way they did. Pink cherry blossoms bloom proudly on this island that is surrounded by ice and snow all year round. Everyone was impressed by this beauty at this moment and stared blankly at this beautiful scene. This is a miracle and a new life. The sudden scene was also beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at everything in front of them, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Only Chopper, who followed Kuroba away, cried like a deer, buried his head in Kuroba's sleeve, and sniffed. Seeing the snot mixed with tears, Kuroba smiled and rubbed Chopper's head. Okay, this is a grand farewell ceremony. Be happy. Once you get out of the sea, you will be a man on your own. There are still many things waiting for us to change in the next sea. Chapter 431 Arrival in the Waters of Alabasta, please subscribe. After leaving the East Island, the Melee sailed slowly on the sea. Wow. The sea is really wide. Chopper and Luffy sat on the bridge looking at the sea view, constantly marveling. Of course. Pirates are free to adventure on this wide sea, Luffy said with a smile. Boom. A huge sound of water attracted everyone. A monster appears. It's a sea beast. My food. Luffy opened his mouth wide. I've been hungry for 4 days and finally have something to eat. Luffy, don't let it escape, you must catch it, Sanji shouted with a serious look on his face. Snapped. Wei Wei turned her backhand directly towards Luffy and said nervously. Can't eat it. Why? Wei Wei, because sea cats are sacred animals in Alabasta. The appearance of sea cats proves that we have entered the 603 sea area near Alabasta. We're getting closer to the port now, advertisement. Let's stop at the West Estuary, we have to hide the boat. Okay, Luffy waved his hand and said excitedly. Come ashore. Move towards the restaurant and Alabasta. The port city of the Kingdom of Alabasta, rapeseed flowers. Alabasta is? Chopper asked. Oh, it's the country governed by Wei Wei's father. But this country is in civil strife, Nami asked. Kuroba turned to look at Ikaram, who was hesitant to speak, and said lightly. While everyone is preparing to go ashore, tell them about the difficulties Alabasta is facing now. Of course, we will also help to deal with the sand crocodile who wants to steal the lifeblood of a country as originally agreed. Do not worry. I will share with you the current dilemma faced by Alabasta, as well as relevant information about Baroque Studio and Crocodile. A slight trace of cold sweat appeared on Ikaram's forehead. Alabasta was originally a country with abundant material resources and its people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was also a superpower located in the first half of the Great Route. But starting 3 years ago, except for the capital Albana, there was not even a drop of rain in the rest of the country. It's never happened before. Crocodile first used dancing powder to cause drought in Alabasta for 3 consecutive years, but only the capital had continuous rainfall, causing people to protest against King Cobra. Then he exposed the dancing fan incident in public, and used the pressure of public opinion to frame the case and blame it on the royal family of Alabasta, completely confirming Cobra's crime. By the time Cobra and Princess Vivi reacted, it was too late. The villagers no longer believed their words, and instead wanted to overthrow the regime and lead to riots and disorder. The villagers also considered Crocodile a hero, because he would also help suppress pirates who attacked Alabasta. But that's just a disguise on the surface. In fact, his purpose is self-evident, which is to seize power in Alabasta. Advertisement, so terrible. As soon as he said it, Chopper suddenly had an idea and was shocked. Thinking of this, Wei Wei immediately clenched her fists, bit her lower lip, and thought to herself. Although I still only see the tip of the iceberg of Kuroba's terrifying power. But even if it's just the tip of the iceberg, I should be able to compete with the King Shichibukai, who is the symbol of the world's top powerhouse. It's just a matter of dealing with such a small king, Shichibukai. Isn't this a trivial matter? Thinking of this, Wei Wei breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly became more confident and continued. At this point, the terrifying crocodile's plan to steal the country is only one step away from being completed. Ikarim, you first return to the Imperial City and report the situation to King Cobra. I will continue to stay here. Yes, Princess Wei Wei. After that, Ikarim quickly finished packing and went ashore first. Kuroba, can we speed up to Yuyan to expose Crocodile's true identity? Yuyan is a city located on the west bank of the Santo River, and it is also the residence of Crocodile, one of the king's Shichibukai. W. It's bustling there, even late at night. In addition to the rain feast, uprisings and rebellions are spreading across the country in Alabasta, and seriously ill patients are still lingering. But Crocodile has become a heroic being, a patron saint, in the eyes of the people, a reliable ally in the eyes of the king, and a respectable guy in the eyes of the rebels. It can be said that Crocodile's prestige has gradually surpassed that of the king of this country, and he is regarded as the hope by the Huxia people who are in the midst of a drought. Because of the rain feast, there is no shortage of water so far. Few people in Alabasta know that this patron saint is the source of all this chaos. So, I must quickly expose his true colors. Wei Wei shook my fist and said angrily. Chapter 432 Fire Fist Ace, please subscribe. No, I feel like things won't be that simple, Kuroba said matter-of-factly. If he were to seize this country with his legal status, he could plunder directly. What kind of support do pirates need from the public? That's why he has an ulterior secret. That's why he goes to such great lengths to show off. That's right, wouldn't it be better if he just plundered? He did a lot of evil before becoming a Shichibukai, but after becoming a Shichibukai, he gained legitimacy and suddenly became kind-hearted? How is this possible? Nami also felt that after listening to Kuroba's analysis, it was not simple. Could it be? Wei Wei probably knew something in her heart. Kuroba calmed down and continued. Besides, there's an interesting guy here. We still need someone to collect evidence of the crime of King Shichibukai. Kuroba is a little confused about many of the plots of One Piece, but he still vaguely remembers that Luffy met Smoker in the restaurant, and Ace, the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, was also there at that time. As a member of Luffy's crew, I would definitely take action against Smokey Ace. Thinking about it this way, the risk should not be great immediately. Let's find a restaurant first. I'm leaving first, see you later. Kuroba jumped off the boat and disappeared within a few figures. Along the way, Kuroba looked for restaurants and saw people gathering together and talking. Hey, what's wrong? What happened? I heard that the person inside died suddenly while eating. Ah, it turns out this guy accidentally fell asleep. The people on the side all dropped their jaws in surprise, but Ace said a few words to the boss, took a few more bites and fell asleep. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Why are you here? A rough voice came. It was the Navy captain who was chasing Luffy in Rogue Town, Smoker. Tisk tisk. I'll do some things before I come. Looks like you're a Marine. Advertisement Ace picked his teeth, burped, and said with a smile. What should I do? Not so good. Now that I've met you, I won't let you go. Just surrender and capture me. Smoker had already begun to behave foolishly, and his arms gradually began to turn into smoke. Oh, a person with natural smoke fruit ability? I am a natural person with the burning fruit ability. Neither of us can beat the other, Ace said. TCH. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing, Smoker said and started running towards Ace. Kuroba pushed aside the crowd, walked in, and walked towards Ace under the gaze of everyone, not caring at all about Smoker next to him. Hey, boy. Stop, you are not Ace's accomplice, are you? Smoker looked at Kuroba who suddenly appeared. He was full of fighting spirit but suddenly became wary. I saw this guy in Rogue Town. He is not a simple person, and his strength should not be underestimated. Ace looked Kuroba up and down and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why does Smoker look so bad all of a sudden? It seems like this guy has some strength. Who is he? Since he had no information about Kuroba and he didn't want to get into trouble, Ace replied. No, I don't know him. I just came here to find my brother. Have you ever seen this person, brother? Ace asked Kuroba directly as he took out Luffy's bounty order. Kuroba glanced at the reward order and said calmly. Aren't these my crew members? He ran away a long time ago. He said he was here to eat, but there was none here. Maybe he was too excited and ran out of town. Advertisement. Let's wait for him here. There's only one restaurant in this town, and he will definitely come here. Ace stared at Kuroba again, a little surprised and a little doubtful and said. Ah, that's right. It seems you really know Luffy. Most people don't know Luffy that well. But Luffy's dream is to be the Pirate King, not to be someone else's crew member. Zero Kuroba smiled slightly and continued to speak slowly. I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. One Piece gave up to Luffy early in the morning, and Luffy still challenged me and lost, so I was willing to board the ship. After saying that, I heard Kuroba look at him in surprise and couldn't help but think. This guy, just by his plain attitude, you can tell that he is not a simple person. But I know Luffy's strength very well. Although Luffy's strength is a little inferior to mine, he won't lose to this little brother in front of me. Devil fruit users should be stronger than ordinary people. Ayla came back from her thoughts, raised her eyebrows, and said excitedly. The boy is pretty good. Even my brother is no match for you. I do want to challenge you. How? Kuroba nodded lightly and did not refuse. So the two of them came to the desert outside the town, and Smoker next to them also came to join in the fun. Let's do it. Whoosh, Ace drank in a low voice and disappeared in an instant. Such a beggar. Chapter 433 The Challenge from Ace, please subscribe. When he reappeared, he was already behind Kuroba. Ace punched him, and the snobbery was seriously injured after being hit by the hammer. Seeing and hearing as domineering, Kuroba's eyes widened for a moment, and an invisible energy was emitted. He could sense everything within a few dozen meters of space clearly. It was extremely detailed, and even the sand grains in the desert could be clearly sensed. The trajectory of its movement makes the whole world seem to slow down. Kuroba predicted all attacks in advance, dodged, and moved quickly with his feet. Move at high speed. Ace punched down and instantly hit the shadow. Huh? 493. With such speed, it seems you can really defeat Luffy? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ace was not surprised when several punches failed to hit Kuroba. Bang, bang. Kuroba moved at high speed, waved his hands, and was ready to chop off Ace's shoulder hard. Fire punch. For a moment, Ace's breathing became more and more rapid. Fire fist, not just fire fist, the fire element broke out from all directions of the body, and Ace's fist was on fire in the blink of an eye. This is not over yet. The majestic fire element spurts out from the solid element supporting the spine. It looks like wings made of fire. Ace flapped his wings behind him, blowing a gust of hot wind, and his whole body began to transform into the element of fire. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of energetic fire was left burning. Elementalization is a person with the ability to eat the natural devil fruit and transform himself into fire, ice, smoke and other elements to attack or evade. Hoola, armed and domineering. There was no expression on Kuroba's face. He just clenched his fist again and covered his right fist with a more concentrated armament-colored domineering energy. Advertisement, whoa, whoa. Then, he took the initiative and rushed towards Ace's blazing fire. Kuroba's speed is not fast, and he has even slowed down a bit. The terrifying fist force directly set off a wave of air and raised the sand on the ground. There was another heavier clang sound. Boom. For just a moment, Ace originally planned to use the elementalization of fire to dodge the attack, but he couldn't help being punched away by Kuroba's armed hockey. Bang, bang, bang. Ace rubbed directly toward the distance for dozens of meters. How can it be? My elemental transformation is a unique ability of the natural system. I can transform myself into elements and cannot attack the physical body. This can only be encountered by armed hockey and Hylu stone. Ace endured the pain coming from his body and couldn't help but wonder. Hylu stone, as its name suggests, has the same ability as the sea and can be understood as a solid sea. The seafloor stone can make the ability users who come into contact lose their strength, and can also turn the ability users into ordinary people. It's the same whether it's the natural type, superhuman type, or animal type. Armed hockey can not only improve personal defense, but can also evolve into attack power, thereby competing with devil fruit users, and can also come into contact with the entities of natural fruit users. It's interesting. I'm going to be serious next time, be careful. Ace raised the corner of his mouth. Pillar of flames. A cylindrical flame surged in front of Kuroba at extremely fast speeds. Right before his eyes, Ace's flame pillar was about to penetrate Kuroba's body. In an instant, a large amount of forest cold air condensed in front of Kuroba, instantly forming an ice crystal shield. Ace's flame pillar hit the shield hard. Whoa, whoa. Advertisement Ace's raging fire keeps spurting out. Kuroba opened his hands, and the mysterious and powerful ice element magic energy, with a destructive aura, quickly condensed in his hands. Rubber. Bazooka. Among the devil's spells of ice destruction, there are two ace magics, Ice Demon Zero's tie sword and Ice Demon Zero's broken bow. Ice Demon Zero's broken bow. The ice arrow with flowing purple light shot out in an instant like an aurora. Luffy suddenly fell from the sky and suddenly created a big hole between Ace and Kuroba. Ace was shocked. He had no idea that Kuroba's body contained such powerful power. Why did you two start fighting? The surging ice magic energy gathered in Kuroba's hand and condensed into an ice arrow shining with purple light. Next, I'll let you see how powerful I am. In the desert, only a lavender 5.3 light tail was left. Boom. Boom. What? The huge energy wave creates a hurricane and spreads in all directions, this time it's civilians again. Fire ring. Stop for a moment. The high-speed ice arrow passed through Ace's blazing fire, and in just a blink of an eye, the arrow containing strong ice magic energy directly froze the flames in the entire place. Kuroba raised the gorgeous and huge ice bow in his hand, bent the bow and set an arrow, pulled the bowstring, and then let go. In an instant, a gorgeous and complex purple ice bow suddenly appeared in Kuroba's hand. Chapter 434 He is my partner, please subscribe. Luffy looked at Ace and Kuroba, still sweating profusely. Ace, who had not yet made a move, saw Luffy and smiled. Luffy, I want to see if your crew is better or if I am better. Ace, stop fighting. Kuroba's abilities are very troublesome. You may not be his opponent. Ace smiled at Luffy and continued. I don't believe this evil. Since you are so strong, you have to fight. Take the fight. Fire ring fire pillar. Ace shouted, and his whole body was completely surrounded by the light red Samadhi true fire. As soon as he rotated his hands, his whole body became a burning pillar of fire, rising into the sky. Rushing straight towards Kuroba, the pillar of fire was extremely huge, like a hill. It was as if the flames were about to pierce the sky. Boom. 14 Kuroba looked at the raging fire in front of him, the smile on his face deepened, and his lips moved slightly. Shinra Tenjung. Kuroba still raised his hands faintly, opened his lavender samsara eyes slightly, raised his right arm, and without any warning, an irresistible invisible repulsive force instantly opened up around him. The entire desert began to shake violently, like an invisible bulldozer. The ground around Kuroba collapsed and was pushed away by the repulsive force. The invisible wall of repulsive force expanded to 100 meters wide in almost an instant. The powerful repulsion and the violent flames are like two wild beasts, fighting non-stop. Boom boom boom. Swish, swish, swish. Along with the violent roar, sand, dust and gravel continued to fall from the sky, and a large amount of smoke filled the air. The ground also sank and exploded in an instant, pushing out layer by layer. Stones, sand, and raging fire were all pushed away by this force as if they were devastating. There was only a circular sunken ground hundreds of meters in size left, and everything around it was blown away and shattered. Advertisement Kuroba stood in the center of the circular sunken ground, put down his raised hand, slightly closed his lavender samsara eyes, and took a long breath. That terrifying repulsive force instantly hit Ace. Whoa, whoa. Ace was directly launched 1,000 meters away. Under the influence of that repulsive force, pain instantly filled every cell. Luffy, it looks like your crew is pretty good. Ace half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, looking up to the sky and laughing. I thought no one could hurt me, but I was hurt by you. I will definitely not underestimate anyone next time. I had a lot of fun this time, Kuroba. Seeing that a quarter of this desert was destroyed by them, with craters and patches of scorched earth, smog. I was so surprised that I couldn't speak fully. Okay, so awesome. Ha ha ha. How about it? This is my partner. I invited everyone on the boat. Ace, do you want to come? Luffy smiled happily. Ace glanced at Kuroba, felt the pressure coming from Kuroba, and asked Luffy. Luffy, do you know who Kuroba is? Why do you want to join him? Ha ha ha. Because I can't beat him. Luffy touched his hair and said naively. And with Kuroba's strength, he can make me become the Pirate King. How about it? Ace join us too. That's not okay. The only one who can become the Pirate King is Whitebeard. Am I still planning to let you join the Whitebeard Pirates? Advertisement Ace clenched his fists and argued in his voice. That's not possible. I'm determined to be the Pirate King. Luffy refused. I knew it. Then we will be enemies by then, Luffy. Ace laughed. After hearing this, Kuroba smiled and turned to look at Smoker carefully. What a brat. He is actually Zai's companion. So tricky, it seems even harder to catch them. Smoker thought deeply, and Kuroba looked a little uneasy and suddenly felt a chill on his back. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time. I'd better leave first. 730. Wait, isn't this Princess Weiwei? Smoker didn't think much, so he asked bravely. Kuroba, do you know that the person beside you is Princess Weiwei? Did you kidnap the princess of this country? Kuroba smiled faintly and said. This time we are hired by Princess Weiwei to kill the sand crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. What a joke, you yellow-haired boys can kill the sand crocodile. Stop fantasizing. The Shichibukai are very powerful and they are not something you can handle. Don't blame me for not warning you, you will only die if you go. Weiwei clenched her fist and said, we will definitely defeat the sand crocodile and save my country. We'll see, Smog, think about it, if there was a war, this country wouldn't be without a drop of water. Chapter 435 instantly kills billions of elders, please subscribe. The continuous lack of rain is an unprecedented event in the thousands-year history of the Kingdom of Alabasta. However, there is only one exception. That place received more rain than usual. That place is the capital, the city where the king's palace is located. I advise you to investigate the situation of dancing fans first. Before Kuroba could finish speaking, Weiwei couldn't wait to say. Dancing fans are actually robbers in the rain. This magical powder has a huge disadvantage, that is, large-scale droughts will occur in neighboring countries or regions, because dancing powder is the light rain that originally drifted to other places with the wind and gradually turned into rain clouds, artificially causing it to rapidly grow into a raining cloud. Nami looked at Weiwei, shook her hand and said, Weiwei, don't worry. We can definitely save this country, now hurry up and head to the capital. That's right, Weiwei, I won't let the lovely lady down. Sanji's voice was rippling as he circled Vivi, let's go. Kuroba quickly boarded the ship, followed by Ace. Luffy, I have to capture the Blackbeard pirate. I guess I can't stay too long, I'd like you to take care of my brother. Nami was a little surprised and said, Blackbeard, isn't this the pirate who destroyed Winter Island? Speaking of Blackbeard, I have something to say to you, can you lend me a moment? Kuroba looked at Ace. Advertisement Ace was a little surprised, but he still walked aside with Kuroba and asked. I wonder how much you know about the pirate Blackbeard. Kuroba cleared his throat and said somewhat solemnly. As far as I know, this guy has the ability of the natural dark fruit, which can be said to be the nemesis of all fruits. But now your strength is not enough to fight Blackbeard, I advise you not to pursue anymore. Kuroba, you are the ship of Baroque Studio. Weiwei pointed at the flag on the ship in the distance and said nervously. It seems to be the ship of billions of elders, Straw Hat pirates, you can't escape our grasp. Opposite, these billions of elders were shouting arrogantly. Let them see how powerful we are, kill them. It's better for me to hold them back, Ace said with anger all over his body. I can't be underestimated by you, I will show you my strength. Kuroba, you go ahead, just leave this place to me. I'll catch up later. Ace is surrounded by fire. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. On the deck, Kuroba was surrounded by lightning, his robes fluttered without wind, and his hair was filled with the luster of lightning. Boom! Before Ace could make a move, the whole world was thundering, the sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and the thunder was rolling, as if the end of the world was coming. Advertisement. Boom. 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 Following several loud noises, the entire hull shook, and a thunderous light as thick as a bowl fell from the sky and landed directly on the side of the Baroque Working Society's ship. Immediately afterwards, the lightning on Kuroba condensed and instantly formed a huge thunderwing. Under the slight vibration, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, making a rumbling sound. Immediately, Kuroba's figure flew directly into the air like a bolt of lightning. Stepping on the thunder, flames burned in the air. As Kuroba waved his hands, the power of thunder and flames instantly merged to form a huge thunderflame dragon. With a roar, the whole world trembled. In the sea, the big waves had already overturned the Baroque Working Company's ship, and hundreds of millions of elders had already been drowned in the rolling waves. Above the sea, the light of the thunderflame dragon illuminated the entire world. Ace stood on the deck, looking up at the figure in the sky, his face full of shock and awe. What a terrifying power! The fusion of thunder and fire, Kuroba's strength is truly terrifying. Under the admiring gazes of everyone, Kuroba smiled calmly. Nami, adjust the course and continue to the royal capital, good promise. Ace calmed down and decided to continue following Kuroba and others. Well, when we get here, it's not far from Yoba, Weiwei said nervously. After a while, everyone finally arrived at the oasis Yorba, but they were shocked by the ruins in front of them. Yorba was once the largest oasis in Alabasta and one of the most prosperous. However, a drought that began 3 years ago gradually robbed the oasis of its popularity. Abandoned houses and fallen trees all indicate that this oasis is gradually dying. Hey, Weiwei, didn't you say this is an oasis? How did it become like this? Nami was surprised. The 436th Revolutionary Army, please subscribe. How so? Seeing this scene, Weiwei was a little stunned. Ding, ding, a sound came from not far away. Who are you? He actually broke into a military important area. A young man suddenly appeared in front of him, with short dark tea-green hair, a long red-brown trench coat, carrying a super long sword on his back, and a scar on his left eye. There was also a large group of people behind him. Is that you, Weiwei? The young man came over excitedly and put his hands on Weiwei's shoulders. I'm Kosha. Do you recognize me? Hearing this, Weiwei took a closer look at the young man in front of her and found that his eyebrows were indeed somewhat familiar. She couldn't help covering her mouth and said in surprise. Kosa. You are Kosha. While Kuroba looked at Kosha carefully, Kosha was also looking at Kuroba and his group. The unified military uniform exudes an inexplicable momentum. It can be seen that 247 Kusha has the temperament of a leader and the demeanor of a leader. He should also be very prestigious among the people. Kosa, I hope you can stop the rebellion. This is all a conspiracy, the conspiracy of the so-called hero. Weiwei looked at Kusha and said slowly, Chief Kosha, I can prove it. The truth of this matter is that everyone has been deceived by him. Kuroba also said, this is all a conspiracy by the mastermind behind Baroque Works and the dancing fan incident. I think you should understand that the rebel army now has a size of 700,000, and the war has been transferred without anyone's will. Moreover, if Crocodile wants to step onto the stage of this country, both the king's army and the rebel army will be a threat to him. I'm afraid, he already has a plan to destroy both the royal army and the rebel army. Kusha looked at Weiwei, Betch, blankly, as if thinking about the authenticity of this matter. Boy, I advise you not to confuse people with your lies here. Advertisement, Princess Weiwei, please come with me. You are pirates. It would be ridiculous for me to listen to the explanation of a group of pirates. Soldiers. Get him. Kosha issued the order without explanation, without any regard for Weiwei. Then don't blame me for being rude. Kuroba looked at Kosha and said calmly. Dragon magic. At this time, Kuroba was opening his mouth and sucking in the air around him fiercely. Under this strange suction, the surrounding air poured into his mouth like a tide. Kosha had a very bad premonition and shouted anxiously. Charge, everyone, rush forward and catch them. The people rushed out frantically, shouting at Kuroba. When they rushed 5 meters away from Kuroba, a sneer flashed in Kuroba's eyes and he suddenly opened his mouth. The dragon roars. The roar like a dragon turned into an invisible violent sound wave, sweeping in all directions with Kuroba as the center. Wherever the sound wave passed, the earth trembled, stones shattered, sand and dust flew, and the resulting storm killed tens of thousands of troops in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, the terrifying sound wave swallowed up the rebels within 5 meters. Suddenly, the roaring dragons were heard, mixed with the screams one after another. The screams were very sad, as if they had endured some kind of execution. Phew, a gust of wind and sand blew by. This is, Uncle Dodo? Weiwei looked at where the wind and sand were blowing, and vaguely saw the figure of an old man rushing towards him. What? Why did so many people die in an instant? Brother, stop it quickly, advertisement. Please don't kill Kosha and the others, they are also innocent. With his body trembling, Dodo stood between Kosa and Kuroba, and said to Kuroba in a panic. Rebellion and all that, it's just nonsense. I have stopped them many times, but no matter what I say, it's useless. They still want to rebel, but their physical strength has reached its limit and they have decided to end it in the next wave of attacks, because they are also forced to have no other way out. Old man, don't worry, yes, it's me. I have something to say to you, please stop immediately. Are you Wei Wei? You must be Wei Wei, are you still alive? Rebels, please stop immediately. At this time, Wei Wei walked out from the crowd, took a step forward, and couldn't help but ask again in surprise. Uncle Dodo, don't worry. I will definitely solve the problem of the rebels and the drought. The main thing to deal with is the sand crocodile. Dodo was very excited, grabbed Wei Wei's shoulders, and said with tears in his eyes. We've just been asked to come back and fix the drought in this country. Uncle Dodo? Wei Wei showed a smile, and then said to Dodo. The chubby uncle he used to be has turned into what he is now. Wei Wei, I believe in the king. I believe that he will never betray the country, right? At this time, Wei Wei took another step forward, spread her arms, and shouted. After Kuroba frowned and listened to Dodo finish all this, he said calmly. Please, let them go. Chapter 437 Sand Crocodile. Please subscribe. This is all Crocodile's conspiracy. We cannot die in vain because of his conspiracy. Baroque Cooperative. I think you must have heard of this criminal organization. All this was caused by Baroque Studio. Our king's army also has members of this criminal organization, and they were the ones who brought the dancing fans incident into the palace. And the Baroque work boss is your hero, Crocodile. Rebels, you look at me and I look at you, not knowing what to do. What do you mean? Why should we believe you? Did you do it as you said? After hearing what Wei Wei said, Kosha asked with confusion on his face, unwilling to believe that everything was true from beginning to end. Tisk. What? You still don't believe it? Haven't you ever thought about it? Ever since Crocodile came to your country, your water has been getting less and less every year. Haven't you even thought about this? Kuroba looked at them, shook his head and said, he shouldn't be that capable on his own. Kosha was unsure. Then do you know what his ability is? Natural system, user with the ability of the sand fruit. Not only does your country have abilities that can enhance him, but wherever he wants there to be sandstorms, there will be sandstorms. The most important thing is that there may be something he wants here. Kuroba told them Crocodile's reasons for invading this country. Natural type, Sha fruit. Yes. Only with this ability can we submerge this country's oases, water sources, and towns with sand. Are we really wrong? Kosa asked his companions. The rebels on the opposite side fell silent when they heard the news. But with your ability, can you really fight against Crocodile's organization? Can it really completely solve our country's problems? Kosha asked, looking at Kuroba in disbelief. After hearing this, Kuroba smiled lightly and did not explain too much. I knew it. Advertisement. The king is a man who loves his people so much that it is impossible for him to do such a thing. Princess Wei Wei, little brother, you must save this country. At this time, Dodo came back to his senses, looked at Kuroba firmly, and continued. Brother, there is no water here anymore. This is some groundwater I got through hard work, please accept it. I hope I can relieve your hunger and thirst before leaving, so you can save some drinks on the way. Then, Dodo reached out and handed Kuroba a bottle of water. Kuroba nodded, turned around and said, just wait a moment. As soon as he closed his eyes, he began to sense the magical elements of the surrounding world, and his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Water magic. Along with Kuroba's murmur, the magic power circulates, and water vapor gathers in the void at some point, and a winding stream of water that is as thick as a bucket and 3 feet long surrounds it. Stretching out his hands, he saw the water swirling, suddenly cutting through the void and piercing the sky. It followed Kuroba's palm and rolled towards the sky. Wherever the waterspout passed, wind arose in the void, and a large dark cloud appeared in the sky, entwining itself in the sky above Joba. Boom! Boom! There was a burst of thunder and lightning, flying mud and sand, and a large cloud and rain fell from the sky, as if a waterfall was rushing down Yorba, which had been in drought for several years. Kosha watched this incredible magical scene the whole time, while Dodo was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. It's rain, it's really raining, it's raining. It finally rained in Yorba. The rebels were frightened by Kuroba and shouted. The person Wei Wei brought back is really incredible. Kosha looked calm on the surface, but he was really shocked in his heart. Please give me flowers. Kuroba shook the rain off his head and smiled lightly. Advertisement, now, we can set off. Not long after, Kuroba and his party arrived safely at the royal capital. Go directly to Crocodile. At this time, Luffy suddenly made a decision. Where is Crocodile now? After finishing speaking, he immediately asked Wei Wei. See that house with the alligator on the roof? That's the Swift Casino that Crocodile ran here. He was in that house. Wei Wei said to everyone. Wei Wei, go back and meet your father first. Also tell the king about our cooperation. Let's go separate ways first, do you understand? Kuroba looked at Wei Wei and said slowly. Okay, then we'll separate here and meet at the crocodile house. Wei Wei shook her hands and responded nervously. At this time, not far from the palace, there was an extremely hidden secret room. He has a slicked back hair, a long horizontal scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, a cigar in his mouth, and a golden hook on his left hand. Sitting at the head of a long table that could seat more than 10 people, he gently tapped the long table with his right hand, making a crisp sound. At this moment, Crocodile was in a very bad mood. Unexpectedly, 2 mid-level agents from the Baroque studio actually disappeared. What made him even more unacceptable was that these 2 people actually followed Robin and discovered his true identity. This was somewhat unacceptable to him. His goal is to seize Alabasta as a national hero and obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluto. If his identity is leaked, all the plans he has planned for so many years will be ruined. Chapter 438. Battle against the Shichibukai. Please subscribe. Da. Crisp footsteps sounded in the hall. Crocodile was suddenly stunned. Who? Crocodile stared at the darkness with murderous intent in his eyes. Nico Robin. Looking at Robin fiercely, Crocodile understood. Boy. Who are you? Who are you? Now, someone actually stepped into this secret room without his knowledge? In this way, his identity has been exposed again. Or is he a weakling who colludes with traitors? The fierce light in your eyes flashes. No matter who you are, you will all die on 210. Mr. 1. Kill them all. Crocodile took a deep breath from his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and showed an evil smile on his face. Suffer death, you guys. Looking at Kuroba and others, Mr. 1's arm slowly turned into a blade, reflecting a frightening cold light under the light. Murderous intent gradually brewed. Mr. 1's eyes widened suddenly, and he slashed at Zoro with both arms. Dang. Dang. Waves of metallic sounds echoed. Zoro instantly pulled out Yukizao and blocked the attack. Call. A layer of ripples in the air spread quickly. You brat, you are just a swordsman of an unknown pirate group. Just accept your death. Veins popped out on his forehead, and Mr. 1 looked gloomy. Then what are you? Sauron provoked. Are you a puppet who follows a false name and is at the mercy of others? Or is it a bunch of losers who are strong on the outside? Advertisement. Mr. 1 had more veins on his forehead, and murderous intent kept pouring into his heart. Whoa. With a sudden force, Zoro was pushed away. What a powerful force. Zoro stood firm, feeling secretly shocked. At the same time, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Mr. 1. Bazooka. Bang. Bang. Luffy's hands directly hit Mr. 1 in the stomach, who had no time to react, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. How come? Crocodile's expression changed and he looked at the scene in front of him in shock. I advise you to get out of Alabasta, Crocodile. Otherwise there is only a dead end. Don't blame me for taking your head. Kuroba walked forward slowly, staring at Crocodile with scarlet pupils. The cold murderous intention made Crocodile feel a chill. A young boy like you actually got into my base and spoke such arrogant words. Crunch. After twisting his neck, Crocodile stood up from his main position and stared at Kuroba with gloomy eyes. Boy. Do you know who you were talking to? Today, I will teach you a lesson. On this sea, you must learn to respect your seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile suddenly attacked. During the impact, his arm quickly became elemental and continued to expand and grow. After a moment, his arm had formed a crescent sandblade. Crescent Dune. Fleeting. Crocodile's speed was extremely fast, and the whole process didn't even take a second. Whoosh. The sandblade that the arm turned into fell hard. He seemed to have seen that the arrogant boy who provoked him had all the water sucked out of his body and turned into a mummy. Advertisement. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just as the sandblade was about to fall on Kuroba disappeared from the spot so fast that even Crocodile could not react. Boom. Boom. The sandblade struck the wall behind Kuroba. Suddenly, the moisture on the wall was sucked dry and it collapsed. Clatter. The figure fell to another place. Kuroba's expression was expressionless. Boy, you are very good, don't be so rude, Desert Sword. With a loud roar, the sand surged, and Crocodile's arm turned into a huge sandblade again. A little scarlet falls, a pool of blood falls, puff. People with natural abilities can make their bodies elemental, so ordinary attacks cannot touch them. Crocodile's pupils shrank, his expression gradually became serious, and the sandblade that pierced the ground was activated again. The magic knife blade filled with evil energy actually pierced Crocodile's chest. At this time, purple demonic energy surged, and Kuroba held the magic sword Thousand Blades in his left hand and stabbed Crocodile suddenly, without giving him any time to think. How so? The knife struck the ground hard. The magic knife full of cracks is incredibly fast, and its cold murderous aura 4.8 is terrifying. Kuroba, who stepped on his feet and was surrounded by purple demonic energy, disappeared in an instant and appeared on the other side. Poof. Poof. Impossible. But in the face of this sudden knife, Crocodile not only did not dodge, but showed a cruel smile. Desert Greatsword. The elemental Crocodile suddenly retreated, feeling the piercing pain in his body. The earth suddenly cracked, and the sharp desert knife energy broke through the earth all the way and attacked Kuroba. Whoosh. Boy, do you know, the natural ability user. Chapter 439 Killing Crocodile. Please subscribe, ding ding ding. The magic knife is broken. Purple magic energy emerged, and 1,000 tiny magic knife fragments suddenly fell down like a violent storm. Desert Sunflower. Crocodile roared angrily, and the endless yellow sand surged. Everything around him was rapidly deserting, the earth was cracking, roofs were collapsing, and water was flowing. The terrifying wind and sand slightly affected the fragments of the magic knife that kept attacking Crocodile. Shichibukai, indeed he still has some strength. Kuroba raised a slight smile on his lips, tapped his feet lightly, and jumped several meters into the air. The handle of the thousand-blade knife held in his left hand had strange lines that erupted with intense light and demonic energy surge. By now, as soon as he finished speaking, Kuroba used both hands to strike down hard. Bloody light suddenly appeared, and under the entanglement of demonic energy, a severed arm rose into the sky. Hot blood spray. The yellow sand that was sweeping around me also stopped at this moment. Robin was stunned. Crocodile's expression was dull and full of disbelief. Bang! Bang! Crocodile suddenly lost his balance and fell on the sandpit. Crocodile! King Kobusha and Princess Vivi rushed to the scene and saw the weak crocodile lying on the desert. The two looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Who beat him like this? Kobusha turned his eyes and looked at the inconspicuous boy in front of him. Kuroba did it. Dead. Dead. King Kobusha covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes widened, full of disbelief. Advertisement, that is the culprit who has plunged the entire Alabasta into endless chaos. The sand crocodile, who was named the Shichibukai, is like this. Did you die in front of me so easily? Kobusha felt a little dizzy and managed to calm down. Really, it's amazing. Wei, the partner you brought back is really an amazing guy. Father, do you believe it now? After the shock, Princess Weiwei's face showed a look of ecstasy. She turned her head and said with a smile on her face. Behind the turmoil in Alabasta, Crocodile is really driving it. And the boy who just killed Crocodile is the pirate I told you before, my companion. When we first met in the Grand Waterway, I was just an undercover agent who broke into Baroque Studio. Thanks to their help, I was able to get rid of Baroque Studio safely. The king's expression was extremely complicated. The Shichibukai secretly appeared here, which can explain a certain problem. Coupled with Princess Weiwei's assurance, I am even more convinced of Princess Weiwei's words. You said he is a companion? A pirate? The Grand Line? You said he was with the Straw Hat Pirates? Suddenly, the king's eyes widened and he stared at Princess Weiwei. That's right, father, Princess Weiwei nodded. Sure enough, this guy's strength is really unpredictable. It is only because of them that the crisis in our country can be resolved. Cough cough cough. The king cleared his throat, turned to look at Kuroba, and said, Brother Kuroba, thank you so much. You helped me kill Crocodile who disrupted the country and solved the crisis in Alabasta. I will definitely give you the reward. Advertisement, what reward do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you. Kuroba nodded, thought for a moment, and said slowly. Everyone is tired today, let's hold a banquet tonight. Firstly, we can celebrate the restoration of freedom in Alabasta, and secondly, we can practice it for us. After eating and drinking, it's time for us to continue our journey. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by. Crack, crack. Then, a raindrop fell down and landed on a stone, causing small splashes of water to bloom, and then it turned into a downpour in just a few seconds. Wow. Wow. The king and Weiwei sailed down, staring blankly at the black cloud above their heads and the oncoming raindrops. Rain is coming. Is it raining? Everyone looked up to the sky in unison. Really, our war is over. It's really over, rain. Kobusha stretched out his hands and looked at the water drops falling on his hands, an inexplicable color flashed in his eyes. Yes, we in Alabasta are free. At the same time, a huge warship was on the upper reaches of the Santo River. Well, is it raining in Alabasta? Colonel Ferrer grabbed the microphone and looked surprised. Why did it rain suddenly? Could it be that? A thought suddenly flashed through Colonel Ferrer's mind. Chapter 440 shocked the Navy headquarters. Please subscribe. No way. That guy is a Shichibukai, and he's also a natural type ability user. Even I don't have much confidence that I can beat this guy. However, even more shocking words came from the other side of the phone. The Shichibukai crocodile has been defeated by the Straw Hats. And it was the kid next to him named Kuroba who defeated him. A trembling voice came from the mouth of the serious-looking phone bug. Really? Ferrer held the phone tightly and continued to ask. So, is Sergeant Dashi okay? Fine, the other side hesitated and reported. Now she has joined Colonel Smoker in Alabasta, and Crocodile is dead. We are also preparing to evacuate. Ferrer narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself. Are you going to let the Straw Hats go? Advertisement? Although it is surprising that the Straw Hats defeated Crocodile, I don't believe that after defeating the Shichibukai, the Straw Hats were not injured at all. You actually didn't take the opportunity to arrest them. Many members of the Baroque Workshop have now been arrested. Colonel Smoker is interrogating senior members of the Baroque Workshop, trying to dig out more clues. Ferrer frowned and continued. Okay, you continue to stay there. I will contact the nearby Navy to reinforce you. After hanging up the phone, Ferrer took a few steps back and forth, thinking. I didn't expect that these fledgling guys with less than 10 members would actually defeat a Shichibukai. This is really not easy. It seems like a great person has appeared in this sea. Other power organizations must also be affected. After thinking for a while, Huanler strode towards his superior's room. It has been a day since Kuroba defeated Crocodile. At this time, the Navy and the world government are discussing the bounty amount for several prominent members of the Straw Hats. Crocodile's earlier bounty was 81 million Baileys, but obviously, his strength is far more than this price. Although I don't know how the Straw Hats defeated Crocodile, they obviously have considerable strength. When such a big thing happens, the world government has to show some respect. After all, Crocodile is recognized by the world government. Advertisement. Unfortunately, by the end of the day, Relevant meetings had already been held 2 or 3 times. There is still no conclusion yet. At this time, in Ikerim's office, he picked up 5 reward notices with a panicked look on his face and quickly ran to Wei Wei's dormitory. Princess Wei Wei. It's not good. Hurry up and let the Straw Hats set off. Their latest reward order is down. The Straw Hats are 100 million belly, the swordsman Zoro is 60 million belly, and Mr. Kuroba is 50 million belly. They're gone. Ikerim. Wei Wei sat alone by the windowsill, looking a little desolate as she answered. Then we have to tell them the news. I will send people to chase them. Hao Qian Zhao. No need. Maybe they will be happy to know. Ta-da, ta-da. Ikerim. Report. A large number of naval forces have gathered at the port. Yeah. At this point, there is nothing we can do. Wei Wei was obviously not in a good mood. They must have gone to sea now. They're very powerful pirates, Ayu. On Luffy's side, everyone was running wildly on the sand in speedy ducks. Chapter 441 Black Siltina. Please subscribe. Bang, bang, bang. Cannonballs shot out from the sky like a torrential rain. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. There were already a large number of naval forces on the coast. Oops. The Navy has surrounded us, Nami said nervously. Luffy, hurry up and deal with them. Come on, let's move our luggage to the melee first. Rubber rubber, machine gun. Luffy turned over and jumped off the running duck. His hands suddenly tightened like long whips, and he brought up a large number of marines at the front and swept them away. Zoro and Sanji also showed a look of solemnity, cheered up 12%, and jumped out like tigers and leopards in an instant. First class meet. Tiger hunt. Sauron unsheathed his 3 swords instantly, and a tiger-like shadow appeared behind him. The 3 knives in his hands and in his mouth danced quickly, cutting off the incoming bullets, and plunged into the sea of 223 marines. Sanji's legs flipped in the air like windmills, causing an awe-inspiring sound to break through the air, turning into streaks of strong wind that swept out. In an instant, the incoming Navy's men and horses fell to the ground. It's time, Luffy. The Straw Hats were all hung up on Luffy at this time. Rubber rocket. With a flick, the Straw Hats immediately took off into the air and landed on the Mary. Well, perfect. We boarded safely. Okay, everyone, if things go like this now, it is estimated that a large number of Navy will arrive. Kuroba, should we set sail now? Break out from the south in one go. Advertisement Nico Robin looked in all directions and began to give orders. Kuroba nodded slightly and said, let's move on, we won't wait for anyone for now. Sauron moved his ears, turned around and asked, did you hear the sound? The radio sound in the distance is indeed Wei Wei's voice. That's Aruba's celebration, looks like she decided not to come. Luffy lowered his head and responded darkly, it just sounds like Vivi's voice. Nico Robin glanced at Luffy and continued, let's go, it's past 12 o'clock now, and the time we agreed on has also passed. Wei Wei can't come. Kuroba crossed his arms, turned around and smiled lightly. Don't worry, she's almost done. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp shouted to everyone with a single-channel telescope. No. The Navy is here again, everyone, look, Wei Wei and Karu were waving to us on the shore. Luffy was overjoyed. Look, she's really here, Nami, Wei Wei. What's going on? It turns out that the Vivi who gave a speech in Aruba was disguised by Ikerim, and the real Vivi also came to the coast with a speech microphone in her hand. I'm sorry, I can't go with you. I really appreciate you during this time. The citizens listened to the radio in bewilderment. What on earth is the princess talking about? Beb, of course, these words are said to the Straw Hat Pirates. Although I also want to go on adventures with you, but I love my motherland too much, so I can't leave with you. I decided to stay here. Advertisement while talking, Wei Wei shed tears. If we meet again one day, would you like to call me partner? You will always be ours. Just as Luffy raised his fists and shouted, Kuroba came up and covered his mouth. Idiot, you can't answer her, she's already being targeted by the Navy. If any more evidence is collected that is related to us, Wei Wei will be convicted. Just say goodbye to her silently. After speaking, Bai Yu raised the mark on his arm to indicate. After all, we had gone through life and death together, cried and laughed together. Could it be said that we just said goodbye to her silently like this? Wei Wei looked at Mei Li helplessly and cried even harder. Months ago, all members of Sao made an X mark on their left arms in order to prevent their friends from being invaded by the enemy. Everyone stood in a row and raised their left arms to show the mark. Wei Wei burst into tears again when she saw it. This time it was tears of joy. She and Karu also raised their left arms. From now on, no matter what happens, the mark on the left wrist is the mark of a partner. Sail. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Straw Hats to encounter a large group of Navy, and 20 or 30 warships surrounded them. The team is led by Captain Tina of the Navy headquarters. She is a superhuman-type threshold fruit user. At this moment, a soldier ran over with a phone bug in his hand and then said, Colonel Tina, Colonel Mog is looking for you. Heishitina lit a cigarette, frowned, and took the phone. Colonel Tina, according to reports from our soldiers, it seems that you are now going to surround the Straw Hats and try to catch them all. I advise you not to act alone. With your strength, you are no match for the Straw Hat Pirates. Really, I want to see if my warships can't deal with a broken pirate ship? Black Tina tugged on her dark purple gloves and frowned. Chapter 442 Overwhelming Strength, please subscribe. Heiji and Tina tightened her grip on the phone in her hand and said, I don't believe that a guy who just walked out of the weakest East Daxia Sea can break through my black threshold troops. Hearing this, Smoker became angry and a little emotional. I advise you not to be impulsive. The Straw Hat Pirates are very brave. If we work together to encircle and suppress them, our chances of winning will be much greater. Heiji and Tina could still remain calm and analyzed. However, the most urgent task is to prevent them from leaving. Before Colonel Smoker could respond, Tina hung up the phone decisively. Black Spear Formation. Tina summoned hundreds of Marines under her command, gave an order, and with her hands flying, the superhuman Devil Fruit ability was activated to the extreme. Iron spears as thick as bowls and completely black, shot out in an instant, like spear guns all over the sky, stabbing towards the hull of the melee. At the same time, naval soldiers several hundred meters away also took up the spear guns and spears on the ship and took action one after another. In an instant, there was a loud sound in the air, and black shadows fell all over the sky like heavy rain. UB***************** D. Luffy glanced at the hull of the ship and shouted anxiously. Hit it with cannonballs, so I can fight tooth for tooth. The bottom of the ship was pierced by such a thick iron spear. If this continues, the ship will sink. Advertisement. Seeing the strange ability of the naval captain opposite, everyone's expressions changed and they couldn't help but become nervous. Boom. Boom. Before they had time to fight back, the low sound of artillery fire sounded again, and the forts continued to fire cannonballs. Luffy was also anxious. Damn it, hurry up and fire back with cannonballs. Zoro. It's okay to defend one side at a time, but now we are facing 3 or 4 warships. The gunfire on our ships can't even compare to theirs. Don't worry, I've loaded the ammunition. Usopp adjusted the cannon to full rudder, locked onto the warship rushing towards him in the distance, and took aim to fight back. Bang! The cannonball cut through the void, pulling out a beautiful parabola. It was forced into the opponent's gunfire, rushed in, and hit the deck of the warship. Boom! The deck exploded with an explosion, and large pieces of debris flew down, as bright as fireworks. Wow, Usopp, did you do this? That's awesome. You deserve to be Captain Kuroba, the chosen one. Seeing that the southern camp was breached and black smoke was rising from the warships, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Haishui Tina slowly approached the melee, intending to board the ship by force. Seeing this scene of precise bombardment, she was a little surprised, which made her even more determined to launch a surprise attack. Looking up at the dilapidated pirate ship in front of him, he suddenly spread out the fingers of his hands. The huge black spears quickly gathered together and flew away with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, Kuroba was stabbed in response, as if his whole body was cut in half. Advertisement. After obtaining this superhuman devil fruit, Tina's trick was indeed broken. Tina's delicate body was slightly startled, and her brain felt a huge shock, as if she had suffered a devastating blow. However, before they could think about it, Kuroba disappeared out of thin air in an instant. There were expressions of excitement on the faces of the Marines. If they could defeat Kuroba and Straw Hat, wouldn't it be a great achievement? The Navy were stunned. Looking at this uninvited guest, they looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what to do. However, now that the direct spear was coming, a ball of flame condensed in the palm of his hand, and the raging flames sprayed on the black spear. The iron spear made of fine iron was instantly melted by the high temperature into a pool of molten iron. With her strength, her vision turned black. It is conceivable that the Navy on other warships were even more vulnerable. They seemed to be drunk, their bodies were crumbling, and after a while, they were foaming at the mouth, and they all fainted on the deck. Superior. A flash of horror flashed in Tina's eyes, and she looked at Kuroba in disbelief. It was as if a huge mountain had been suppressed on her body, and her eyelids were heavy. She was afraid that if her will collapsed, she would be paralyzed and fall to the ground. Kuroba took a sip of wine, smiled warmly, and his pupils suddenly widened, and a violent domineering energy radiated from his body. The violent scene made all the Navy's expressions suddenly change, even Tina was no exception. In an instant, it seemed as if the end of the world was coming. With Kuroba's look, the sea immediately set off a huge tsunami. Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. However, this is the first time I have encountered such a brutal method of destruction. Catching the changes in these people's expressions, Kuroba couldn't help but smile. This little trick couldn't be hidden from Shinwang. He just didn't bother to stop it. Kuroba, who was standing on the bow of the ship, seemed not to notice and did not dodge at all. Appearing again, he had already jumped and landed on the warship. Please give me flowers, Overlord and Domineering. Chapter 443. Instant kill of Black Tina. Please subscribe. Black Spear Formation. After trying hard to calm down her body, Tina's eyes suddenly darkened. She spread her arms, and immediately transformed into black javelins, thinking of Kuroba, and stabbed them. The speed was so fast that it was approaching in the blink of an eye, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air resounded in all directions, giving people a feeling of speed as fast as thunder. Falling in the eyes of others immediately made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. Tina is a user with threshold fruit ability. She can turn any part of her body into a fence to trap enemies, and she can also shrink the fence to kill enemies. It can be said that she is very strong, and with the black threshold troops under her, at least she can get along in the first half of this great waterway. Kuroba withdrew his domineering attitude and stayed still, looking at Tina face to face, still smiling. A layer of metallic luster appeared on his body, and there was a clanking sound, and the dark javelins instantly broke into 2 pieces. Armed and domineering, Tina's expression suddenly changed. As for the existence of three-color domineering, she had only heard of it in the New World and in the boot camp. This is the first time I've encountered it. Surrender, you are not my opponent yet. As soon as Kuroba finished speaking, his whole body jumped out like lightning, his hands shook, and lightning flew out of his sleeves like an electric snake, wrapping around Tina's bumpy figure, making her unable to move. The crackling thunder and lightning made Tina feel a large amount of numbness all over her body. Tina's strength does look good in the first half of the Great Channel. However, for Kuroba, it was as insignificant as a moth extinguished. Black gun. Tina couldn't break free from the iron chain, so a black spear emerged from the palm of her hand and went straight to Kuroba's heart. Advertisement. You are moving too slowly, Tina. Please remember that the ability of the devil fruit is indeed very good, but to become a strong person in this sea, physical skills and domineering are both indispensable. Kuroba dodged sideways, turned his palm upward, and hit Tina on the back of the head with a knife. Puff. Tina fell onto the deck, and the weapon in her hand had long been shattered. Colonel. Seeing Tina fainting, the remaining Navy soldiers exclaimed and wanted to rush forward one by one. Kuroba stamped his foot, and the deck shattered, spreading out. A ravine appeared in front of the soldiers, blocking their progress. Stop it, man. Kuroba jumped out of the warship, stayed in the air for a while, and watched as several other warships were almost finished. At this time, Smoker arrived. Seeing Kuroba and his ship leaving, and the mess on the warship, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Military doctors are already rescuing the injured. Tina, you should go and treat them first. Tina struggled to get up from the deck, and finally understood why Smoker didn't let her take action. It seems that the Navy didn't catch up, maybe we used them up, right? Zoro said silently while wiping the blade and looking carefully in all directions. Everyone lay limply on the railing of the restaurant cabin and said in unison, Zoro. Why do you all look so weak? Except for Sauron, the other 6 people had exactly the same posture, 2 lines of tears, and said in unison, I'm so boring. We have all been sailing the sea for 7 days and the Emperor has left the kingdom of Alabasta. Advertisement, when will we arrive at the next destination? Sauron looked at them with disdain. Why don't you practice some while you have time? Stop being lazy and crying here. By the way, why are you still following us now? Nico Robin. Zoro looked at Nico Robin with a hostile look on his face, and clenched his sword again. Could it be that you want to avenge the sand crocodile? Come here and give it a try? Robin waved his delicate hand and knocked the knife out of Soren's hand with one arm. Don't take out these dangerous things. Kuroba, this person is too dangerous if she continues to stay on the ship. Get her off the ship as soon as possible. And no one else will agree to let her stay on the ship. After hearing this, Kuroba shook his head and said, Zarin, you guessed wrong, don't worry, she's not a bad person. Then, Robin briefly introduced his life experience. I became an archaeologist at the age of 8, and then I was wanted with a reward on my head. At that time, a little girl was alone and could not make a living at sea, so she had no choice but to seek refuge with the boss, because I am good at planning and will definitely be useful to you. Usopp touched his chin and looked at her. You shameless woman, what did you just say you were best at? Robin dragged his chin and said with a charming face, assassination. Seeing her say these 2 words calmly, Usopp's face changed with fear. Luffy, this guy is too scary. Chapter 444. 300 million bounty, please subscribe. Seeing her say these 2 words calmly, Usopp's face changed with fear. Luffy, this guy is too scary. At this time, Robin conjured up a bunch of arms on the deck. Chopper, like a curious baby, went over and tapped these hands with his little hooves. The hands began to tickle him. Luffy also went over and imitated Chopper. Luffy and Chopper had a great time playing with Robin's transformed hands. Usopp looked at the 2 of them and shouted, Are you too wary? Nami sat on the deck next to the cabin like a big sister, folding her arms and crossing her legs. It's really sad that you are confused by her. Please wake up. She is the partner of Sand Crocodile, and she must be here for revenge. Yes, I can deceive you, but you can't deceive me. After hearing this, Robin took out a small cloth bag and put it on the table, smiled and said, By the way, I also brought you some gems. These are the collection of Sand 14 Crocodile. Nami immediately looked mean. Her eyes turned into Bailey shapes. She folded her hands on her cheeks and pressed them directly. Good sister, I love you to death. Their attitudes before and after were completely different, Khan. Usopp walked up to Zoro with a vigilant look on his face. Oh no, Nami has been bribed. Zoro looked solemn. This guy is very good at confusing people. Kuroba lay on the deck and continued. I think she is not that bad, otherwise how could I let her on the ship? Usopp and Zoro looked at him. Hey, Kuroba, why are you? At this time, a figure even meaner than Nami came over, twisting like a noodle, and placed 2 delicious-looking snacks on the table where Robin and Nami were sitting. Please use it slowly, 2 beautiful ladies. Sanji bowed very gentlemanly. Robin looked at him with a smile. Thank you. Seeing his virtue, Zoro wanted to go up and beat him up. Zoro. I knew. Usopp and Zoro stood in exactly the same posture. From the beginning, I never expected anything from this guy. Advertisement Robin was amused by these people and smiled brightly. Are you always so lively? Kuroba also smiled. Yes, it's always been like this. The vigilance in Soren's eyes has not diminished from beginning to end. This guy must have some conspiracy. Speaking of which, I bought your reward order from Newsbird. Nico Robin took a bite of snacks, then took out a few reward orders and continued. Your latest reward order is down again. Straw Hat Boy has 100 million belly, Swordsman Zoro has 70 million belly, and Mr. Kuroba has 300 million belly. No, Kuroba actually has the highest reward. Usopp stared at the bounty notice and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wait, don't talk yet, Usopp, change course quickly. Kuroba suddenly raised his head, and with his domineering perception, he suddenly felt something falling from the sky, and issued an order vigilantly. Everyone's nerves suddenly became tense. Although they didn't know what kind of medicine Bai Yu was selling in his gourd, they still quickly took the helm and drove away. The next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air resounded throughout the world. Sure enough, a dilapidated boat fell from the sky and fell directly into the water. Fortunately, the direction was changed in time and the disaster was avoided. The huge ripples caused by the huge ship falling into the sea also brought impact to the melee, and the melee also swayed with the shaking of the seawater. Just as he was talking, Chopper's little hoof failed to grasp it firmly and flew out. Advertisement Usopp was so frightened that every hair on his body stood up, his face instantly turned pale, and he was so frightened that he could not speak. Nico Robin looked at Kuroba in shock, lowered his head and murmured. Kuroba calmly cast his gaze to the sky and said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a skull falling from the air, and 280 fell right in front of his eyes. How does this kid know about the existence of Sky Island? Chopper. Usopp had just recovered from the shock and said, could it be that the big ship and the dead people's bones just fell from there? Everyone, hold on tight, don't fall. At this time, Nami looked at the pointer with a look of horror on her face. The record pointer is broken, and the pointer actually points to the sky. Besides, this may just be a rumor, a sea area floating in midair. Luffy stretched out his arms and pulled Chow Bala back. Ooh. There may be a map on that ship, Luffy, go and look for it. Is it an island suspended in midair, empty island? This may be the impact of encountering an empty island. Usopp pretended to be calm and sat cross-legged with his hands clasped. You are all too young. You have to be fearless in the face of danger. Even if the mountain collapses in front of you, you will not change your color. Do you understand? Chapter 445 Seizing the Sunken Ship, please subscribe. Luffy, Zoro and the others brought back a broken coffin with a skeleton inside. Robin started playing with it very interested. Chopper hid behind the mast and even turned backwards. Meng looked at Robin with a horrified face. What does that woman want to do when she opens the coffin? Nami also hid behind the mast. Your interests are really unique. Sanji watched her playing with the skeletons, dead people and beautiful women together. This combination has a unique flavor. After a while, Robin put the skull together, looked at it carefully, and then said, this man died when he was about 40 years old, and this ship has been drifting in the sea for at least 200 years. Do you know that much just by looking at the skull? Chopper looked at Robin eagerly and couldn't help but say enviously. At this time, Luffy looked at everyone with a bright smile. I found it. I found something great, look. Luffy unfolded a map from behind, with Sky Island written all over it. Luffy held up this map and jumped for joy as if on stimulants. That's great, there really is an empty island. Usopp also jumped up with Luffy. That's the legendary island. Chopper raised his little hoof high, Sky Island. Nami bluntly expressed her inner thoughts. Don't be too happy too early. There are many deceptive maps in this world. After hearing this, Luffy was unhappy and yelled at Nami. Aren't you a navigator? Think of a solution quickly, huh? Nami didn't back down. The problem is, I don't know how to get up there. This is a veritable climb to the sky. You can go up as soon as you ask, and you can get down as soon as you ask. Do you think that is an elevator? At this time, Sanji came over humbly and took out some colorful shells. Nami-san, there were many beautiful shells on the ship just now, I brought them to you. Advertisement, idiot, who cares? Nami walked away with an angry look on her face. At this moment, Robin was still groping for the coffin on the giant ship, looking left and right. Well, there is a little thing inside the coffin. Nami came back and took it for a look. Hey, isn't this a permanent pointer? This pointer is made of special materials and is still basically well preserved after 200 years. Nami held the pointer and looked at it carefully, and then compared it with the chart en route. While everyone was talking, a group of pirates approached in the distance. Everyone, look, Usopp played with the slingshot while observing their every move. Is it possible? They want to salvage the pirate ship, right? Nami couldn't help but ask. Kuroba looked at the group of pirates and said calmly. It should be the nearby pirate group that salvaged the pirate ship. According to the rules of the sea, whoever salvages the pirate ship first will have the right to control the pirate ship. Then my treasure will be wasted? Nami covered her cheeks and shouted anxiously. Kuroba, please think of a solution quickly. This ship belongs to us and we must not let them take it away. Don't worry, I happen to have a solution, but it looks a bit rough. Kuroba smiled warmly, raised his arm, and waved lightly. A gust of wind blew on the sea surface, and a wave of waves came. In an instant, the sea was split open. A waterway dozens of meters wide and more than 1,000 meters wide suddenly appeared. Originally, the pirate ship hidden at the bottom of the sea was suddenly revealed. Wow! I saw it! Pirate ship! Others opened their eyes wide and screamed in surprise, as if they couldn't accept this as a fact. Freeze magic absolute zero. Advertisement. A crisp voice sounded. Kuroba opened his arms slightly, and the magic power slowly condensed on his feet. A ball of white light rushed out with bursts of cold air, and ran straight to the sea. It's so cold. Nami and Luo Bing immediately felt the biting chill. Usopp's expression turned pale. He pointed at the monkey on the bow and asked. Wow, it's so scary, it must be a dream. Usopp continued to comfort himself. In just an instant, the sea surface froze. This is my uncle's territory, and all the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. All the hull hunters moved first. You really know the goods. Yes, this is not an ordinary bow. Huh? The sea is frozen. Why? Including Nami, Robin, and Zoro, they were all covered with a layer of frost? Hey, who are you? The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped, and layers of ice instantly formed on the sea surface. Even the water vapor in the air formed small ice particles due to the extremely cold temperature and crackled down. What is this? Nami screamed, looking at the huge black shadow that suddenly appeared. She was stunned on the spot. Then, what is that? What does that big monkey do? The leader of the ape pirates turned to look at everyone on the Mary and continued to ask in surprise. How could such a large sea area freeze over all of a sudden? But I have never seen anyone freeze the sea so easily. Who are you? Hao Wanghao. I am the leader of the pirate group known as the Man-Ape, the Salvage King, Man-Ape. Hull Hunter, prepare to go out, quickly seize the pirate ship. Just as they were about to launch, the sea area where the two ships were located was suddenly shrouded in shadow. Chapter 446. Sky Island exists. Please subscribe. Seeing this sudden scene, Chopper was also frightened. He suddenly shrunk and ran around on the boat, shouting, "It's a dream." Kuroba was stunned when he saw this thing clearly. It was a turtle as big as an island. Robin suddenly said, "If we are swallowed by such a big creature, we will definitely die." Usopp, Nami and Chopper were instantly petrified. Luffy, Kuroba, think of a solution quickly. I don't want to die like this, and die unjustly in the mouth of a turtle. Nami couldn't help but tremble as she looked at the turtle. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us, Kuroba said looking at the turtle. Boom. Boom. Overlord and domineering. With a muffled sound from Kuroba, everything in this world seemed to freeze instantly. A circle of dark red ripples swept across. The giant turtle in front of me gradually lost focus, rolled its eyes, and fell down straight. What did he do? It's so scary. The next moment, the Salvage King, Man-Ape, who had a bounty of 23 million Baileys, took 3 steps back in a row, feeling dazed and dizzy. What a strong sense of oppression. The crew members of the ape pirates' eyes widened, their whole bodies were trembling with cold sweat, and they were extremely horrified. Fortunately, Kuroba suppressed the Overlord Haki and barely prevented them from bleeding from all 7 holes and fainting and falling to the ground. Advertisement, hoo-ho, I thought I was going to die. Usopp looked at the fainted giant turtle and couldn't help but said in fear. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened. It was okay to be dark, but 3 huge figures appeared with wings on their backs. They held spears in their hands as if they were going to attack everyone. Director, danger, 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 beef, monster. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and Kuroba immediately shouted. Everyone, calm down, don't be afraid. Usopp, change direction and hold on to everyone. Let's get out of here first. Others reacted one after another. The melee took the lead and sailed quickly towards the distance, and the ape pirates followed closely behind. After driving far away, everyone was still in shock. It's impossible, it can't be this big, Sanji murmured, lighting a cigarette. The Grand Line is a place where incredible things are happening one after another. Sauron said. First, a huge sailing ship fell from the sky. Nami continued. Then the record pointer pointed to the sky again. Then some strange apes showed up trying to salvage the sunken ship, Usopp whispered. Night is coming, Robin said, holding his chin. Then another big monster appeared that was several times bigger than the giants. Luffy was actually scared too. Advertisement, we have to go to Moro Town in Gaia to resupply first, WW. This is my first time, I'm scared to see my body. The orangutan listened to Kuroba's analysis with a shocked expression. If you want to go, you have to prepare quickly. Kuroba continued. As for the truth about the sudden darkness, simply put, it is because of the thick cloud shadows. So that's it, I know, let's go to the top of the cloud. Luffy stood up and said with an excited smile. After hearing his explanation, everyone immediately felt relieved. Oh, what would you think? Giants are residents who live on empty islands. Because of the projection of light, they are far away from the main body, so they form huge shadows. They are not monsters. This time Kuroba was interrupted by the ape. Are you talking about cumulonimbus clouds? That kind of blackness is definitely not caused by dark clouds. Such important information must be reported back to the captain. We also want to go to Sky Island. The 2 apes exclaimed. Kuroba continued with a slight smile. What if I told you that the ship fell because the Sky Island has a limit? The night is dark because the thick clouds block the sun. The current from bottom to top is called upwelling current, which can lead to the Sky Island. Just follow that current and you will be hitching a ride to the sky. As for sea turtles, they are a special kind of sea king. The change of the recording pointer is because the magnetic force of the empty island is many times stronger than that of the next island. Kuroba smiled and continued. That's called a cumulonimbus cloud. It's not an ordinary cumulonimbus cloud, it forms high in the sky. No matter how thick it accumulates, it won't produce airflow and won't turn into rain. So once there are cumulus clouds in the sky, the clouds are so thick that even sunlight cannot penetrate. No matter how bright the day is, it will turn into darkness. Another way to say it is that cumulus clouds have never changed and continued to swim for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. A kind of cloud fossil moving high in the sky. Listen up, the Sky Island is right up there, and there are more Sky Islands in the New World. Brother, I didn't expect you to know so much. Chapter 447. Was I struck by lightning? Please subscribe. Little brother, let's say goodbye here first. The two apes shouted to Kuroba. Kuroba responded softly from the stern. On the deck, Luffy and others were lying with their legs spread out, looking as if they had just been hollowed out by something. This grand line is so amazing. The stupid Captain Luffy stuck out his tongue and said feebly. But to be honest, that monster just now was really big. I hope I won't see such a scary turtle again. Chopper, it's not me. After regaining his composure, Usopp habitually boasted to Chopper. If I were serious about it, that kind of monster wouldn't be a problem. I once took down 10 of them single-handedly, 10, and a certain innocent reindeer believed it again, with a fluffy smiling face full of surprise and admiration. You two, be honest with me, you still don't know how to get to Sky Island. Nami angrily beats Usopp and Chopper. Kuroba, do you know how to get to Muro Town on Guy Island? Do you have a clock hand? Kuroba spread his hands, shook his head and said. I didn't keep track of the hour hand either, then how to get there? Nami wilts instantly. I've been working on it for a long time, but I don't have any clues. How can I still sail? After listening, Kuroba said calmly, advertisement. Don't worry, let me find it. See and hear the domineering power, open it. Kuroba identified a direction, unfolded the domineering power of knowledge, and conducted a blanket search. Call out. For a moment, his eyes widened, and an invisible aura emitted. He could sense things beyond the distance of several kilometers around him clearly and in such detail that even the dust in the air could clearly sense its movement trajectory. The whole island seems to have slowed down. We found the location of Guy Island. It's at least 50 nautical miles away from Guy Island. I didn't expect this island to be so large. Nami's eyes widened and she stared at Kuroba blankly. She couldn't help but said in disbelief. Are you serious? Where is the specific location of Guy Island? It is covered by a lot of clouds, and the sea area is so big, how can you feel it? Is that a lie? After hearing this, Robin on the side was also a little shocked. Does this kid really know? Kuroba put down his hands and said with a smile, if you don't believe it, you can ask Robin. She has a permanent pointer. Why? Where did it come from? Nami looked confused. Robin must have followed the pointer just now when the ape wasn't paying attention. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. Nami couldn't help but frown slightly and took Robin's pointer curiously. Sure enough, it's really more than 50 kilometers away from us. Nami lowered her head and cried like a tearful person. Ooh, only you understand my mood. Seeing her like this, cold sweat broke out on Robin's head. Yes, it's hard to find a soulmate. Gaia? Is it really Gaia Island? Are we going to Gaia? Luffy yelled as he held a box of lunch with his mouth full. Advertisement. Nami came over and looked at Luffy and said angrily again, hey, isn't it up to you to decide the course of this ship? Luffy raised his fists in the air like a douchebag. Okay, turn the steering wheel immediately and drive to Gaia. Please give me flowers. Bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard several loud noises. Been beaten down. Usopp on the observation deck said, you said you were hit, but there was no gunshot or other sound at all. Kuroba, who was watching on the deck, glanced ahead lightly, smiled at Blackbeard's crewman Van Oka in the distant town, and made 10 neck-wiping gestures. Van Oka screamed and felt an electric current flow from his arm to his whole body. The retracted hand actually emitted white smoke and became completely unconscious. 0. I don't believe in evil, just watch. 3 seagulls flying above the melee fell on the bow of the ship, and Chopper, who was sitting there, said in surprise. Ah, Chopper said unconvinced, but I've been watching. No way. Can you see me? As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed from above. The white light was like thunder and lightning in the sky, hitting Van Oka's raised hand. Chopper took out a bullet from the bird. You see, from their flight angle, it was shot from the front of the ship. Let me scare you little devils again. Luffy on the side immediately said. Let's make grilled bird skewers. Have I been struck by lightning? Van Oka muttered to himself silently, raising his sniper gun again with both hands. What a joke. You mean the sniper attack from the Invisible Island? Nami walked up and said, how is that possible? Usopp smiled and said, in that case, he is a sniper with such good eyesight, such a good gun, and such superb gun skills. He should have been hit long ago and happened to die just now. Chapter 448 Death Poison Q. Please subscribe. Bang. Bang. Before Van Oka could react, his legs had already been electrocuted to the point of paralysis and he lost consciousness, and he rolled off the roof with his forehead. Van Oka, wake up, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Lafitte rushed over from afar, quickly picked up Van Oka, and said with a look of disbelief. Are you kidding? I was counter-sniped by a brat? Van Oka got up from the ground, turned his wrist, and was shocked and angry. What the hell is going on? It's the lightning that just struck from the sea. Thunder and lightning? Lafitte's 937 eyes were full of disbelief. Originally, I just attacked the seagulls to scare these pirates, but unexpectedly, the little devil opposite seemed to have seen through me. My actions were completely discovered by him, and I was knocked down by the thunder and lightning he sent out. Before Fan Oka could finish speaking, Lafitte's shocked expression instantly turned into horror. Is this really possible? Shooting from the sea, that person must be a first-class super sniper, and he may also be a devil fruit user. Whether he is our enemy or not, that person will definitely come to Guy Island, and we must inform everyone to be careful. Lafitte squinted his eyes, suddenly had a bad feeling, and continued. It's better to go and inform the captain first. Ha ha ha. Interesting, advertisement. After hearing Lafitte's description, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help laughing, his mouth opened and closed, and he didn't take Kuroba seriously at all. It's just a little brat. You should hurry up and find out the whereabouts of these boys. I really want his fruit ability. No matter what kind of fruit he is, as long as he is wrapped in my power, he will definitely be doomed. Ha ha ha. This group of prey must be very interesting. At this time, Kuroba continued to move forward with everyone, gradually approaching Guy Island. The houses are neatly arranged above, and there are many coconut trees. This island looks really nice. Is that a resort? It seems like you can't help but want people to relax. Chopper was tinkering with the telescope while murmuring with a smile. But when they arrived at the port, they were stunned in place. The scene in front of him was completely inconsistent with what Chopper said just now. There are large pirate ships parked at the island port, and everyone who comes and goes is a ferocious and arrogant pirate. After seeing the notice board next to them, they realized that the town to the west of Guy Island was a lawless zone that was not under the jurisdiction of the government and was a good place for criminals to fight with each other. This place is a place of right and wrong. I have to keep a close eye on you and not let you cause trouble. Nami warned nervously. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro wanted to get off the boat and take a look. Wait, listen, don't fight with people here. We will leave here after we find enough food supplies, especially you two. Nami said to Luffy and Zoro. Kuroba walked to the bow of the ship, looked ahead, and smiled. How can you not cause trouble when you are a pirate? Advertisement. Although I don't like causing trouble, if trouble comes, I will definitely fight back. No matter whether the other party is an enemy or not, we all must pay attention to precautions. After listening, everyone else nodded heavily. On the streets of Magic Valley Town on Guy Island, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were walking, and Kuroba was hanging slowly behind the group. At this time, a sick man riding a horse came over the road. The man was lying on the horse, as if he was about to faint but was still awake. Kuroba glanced at the crowd sharply and said with a playful smile, I didn't expect to meet the god of death so soon. It should be called Poison Q. He didn't come here specifically to block me. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the man fell off his horse, coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and looked at Sauron helplessly. You two little brothers, can you help me up? Zoro broke into a cold sweat. Are you too lazy to get up? Luffy and Zoro were very kind and really helped this man to his horse. I'm so sorry, I was born weak and sick. Drive. The man pinched the horse's belly with his legs, causing the horse to cough out 2 mouthfuls. Even 2.8 horses have this virtue. Suddenly, the sick man took out a basket of apples and handed it to Sauron. Thank you for helping me up, it's a small thing, just eat one. Sauron was very vigilant. I don't want things of unknown origin, you can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy acted like an idiot, picking up an apple and getting ready to eat it. Apple, thanks. Its speed was so fast that Nami and Zoro couldn't stop it. Kuroba turned over with one hand, snatched the apple from Luffy's hand, and said with a smile. You are so kind, doesn't this apple have any hidden secrets? Chapter 449 Fighting Champion Badgers, please subscribe. Boom. Boom. A shop not far away suddenly exploded, and airwaves swept through the entire street. If Kuroba saw it right, there were 5 people who had eaten the apples of death Poison Q in the store just now. It seems that this person who can serve as the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates can not only save people, but also kill people. It can be regarded as a like-minded existence with Blackbeard. Facing this uninvited poisonous Q, Kuroba felt even more playful. Q looked at them with a sinister smile on his face. Don't worry, these apples are all good, you can eat them as you like. Since it is Captain Blackbeard's order, Poison Q wants to see who they are. Of course, they must kill the wrong ones and not let them go. Eat my bomb apples as soon as possible. While thinking about Xiao Juju, Poison Q still persuaded Luffy to eat an apple in a pleasant manner. You can just pick a few and eat them. 14 inches. Kuroba raised his eyebrows, looked at Poe, and said with a smile. Then you're welcome. Let me pick a few. Buzz. The domineering power of seeing and hearing quietly unfolded. Like a scanning radar, it covers the apples in the basket, and the details of each apple are fully displayed in Kuroba's eyes. With the help of Sensei Haki, Kuroba instantly clearly sensed where the bomb was hidden. Use your backhand to reach down and take out the apple without the bomb in an instant. Well, I'll just take these, thanks. Are there any apples? I want to eat an apple. Luffy's eyes lit up and he snatched the apple from Kuroba's hand, smacking his lips while eating it back. It tastes very good, delicious. If you don't eat, you will be eaten by me. Poison Q looked at Kuroba and then Luffy with a confused expression. Isn't it possible? Could this kid have noticed that there is a bomb hidden in the apple? Ahem. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Q cleared his throat and said with a smile. Little brother, you are so lucky. Safely passed. Safe passage. Soren's face darkened, drawing his sword and looking at Poison Q with hostility. Hey, what do you mean? Nami's heart skipped a beat and she felt confused. Kuroba glanced at Poison Q and said with a smile. This old man hid a bomb inside an apple. If he draws an exploding apple, he will be instantly shattered into pieces as soon as he takes the first bite. The people in the shop over there just now must have fallen into his trick. What words? Are you saying that we almost died inexplicably just now? Nami's eyes widened and she stared at the apple in disbelief. Well, look carefully, I have indeed tampered with the remaining apples. What the hell is this guy doing? He actually saw through it. Q looked at the remaining apples in the basket and muttered to himself. A hole. Zoro suppressed his anger and really wanted to go up and kill him, but because he promised Nami not to fight in Demon Valley Town, he had to sheath the sword. Cough, cough, brother, you have misunderstood. There's really nothing wrong with these apples. Poison Q looked at Kuroba, who was full of interest, and then at Zoro, who was filled with anger, and explained quickly. Then why don't you eat all these apples? Kuroba smiled and asked. Since you think there's no problem, just let me try it for you 10 times. Whoosh, whoosh. As he finished speaking, the small stone Kuroba was playing with bounced out instantly with a sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it hit the apple in Q's hand. Advertisement Q's face instantly turned pale, and when he wanted to let go, it was already too late. Boom. Before I had time to react, a big explosion occurred in the apple, and a thick black smoke instantly engulfed Poison Q. Whoa, how come? What happened to this town? Let's get out of here quickly, I don't want to die in an unknown way. Nami was stunned and quickly stamped her feet and cursed. Nami, relax a little and the soldiers will cover up the water in the earth, let alone leaving now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. We have a lot of fun to watch next, don't leave in a hurry. 230. Wahahaha. At this time, there were bursts of noisy discussions in the distance. Hey, that guy started causing trouble again. It's the fighting champion. He's not a famous criminal with a bounty on his head. Where did you hang out? It's better not to mess with him. He is the captain of the Yonko Blackbeard's squad. The fighting champion, Shaw, has a bounty of tens of millions of bellaries. Luffy and Zoro stared ahead in unison, grinning disdainfully. Champion. Why do you pay so much attention to that word? Nami was afraid that the two of them would cause trouble, so she couldn't help but roar. Badgers had a malicious look on his face, crossed his arms on his chest, stared at Kuroba and his group, and walked over slowly. What's the matter with you? How dare you make trouble here? It's really worthless. At this time, Q, who was severely injured by Kuroba, got up from the ground, shook the smoke and dust on his body, and said. Bajis, don't act rashly. Chapter 450. He seems to have offered a reward of 300 million belly, please subscribe. This guy is not simple, he must be weird, ha ha ha. After hearing this, Badgers laughed heartily. Poison Q, I really belong to you. Don't underestimate me. Suddenly, Badgers lost his face again and stared at Kuroba. Hey, little b asterisk 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 d, I really want to challenge you. Exposed domineering attitude, seeking death, Badgers roared, the ground cracked under his feet, and he flew dozens of feet. There was a loud noise, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the surrounding buildings collapsed instantly, with broken stones flying around. Wow, wow, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but exclaimed. Is that kid really going to fight Badgers? I'm no match for you at first glance. Badgers looked at Kuroba provocatively. Haha, did you hear that? I can beat you to death with one fist. To be fair, let me see how many brushes you have first. Bring it on, Kuroba smiled and said two simple words. Amidst the roar, Kuroba used all his strength and stepped hard on the ground with both feet. Boom. Advertisement. The entire Mobu town seemed to be shaken. Then, Kuroba clenched his right fist and slammed his body like a missile into Badgers, who was not far away. In just a moment, he was in front of Badgers. Seriously? I don't know if you can withstand my beating. While speaking, Kuroba stretched out his hand, and Badgers showed a horrified look in his eyes. He instinctively caught Kuroba's full blow. Before Badgers could react, Kuroba suddenly swung his fist. Armed color domineering air Sakura. The iron fist hit Badgers' fist hard. The two fists collided and sank deeply into them, making his whole body tremble. Bah! A mouthful of bright red liquid spurted out from Badgers' teeth, and the bones in his hand were directly broken. The whole person was shot hundreds of meters away, and he was in a state of life worse than death. Such a powerful and heavy punch, combined with the all-pervasive weaponry, directly passed through Badger's fist and penetrated deep into his 5 branches and 6 organs. Wow! Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. It took several minutes before they heard a few scattered screams. What is going on? Did you see clearly? Too fast. This is completely a one-sided beating. At this time, Lafitte saw Badgers being knocked away from a distance, and rushed towards Kuroba in a hurry. Suddenly seeing the strange looks in everyone's eyes, I couldn't help but hesitate. What the hell is going on? It's better to inform Blackbeard first. Advertisement. Lafitte's arms instantly transformed into wings, and before he had time to think about it, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared into the sky quickly. This neat gesture, as if oiling the soles of the feet, made everyone in the field stunned. Nami was confused. Nami suddenly came back to her senses and said hurriedly, Kuroba, I'm afraid this person is in the same group as the two idiots just now. Stop him quickly. If he doesn't even dare to bring people, then our time on Guy Island will be difficult to pass and very boring. I originally thought that I could encounter a few good prey on this so-called sinful island, but I didn't expect that there wasn't even one that could be hunted. Everything was like rubbish. Boss, there are some things you should not say nonsense. If you say nonsense, you will even lose your life. A mere newcomer from the East Daxia Sea, if you tell me that there is a reward of 300 million belly, who will believe the country? The boss on the side couldn't help but glance at the reward order in Blackbeard's hand, his face couldn't help but change, and he reminded tremblingly. This is the first time I see someone looking for trouble. Blackbeard's expression couldn't help but stagnate. The black tide in his right hand burst out with a powerful attraction. He pulled the boss over and shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, in a barbecue shop, a burly figure was sitting on a chair, biting into the barbecue in his hand while looking at the reward order in his hand. Blackbeard took a sip of rum, then slammed the glass on the table with his backhand. What if we let him go back and bring people into trouble? I think I saw this guy's reward order from a newsbird just now. I remember it was a reward of 300 million belly. How did Qian Nuo Zhao get into your hands and become 60 million belly? The boss's face suddenly turned pale. Feeling the invisible force suppressing and restraining his body, he quickly explained. No. This guest, I'm not talking nonsense, I remember this reward order, I still threw it on the table over there. Guest, if you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. After looking around at Luffy and Zoro, these two stupid guys quickly followed Kuroba. 300 million belly? Don't worry, I just let him go on purpose, Kuroba said with a smile and reached out to rub Nami's head. In Nami's eyes, only by being by Kuroba's side can she soothe her injured heart. Chapter 451 Blackbeard's Ambition, please subscribe. Blackbeard pulled the bounty order from the table, and when he saw the bounty underneath, his expression suddenly changed. No way. It's really 300 million baileys. How is it possible? A native who came out of the East Daxia Sea was able to reach 300 million belly. What on earth did he do? Is this a lie? Blackbeard stared at the reward notice for a long time and still couldn't recover. Guest, have you seen it too? I didn't lie to you. He really offered a reward of 300 million belly. Can you let go now? The boss looked at this scene and couldn't help but say. However, guest, I would like to remind you that in Moro Town, the highest bounty offered is Bellamy, who has a bounty of 55 million belly. His existence is enough to run rampant in Moro Town and even the nearby sea areas. When I heard about his reputation, I felt frightened. This Kuroba has a bounty of 300 million belly on his head. Regardless of whether he has water or not, I advise you, my guest, not to die. To die? Blackbeard came back to his senses, his face darkened, and the undercurrent in his right hand erupted like a 463 volcano, instantly sending the boss flying away. He smashed the bar to pieces. HMPH, an ignorant person dares to comment on my Blackbeard teach. A mere unknown person who walked out of the East Daxia Sea, no matter how much he has a bounty of 300 million belly, is nothing in front of me. Not to mention that it poses a threat to me, it is still unknown whether it can defeat the person I choose. However, let's tell the news to others first. After leaving these words, Blackbeard turned around and planned to leave. Just after taking a few steps, he saw Lafitte arriving in a panic. This scene made Blackbeard's expression change slightly. Captain, advertisement, Captain, it's not good. Poison Q, Fan Oka, and Badgers were all severely damaged and defeated. I'm afraid that person is not simple, were they defeated? Blackbeard was stunned when he heard this, and his face suddenly turned livid. Thinking back to the cruel words just now, it seemed as if he was slapped on the face by an invisible slap, and then he said with an angry smile. Good, very good, interesting, it's really interesting. Originally, I thought that his bounty worth 300 million belly was just in name. Unexpectedly, I was really shocked that he was able to defeat all the people I selected. Such a bold guy probably possesses powerful devil fruit abilities. I would like to meet him. Lafitte couldn't help but be stunned and worried. Captain Teach, I saw all those guys just now. Even Poison Q was plotted by them, and Badgers was severely hit and knocked away by a punch. I'm afraid their strength is not simple. We must not underestimate them, just in case. What if? Blackbeard's face was cold, and he clenched his right hand tightly, crushing the reward order in his hand. As long as we plunder this guy's devil fruit, when I get this power, Biak, I will become more powerful, and I will be able to do whatever I want. Advertisement, don't worry, I have been in the old Whitebeard pirate group for decades. The pirates who came back from the New World are not comparable to the natives of the East Daxia Sea. Lafitte, hurry up and lead me. I want you to see what the power of despair is. Lafitte's expression paused and he looked at the ambitious Blackbeard Teach. He knew very well that once Blackbeard made a decision, it was impossible to change it. The only thing he could do was to grit his teeth and turn around and leave. What's more, in Lafitte's eyes, there was nothing wrong with what Heitzi just said. A new world, a big pirate lurking on the ship of the Four Emperors, and a native from the East Daxia Sea, who is strong and weak. Anyone who is not blind will be able to tell. At the same time, Kuroba and the others continued to look for food in the town. How is this place? It seems like a lot, it's so quiet. Inside, there are rows of neat houses, long and clean wooden corridors, and some coconut trees beside them, forming a beautiful landscape that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Nami couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that this smoky town would have such a paradise. The villa built on the sea is really unique. Just as he was talking, an old man with a mustache wrapped in a white turban walked over unsteadily. You. Where are you from? Don't come in, otherwise I will be in great trouble. This is not a place for you, it's very dangerous, leave quickly, boys. Why? After hearing this, Nami's heart suddenly trembled and she asked uneasily. Such a beautiful place, how could it be dangerous? Our hotel has been booked by Uncle Bellamy. If we are discovered, it will be over. Luffy and Zoro were running around without a care in the world. Chapter 452. Save the trouble for the new year, please subscribe. Hey, where did you poor devils come from? A man with long blonde hair wearing goggles strode over. As soon as he saw this person, the shop owner trembled with fright. Uncle Sakis, you are back. Sakis glanced at them proudly, looked at them and said, Hey, where did these poor devils come from? The shop owner broke into a cold sweat. They are. Don't talk so much nonsense to me. Do you know how much money I spent to get here? Get out of here, you ghost. What a bunch of poor people, bumpkins. Get out of here. Sakis took out a stack of change with his backhand, scattered it directly on the ground, and smiled disdainfully. Sakis is the vice captain of the Bellamy Pirates, known as the Big Sword, and has a bounty of 38 million Baileys. In Moluo Town, and even in this sea area, he has the qualifications to walk sideways. But just as he said these words, not far away, a crew member belonging to Bellamy walked over quickly. Uncle Sarkis, we have all seen the guys you taught a lesson just now, but we must not underestimate them. Then, the crew member took out an old reward order and handed it to Sakis. Sasuke took it and smiled evilly when he saw the bounty written on it. No way. That boy in the straw hat is actually worth 30 million? Haha. So what? The highest reward you can offer is only 3,000 belly, but it's even lower than mine. After saying that, he reached into his pocket again, took out a handful of coins and sprinkled them on the ground. Looking at how poor you are, I will reward you with some. You are welcome. Take it for flowers, buy some snacks, toys and so on. Get the money and get out of here quickly. Then wait patiently for a visit from Lord Bellamy. The Straw Hats, if I were you, I would run away as fast as I can now. Bellamy has 55 million Baileys. The super pirate with a bounty on his head. Sakis looked at Luffy and couldn't help but lick his lips. Nami and Zoro's expressions suddenly dropped. Advertisement. This is such an insult. Luffy looked at the money on the ground and was about to pick it up, with a look of joy on his face. Are these for us? Nami grabbed Luffy's face and stretched it. It's really annoying, let's go. Huh. Such people are really mean. If I don't have to stay on the island for 4 days and keep a pointer record, I really don't want to stay in a place like this for a second. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, we'd better leave quickly. Wait a minute, Nami. Kuroba smiled and patted Nami on the shoulder. But don't worry, didn't I say before we went ashore that we won't cause trouble, and at the same time we are not afraid of trouble? Now that trouble has come to us, why don't we just solve it and save it for the new year? The words fell inexplicably. Everyone present couldn't help but be startled, even Sakis was no exception. However, before he could recover, an afterimage appeared in front of him. At the same time, Kuroba suddenly clenched his fingers and punched Sakis hard. So fast, Sakis' pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly raised the sword in his hand to block. Bang! A heavy collision suddenly sounded, and the seemingly indestructible sword broke apart in full view of everyone. Please give me flowers. The fist hit Sakis' body hard without losing its power. The next moment, when the sternum collapsed, the whole person flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing the thick wall. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't think clearly when they saw Sakis being knocked several feet away. Cough cough cough. Sarkis climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his heart was still throbbing. Advertisement, bang. Bang. After struggling for a while, he fell to the ground again. Go back and tell Bellamy, Zero. If you have any trouble, just come to me. Kuroba didn't pay attention to Sakis at all, and didn't even look at him for even half a second before turning around and leaving. This is the vice captain of the Hyena Pirates, Sakis the Sword. He fell down just like that. This guy is so awesome. Seeing the severely injured Sakis, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but exclaimed. How could this happen? Inform Lord Bellamy. Sakis' younger brother's eyes widened and he ran out of the door with his butt wet in fear. Grown-ups. There are enemies, the Straw Hats. Captain Sakis is seriously injured. After hearing this, Bellamy took a sip of wine, played with the glass in his hand, looked at his frightened younger brother, and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Sakis is actually injured. Interesting, indeed interesting. This is the best cat and mouse game ever. I want to see what else he can do. Order to go down and search for this guy. Ding. Chapter 453. Trouble at the same time, please subscribe. Luffy and his friends were still hungry, so they finally arrived at a tavern. Sitting in front of the bar, Nami looked disgusted. Really, people like that are really bad. If it weren't for keeping pointer records, I really wouldn't want to stay in a place like this for a second. Zoro picked up the wine and took a long sip, as if he had forgotten what happened just now. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, that also shows that you are a normal person. People who like this kind of place are either martial arts crazy or violent. Luffy stopped talking and hurriedly stuffed his mouth full, eating very happily. Nami glanced at 163, and glanced at the record pointer on her wrist. There are still 4 days to go. I feel like I can't even stay for a minute. Suddenly, a rough old man sitting next to Luffy shouted, "This cherry pie is so delicious." Luffy looked disgusted. This cherry pie tastes terrible. The two of them shouted at the same time, huh? After glaring at each other, they picked up the wine on the table and drank it with their necks raised in exactly the same posture. Luffy. This wine is delicious, rough man. This wine is really terrible. At this time, both of them were staring at each other, with flashes in their eyes. Rough man. Is your tongue broken? Luffy, your head is broken. Luffy didn't want to pay attention to him and looked at the boss. Uncle, I want to buy $50 worth of meat and go back to eat. Rough man. Boss, I want to take back 51 Bailey's cherry pie. I want 52 Belly's meat, I'm 53. Advertisement, 54. No, I changed it to 55. This time, both of them stopped doing it. They rolled up their arms and sleeves to each other and shouted at the same time. Do you want to fight? Zoro couldn't stand it any longer. What's so noisy about this? Have you just graduated with 2 brains? Of course Kuroba knows that it is Blackbeard, but he doesn't want to reveal his identity now. At the same time, I'm afraid Blackbeard is still enjoying himself and taking the initiative, so, he smiled and persuaded. Luffy, we still have business to do. Blackbeard looked at Luffy and asked, are you a pirate? Of course, Luffy replied. How much is the reward? 30 million. In fact, Luffy's bounty was already 100 million, but he didn't notice it at all. Blackbeard smiled, full of disdain. Just you? 30 million? You're bragging without even making a draft first? Of course he recognized the identities of Kuroba and others. It's just that Blackbeard really wanted to use this meeting to find out the details of the other party. After all, years of lurking in the Whitebeard pirates have made Blackbeard develop an extremely cautious character. At least in Blackbeard's eyes, it was a very satisfying pleasure to be able to see this arrogant man, ignorantly staying here drinking without knowing the danger of being targeted. Who lied to you? What I said is true. Luffy didn't give in. Zoro. Stop arguing. Hey, are the Straw Hats here? Who is that Kuroba with a 30 million bounty on his head? When Luffy and Blackbeard were arguing, a man with blonde hair and a scar on his left eye walked in and asked. Advertisement Bellamy, captain of the Bellamy Pirates, has a bounty of 55 million Baileys. It's Hyena, Bellamy. Everyone in the tavern was silent as soon as they saw Bellamy coming. He was also followed by some cadres of the pirate group. Bellamy had a malicious look on his face and folded his hands in front of his chest. You are the Kuroba who injured our crew, right? Blackbeard glanced at Kuroba and murmured. Kuroba sat on the bar with his legs crossed. Boss, bring me a bottle of rum. What about Blackbeard, Goldenbeard, do you still think you are the 4 Emperors Whitebeard? This is the prey I set my sights on first. It can be said that due to his intentional actions, he is unknown, but no one knows his true identity. Having said this, Bellamy withdrew his gaze, looked at Kuroba with interest, and laughed. It's up to you, Kuroba. I didn't expect to meet someone with the same philosophy today. Indeed, the person you are looking for is me. I advise you not to interfere and ruin my good deeds. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude, even you will deal with it. Ha ha ha. Is there a problem? Look what this guy is drinking, give him a drink too. What? You have a problem? Blackbeard Marshal D. Tinch. Nami's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Kuroba in the corner uneasily. Haha, I didn't expect that this kid is so capable of causing trouble, and he even got into trouble with other people. Turning his head and lighting up Blackbeard, he said. Blackbeard was stunned when he heard this. You must know that when he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he was very low-key. Bellamy walked to the front of the bar, faced Blackbeard, and slammed the tabletop. Chapter 454. Seeking Revenge. Please sort it out, please subscribe. New. Of course the tavern owner recognized Bellamy's identity, and turned around to pour the wine with a look of panic on his face. Boom. The closed door of the tavern was kicked open. At this time, the injured Sakis put his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened and walked over like an old man. He said with a ferocious look of resentment, they're indeed a bunch of trash. What kind of shabby place is this? It's shabby and shabby. How can you even sit in a place like this? And it's full of people. It's simply embarrassing. After the words fell, Sakis looked at a person sitting on a chair in the front row and knocked the person to the ground with one punch. You really don't know how to pay attention. Didn't you see me coming? I'm just holding back my anger. Since you don't have eyesight, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Sakis stepped on the man's head and glanced at Bellamy with a ferocious look from the corner of his eyes. Of course, he could only express his dissatisfaction with him in this way. At least, in Sakis' eyes, Bellamy was his captain. 14 He suffered a lot from Kuroba. They should have taken revenge as soon as they met. After all, in Sakis' eyes, this is just a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, so he shouldn't take it seriously at all. Of course Bellamy knew what Sakis was thinking, but he didn't take it to heart at all. After ordering a glass of wine for Kuroba, he also picked up the wine glass in his hand with a smile on his face. Kuroba smiled and accepted everyone who came. He didn't know what kind of trouble Bellamy's little thoughts could make. He picked up the wine glass and raised it and said, "Thank you." After saying this, Kuroba's mouth just touched the cup and drank. The smile on Bellamy's face flashed with a hint of ferocity, and she quickly raised her hand and slapped Kuroba hard on the head. Sasuke and the others' expressions couldn't help but froze, and then they laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Bellamy, I really have you. Nami was startled and her eyes widened. Kuroba, be careful. Advertisement at this time, the hyena Bellamy was almost touching Kuroba's tenling guy. Kuroba still sat there without moving, just when everyone was sweating for Kuroba. Kuroba moved instantly. Boom! Kuroba made a backhand, grabbed Bellamy's wrist tightly, and pressed it against the bar. Bellamy's expression froze as he unleashed his huge strength. No matter how hard he exerted his strength, his wrist felt like he couldn't move at all, as if it was tightly held by an iron pincer. Hiss! The sound of gasping air sounded in the field. Everyone was so shocked by Kuroba's quick movements that they couldn't think straight. Some even couldn't help but rub their eyes in order to see the situation in front of them clearly. After all, in the eyes of most people, Bellamy was a Turkish emperor in Moro Town and even in the nearby sea area. I have never met anyone who can take his attack. What happened just now, but I couldn't see his movements clearly at all. This is Bellamy. How could he be restrained by this kid so easily? The scene suddenly exploded. He has a black beard and looks at Kuroba with squinted eyes. Looking at Kuroba's crossed legs, one hand was holding Bellamy behind his back, and the other hand was actually holding the wine to taste it. That relaxed and comfortable look really makes people want to praise her. Kuroba took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Advertisement. Bellamy, you have to prioritize your revenge. Besides you, I have to socialize with other people first." Having said this, Kuroba turned his eyes and said with a smile, "Blackbeard, what I said is right. Why?" Bellamy's expression suddenly dropped, and then he burst into laughter. "What an arrogant person, how dare you be so arrogant? If you have the guts, take advantage of me beforehand." The hyena Bellamy is used to being domineering in this small town. How can he bear Kuroba's contempt and insult? Especially, being in the public eye like this made him lose face at all. Go to hell. Spring sniper. Bellamy rushed to attack 150, jumped away and landed on the wall 10 meters away, his feet instantly transformed into slingshots. The calves on both sides were suddenly pressed down and contracted to the extreme. The next moment they were suddenly released and opened, spinning at high speed like a tornado and shooting towards Kuroba. Seeing the black shadow coming towards him, Kuroba couldn't help but shook his head and said with a smile, "I said you have to prioritize your revenge. Can you, a muscular, simple-minded fellow like you, really not understand?" Kuroba's 5 fingers suddenly rubbed together, and his powerful domineering aura instantly covered his fist. The next moment, he threw it out without looking back. Boom! Bellamy just felt his eyes blur, and when he came to his senses, a huge fist had already landed on his face. The huge impact force was released like a tide, and Bellamy just felt the heartbreaking pain radiating from his face. The next moment, the whole person was instantly shot away like a cannonball, flying straight out of the door of the tavern, and finally disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 455 Battle with Blackbeard, please subscribe. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, and the streets outside roared and shook, as if a giant was turning over. Through the door, the bell tower that came into view had collapsed. Under the large clouds of sand and dust, everyone in the venue was stunned. The great pirate with a bounty of 55 million Baileys was knocked away with a random punch. With such strength, is he really the little guy they say has only a reward of 30 million? Blackbeard looked at Kuroba. His eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but look playful. Interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that a kid like you would come to my door so proactively. However, it's really surprising. I didn't expect you to know my name. Of course I know. Kuroba smiled, and Tianfen said with a playful smile. You are Marshal D. Tinch, who calls himself Blackbeard. You are on the Whitebeard Pirates, under the command of Firefist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division. You are an old man who has been lurking on the ship for decades for the Dark Fruit. When Whitebeard recruited people to join the ship, he valued everyone's friendship, but you were the only exception. Back then, you were holding Whitebeard's legs and crying to get on the ship, so Whitebeard relented. It's a pity that in the end, you killed the captain of the 3rd Division, Saki, for the Dark Fruit on the ship of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and stole the Dark Fruit, and now you are escaping here like a bereaved dog. Speaking of this, Kuroba smiled even more and said, although in the first half of the Grand Line, no one knew who Marshal D. Tinch was, and no one knew what you looked like. But it's a pity that I know everything about your past. Do you think it's strange? Advertisement. As soon as Kuroba said this, the originally bustling tavern was in an uproar. However, he immediately fell into an eerie silence. The boss and the drinkers all stared at Blackbeard closely, waiting for his answer. As a gathering place for pirates, Moro Town may have little information. However, they knew very well who the 4 emperors who had been famous for a long time were. However, now this terrifying young man suddenly told them. The fat, slovenly man in front of him turned out to be a traitor to the Whitebeard Pirates. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it. Blackbeard stood up slowly, looking at Kuroba with a cold face and some shock, but a turmoil arose in his heart. Who is this kid? He even knows these things and is still so strong. Mo-Fei is the pursuer sent by Daddy, besides Captain Ace. However, fortunately he is only one person, and after the fight just now, this guy probably has a powerful fruit ability. Although I don't know who he is, his devil fruit will soon be mine. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Blackbeard's mind, his eyes suddenly turned murderous, and he sneered at Kuroba. Boy, I don't know who you are, but I am not what I used to be. Since you came to me, I will take your life. Dark water. While speaking, Blackbeard stretched out his right hand, secretly able to activate an undercurrent as black as ink, and surged out from his hand. In an instant, a powerful suction force swirled in the air and spread instantly. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. What I ate is the most special existence among the natural devil fruits. The dark fruit, which is also the nemesis of all devil fruit users, since you are also a devil fruit user. Then let me show you what despair is. The darkness in Blackbeard's hand suddenly expanded, and the next moment he aimed at Kuroba from the air and shouted coldly. Come here. Suddenly, Kuroba felt a powerful and irresistible attraction that instantly enveloped his whole body. It gives people the feeling that no matter how hard he resists, he has managed to break free, and even keeps moving towards Blackbeard. Feeling the huge attraction that shrouded his body and the distance that was quickly shortened, Kuroba couldn't help but smile and looked up at Blackbeard. At this glance, Blackbeard's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he felt an inexplicable uneasiness. However, in Blackbeard's eyes, his dark fruit is the nemesis of the devil fruit. Now that Kuroba is in his hands, it should be the fish on the chopping board. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, the voice of Lang Bu Zhao came from the industrial defense. Blackbeard, is this your confidence? But it's a bit disappointing. It's time to teach you a lesson. Kuroba took advantage of the situation and, relying on Blackbeard's attraction, instantly got close to Blackbeard. Ice-shaped magic ice wind. Awe-inspiring words came out of Kuroba's mouth. He raised his hands toward the void and pressed down suddenly. The biting cold wind swept out like a furious wave with Kuroba as the center. Bang! Bang! At this time, the ground began to crack, and a huge fist of ice emerged. In an instant, thousands of ice fists bombarded Blackbeard from top to bottom. Chapter 456. Is there a collision of natural systems? Please subscribe. Whoosh! Damn it! Why is there such a large-scale freezing attack suddenly? Huh? Escaped? How did this guy escape my attraction? Blackbeard was entangled in darkness, like a meteorite, breaking through the ice crystals in the sky, smashing the crumbling walls of the tavern, and finally stopped in the square outside the door. The other people who were thrown away by the cold wind only managed to regain their footing in embarrassment after escaping 100 meters away. Looking at this scene in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. Darkness, cold wind and frost. These two methods of fighting completely overturned these indigenous pirates' perceptions. After all, in their eyes, the most familiar way of fighting is either hand-to-hand combat or fist-to-flesh collision. When has there ever been such a dazzling encounter? Boom! Kuroba rushed out of the broken 423 tavern, jumped up into the sky, showed an innocent smile, and suddenly made a posture of shouldering a cannon with his hands. Blackbeard's eyelids jumped when he saw Kuroba's action and said secretly, "What other tricks does this guy have up to? No way. My dark fruit can invalidate the abilities of other devil fruits. Why doesn't it work for you? No, it's obviously very effective, but it's not over yet. Ice-shape ice cannon." Sure enough, an ice cannon appeared in Kuroba's hands. After the ice and snow cannon appeared, it immediately sucked in a large amount of air like a whale sucking water. The air that was sucked in seemed to be filled with wisps of deep cold air. The next moment, a freezing attack with endless icy power was fired from the ice and snow cannon. Advertisement A. BEFD. Terrifying cold current poured out. Wherever it passed, even the air was frozen. The freezing attack was so fast that it locked onto Blackbeard in an instant. Dark water. Blackbeard's expression changed, and he instinctively used dark water, wrapped it around his fist, and punched him head on. Boom! Darkness and glaciers collided, and the temperature within a radius of several kilometers suddenly dropped. However, in just a moment, Blackbeard felt a biting chill spreading on his arms, and he was frozen, unable to absorb Kuroba's attack at all. Seeing that he was about to be frozen, Blackbeard's face changed drastically, and before he had time to think about it, he suddenly reversed the fruit's ability. Blow it up for me. The attraction exuded by the dark water in Blackbeard's hand instantly turned into a force of repulsion. The huge recoil force detonated instantly. Facing Kuroba's weird methods, Blackbeard planned to use the recoil ability of the dark fruit to increase his escape speed as quickly as possible. Take this opportunity to escape temporarily and put enough distance before making plans. But, at the moment when he turned around and ran away, Kuroba withdrew the ice and snow cannon, jumped down from a high place, and his whole body erupted with crackling lightning. It was like turning into a thunder, passing through the repulsive force in the sky first, and punched Blackbeard like lightning. Boom! For a moment, Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly, unable to withstand the blow at all, and was directly knocked away in full view of everyone. Boom! Like a cannonball, Blackbeard flew directly backwards 100 meters away, smashing the huge clock tower behind with one head. Hiss! Advertisement. The pirates watching all around gasped. Looking at the entire square, it turned into a world of ice and snow, and the freezing breath came straight towards me, and my face was full of disbelief. What kind of fruit ability is he? Oh my god, that little devil is so powerful. Bellamy and Sakis looked horrified and stared at Kuroba with their eyes tense. They finally came back to their senses and said, "If the frozen fruit is developed to an extremely advanced level, it can even permanently change the geological environment and climate of an island. Run away. The high-pressure compression spring can also accelerate beyond the speed that human dynamic vision can catch up with. It is as incredible as disappearing to the naked eye. Whoever gets it will be in trouble. I think you are even more powerful. With your spring fruit ability, you can not only turn any part of your body into a spring, but you can also freely attack from any place as a jumping point. The frozen fruit and the dark fruit are the two most precious existences among the natural devil fruits. This is much more powerful than frozen fruit. Is it a frozen fruit? No, doesn't a frozen fruit belong to Admiral Aokiji? Are there two identical fruit-powered users in this world? This power is probably more powerful than Lord Bellamy. This This is the frozen fruit ability. After hearing this, the boy on the side couldn't help but trembled and said to himself, ah, ah. Especially looking at the frost under their feet, which was still spreading, many people couldn't hold it back any longer. Then he glanced at Bellamy again, rubbed his hands, and immediately boasted guiltily. Lord Bellamy. Chapter 457 The Strongest Confrontation. Please subscribe. After hearing this, Bellamy's mouth twitched, he quickly squeezed out a smile, and answered unsteadily in his heart. Ha 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 ha. You know what you are doing, but of course I, Bellamy, am even more powerful. I am the strongest newcomer in the new era, ha 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 ha. Looking at Bellamy with a stern look on his face, Kuroba withdrew his gaze and looked with interest at the collapsed bell tower that was gradually being frozen by the cold air. Facing this ambitious guy, Kuroba knew clearly that Blackbeard would never be killed so easily. Boom. The frozen bell tower was instantly knocked open. Under the splash of ice crystals all over the sky, the huge bell tower was directly broken into ice slag. Everyone outside the venue was shocked. An even more surprising scene is that Blackbeard, who was knocked away by Kuroba, was still able to walk out of the ruins. Blackbeard had a wailing expression on his face, as if he was feeling aggrieved after eating the flesh of a dead child. My dark fruit ability is the most vicious ability in the history of devil fruits. It has infinite gravity like a black hole. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness and compress and crush it with infinite power. It can also inactivate the abilities of other devil fruits. But why can you still use the frozen devil fruit ability? No way. Kuroba smiled, waved his hand, and murmured. What about frozen fruits? It seems that in the whole world, only frozen fruits can make ice. However, Kuroba immediately smiled and said with interest, Tick, don't be too discouraged. In fact, this may be because your fruit is not strong enough than mine. You are too weak. The fruit has not been developed yet, so the range that you can absorb must be small, so you cannot completely offset my freezing ability. Advertisement. Blackbeard froze on the spot. Of course, Blackbeard at this time still didn't know that Kuroba's power did not come from the devil fruit. Rao is no exception to this rule. Faced with Kuroba's fresh and refined statement, it was obviously an unexpected feeling. However, Blackbeard's face quickly darkened, and he suddenly clenched his fists and said coldly. Little devil, what kind of fruit is nothing but fruit? I know better than you about this matter. You guys say that my strength has not been fully utilized yet. Then let me show you what the real horror is. Although Blackbeard cannot refute Kuroba's statement, the only thing he can do now is to try the strongest method. One more move from me. The secret path. Blackbeard put one hand on the ground. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently, and darkness like ink instantly began to flow out, centered on Blackbeard's hand, covering the ground, and rapidly extending to the surrounding areas. Lafitte and others, who had just arrived, looked at this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Badgers, half of his body wrapped in bandages, hurriedly held up his crutches, turned around and fled. I'm going. The boss is about to unleash his ultimate move. Get out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the onlookers suddenly woke up and fled frantically. Advertisement. Such a powerful collision just now almost killed them all, not counting the ultimate move. They didn't dare to think too much about how terrifying the next blow would be. While they were running away, they were even worried that if they were slower, they would lose their lives. 70 Bellamy, who was still showing off his strength a moment ago, turned pale at this time and ran away into the distance without looking back. If he hadn't taken care of the last bit of face, he might have already greased his feet, turned into a slingshot, and ran away at the lead. Kuroba narrowed his eyes and saw someone or something touched by the darkness. No, it should be said that everything on the ground was sucked in and sank, gradually disappearing into the ground, revealing a smile. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, it is only worth killing time when you are facing a strong person. The darkness quickly spread to Kuroba's feet, but it was not difficult for him. He jumped up with strength from his legs, and with the support of invisible magic power, he stayed quietly at an altitude of more than 10 meters. Then he looked down at Blackbeard and said with a smile. Blackbeard, if this is your ultimate move, it's very disappointing. It doesn't have much effect on me. HMPH, what an arrogant brat, how dare you be so arrogant, let me see who can have the last laugh. Blackbeard snorted angrily, but showed no intention of stopping the movement of his hands. Soon, the entire huge square was instantly covered and swallowed up by a wave of darkness. It formed like a huge black ocean. Of course, if someone could look down from the sky, they would be able to see a deep black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer, centered on Blackbeard. Everything that could be swallowed around was plundered. Seeing this man, the faces of everyone running away turned pale. Chapter 458. A world-destroying confrontation. Please subscribe. Feeling the power of the dark acupuncture points, reaching the extreme, Blackbeard suddenly raised his head and said to Kuroba in the air. Kid, I don't think so. Since you are so arrogant, let's see who laughs last and let me go. Blackbeard compressed the things that were previously swallowed by the darkness into a black ball with a diameter of tens of meters, and threw it directly at Kuroba. The violent momentum and fierce power radiated caused the space along the way to twist as if it was unbearable. The short distance of tens of meters, under this kind of hard throwing, was just approaching in the blink of an eye, and exploded in front of everyone. A huge black tsunami was formed, and the black tsunami surged upward to 68 clouds. In an instant, it gives people a feeling of being blocked out from the sky. Ah, is this still human power? It seems to be like a god. I'm afraid it can kill all of us with just one blow. This is simply like a nightmare. Who can give me a slap in the face and let me figure out whether I am dreaming? Facing this scene, the pirates watching from a distance turned as white as paper and they all screamed in surprise. Everyone couldn't help but look at Kuroba, who was under the impact of the black tide. However, this glance made their pupils shrink suddenly and their eye sockets almost burst. Sorry, is there really nothing new in this attack? Kuroba smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all. The moment he raised his right hand, a ferocious pattern spread all over his arm. In an instant, the whole world was as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Let you try something cold, ice-destroying devil method. Boom. Between heaven and earth, purple light bloomed in an instant, like the light of doomsday flickering. A biting chill swept across the world at the same time. A biting purple cold current emerged and spread rapidly towards Blackbeard's darkness. Wherever he passed, whether it was heaven, earth or space, everything he passed along the way was instantly frozen. Advertisement: the wave of purple ice crystals that filled the sky directly hit the black ball with unabated power. Bang! Without any suspense, the cold wave with the devil's ice destruction technique instantly froze Blackbeard's black wave. The speed was so fast that everyone just felt like their eyes were blurred. Everything in front of them was occupied by purple light, and the only thing they could do was to turn around and run away. I don't know how long it took, and they didn't know how long they stumbled and ran. When the light returned to the sky and the earth, they were the first to see the scene, but they looked horrified. Everything as far as the eye could see, the entire Demon Valley town was completely reduced to ice crystals. Blackbeard immediately took a breath of air. This not only froze his black ball, but everything within a few kilometers was spared and was frozen by Kuroba. In the distance, Bellamy and Sakis couldn't help but wiped away a cold sweat when they saw the up and down, light and dark duel in the small town. At the same time, he also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and secretly said that it was a lucky break. If it weren't for his fast running and the power of this kid, they would probably die without a burial if they were even slightly affected. Blackbeard slowly retracted his hands. His face was stiff and a little panicked. He didn't know how to deal with Kuroba at all. His face couldn't help but change, and he asked with some uncertainty, "Are you sent by Whitebeard to hunt me down?" As soon as these words came out, the onlookers immediately fell into a strange silence. Lafitte and others were too frightened to approach casually. "Ah, Whitebeard pirates?" Kuroba smiled, took a sip of wine, shook his head and said, "The Whitebeard pirates are not worthy of it, and they are not qualified for me to join them." Blackbeard looked at Kuroba in shock. "Advertisement? What if Whitebeard hadn't asked you to hunt us down? Then why did you take action? I can't think of a second reason." At this time, Kuroba said with a playful smile. "Actually, I'm just bored. This is just killing time. I only attack you because it's fun, unfortunately. It's a pity that you are too weak and it is not fun at all. Now that the time has passed, you can get out." Blackbeard became ashamed and angry, clenched his fists and said angrily, "Kuroba, you are too arrogant. Mofei, aren't you worried that I will kill you? If you let me go now, you won't have to worry about letting the tiger go home." 1.2. Kill me? Kuroba was not moved by Blackbeard's murderous intent, but instead said playfully, "The momentum is good, but, do you still dare to take action?" Creak, creak, creak. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead popped out like old tree roots. Boss, calm down, he is just provoking. Let's escape from here as soon as possible. Ho. Blackbeard's breathing quickened. He was obviously so angry with Kuroba that he couldn't listen to his subordinate's persuasion. However, he still didn't take action. Chapter 459, The Second Beauty. Please subscribe. Looking at Blackbeard, whose expression was still changing, Kuroba smiled playfully and said again, "Blackbeard, I tell you, if you want to escape as soon as possible. If it's a little later, if I change my mind, I guess your dark fruit won't be able to save you." Blackbeard was so angry that his whole body trembled slightly. After staring straight at Kuroba for 7 or 8 seconds, Blackbeard almost broke his teeth, but in the end he refrained from making a move and shouted angrily, "Let's withdraw." After saying these words, Blackbeard quickly put away his anger, turned around and left. After all, he was able to tolerate being on Whitebeard's ship for so long. He was a villain to begin with, so of course he chose to take the easy way out. At least, in Blackbeard's eyes, it is not difficult to find opportunities for revenge as long as you are alive. Seeing the Black 14 beard group fleeing into the distance quickly and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, Kuroba shook his head with a smile and said, "This guy really runs as fast as a rabbit. No wonder he was able to squeeze into the position of the Yonko in the end. Sure enough, being thick-skinned is also a strength. If Ace had 1/10 of his level, he wouldn't have to belch so quickly." Regarding the battle on the top caused by Ace in the original work. In fact, after Ace was rescued, as long as he could leave alive, that would be considered a tragic victory for the Whitebeard pirates. To take a step back, Whitebeard was killed, so under the premise that Ace is still there, it shouldn't be difficult to barely maintain the Whitebeard pirates. It's a pity that Ashleyan couldn't withstand even Akainu's most rudimentary provoking skills. In the end, he even lost his own life. In this battle, Whitebeard was killed, but Ace was still publicly executed. Advertisement: the Whitebeard pirates, and even its troops, suffered huge losses. All of this made all the sacrifices of the Whitebeard pirates completely wasted. Ultimately, it was Ace's willfulness that caused it. Kuroba, Nami and others hurried over from a distance. "Kuroba, Why don't you kill Blackbeard and the others? If we chase them now, we should still have time to kill them. Recalling the powerful confrontation that had just occurred, Nami couldn't help but swallow her saliva and spoke hurriedly again. What if he comes back to take revenge? It might not be good. Kuroba gave Nami a chestnut, shook his head and said with a smile. Don't worry. With Blackbeard's villainous character, he won't dare to show his face casually in front of me in a short period of time. What's more, this is Whitebeard's family matter, we'd better not get involved. As the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace will naturally deal with these traitors. Besides, Whitebeard and Ace will not accept such kindness. 10,000 steps back. Even if Blackbeard gets bigger after he goes back, no matter how strong he becomes, I'm confident enough to press him to the ground and rub him. It can make people think about it all the time and force themselves to become stronger all the time. Mofe, isn't this the best game for killing time? Just be more at ease, Nami. Nami was stunned for a moment, her expression immediately collapsed in pain. Really, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Advertisement. Just as she said this, Nami's body unconsciously took a step closer to Kuroba. Of course, in Nami's eyes, Kuroba is still the strongest person. Secondly, the two silly sheep next to them obviously agreed with Kuroba's strong game, and nodded with silly smiles. At the moment when the strength of the two sides is compared with each other, as long as Nami is not stupid, you will know very well who can feel the most secure. Looking at the direction in which Blackbeard and his gang were escaping, Kuroba twitched the corner of his mouth and said, playing with taste. Okay, the first troublemaker has been dealt with, and we can't let the second beauty be left out in the cold. You guys just wait here for a while, I'll be back soon. After the words fell, Kuroba's eyes widened slightly, and an invisible energy was emitted. He could sense things within a space of more than 10 kilometers around him, clearly 630. It was extremely detailed, and even the dust in the air could be clearly sensed. The trajectory of its movement made the entire town seem to slow down. The next moment, Kuroba disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appearing again, Kuroba has arrived at the abandoned dock in Demon Valley Town. A pirate ship has just set sail, obviously planning to escape from the sea, and is very busy. Sorry, I found your location. You ran away pretty fast. We're all ready to board the ship. It's a pity that it's a step too late. Didn't you say you were going to cause trouble for me? Why did you run away so quickly? Ice-shaped magic ocean. The awe-inspiring words came out naturally. Amidst the biting cold wind, the moment he finished speaking, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Kuroba's eyes. He raised his hands towards the sea below and pressed hard. The white wind waves, like a raging wave, spread directly out from Kuroba. Advertisement Chapter 460. You killed the sand crocodile. Please subscribe. What on earth is going on? Let's run away. This is fatal. A type of pirate exploded instantly. Bellamy and Sakis saw the ice and snow quickly spreading in their direction. Their faces suddenly turned pale, and they shouted hurriedly. Hurry up, change the direction of sailing, and run away. If we don't leave, we will be frozen. Unfortunately, in the face of these urgent words, all the boys were already stunned by the scene in front of them. Apart from taking a few steps back, they had no time to run, let alone control the ship to escape. Seeing this scene, Bellamy and Sakis obviously couldn't care less. The only thing they could do was to grease their feet and plan to escape from the pirate ship. I just want to escape now, but there is no way. Kuroba jumped onto Bellamy's pirate ship and continued to smile lightly. Your escape speed is a bit slow. As soon as the words fell, all the pirates in the scene suddenly woke up. Looking back on everything that happened in Demon Valley Town just now, in their eyes, it was still like a nightmare. I can't leave, Captain, what to do? All the pirates present were frightened and screamed one after another. In their eyes, Bellamy, as the captain, seemed really strong. Advertisement, however, with the lessons learned from the previous battle, we can draw comparisons. Bella Mi didn't even hesitate at all, so she directly chose to run away. It is enough to explain which one is stronger and which one is weaker between the two. Mosmos, I am Doflamingo. The phone rang suddenly. Captain, Master Doflamingo's call is here. A pirate showed excitement on his face and hurriedly fetched the phone bug from the cabin. When Bellamy heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly woke up. When he was at a loss, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted. You all get out of the way. Bring the phone bug. Kuroba, I advise you not to be too arrogant. I, Bellamy, have already joined the Shichibukai Doflamingo's command. Doflamingo-sama is the king of the Shichibukai and the original king of Dressrosa. Megumi Hara has a bounty of 340 million berry. He is also a user with the ability of the VV Devil Fruit. Aren't you afraid of Doflamingo as the Shichibukai? At this time, Bellamy was chattering endlessly while answering Doflamingo's call. Bellamy walked to the deck with the phone bug. Without thinking too much, he directly connected the phone bug and told Doflamingo everything that had just happened. Advertisement, become a core member. Bellamy was stunned for a moment, then showed shock and envy on his face, and hurriedly flattered. Kid, you are so lucky. The King Shichibukai is one of the 7 recognized by the world government. A big pirate has many special rights, and everyone is of great importance on the sea. By the way, you should know that Crocodile was killed, right? Then do you know who killed him? Master Doflamingo is the strongest being in the Shichibukai. Now you are allowed to join the core members of the Don Quixote family. That is a great blessing. Why don't you kneel down and thank me for your agreement? But before that, kid, I hope you can figure something out. Shichibukai? Is he the same guy as Crocodile? Doflamingo, am the greatest being among the forces of the Shichibukai. Don't think that by becoming Kaido's dog and getting some artificial devil fruit, you can show off in front of me. This is using your life as a way to show off. If you have time to pass by Dressrosa, I will definitely visit you. Don't worry. 11. I'm worried that you won't be able to eat and will be walking around. However, Zhao Qianzhao, compared to Crocodile, Doflamingo seems to have a worse character. 10 years ago, you became a king in Dressrosa. Mofei, isn't that enough? Soon, a visual projection belonging to Doflamingo appeared in front of Kuroba. By the way, Doflamingo, aren't you pretentious? Speaking of which, Kuroba looked at Doflamingo's projection and said with a playful smile. Gia, boy, are you the arrogant man who just had a fight with the white-bearded traitor? I heard that you want to kill my man. Kuroba took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Having said this, Doflamingo's face filled with a playful smile and said, Of course, Doflamingo, am also a senior who values newcomers. If you are willing to join me, I can consider it and let you become the Hall of Famer. A core member of the Quixote family. In this vast sea, I can be regarded as a master of both black and white, regardless of the identity of the Shichibukai recognized by the world government, or the underground dark forces of the New World, they're just my pawns. Do you really dare to touch my people? Then he connected the phone bug in his hand to the loudspeaker. Chapter 461 I have no intention of giving you face, please subscribe. There was deathly silence all around, and Doflamingo and others were silent. You, are you kidding me? After a long pause, Bellamy stuttered and said. Sand Crocodile is not something someone like you can defeat. That's it. Lord Crocodile is one of the 7 warriors under the king, known as the Sand Crocodile, and he is also a user with the Sand Fruit ability. How could he be defeated by just a kid like you? You don't even make a draft when you lie, all the younger brothers echoed. Hearing this, Shichibukai Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. The name Kuroba seemed a bit familiar. He immediately found a stack of bounty orders on the table and started searching carefully. A bounty of 300 million belly? Boy, is it really you who killed Sand Crocodile? No wonder your bounty was suddenly raised to 300 million. Doflamingo frowned involuntarily and then said with a joking smile. Sure enough, people who can kill Shichibukai Crocodile are not so easy to deal with, but I am not comparable to that smelly crocodile. Kid, aren't you afraid that I will hunt you down 807? The cold words fell, causing the atmosphere on the deck to change slightly. However, the pirate's present also exploded instantly. 300 million? Is it really 300 million? This is completely on the same level as Lord Doflamingo. How come we didn't receive any news at all? Bellamy and others looked shocked, lowering their heads and discussing. It turns out that this guy is so strong, no wonder he is so confident. Advertisement, but isn't he afraid of Lord Doflamingo, who is the Shichibukai? I'm so scared, he is a pervert who can even kill a sand crocodile. No wonder, this guy was so powerful just now. Bellamy now fully understands that someone who can kill crocodile must be a bit fearful even to Lord Doflamingo. He subconsciously took a few steps away and spoke with him. Kuroba kept his distance. Kuroba naturally noticed Bellamy's little movements, smiled at him and said, What's going on? How about we fight? Will some more time? Hearing this, Doflamingo's face turned cold, and he even said it himself. Kuroba also said such words, which was undoubtedly a provocation to him. But his mind was still thinking rapidly. Sand Crocodile is dead. This is big news, but the Navy headquarters hid the news. What is their intention? What's more, this kid's wanted order has not been widely distributed. What if this guy has been hiding the news? If we cause trouble, we will only suffer the consequences. After a while, Doflamingo calmed down, smiled, and said, Kid, how about this? For the sake of being a fellow pirate, why don't you give me Doflamingo a favor and let my subordinate Bellamy go? After hearing this, Bellamy's face flashed. With a hint of joy, he said quickly. Thank you, Lord Doflamingo, you are still thinking of me. The pirates on the side also couldn't hold back anymore. Saved. Thank you, sir, for not giving up on us. All the pirates immediately became excited, and glanced at Kuroba tremblingly, thinking about Xiao Juju. In their eyes, this kid must know the strength of the Shichibukai. Although Shichibukai Crocodile was killed by him, Doflamingo's bounty strength is much stronger than him. What's more, as an underground king, Doflamingo's strength is definitely no worse than this guy. Faced with such an existence, the arrogant man in front of him must be a little afraid. Let us go. It's just that this thought just flashed through their minds. Kuroba is not afraid of Dalfrond. Moved by Brother Ming's plea, he instead said with a playful smile. Sorry, I didn't have that idea. The Shichibukai are not qualified enough to ask me to sell my face. Bellamy and others looked in disbelief, their eyes widened, and they looked speechless. How is this possible? What do you mean? Brother, are you kidding me? Doflamingo's face changed and his voice suddenly became colder. Brother, don't make this joke, it's not funny at all. 11. Advertisement. This is indeed not funny. Kuroba cleared his throat and responded calmly. Then let's laugh next time we meet. I hope you'll be more mature when we meet next time, otherwise it won't be fun. Beep. After saying that, Kuroba secretly exerted force on his palm and smashed the phone. You. Doflamingo on the other end of the phone was left to continue to freak out, Bellamy looked confused. The pirates in the field exploded again. Wow, spare my life, brother, please spare my life. Please let us go. Sakis and others fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Kuroba looked at Bellamy and remembered Bellamy's mysterious confidence and challenge to Luffy in the original work. He couldn't help but smile, and planned to kill some time and said, "Well, let's play the strong game. If Bellamy is willing to attack and can make my footsteps move a little, you are qualified to leave. Of course, for the sake of fairness, I'll just stand still and don't do anything." Really? Sakis seemed to see hope and kept nagging. "Bellamy, take action quickly. Our lives are all in your hands. I believe that with your strength, you can definitely touch this kid. Just make him move a little, you're definitely more than enough. Hurry up and play." Bellamy's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. "If we don't take action, we definitely won't even have a chance to escape. If we do, it's just a matter of moving our feet. With my Bellamy's spring fruit ability, it's totally fine, right?" Ahem. Bellamy suppressed his nervousness and cleared his throat. "Okay, I will let you know that Master Doflamingo's vision is correct, and I will let you taste the power of the spring fruit." Chapter 462. How to get to the empty island, please subscribe. Etc. Sakis pulled Bellamy and whispered, "What are your chances of winning if you do it?" "If we lose, we will really die, huh?" Bellamy thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, "If I just repel him and make him move, I'm still sure of success. Don't forget that Bellamy, I'm still somewhat capable if I can survive on the sea until now." This. When everyone heard this, their expressions couldn't help but froze, but they couldn't think about it anymore and could only grit their teeth and shout, "Come on, Lord Bellamy. We know that Bellamy Tenjin is the man of the Doflamingo player in the Shichibukai. If you just ask him to move his steps, Lord Bellamy will definitely be able to do it." The scene suddenly became heated. Kuroba looked at the pirates who suddenly became excited again. Kuroba couldn't help but shook his head and urged impatiently, "Okay, let's start quickly, I'm still in a hurry." "Boy, are you going to regret what you just said? Can you really move and let us go? Keep your word, don't regret it when the time comes." Bellamy also quickly came to his senses, feeling the gazes from all around, and his face became cruel. Spring Sniper. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Bellamy immediately began to attack. The calves on both sides instantly turned into springs. The strength of his legs increased dramatically, and the legs turned into springs and quickly pressed toward the ground. The next moment, before anyone could react, the crazily compressed legs suddenly relaxed. A powerful explosion exploded like a cannonball and accelerated towards Kuroba. "Let's see what happens, boy. The short distance of tens of meters is just a blink of an eye." Kuroba watched all this quietly. In fact, Bellamy's spring fruit is pretty good. Not only can it greatly increase attack and speed, it also has powerful explosive power. Unfortunately, this move focuses on the main body. The stronger the main body, the stronger the power it exerts. It's a pity that Bellamy is not only ugly, but also obviously seriously deficient in fruit ability development and physical training. This was a waste of the devil fruit. Kuroba couldn't help but shook his head again, feeling regretful. Looking at Bellamy, who arrived in front of him almost instantly. Kuroba still stood motionless, just when Bellamy's fist was about to hit him. Kuroba instantly stretched out a finger and gently touched Bellamy's fist. Boom. The violent collision airwaves rolled back in all directions. The seemingly heavy spring sniper attack was easily blocked. The expressions of everyone present instantly stiffened, and the entire sea fell into a state of deathly silence. Kuroba showed another smile. "You lose, then it will be my turn to take action." After saying that, Kuroba flipped his wrist suddenly, and an invisible impact exploded. Boom. The huge shockwave was like a hurricane passing through, overwhelming the sky and overwhelming the earth. No matter it's Bellamy or everyone on the pirate ship. At this moment, the people in the boat flew out. No, what kind of monster is this and who is he? On the sea area, only the screams echoed. The sea surface along the way seemed to be torn apart by an invisible sharp blade. The sea water rolled up all over the sky and poured down like a heavy rain. Hiss. Nami and others arrived and couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. "Kuroba, what's going on?" Nami asked with a shocked look on her face, finally regaining her composure. "Nothing, just getting rid of some annoying flies and playing games by the way." Kuroba took a sip of wine, turned around and said with a smile. "Advertisement, everyone is here. Then it's of little use for us to stay here. It's time to set off. Let's go." Nami's expression tightened, and she quickly remembered the terrible thing and said urgently. "Kuroba, now that these guys have been dealt with, where should we go next? Even if you want to go to that ghost place, we don't know the route and method, so we can't get there." When the people present heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. Of course they also want to experience the mystery of Sky Island. However, for many people, it is a place that exists in myths. Feeling the gazes from all around, Kuroba squinted his eyes, laughed dryly, and said lightly, "Just wait a moment. The people who will send us to Sky Island are almost here." After hearing Kuroba's words, everyone looked at each other for a moment. "Where is there anyone? Kuroba, are you blind?" "I didn't even see any birds." Nami looked around in all directions and asked impatiently. At this time, in the distance, there was a huge structure that looked a bit like the ape's ship. It's just that there is a huge tree on this ship, and a huge monkey face is painted on the sail. Listen, it's up to you to decide whether you believe what I'm going to say next. The orangutan on the boat crossed his arms and spoke slowly. At that time, when we were salvaging a sunken ship in the sea, we encountered a group of pirates. There is a young man among them who can freeze the sea in an instant, and he also vows to go to an empty island. As long as we follow this pirate group, we will definitely be able to reach Sky Island. Before the ape could finish speaking, the gorilla immediately retorted. The frozen sea. Ha 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 ha, ape, you believe this too? How can anyone be able to freeze the sea? The sea is so wide, how much energy does it take to freeze it? Anyway, I have never heard of anyone being so powerful, are you just daydreaming? Ha 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 ha, and do you really believe in the existence of Sky Island? This is just an unrealistic fantasy, an old fairy tale. I'm right, Kulike. No, this is what I saw with my own eyes. The orangutan shook his head and argued vigorously. Sometimes a strange phenomenon occurs in some sea areas in this area, that is, it is still daytime, but it will be shrouded in black clouds in the blink of an eye. The little brother said that the truth about the sudden dark night is simply because there are quite thick clouds in the sky, cumulonimbus clouds. As long as we reach the top of the clouds, we will surely reach the sky. Besides, I have the ability to freeze the sea. If we follow, we will definitely find the empty island. Boss Kulakate, what I said is right. You must believe me, right? Right? At this time, Kulakate held his hands and bit his cigarette and nodded silently. Yeah, I will believe it. Scare? The gorilla was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked. Why? You actually believe that a young boy has the ability to freeze the sea? Anyway, I have never seen such a powerful pirate in this sea area. What's more, will they have us familiar with the sea? This is our territory. Even we don't know about the existence of Kongdao. Will these guys know? Do you still know how to get to Sky Island? Joke. Kulakate couldn't stand the gorilla's repeated questions, smiled, and continued. If you don't believe it, look at the sea in the distance first. At this time, a cold wind suddenly blew from the sea, and waves came in waves. It's so cold. The gorilla stared at the strange movements on the sea surface, and then felt the biting chill. The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped, and layers of ice instantly formed on the sea surface. Even the water vapor in the air formed small ice particles due to the extremely cold temperature and crackled down. In just an instant, the rising tide was frozen. The ship was also frozen at that moment, and there was no time to escape. Huh? Everyone was so shocked by the scene before them that they couldn't think straight. Hello. Huh? Advertisement. The sudden drop in temperature made them sneeze, and their bodies were covered with layers of frost. Is it freezing? The sea is actually frozen? Such a large sea area is all covered with ice? Please give me flowers. The gorilla's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I'm right, this little brother's strength really cannot be ignored. However, looking at the frozen sea, the orangutan couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Well, it's really amazing. Kulakate looked at the frozen sea, feeling a little excited. I really want to see who this guy is, ha 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 ha. At this time, the melee is gliding along the water. Whoa whoa whoa, it looks like a slide, it's so fun. Kuroba, come and take a look, it's so fun, Luffy yelled all the way. The expressions of Kulakate and others suddenly changed, and they quickly ran to the deck to look around. Ape, it seems that the pirate group you mentioned has arrived. Let's get off the boat and take a look. Kulakate could no longer hold his nerve and jumped off the deck. Hello, come down quickly, we are still going to Kongdao. Looking at the slow gorilla, the orangutan couldn't help but complain. If you want to leave, just leave by yourself. Why are you urging me? Have you never seen the world? If you act so impatiently, you will easily be looked down upon. Humph, it's embarrassing. The gorilla ignored the man-ape at all, hugged his hands, and just stood on the deck motionlessly posing. Zero, brother, do you really know how to get to Sky Island? Are you also looking for gold nuggets? Kurikate was a little doubtful, but after seeing the frozen sea, he still held a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't wait to run to Kuroba, and said in a deep voice. I heard that you believe in the existence of Sky Island and know how to get there, is this true? Kuroba looked at Kurikate and smiled before explaining. There is a type of cumulus cloud in the Grand Line. It will not accumulate at high altitudes, nor will it produce airflow and turn into rain. When it appears in the sky, even the sun will be blocked, and the day on the ground will turn into night. There is a saying that the jet cloud is a fossil cloud that has been floating in the sky without changing for tens of millions of years. So, there is indeed an empty island in this sky, and there is also a piece of land on it. It's just this empty island, located somewhere very few people can reach, the lost dead-end road of Yukong Island, and they will be easily exiled if they arrive, so the above things will not be spread. Besides, the lost golden city of Gaia civilization you're looking for is right here. There is a large cavity in the sea area that is deeper than the seabed. The nearby low-temperature seawater will flow into the cavity. The geothermal heat under the seabed generates huge steam pressure, so it caused a submarine explosion, which was a large explosion that was enough to explode the seawater to form a current from bottom to top, that is, a current that reaches the sky. But there is still a problem that remains unresolved. Generally speaking, that's the case, but we just need to seize the opportunity. But when the time comes, will the situation be as simple as being pushed up by the current as I said? In short, it is not what we thought. Brother, just say it. However, what I heard is that boats will eventually fall into the sea. After hearing this, Lien Light immediately became active. Kuroba nodded and continued, you have been studying upwelling currents, right? If you have any questions, we are willing to try our best to help you. It's such a relaxing and leisurely journey in the sky. At that time, we can ride on that current and go straight to Sky Island. When the time comes, won't we fall to pieces? Uncle Kulikate, please look for the upwelling currents in the rock formations. Kurikate patted her chest and agreed readily. Indeed, indeed. I thought you were talking nonsense at first, but I didn't expect that what you said was the same as what I studied. Since you dare to bet, then let's take care of it. As long as we find this, all problems will be easily solved. That means rushing into the air with the help of ocean currents? The problem is, we still don't know where the next current will be and when will it appear. After Kurikate thought for a moment, Taguchi asked. Chapter 463 He is the one who killed Shichibukai. Brother, I didn't expect you to know this. But how do you know that I have been studying upwelling currents? At this moment, Kulikate crossed his hands and suddenly remembered this matter. There is obviously an unexpected feeling. Haha, if I just said it, would you believe what I heard in Demon Valley Town? Kuroba laughed dryly and filled out the wine-gourd path. However, I once read a book and knew a person who believed in the existence of Sky Island. That man is regarded as a world-famous liar, Rolando, a liar who will never be looked up to by future generations. Having said this, Kuroba smiled and took a sip of wine and continued. And you, I think, are his descendants, Mont Blanc Kulikate. Kurikate was silent, not expecting that Kuroba would know so much. After taking a deep breath of the cigarette, he sighed quietly. It seems that, little brother, you are not an ordinary person, and you even know this trivial matter. Because of his slight blood relationship, he was ridiculed by everyone. During these 400 years, our Mont Blanc family has been rehabilitating this bad reputation. So I have been going into the sea here to look for evidence. I am not trying to clear Rolando's innocence, but I must figure things out and find the empty island before I die, otherwise I will be a little unwilling. So that's it, I know. Luffy suddenly stood up and laughed. Zarin, get up. Let's move forward at full speed with 720, full rudder and drive to the empty island. Uncle, I will definitely help you find Kongdao, ha ha ha. Seeing this stupid Luffy, Kuroba rolled his eyes helplessly. As soon as these words were spoken, Nami's fist came in response. In an instant, Luffy held the back of his head and screamed like a pig in the audience. Look at this scene of loving each other. Kulikate smiled with relief and said quietly. Brother Kuroba, I never thought that you would have a group of like-minded companions who are willing to take risks. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. The next step is the key, you must be determined to die. The current from bottom to top is called upwelling current. As long as you follow the current, you will be hitching a ride to the sky. Each outbreak of the rising current will last for 1 minute, and the location of the outbreak will be different each time. The frequency is about 5 times a month. Kulikate took a deep breath from his cigarette and continued, but with this method, even if you successfully rush into the cumulus cloud, if you don't find the Sky Island, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. If you fall from such a high place, you may be injured. There won't be any scum left, and the ship will be destroyed if you're not careful. Rising currents are, to put it bluntly, a disaster. They are natural killers that should be avoided. Usopp was so frightened that he could not speak, and Nami also said with a pale face. Then what is the principle that allows that ocean current to rush up to the sky? We have never heard of such a thing before or until now. If she had a choice, Nami would definitely turn around and leave now. No one has given a definite explanation for the principle of that monster-like current, because no fool would risk his life to investigate such a thing. Kulikate continued to explain. And those who used their lives to study it are already dead. Usopp stood up tremblingly, and said with a face full of fear. Then, will your body really be broken into pieces if you fall? Who knows? Kulikate just turned his back and said calmly. It is simply stupid to try to explain the spectacular natural phenomena with words or reason. You mean that even if you successfully ride on that current, there is no guarantee that you will be able to reach the Sky Island? Usopp had completely given up the expectation of going to the Sky Island, and continued to ask for confirmation again in fear. That's right, success or failure. There is nothing in the sky that can block the ship. Once it falls from the sky into the sea, everyone will be buried at the bottom of the sea. Okay, everyone, let's give up on Sky Island, it's too reluctant. Usopp continued to persuade the captain, who had been laughing excitedly. If you are not one of the lucky ones, then there is no need to go at all. Ha 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 ha. Luffy still smiled and said, it doesn't matter, that's just right, I've always been very lucky, go ahead. Usopp was stunned for a moment. Kuroba silently listened to their discussion and chuckled. Now, you can rest assured, I'm here, problem son. Let's find the upwelling current first. After saying this, Luo Yu looked at Kulikate who was standing aside. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by the gorilla on the side. Advertisement, hey, you know Crocodile, right? Since his defeat, only I, the Grand Director of the Orangutan Pirates, have the same strength as him. Ha 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 ha. The gorilla threw its head back and laughed, put its hands on its hips and continued to brag. Actually, with my strength, I can completely replace the departed crocodile and become the new, Ocean Shichibukai. Of course, I personally feel that I am not suitable for taking risks, so I don't want to take on this important task. Brother, this is our territory, I'm here to protect you, so you can relax. So be nice to us, ha 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 ha. After saying these words, the expressions of the people present couldn't help but froze, and they all looked at him like idiots. Kuroba smiled, took a sip of wine, and didn't take it seriously at all. What's wrong? Didn't you fill it in? The gorilla grinned, clearly enjoying the attention. The important thing now is to break the ice first. Kulikit seemed not to hear what the gorilla said and thought to himself. Only then can we rush to find the current, break the ice, Captain, don't worry and look at me. Before anyone could react, the gorilla volunteered to pick up the microphone at hand and shouted loudly. Sonic waves, the roar of destruction, boom. The harsh sound suddenly spread to the sea surface instantly. The entire ice surface also shook violently. When the gorilla saw this, his face was filled with joy. But as time went by, the violent earthquakes gradually calmed down. Looking at the ice surface which was still as flat as a mirror, the gorilla was suddenly confused. After a fierce operation, there was not a hole in the ice. How can this be? This ice seems to be many times stronger than ordinary ice. The gorilla knocked on the ice again in shame. Bro. Can I trouble you to fix this ice surface? The ape looked at Kuroba cautiously and asked tentatively. He knew very well how terrifying the young man in front of him was. Kuroba nodded silently and smiled lightly. Lend me a knife. Kuroba was seen holding the handle of the knife slightly hard. Moment. Crystal white light bloomed from the blade. A burst of cold, violent surges, the surging power that changed the color of the wind and clouds, just like a river bursting its banks, violently and unscrupulously venting its gushing force, armed domineering. The dark arm slowly infected the blade completely. Changed? Under the influence of domineering force, the originally elegant white light was dyed with a touch of fluorescent purple. With continuous infusion, the fluorescent purple gradually became thicker and turned into dark purple. With a casual knife, he slashed down. The surging power pours down from the sharp edge of Kuroba's wrist until the tip of the knife. Then, it is aimed at the ice surface of Nuada, and is released with a bang, a powerful and sharp purple beam. The slash was instantly forced out from the edge of the blade, turning into a terrifying purple slash. Boom. Bang. Boom. The vast ice surface shattered in an instant. The whole sea has been split open. Everyone stared in front of them with their mouths open, completely unable to react. How could there could be such a powerful guy? The gorilla even fell to the ground, so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Why have I never heard of this guy? Brother, who are you? Robin looked at the gorilla lying on the ground and couldn't help but smile. Advertisement, tell me, where are the Shichibukai who are comparable in strength to you? Actually, it was Kuroba who killed him. Of course, if you really become one of the Shichibukai, you have to thank Kuroba. Ha ha ha, this, the gorilla was instantly frightened and collapsed into incoherence. No. Is it true? Kurikit looked at Kuroba dumbfounded, but after a moment he nodded firmly. No, I believe it instead. I also believe that I will be able to board the Sky Island with the help of rising sea currents. Let's go. Let's set sail now to look for upwelling currents. Lower the sail. Now. Let's go immediately, Luffy shouted as he shook the rudder excitedly. After sailing for a while, Kulikate looked at the strange sea surface, took a long puff of cigarette, and spoke. Coming. In the sea area of Anthropos, the day after the phenomenon of day turning into night appears, cumulus clouds will appear in the southern sky. According to the cycle of 5 times a month, the day of activity of the rising current is coming. That current had happened in the sea near here. Kulikate paused and said with emotion, I'm really happy to meet you fools chasing dreams in my lifetime. After hearing what Kulikate said, everyone smiled happily. Luffy's face was full of excitement and he laughed and said, Uncle, will you go to Sky Island with us, to realize our great dream? Although I really want to go to Sky Island with you, my body, Kukulikade said with regret in his eyes. Uncle, don't be sorry, we will help you find evidence that the Golden City rose to the sky instead of sinking to the bottom of the sea. Kuroba smiled softly. Well, thank you, brother. If you discover the Golden City, you must ring the legendary Golden Bell. I also want to hear this crisp sound, ha ha ha. Definitely, Kuroba replied thoughtfully. Ahem, after saying that, Kulikate coughed hard again, and his hands couldn't help but tremble a few times. The whole person was leaning on the railing in pain, twitching constantly. 0.9. What's wrong, uncle? Luffy asked curiously. He has a disease that divers easily get. Chopper ran over to support the uncle and covered him with an ice towel. When you come up from the bottom of the sea, due to insufficient decompression, the nitrogen originally dissolved in the blood cannot remain dissolved. In that case, bubbles will be generated. Bubbles will expand in and outside blood vessels, causing damage to blood flow or muscles and joints. Uncle must have dived to the bottom of the sea again before the bubbles disappeared from his body, and he must have forced himself every day to get sick. Yan. If it's serious, this disease can still be fatal, Chopper explained seriously. Luffy, who didn't understand at all, could only continue to ask anxiously. What should we do? Kuroba thought for a moment after hearing this, then said calmly. Uncle Kulikate, let me help you deal with this diving disease. Give me your hand. Naturally, Kurikate did not resist and directly put his hands into Kuroba's palms. However, the next second, Kuroba's hands burst into dazzling light. A huge surge of vitality quickly emerged. In an instant, an incredible burst of emerald green chakra burst out from Kuroba's body. These chakras surrounded the two people, it even turned into fluorescent sparks. This is medical ninjutsu. At this moment, Kulikate wondered if he was under an illusion. My body didn't even twitch at all. Chapter 464. Is this really Shaman Bird? What did he just unleash? What is this intensity of light? The gorilla looked at the bright light gradually disappearing in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Old man, how do you feel? Really completely cured? The orangutan quickly helped Kulik it up, a little unbelievable. Yeah, really, I feel like my body no longer shakes, my muscles and joints are much more comfortable, and even the old problems I had for many years are gone. Uncle Kulikate nodded with shock and continued. Sorry for causing trouble to you. Thank you very much, little brother, you can cure my old love song. The ape and the gorilla stayed for a while, and the next second they felt tears filling their eyes. Well, such a kind person, thank you so much. Seeing the gorilla with snot and tears, and trying to get closer to him, Kuroba's expression froze slightly, but he still let Luffy out and used it as a snot paper. Ahem. The orangutan on the side cleared his throat, his face darkened, and he suddenly said seriously. To thank you, I think it is necessary to remind you again. If you must go to Sky Island, you must be determined to die. It's really dangerous to reach the empty island by relying on the rising tide. Even if you successfully rush into the Sakiti cloud, if you don't find the empty island, it will be difficult to escape unscathed. If you fall from such a high place, you will probably be ruined. There's nothing left. You really need to think about it carefully. After hearing this, Kuroba smiled softly, patted the ape on the shoulder and said, Okay. Thank you for your kindness, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Just help find the rising current. I looked at the gorillas and orangutans who turned around and boarded the boat, finally planning to go looking for the current. Luffy waved his hands and shouted excitedly towards the gorilla and ape, ignoring the wet nose and tears all over his body. Please do everything, advertisement, as long as you find the upwelling current, Kuroba will do the rest. With him here, we will definitely reach Sky Island safely, ha ha ha. Seeing Luffy directly interacting with the two of them, Kuroba also understood why anyone with the aura of pig's feet is a fool. At least, Luffy, this idiot, is really stupid and blessed. Kuliket on the side also took a deep breath of comfort from the old cigarette and continued. If you want to go, you have to prepare quickly. Look at this first. Uncle Kulikate took out 3 small golden clocks with a height of 50 centimeters as if they were offering treasures. Nami immediately rushed forward, picked up one and kept rubbing it, her eyes filled with Bailey's sparkling. Rolando is not talking about this bell, this is just a bell-shaped ingot. We found 3 of these things on the seabed. Also, the legendary and wonderful bird sounds. Then, the uncle said to the orangutan who had taken out a cloth bag at some point. Take it out and have a look. The orangutan nodded happily, opened the cloth bag, and revealed an 80-centimeter high bird-shaped gold piece inside. This bird has a huge beak and a comb-like thing on its head, and its whole body glows with the unique light of gold. Wow, this is so beautiful. Nami once again fell under the temptation of gold. The uncle took another puff of cigarette and continued. This bird is called the southward bird, and it still lives on this island. Its cry is very strange. Listen carefully. The location of the upwelling current is just south of the cape here. The uncle continued to explain nervously. Once you leave the open sea on the Grand Line, you don't know the east, west, north, and south. That's right. The target this time is not the island but the current. Nami suddenly figured it out and said. Then the recording pointer will be of no use. Then how can we move straight towards the south? If you want to head south, you must make use of the habits of south-facing birds. Certain animals in nature have the right magnets in their bodies to know exactly where they are. The south-facing bird is especially the best among them. No matter how vast the land or sea it flies over, its body will constantly point out the correct direction. In short, without this kind of bird, there is nothing to worry about. It can't even reach the upwelling current. There is no chance. According to the periodicity of G Emperor Cloud appearing 5 times a month, the rising current will appear after half a day. If you can't catch the southward bird, you will have to wait half a month before you can catch it. 1. This kind of bird is elusive and agile, so it's not that easy to catch. After hearing this, Usopp turned around and yelled dissatisfied. You should have said this earlier, uncle. Do we still have time to catch Birdie now? Kuroba looked at the restless Usopp, smiled and said. No problem. We just need to catch him quickly. Uncle Kulikate picked up 3 nets and threw them to Luffy and said nervously. Advertisement. Let's go to the forest quickly. The woods of the south. Listen up. At least one southward bird must be caught. Everyone quickly got up and walked towards the other direction of Guy Island. Seeing and hearing is domineering. Open. Kuroba stood deep in the forest, closed his eyes, and fell into a meditative state. The noisy sounds around him disappeared in an instant, and an invisible breath spread out. He could clearly sense everything within a few kilometers of space around him. It was extremely detailed, and even the dust in the air could be clearly sensed by 350. Movement trajectory. The entire forest seems to have slowed down. Found the location of the southward bird. Kurikat and others on the side were also confused. What do you think? Regarding the existence of southward birds, they have also tried to capture them. Kuroba put a smile on his lips and jumped up, scared. However, no matter how hard they tried, it still took a lot of effort and took most of a day to accomplish it. Why so fast? The speed was so fast that everyone was stunned. It disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The gorilla, which has not yet recovered from its trance, has its eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Have you caught up? In the forest, Kuroba's shadow was seen flying rapidly, and he appeared behind Shangman Bird in an instant. The next second, Shang Nanyao hadn't recovered yet, he just looked straight at the figure that suddenly appeared, and then it fell into Kuroba's hands. Now you can leave for Sky Island. Usopp stared at Kuroba's series of actions in stunned silence and couldn't help but ask in wonder. In the distance, Kuroba, carrying the southward bird, slowly walked up to Kurikut and the others, and said with a smile. Is it really a southward bird? I thought Kuroba would take a lot of time, but I didn't expect it. It was completed in an instant. Chapter 465. Riding the Rising Current, Choo Choo Choo. Kurikut stared at the southward chirping bird and said with a look of astonishment. This is really a southward bird, brother, I never thought you could catch it with your bare hands. The apes and gorillas on the side also nodded repeatedly. For them, this thing was simply too magical. Hee. Of course, Kuroba is my strongest partner. Luffy took the bird and played with it, grinning widely. Tell me, if I let this south-facing bird go, how long will it take me to catch it? Boom. Before he finished speaking, Nami on the side had already grabbed Shang Nanyao and punched Luffy directly. She has been forced to venture to the empty island. I don't want to die without knowing it, and I don't even know the direction of death. Okay, let's get ready and set off. Kuroba smiled lightly as he looked at Luffy, who was holding his head and crying out in pain. Usopp and Chopper on the side had already begun teasing the southward bird. Gah, did you see it? It's turned to the front again? Usopp pulled Shang Nanyao's head, moving it left and right. Luffy, who was holding his head and complaining about pain, immediately joined in. Look, there really are such strange birds in this world. This guy really only faces south, like a compass, so fun. Ha. It gets restless unless it faces the south. Hello. You guys, are you trying to PS me off? Please be serious, can you? You are so childlike. We have no time. If we miss the time, we won't be able to go to Sky Island. Nami threatened Luffy with an angry look on her face. Don't be so anxious. Let's move forward easily. I don't know who delayed the time. Kuroba looked at Nami, patted her shoulder and smiled. What Luffy said makes sense. Haha, after all, everyone's nerves have been on edge for several hours. Let them relax first, it will not be easy later. Not easy? Nami looked at Kuroba confused. Why don't you say it's not easy again? What do you mean? I see, okay, boys, relax, full speed ahead. At this time, the orangutans on the side started shouting loudly, as if they didn't understand. 3 hours later. Director, this is bad, what's the matter? To the southwest. I found that the dark night is coming. It's GDN. What time is it now? The ape asked anxiously. 10 o'clock in the morning, much earlier than expected. It's really bad, orangutan, is there anything you can do? The sea exploring divers will be dispatched immediately to explore the location of the currents, the orangutan shouted and ordered. Confirm the reflected sound wave, and there is a current at 12 o'clock. A large sea king appears at 9 o'clock, advertisement. It is determined that there is a countercurrent wave at the 10 o'clock direction, which may produce a huge whirlpool. The crew at sea quickly returned the message. The orangutan captured the information that was useful to everyone and immediately ordered. Turn the steering wheel to the 10 o'clock direction immediately. That is a precursor to an explosion, and we are going to fall into a whirlpool. These words were like a thunderbolt, and everyone on the melee was stunned. The record pointer is pointing to the sky, what should I do? Nami looked at the pointer in shock, and finally understood what Kuroba just said. This is really not easy at all. The moment he finished speaking, the boat under his feet shook, and it seemed that it had entered the area of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, the orangutan put 2 ropes on the side of the melee ship, saying that they were going to take everyone to the track. There was no room for regret. Hey, wait, don't abandon us, what will happen? Let us go back, won't you guys die immediately if you do this? Usopp said with a cry. Nami clutched Kuroba's clothes tightly and exclaimed. I'm getting sucked in. Hurry up and turn back, Luffy, it should be too late now, have you seen it? Such a big whirlpool will definitely kill you. Sky Island is simply a dream within a dream. Usopp was still doing it. Effort. A dream within a dream? That's true, Luffy said calmly. That's right, Luffy, I don't think this will work either. Nami was about to cry. A dream island within a dream. If you miss such a big adventure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luffy smiled excitedly. Nami, Usopp and the others suddenly turned pale. With such a coward, their lives would be in jeopardy if they were a cowardly trio. Luffy is right, this is a wonderful adventure, you will regret it if you don't go, Kuroba said calmly, staring at the whirlpool of the sea current. But what he said was true. Others Kuroba didn't know, but if he missed such a wonderful adventure, he would definitely regret it. Facing Kuroba's words, the timid trio, who had already been frightened to the point of weakening their legs, completely lost their strength and fell directly onto the deck, clinging to whatever they could. However, after thinking about it again and again, Nami still believed that the safest place on the ship was on Kuroba. He didn't care too much, and hung on Kuroba's back like a koala. Feeling the softness of the squeeze, Kuroba felt helpless for a moment. After rubbing the tip of his nose, he still did not refuse Nami's offer. Boom! The giant rope that originally connected the 2 ships collapsed. Enter the vortex. Don't turn the rudder, go all the way into the center of the vortex. The gorillas and apes retreated away while shouting loudly to remind Luffy and the others. Goodbye. The rest is up to you. Come on, yeah, thank you for sending us here. Luffy raised his arms in response, not caring about the situation at all. Hey, now is not the time for you to do such useless things over there, Zoro reminded. Eh? Zoro pointed forward, I will be swallowed by the vortex? Following the direction Sauron pointed, the Mary was heading towards the center of the vortex at full speed. Looking towards the sea, the whirlpool has become the largest, and the concave part in the middle can almost see the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, the whirlpool disappeared, and the melee stopped quietly on the sea. There were Emperor clouds in the sky, and there was darkness all around. The huge contrast made everyone freeze there. At the same time, on the distant sea, a simple sailboat was hidden in the darkness. It was Blackbeard standing on the bow of the ship. At this moment, he was holding 3 reward orders in his hand, and his expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. There were also Lafitte and others on the boat. You guys who don't care about life or death dared to provoke such a horrific natural disaster. Isn't Mo Fei really worried that he will die without a burial place? However, this is just right. You can let out the bad breath just now, and at the same time, you can catch the leak if something goes wrong. Just wait and accept your fate. I will decide your heads, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stared at Kuroba and others, planning to launch a surprise attack. He really didn't know why his darkness fruit couldn't restrain Kuroba's ability. But in the face of such a large-scale horrific sea disaster, it is undoubtedly the best way. At least, he clearly remembered that when Pirate King Roger was cornered by the Golden Lion, he also relied on the tsunami to save a small life. The Golden Lion's flying pirates also suffered heavy losses and eventually failed to recover. Hey, Zoro, that guy came to see us off. Kuroba smiled and looked at Blackbeard's sailboat and reminded him. He had already expected Blackbeard's appearance. This is a treacherous person who has been tolerated on Whitebeard's ship for decades. Of course, he will not let go of this opportunity to exploit every opportunity. No way. Zoro muttered. Hey, stop right here, Straw Hat, Kuroba. Now that he was seen through, Blackbeard could only shout and attract everyone over. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Blackbeard. When Blackbeard saw this, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, Kuroba. I didn't expect that I would come to take revenge so quickly. I was just careless in the battle just now. I won't repeat it this time. You better risk your life. Advertisement, I'm going to decide your head. The roar of laughter echoed on the sea. The orangutans and gorillas who had fled far away looked at this scene, and their expressions were stagnant. They did not expect that at this time, there were still people who were not afraid of death and came to look for trouble. However, facing this scene, they did not say anything to stop them, but instead sped up and fled back. They know clearly that what will happen next is a real nightmare. Slightly slower than half a beat and it will be a dead end. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden vibration on the sea. The water flowing across the entire sea surface came to a standstill for an instant. The strange scene made Blackbeard's expression froze. Kuroba glanced at Blackbeard, smiled lightly and said, If you want my head, you must survive first. What? Blackbeard looked confused and had not yet reacted. Here comes the soaring sea current. Everyone, hold yourselves in place. As soon as Kuroba finished speaking, there was a huge explosion on the bottom of the sea, and a huge water column took the melee into the sky. Whoa, haha, what is this? Usopp yelled in panic. Water is rising up into the sky, ships are sailing on it, Sanji explained. Haha, it's so interesting, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. What will happen? Wind? Nami was stunned for a moment and suddenly said. Oh, now you can go to Sky Island. Come on, the Mary. No, wait a minute, things don't seem to be that simple. What are you doing? Did you forget something? Luffy turned around and asked Nami. The hull is floating. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before it's thrown out. The Neptune class that had been sucked into the vortex just before the explosion fell from the sky, and it was estimated that it was thrown out. You see, it's just a matter of time before we become like that. As soon as he finished speaking, the water flow hit the hull of the ship like a cannonball. Okay. Blackbeard looked at this violent scene and obviously hadn't reacted yet. The next moment, he suddenly realized that his boat had been overturned. Boom. A huge rising current hit Blackbeard's ship. The huge impact instantly smashed his simple raft into pieces. The water waves all over the sky poured down like waterfalls. Ah, bang, bang, it's not good, it's going to fall. What on earth is this? Yeah, no problem, we're fine. After saying that, a smile appeared on Kuroba's lips, and his blood-red eyes gradually glowed with purple light. Reincarnation Eye. At this time, Blackbeard's ship had already been destroyed to pieces by the soaring sea currents. Kuroba, think of a solution quickly. Purple light shone in Kuroba's eyes, and circles appeared in his eyes. The impact was completely withstood. In an instant, Kuroba's eyes contained extremely powerful eye power. The surrounding space is also fluctuating unsteadily under the influence of the Samsara Eye. A terrifying suction force came from the black whirlpool, and the waves were destroyed and fragmented. As soon as Kuroba thought, a black curtain instantly tore open around the ship's hull. Boom. I don't want to be thrown to pieces. Nami was so scared that she almost cried. Real or fake? Nami was frightened by the sudden appearance of the barrier and took several steps back. Amidst a violent tremor, barriers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 466 Arrival at Sky Island. Boom. The huge impact force broke through the clouds. After rushing out of an altitude of more than 10 meters, the melee finally hit the clouds. Nami, who was holding Kuroba in her arms like a koala, turned pale and glanced around in confusion. After confirming that there was no danger, she stood staggeringly on the deck with her legs weak. He fell to the ground and said, "We are still alive, we are not dead, are we really alive, are we on the clouds?" On the huge deck, everyone else had expressions of surprise and uncertainty, only Luffy shouted with excitement. "Hey, we're coming up, it's completely white here. Hey, everyone, look ahead, that's the legendary Sky Island. It's really an island, is this above the clouds?" Nami looked at the surrounding clouds with a pale face and the islands she saw in the distance. She was completely confused and said, "Is this really an island? It's so big. Why won't you land on the island?" "Why not?" Luffy folded his hands and said as a matter of course, "The clouds can already be ridden on it. When it is big enough, of course the island can also be ridden on it." "Shut up, where can I sit here?" Nami punched Luffy directly in the back of the head. Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and others also nodded in agreement, again denying the logic of Luffy being unsociable. Kuroba looked at this scene and couldn't help but glance at Usopp, who had fallen to the ground, and said, "Chopper, go check on Usopp. If he keeps rolling his eyes, we should be able to eat tomorrow." Eating dinner. Chopper looked nervous, then panicked and helped Usopp perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation and screamed uncontrollably. "It's not good, Usopp is out of breath. Usopp, cheer up." In an instant, the entire deck suddenly became panicked. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Kuroba smiled and took a sip of doyaki, quietly standing aside to watch the show, and at the same time, he quickly dispersed the haki. Ahem. Not long after, Usopp, who was rolling his eyes, slowly opened his eyes. After looking around blankly, he immediately sat up and shouted in horror. "What? Isn't this a cloud? This too many clouds? What is this? Oh my god, am I dead? Am I on an empty island? Shut up!" Nami punched Usopp directly in the back of the head. This method of physically silencing sound was obviously very effective, instantly calming Usopp down. Nami took the opportunity to look at the record pointer on her hand, and was stunned when she found that it was still pointing upward. Is this really the so-called empty island? Advertisement? But look, the record pointer is still pointing up. The people present, after a period of panic and feeling that there was no danger, finally came to their senses, buffet, and also felt curious. This should be the middle of the jet cloud. We have to go up to take a look, everyone, please be careful, Kuroba reminded lightly. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out. Ha 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 ha. It's the sea. When Usopp woke up, he immediately took off his upper body clothes and shoes, stood handsomely on the side of the ship and said, "First trip, Captain Usopp goes swimming." "Okay, okay." Luffy and Chopper immediately ran to the side and cheered loudly, encouraging him to jump. "Don't act rashly," Sanji said worriedly. "We don't know much about this sea area yet, so it's best to stay on the boat. The sea is the sea. There is nothing to be afraid of." Laughing, Usopp jumped directly into the sea, stirred up a cloud and disappeared. Luffy and Chopper, who were landlubbers, stayed at the bow of the boat and looked at the sea with envy. Time passed by minute by minute. He kept staring at Zoro and frowned slightly and said, "He hasn't shown his face." Watching this scene, Kuroba quickly felt Usopp's aura and said with a smile, "He is falling straight down. There are many scents of creatures in the sea. They must be the Neptune species in the sky. But this is in the sky, under the clouds, it might be a bit dangerous." Everyone present was stunned. Seeing Kuroba speaking these words slowly, they believed that Kuroba must have known it for a long time. It can be said that this kind of lesson will probably be unforgettable for Usopp for a lifetime. Sauron was the first to come to his senses and said, hurry up and save people." Usopp. Luffy immediately stretched out his arms and went into the sea to fish Usopp up. Nami, who walked to the side of the boat, pointed to a place on the sea and said, "Luffy, come over here, he's right below here." Luffy moved a little closer and then said distressedly, "But I can't see it, I can only scratch." "Stretch your hands as far as you can, leave the rest to me," Robin said loudly, then crossed his hands and closed his eyes and said, dazzled. There was silence on the boat, looking anxiously at the flawless white sea. "I saw it. The 6-round flower bloomed." Robin breathed a sigh of relief, then opened his eyes and said, "Okay, you can pull it up." "Caught it, right? Good." Luffy began to pull his hand back hard, but then gritted his teeth and said, "It's so heavy." "Okay. Pulled up." Nami breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Usopp being pulled up. Advertisement. But not long after Usopp came up, the sea surface began to shake violently. A huge tentacle passed directly through the thick clouds and quickly hit the ship. When Zoro saw this, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately jumped onto the string of the boat, and the third-generation Onikiri at his waist was instantly unsheathed. The cold light flowed down, and it quickly slashed at the claws of a giant squid that was following. Boom! As soon as the sharp blade touched the squid burst like a balloon. At the same time, a giant blue fish also rushed over quickly. Sanji, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, was already prepared. He stepped forward and directly kicked another blue, flat, large fish away through the air. The flying speed was like a cannonball, but it didn't explode like a squid. The strange scene made everyone's expressions change slightly. Facing these strange sea creatures is simply beyond their knowledge. Do you feel it? This place is really breathless. After a little exercise, Zoro's face gradually became ugly and he began to breathe uncomfortably. Luffy and Sanji on the side were no exception. "I feel the same way," but this creature is really strange. It looks like a fish but not quite like a fish, and the squid looks like a balloon. Forget it, we have food anyway, and we can have a nice meal again, ha ha ha. Sanji, panting slightly, looked at the blue creature lying next door. In the eyes of a chef, nothing is more important than food. Hey, everyone, there's a ship. Ah! Chopper suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. The telescope in his hand also fell to the ground. He explained in panic. I did see the ship. But the boat is gone again, and there is a square-shaped cow running towards this side on the cloud. What the hell? Zoro looked at Chopper, who was jumping around in panic, frowned, and said helplessly, calm down and make it clear about 10 o'clock. Needless to say, prepare for battle first, guests are coming, Kuroba said with a faint smile. Chopper was not wrong. There is indeed murderous intent rushing towards us, and the person who comes is not evil. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone on the ship suddenly changed, and they immediately entered a state of cautious alert. Only Usopp, who was still unconscious and lying on the deck, was left. As everyone looked at Kuroba, their expressions suddenly changed. Someone is indeed here, they can actually run on the clouds? Sanji immediately shouted, everyone, be careful. The man on the cloud, dressed like a savage and wearing a square bull-headed mask, holding a cannon and a shield, quickly charged through the waves. In full view of everyone, he jumped and landed directly on the Mary. Seeing the people on the melee, he said coldly, I'm sorry Qinghai people, I'm here to destroy you. Sure enough, the person who came here is evil. Sanji squatted down, and Zoro also held the hilt of the sword and said, he has the guts. Do it. Sanji and Zoro shouted in unison. While the two of them were taking the lead, Luffy behind them also quickly took action first. Advertisement chapter 467 I came here to kill gods. In an instant, the three of them formed a closed posture and rushed towards the incoming Sandians. Boom. A dull collision sounded. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the Sandian people also took the lead, looked at the three people attacking oncoming, and attacked like lightning. In an instant, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji were kicked to the ground. The violent scene made Chopper and others stunned. Is this still the sense of security in their eyes? Looking at the pile of people lying on the ground, Nami asked nervously, what's wrong with you? Zoro, unable to sit on the ground and panting hard, said intermittently, no, I can't breathe. Luffy and Sanji, who also fell to the ground, nodded sadly, breathing hard with their mouths wide open. It seems that the air is too thin and they can't get used to it, so they can't fight as they like. Robin's face changed slightly, and he suddenly thought of the key. Nami, Chopper and others suddenly turned pale. Without this safe trio, they didn't resist at all. The only one who can fight right now is probably Kuroba. At the same time, not far away, a thin old man with a white beard and armor riding a big pink-spotted bird was hiding in the clouds, silently observing this scene. Seeing Luffy and the other three being defeated in an instant, he immediately showed a hint of joy. Haha, it seems my business is about to come. When people from Qinghai arrive here, even a mountain tiger will have to hold its tail between its legs. Piru, we are getting ready to open our business. I hope we can meet some wealthy owners this time. Advertisement. The old man waved his spear and was about to take action when his eyes suddenly shrank and almost burst. Before he could react, after Luffy and the other two were instantly killed. Kuroba, who had been standing not far away, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared behind the four-cornered masked man. The violent scene caused the Sandian people's expressions to change suddenly. Unfortunately, before he could react, Luo Yu's hand knife casually chopped down, causing the Sandians to instantly feel a sense of powerlessness that they could not dodge. Boom. A dull collision sounded. The Sandian just felt his neck sink, and his whole body immediately lost control. It hit the deck hard. The whole body seemed to be directly paralyzed as if an electric current was passing through it. I couldn't even speak. At this strange scene, the Sandian man's face suddenly turned pale. Originally, after seeing how vulnerable Luffy and Sanji were, I thought that the people on this boat were all sweet prey. I never thought that there was a Wangza hidden inside. What's wrong with this kid? The old man stared at Kuroba, who was beyond common sense, and hurried over and said, everyone, let's call it a day. Advertisement. I am the Sky Knight who protects justice, Ganfu. Seeing Kuroba knocking the Sandians away with one punch, he couldn't go up to sell business, so he had to bite the bullet and go about his business. Are you from Qinghai? The old man looked at everyone on the boat and asked with some certainty. Please give me flowers. In his eyes, people from Qinghai should not be able to breathe in thin air. People from Qinghai? What is that? Nami looked at the old man doubtfully and said, and who are you? As I just said, I am a knight in the sky. Qinghai people are the common name here for people who live under the clouds. The old man put the spear on his shoulder and looked at them and said, let's get down to business. Are you from Qinghai? Luffy nodded as he lay on the ground. By the way, let me ask you, why can that person just run on the sea? Chopper asked curiously. Wait, I know you must have a mountain of questions, but let's get down to business and talk about business first. The old man interrupted Chopper's question. To be honest, I am a professional mercenary. This is a dangerous sea, and these Sandians will appear again. Their number is not small. Anyone who doesn't know the situation in the sky will either be targeted by the Sandians just now or become food for the empty fish. So just whistle 5 million ig and I will come to rescue you, save your lives. What? Luffy and the others, who didn't understand at all, looked confused for a moment. They all tilted their heads and looked at the old man. Luffy asked curiously, What are you talking about, uncle? Kuroba smiled, looked at Ganfu and said, save your life? I'm sorry, we came here just to kill God 6. Chapter 468 Boarding the White Sea. Tisk tisk tisk. Kill gods? Just a few of you? Little brother, don't talk nonsense. You haven't seen that guy's strength, so you want to challenge him. This is a big joke. Shen Ganfuer looked solemn, privately thinking that Kuroba was completely joking. After hearing this, Kuroba smiled slightly and said, haha, old man, are you kidding me? You will know when the time comes. It's better to move on now. Look over there, everyone, what's that? Chopper suddenly looked in one direction. Is it a cloud? It looks a lot like a waterfall. Robin raised his eyebrows and said tentatively. Kuroba, why don't we go there and have a look? Hearing this, Shen Ganfu's expression couldn't help but change slightly, and said, little guys, you are still at the edge of the empty island now. It is still too late to escape. That is the entrance to the Bye-Bye Sea. Once you set foot on that place, you will fall into it. In the guy's perception, when that time comes, you will have no chance of escaping. I advise you to think about it carefully. Everyone on the deck all focused their attention on Kuroba. Of course they care very much about the so-called god. However, feeling the gazes from all around, Kuroba couldn't help but smile playfully and said, old man, I'm very grateful for your kindness. However, since you are here even if you don't come, I still want to go and have a look. Is the god you talk about really so terrifying that people can't avoid him? What's more, I am born with a kind of stubbornness. I will not look back until I break through the wall. I also want to see whether it is my head that is stronger or this god's wall that is stronger. Little ones, let's go. After the words fell, everyone's expressions were indeed stagnant, but in the face of Kuroba's order, they still drove the melee in the direction of the waterfall. 10 minutes later, the boat walked out of the maze of solid cumulus emperor. The first thing Ying saw was the eye-shaped waterfall that seemed to penetrate the endless land. The white clouds are like flowing water, flying down from the sky. Being in front of you makes people feel inexplicably small. At the front of the waterfall is a golden door, with the door number of the gate of heaven inlaid on the top of the door. As the ship got closer, the door became larger and larger. Even some towns in Qinghai could not compare with this magnificence. Heaven's Gate, what the hell is this? I'm not dead yet. It's such an unlucky name. Usopp looked at the entrance and couldn't help but groaned. But as soon as he said these words, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to him. Click. Click. A small door on the right side of the port has a white light flashing. A short old woman was holding a camera and pressing the shutter frantically, with little angel wings behind her. Look, she has wings on her back. Usopp looked confused and said in confusion. Is this really an angel? Don't all angels look like this? She looks like a sour plum. Luffy couldn't help but speak. Before they landed on the Sky Island, they had wondered what the sky would look like. It's just that I didn't expect that even the ant in Donghai can't compare to this level of shabbiness. This guy who collects money is not a real angel. It shouldn't be said that he is just old and wrinkled. It's hard to say that he was also pretty when he was young. Beautiful as a flower, Kuroba said with a smile. You were as beautiful as a flower when you were young? Usopp's expression paused and he said, Kuroba, are you kidding? This joke is not funny. However, you just said that she wanted to collect money. She doesn't really want money, right? The people present could not help but be stunned, obviously not believing it. Advertisement at least, this was the first time they encountered such a thing when they came to the Great Channel from the East Daxia Sea. God Ganful, who was on the side, looked at Kuroba with a flash of surprise. He did not expect that Kuroba would know this little detail, but he still nodded and said, well, brother Kuroba is right, you do have to pay for this entrance. To avoid being chased by God's guards, every outsider must pay an entry fee of 1 billion Aegis coins per person. Otherwise, they will be targeted by God, and they will be hunted down endlessly until the intruders are wiped out. If you are not short of money, I advise you to hand over the money, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Let God keep an eye on you. Usopp's face suddenly turned pale. As the leader of the timid trio, he couldn't calm down about such a life-threatening matter, and quickly looked at Kuroba aside. Kuroba, why don't we spend some money? Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be a good feeling to be targeted by a god. At least I'll feel a little uncomfortable no matter what I do, right? God Ganful on the side also looked at Kuroba subconsciously. Faced with this young man who puzzled him, Shen Ganfu also wanted to know whether he would remain as tough as ever in the face of the threat from God. Wouldn't it be better to be targeted? That's what I meant. Kuroba couldn't help but laugh and said, what's more, if you have to pay money, I don't think anyone will agree. Usopp was stunned for a moment, and soon felt a feeling like being stared at by the god of death. After subconsciously scanning the side with the corner of his eye, the first thing he saw was Nami's motherly and kind smile. Usopp instantly shook his head like a rattle and quickly rejected the proposal just now. He knew clearly that if he didn't spend money, he might be targeted by God and still have a chance to survive. However, once he spends money now, I am afraid that someone will send him on his way immediately in the next moment. He may die, he will die immediately. I'm afraid anyone who is not a fool knows how to choose, right? As the ship approached, the old woman looked at Kuroba and his party, her brows raised involuntarily, showing a look of shock on her face. However, as soon as this trace of shock emerged, she quickly restrained it. With the same expression, he walked over and said directly, I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or to cause trouble? People from Qinghai who have just arrived here need to pay an entry fee if they want to enter the kingdom of God. It is the law here. What if we don't get along? If we are really hungry, we will be targeted by gods, Yotsuba said hurriedly. You actually know about God? The old woman flashed a look of surprise, but after seeing Ganfu on the side, her expression quickly returned to normal and she spoke slowly. You can also come in and out normally. I am not the guard responsible for guarding the gate, and I have no obligation to stop you. My mission is only to inquire about your intentions. But if you haven't paid, you are an intruder. According to the rules, I have to tell God first. You don't mind. The old woman opened her cloudy old eyes and scanned the scene. In the past, she certainly would not have wasted so much time on these dying people. However, after seeing the god of the past, he actually stayed with these people. Knowing the terror of God, he still dared to head to the empty island with such arrogance. This undoubtedly made her curious. Advertisement, intruder. Kuroba smiled, took a sip of earthenware, and said, This title sounds pretty good, but before that, if you really want to report, please help me tell God that I am come to take his life. Shameless talk. Boy, what's your background? You have the audacity to kill a god, speak such arrogant words. Where did you come from? This is a lunatic. This is simply asking for death. The old woman looked at Kuroba in shock. She kept mumbling as she looked at Kuroba with a face full of disbelief. If it weren't for the former god standing next to her, she would really doubt that the person who came was an ignorant brat who appeared from somewhere. However, the old woman couldn't help but subconsciously looked at Ganfu on the side. At least, in her eyes, the brat in front of her might be young and ignorant. But Ganfu, as the former god, should be very aware of the terror of the current god, Enel. Faced with the arrogant words of the ignorant brat in front of him, he should have given some words to remind him. However, as soon as this glance fell, Ganfu, who was standing aside, had a strange color flash in his cloudy old eyes, and then quickly calmed down, still standing aside silently. This scene instantly caused the old woman's expression to change again. However, when she thought of the horror of Enela, the old woman quickly put her thoughts back and said in a deep voice. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone, be careful, this car is going a bit fast, Kuroba reminded with a slight smile. The next moment, the express shrimp was caught, and the whole body tensed up to the extreme. As a timid trio, Yotsuba and Chopper broke through the defense in an instant. In a hurry? The old woman's face suddenly turned pale, and she opened her mouth hesitantly. Just as she was about to say something, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Ganfu shaking his head slightly. Li Da's pliers instantly grabbed both sides of the melee. 1.4 If Zoro hadn't caught the two of them with quick eyesight and quick hands, they might have been left behind. It's so fast, wow, are you sure everyone is going in? HMPH, you are indeed a Qinghai native who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'd better report it to God first. I hope you can live to the end and still laugh. There is still a road up there. The huge deck exploded instantly. Kuroba crossed his arms and nodded silently. Old lady, stop talking nonsense, I'm still in a hurry. Before they could react, the ship's hull shook violently and then quickly moved forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of large fiery red pliers emerged from the sea of clouds. It was knocked over by the oncoming storm. What is that? Nami and Chopper were confused and asked hurriedly. That's Baihai's famous specialty, the express shrimp. I'll give you a ride next. Have a good trip. The old woman withdrew her gaze with her hands behind her back and turned to leave. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and snort coldly. HMPH, since your kid is going to die, then I will send you there. If you die in the end, I will collect your body and make a grave for you. Hurry up and get out of here. Chapter 469 The ants seem to have seen God too. This is incredible. Sanji looked at the rapidly rising cloud waterfall in front of him and couldn't help but speak. At least, in his eyes, he never thought that Yunhai would look like this. In an instant, the entire deck was completely boiling. God Ganfu, who was standing on the deck, suddenly turned pale. I thought that as time went by, these people would eventually look worried as they got closer to God. He didn't expect it at all, it was just his wishful thinking. Feeling the depressive atmosphere on the deck, Shen Ganfu couldn't help but look around, muttering in his heart. It's still not advisable to stay here for a long time. After leaving the updraft, it's better to leave first. Otherwise, if these guys who don't know the heights of the sky really encounter an arrow, they will be desperate and regret it. In order to find someone who can liberate the Sky Island, you can't die like this. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through his mind, and Shen Ganfu couldn't help but look back. When this glance fell, Ganfu couldn't help but be stunned, and he happened to meet Kuroba's pair of eyes that were as deep as black holes. There was a feeling in my heart, as if I was being seen through. It was as if all the secrets were visible to the other party. Such a strange scene gave Ganfu an instant feeling of déjà vu. If I remember correctly, I may have only encountered it on Enela. I never expected that this feeling would appear on the kid in front of me. What's wrong? Did the god of the past condemn us to death before we met Enela? Kuroba smiled and shook the wine gourd in his hand and said, this is a bit hurtful. Aren't you always waiting for someone who can liberate Sky Island to appear? Not everyone in this world is Roger. Since you are determined to die and want to liberate Sky Island, why don't you dare to put your life on the line? I think, in so many years, I should be the first one to make you feel like you can reach God. Mofei, isn't this worth risking your life? The low voice echoed on the deck, and the words seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing in Ganfu's ears and unable to dissipate for a long time. Just looking at the people around him who seemed completely unaware, Ganfu was even more shocked. At least, in his eyes, this method was beyond his expectation. The young man in front of him was indeed arrogant, but the feeling he gave him was also unfathomable. As Kuroba said, this is the first time he has felt this way in so many years. Advertisement Mo-Fei, can he really reach the heights of God? For a moment, looking at the kid in front of him with a spring-like smile on his face, Ganfu's idea of escaping suddenly became hesitant. What makes Ganfu the most unbelievable is that Kuroba actually revealed the secret of his meeting with Roger. Even Enola has never been able to achieve such magical powers and methods. Look, there's an exit. There seems to be something written on it, Chopper suddenly shouted. Ganfu suddenly woke up, looking at the approaching door in front of him. His whole heart seemed to be tightly grasped by big hands. He knew clearly that the moment of final decision had arrived. If you missed it, once you step through this door, they will fall into the area monitored by God. By the time we get to stage 3, I'm afraid it will be hard to fly. For a moment, Ganfu's face was extremely tense, and his armor-clad hands were even more tightly clenched. Looking at the door approaching gradually, even his old body began to tremble involuntarily. Kilometers, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. As the distance quickly shortened, Ganfu's pupils also gradually dilated. It wasn't until the melee passed through the giant gate that all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away, and he leaned feebly on the mast, breathing heavily. The scene just now seemed very simple, however, in Ganfu's eyes, the meaning is completely different. That was a life and death struggle in his mind. The moment he decided to stay on the ship, it meant that he had already staked his life here, and the bet on his life had officially begun. Haha, you are worthy of being a god. For this place, you can even risk your life. But don't worry, I will let you know that you made the right bet. Kuroba smiled and patted Ganfu's shoulder and raised his head. He turned his head, glanced at the big sign not far away, and said with a smile, God's Island, Sky Island. I hope this god will not disappoint people. Kuroba, this is the Island of Gods, not the exit, it's the entrance. Luffy said with excitement on his face as he jumped up and sat on the bow. The clouds in front of them finally emitted a large amount of light, and even Nami and the others couldn't help showing excited expressions at this moment. With the sound of a low sonic boom, the melee rushed directly out of the sky under the huge upward momentum. The express shrimp even threw the melee out and returned to the high-speed airway. Accompanied by the constant sound of airwaves, the next moment the melee crashed onto the clouds. Luffy and the others, who had just regained their footing, quickly looked around without bothering to calm down. What they saw in front of them made everyone excited. It's an island, there really is an island in Wei-Kong, Luffy shouted. At this moment, at the gate of heaven, the expression of the surveillance officer's wife changed 1 or 2 times, and finally she gritted her teeth and took out the phone bug and followed the direction of the empty island. Amazon, the surveillance officer of the Kingdom of Heaven, reports to the Almighty God that there are illegal intruders in the Kingdom of God. Please give them the strongest sanctions. Advertisement Amazon is indeed a bit unbelievable about the bet made by the former god Ganfor, and also hopes that Ganfor can be right. However, when thinking about the horror of an arrow, the only thing Amazon can do is to report the incident and wait for the final news. Only by doing this can we survive and save our lives. Dissipated along with the contact sound of the phone bug. Deep in the distant Sky Island, in a palace representing the residence of God, a playful snort instantly sounded. Bold Shanghai people dared to ignore the rules set by God, break into the gate of heaven, and even run into this forbidden area for mortals. Today you must die to make up for your sins. The god Enel was wearing a white hood and was sitting cross-legged on a high platform, playing with an apple in his hand and showing a ferocious smile. At the same time, with the help of the ability of the 630 Thunderfruit, the powerful sight and color domineering power instantly covered the entire Sky Island area. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it was directly locked on Kuroba and others. However, as soon as this glance fell, Enilu's expression changed slightly, and the apple tightly clenched in his hand also cracked. Such a strange and abnormal behavior caused the expressions of the 4 great priests standing by to freeze. Since their defeat at the hands of Enola, this was the first time they saw the aloof Enola acting so rude. This was beyond their expectation. Mo-Fei, the person who broke in, was not simple. God, what happened? Why don't we deal with these intruders? The monkeys in Shanghai are not worth mentioning at all. The 4 of us will be enough. Ohm, who was standing by and wearing goggles and a beard as long as a mouse, was the first to speak. No, I should say, God, I can deal with those monkeys from Shanghai by myself, just let me go. After saying this, the remaining 3 people did not say anything to argue. At least, in the 6 years since they occupied this empty island, they have defeated countless invaders. There are even more monkeys from Shanghai. In their eyes, they are all vulnerable existences. Enola recovered from his daze, and looked at Ohm, who took the initiative to challenge, but his face became slightly gloomy. Recalling the scene that just happened, he clearly had the feeling that his own domineering, seeing the other party. The ants seemed to have seen God too. Chapter 470, The Sandians Attack. As soon as this idea emerged in Enilu's mind, he felt like it was being magnified infinitely. Even if Enola wanted to suppress it, there was nothing he could do. It feels like this idea is like a big tree rooted in the heart, and there is no way to remove it. God, what's wrong? Ohm and others obviously noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but speak. However, as soon as these words came out of their mouths, Enilu's cold gaze suddenly raised his head, which made them shiver uncontrollably. Without caring too much, they all knelt on the ground in unison. As Enel's lackeys, they know it clearly. Faced with Enel's moody character, they know it clearly. If you are not careful, you may lose your life without knowing it. The only thing that can be done and the best way to save one's life is to kneel down and beg for mercy. What's wrong? Are you doubting that I saw the unexpected intruders, or do you think they are capable of reaching or even defeating me, a god? Enilu said with a gloomy face. These sudden words instantly caused the expressions of the four Ohms to freeze. As natives of Sky Island, after witnessing Enel's strength with their own eyes, they never believed that there were still people in this world who could match Enel, let alone defeat him. However, something suddenly came up on the road. This is simply 300 taels of silver without money here. I'm afraid this is Enelu's real idea, right? However, when faced with these sincere words from Enela, they were more filled with shock. In their eyes, this is the supreme god, an existence that is beyond their reach. Now I have such an idea. This undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Enilu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He also noticed his slip of the tongue and immediately snorted coldly and said sternly, "Humph, I mean, that stupid old man from the previous generation actually came up with such an unrealistic idea, to actually think that those monkeys from Qinghai can try to reach the heights of gods, and to mix with these Qinghai monkeys, this is simply a fool's dream. Since they are so whimsical and have such unrealistic ideas, let them see what real despair is. The four of you, let's set out together this time and let them feel how desperate it is to try to challenge God." The four people in Ohm looked shocked. Facing Enlu's somewhat lame explanation, they felt an unexpected feeling. However, after hearing that the old god who had been deliberately teased by them after being left with a lifeless life, actually bet on the monkeys in Qinghai to resist, intending to use this to bring them down. With this crazy approach, let alone being a god, even they can lose control of their facial expressions, right? After all, they don't believe that people who have seen the appearance of God with their own eyes can be stupid enough to rebel. Thinking of this, everyone present couldn't help but have a playful smile on their faces, and they eagerly wanted to see the look of despair on the faces of those who dared to go against God. As Anilu's order fell, the four great priests went to battle. Sky Animal Husbandman, Ohm, Knight of the Sky, Shira, Storm of the Great Enlightenment, Shadley, and Skyguard Captain Gedosh rushed out of the temple in an instant and rushed towards the White Sea. In their eyes, such a fun prey must not fall into the hands of those Sandians. Otherwise, they will lose their role in pleasing God. Watching the four people leave, Anilu's expression darkened again. With a sudden grab with the 5 fingers of his right hand, the already cracked apple was crushed and exploded. "You be asterisk 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 the Qinghai monkey. You dare to look at God with a provocative and contemptuous attitude. This is simply a huge provocation. Let me see if you have the ability to laugh to the end after feeling God's terror." Enela roared angrily. In the years since he got the thunder fruit, he has never encountered such a look that seemed to see through everything about him. Such a weird feeling made Enel obviously unable to calm down. His eyes turned in vain, and he instantly locked on the entrance of Bye Sea. When the thunderlight crackled on his body, Enela still couldn't hold his breath. His body swayed, turned into a bolt of thunderlight, and passed through the void. Enilu was indeed very confident in the strength of the 4 great priests under his command. But having confidence is one thing. But facing the strange feeling that had arisen just now, Enela still wanted to confirm it with his own eyes in order to soothe the uneasiness in his heart. At the same time, at the entrance of the Bye Sea, the melee crashed onto the Bye Sea, and large seas of clouds flew up. When the sea calmed down again, everyone looked around impatiently. Facing this legendary empty island, Luffy and others obviously couldn't calm down. On the huge deck, only Gonfure, the former god, had a tense face and clenched the guardrail tightly. He knew clearly that once he set foot in this place, he would be under God's supervision. The slightest carelessness will attract God's punishment. When he thought of this, Ganfu had to cheer up. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be instantly killed. That's not a good thing. Advertisement, Captain, what are you looking at? Is there something in the sky? Robin suddenly said. Ganfu's nerve strings suddenly tightened to the extreme, and he quickly looked behind him, showing a hint of urgency. Any disturbance at the moment is enough to make him suffer from nervous breakdown. Feeling the gazes from all around, Kuroba smiled and took a sip of wine and said, "Nothing, just the so-called god just now, peeping here. I just glanced at him. However, apart from his accident, I think he will be here soon." "Did you really see him?" Ganfu looked shocked and looked at Kuroba in disbelief. All this time, on this empty island, since the arrival of Elnilu, everyone has been under Elnilu's surveillance. The slightest carelessness will attract the so-called sanction of God. Over time, any disrespectful words spoken in any place or corner will attract God's punishment. With the help of this terrifying, God-like method, Enela completely established a foothold on the empty island. It can be said that under the power of Enel, on the huge empty island, let alone anyone who dared to resist Enel, there was probably not even one person who could say a bad word about him. Even the Sandians, who had not even thought about their lives and challenged Enela again and again, chose to retreat again and again under this terrifying power. In the end, he retreated to the outer sea of the empty island to live. It was precisely because he knew that Enilu's methods were so terrifying that after Ganfu set foot in the Bye Sea and fell into Enilu's surveillance, he remained silent and did not even dare to say a word. However, Senator Kuroba told him that he had just seen the appearance of the god and said hello by the way. Isn't this too shocking? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Ganfu would never believe that all this was true. "Kuroba, is this true? Have you discovered an arrow?" Ganfuer couldn't hold back his anger and said urgently. If this is true, you must be careful, his attack will fall from the sky, otherwise nothing will happen. Be careful, I'm afraid you may encounter God's punishment. Attack from the sky? Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned, and couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. However, in their eyes, apart from the blue sky and the still thick clouds, there was obviously nothing else. Not to mention God's sanction. Captain Kuroba, is God really there? Usopp on the side, as one of the three cowards, was the first to lose his composure, clenched the cross in his hand, and couldn't help but pray. However, no matter how carefully he looked, he still couldn't see any trace of God, so he couldn't help but ask again. Captain, is there really a God in the sky? After saying these words, everyone's nerves became tense again, and the eyes looking at Kuroba became a little more urgent. Seeing this, Kuroba smiled and shook the wine gourd in his hand. Haha, don't worry, he was just taking a peek with the help of his knowledge, he hasn't arrived yet. If he really wants to arrive, it will take a few minutes. However, besides an arrow, we have other customers coming to our door. Is there anyone else? Usopp and Chopper were confused for a moment. Originally, their longing for the empty island was to sail, travel and explore freely. I never expected that I would be attacked by the Sandians as soon as I set foot on the Sky Island. Then a god emerged from nowhere. The dangers that appeared one after another made them want to flee. It can be said that if Kuroba hadn't been there, they would have turned around and left long ago, exploring the empty island. No, who is there? Robin looked at the clouds in the distance and suddenly spoke. After the words fell, everyone's eyes followed Robin's gaze. Dark figures suddenly appeared in the vast sea of white clouds. Looking at those familiar clothes and figures, many people froze in place. Why are they Sandians again? Are you here to take revenge? These people are simply stubborn. Kuroba did a good job of letting them go just now, but now they appear again. Are you really worried that you won't be able to leave? Nami frowned and couldn't help but speak. Ganfuer on the side heard this and couldn't help but take another look at the figures that were approaching quickly. But when Ganfuer saw the person clearly, his expression couldn't help but change, and he said urgently. Something is going wrong. The people who came this time are indeed soldiers from Sandia, but they are different from the ones we met just now. They are all the strongest elites in Sandia, headed by the most difficult warrior among the Sandians, War Ghost Weber. His strength is beyond the comparison of ordinary Sandians, so you should be careful. As the words fell, Advertisement Usopp and Chopper looked panicked, and they quickly hid behind the pillar. At the same time, the distance of 1,000 meters was only reduced in the blink of an eye under the sliding shoes blessed by the spray paint shell. As warriors who have lived in this sea of clouds for a long time, they have already integrated this method of combat movement into their bones. A Sandian man with a bark mask on his face, a skateboard under his feet, and a rocket launcher in his hand, dressed like an Indian, appeared in front of them first. People from Shanghai. Were you the ones who used strange means to defeat our soldiers from Sandia? Originally, I thought you would take this opportunity to escape, but I didn't expect you would dare to come to this place. It seems that you Qinghai people are more arrogant than I expected. However, I still want to thank you. I thought I would need time to find you, but now I have taken the initiative to deliver it to you, which also saves us a lot of effort and time. Weber sneered at Kuroba who was facing him and said. Qinghai people are all useless, remember, my name is Weber. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. A bunch of ordinary people who don't follow the rules. After the words fell, Weber quickly picked up the rocket launcher. This is an island weapon made from a combination of impact shells and can easily penetrate large trees and rocks with one blow. If at close range, in Weber's hands, the ship can be easily penetrated. Over the years, as a great warrior of the Sandia people, Weber relied on this move to easily sink the Qinghai people he encountered into the sea of clouds with one blow. The violent scene instantly caused Shen Ganfu's expression to change drastically. He quickly waved his hand and rushed forward, saying, Weber, don't be impulsive. Let's calm down first and stop fighting among ourselves. Don't forget that we all have the same purpose. We are constantly working hard to deal with Enel. Don't forget that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. In fact, they are here to kill gods. As soon as the words came out, Shen Ganfu was a little embarrassed. He didn't believe that they could successfully kill the gods, let alone the Sandians. However, at this moment, after Ganfu said these words, he still gritted his teeth and stared at Wepa and others. As Kuroba said just now, this is already a life and death battle. Luo Yu's many performances just now were able to detect even Anilu's trace. This undoubtedly gave Ganfuer a glimmer of hope in his almost desperate mind. If possible, Ganfuer hopes to see a trace of recognition on the faces of the Sandians. At least doing this can give Ganfutu some extra confidence to fight for his life. Killing God? Hearing this, a dozen Shandia people couldn't help but froze. Liao Hao Jiao, immediately after looking at each other, they laughed unbridled. When they saw Ganfuer and Qinghai people hanging out together, they thought that Ganfuer would give various answers. But I never expected that such a funny answer would be given. After all, as people who have personally experienced the horror of Enela, they know exactly what a big joke this kind of god-killing talk is. Wepa, who was raising the rocket launcher in his hand, couldn't help but was stunned and said, Ganfu, you said they are here to kill gods? Are you people from Qinghai invited to help? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. If you dare to disobey God, you will only die. Isn't this the rule for you Sky Islanders? Now just find a group of people and tell me that they're here to kill gods. Don't think that you can deceive me with such lame excuses. A group of Qinghai monkeys that have never even encountered Enola. They are just a bunch of ignorant mortals. The ignorant are really fearless. If you want to kill gods, you must first defeat us. Of course, that is basically impossible. Kill them. With Weipa's roar, Mantis and others took the lead in taking action towards Kuroba. A dozen Sandia warriors instantly dispersed, like a big net, and went directly to surround Kuroba and the others. In their eyes, since they want revenge, they must not allow anyone a chance to escape. At the same time, with the help of the jet shoes, they believed that above this sea of clouds, these monkeys in Qinghai were definitely caged birds. The short distance of tens of meters, with the blessing of the jet shoes, brought he closer in just a few breaths. Weipa, who was leading the frontal charge, raised his hand to make a gesture, took the lead and buckled the rocket launcher. Monkeys from Qinghai, try our Sky Island's blast cannon. I can easily penetrate a pirate ship with this blow. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded. Chapter 471 The Strongest Warrior. The impact flame accumulated in the rocket launcher, like a horned dragon, penetrated the void and headed towards Kuroba. Ganfor, who had originally planned to block the two of them and continue to dissuade them, could not help but change his expression, and quickly tried to knock Kuroba away. Unfortunately, before Ganfu could take action, Sanji and Zoro on the side had already put their hands on his shoulders. At the same time, Sanji didn't forget to light a cigarette, took a deep breath and said, "Old man, it seems that on our boat, he is indeed a young boy, without the sense of security that comes from his age, but he never does joke. For example, if we talk about killing gods, then he really has the power to kill gods. Before the gods come out, there is no need for us to interfere with such a small character. No need to take action." Ganfu couldn't help but froze on the spot. In his eyes, he thought that these seemingly capable partners would help. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, everyone chose to stand aside and watch the show, with no intention of taking action. Such a huge gap was completely beyond Ganfu's expectation. However, due to this delay, Ganfu had obviously missed the opportunity to make a cross, and the only thing he could do was to look at the battlefield in a hurry. The moment his eyes fell, the attack that Weipa had high hopes for had already crashed onto Kuroba. However, in the face of such a violent blow, Kuroba, who was under the attack, still felt like a statue, standing motionless in place. It was as if he didn't take this attack into consideration at all. Boom. The terrifying explosion airwaves spread out like a hurricane. Ganfu, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but take a few steps back in the face of the wind and waves. However, a pair of cloudy old eyes never left the center of the explosion. He was eager to know what means Kuroba would use to protect himself from this attack. However, as soon as this glance fell, Ganfu's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at the center of the flames, the figure that gradually became clearer showed a look of shock on his face. Faced with the rocket launcher that Weipa said could sink the pirate ship with one hit. Under the attack, Kuroba still carried the wine gourd, appearing unscathed. Such a strange scene, even Weipa, who was the first to take action, could not help but change his expression slightly, revealing a hint of disbelief. At least, on this empty island, as a great warrior among the Sandians, he had only been despised once. That was when facing Enola. However, what he never expected was that Enola had not been defeated by him yet, and now another guy like this appeared. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Weipa wouldn't want to believe that all this was true. "Weipa, let me do it. This guy is just a strong man but a weak man. I think he is just forcing himself to put on a show. Let me defeat him." Cold words suddenly sounded. The mantis, which was already watching the formation with eager eyes, made the first move. With the sudden force of both feet, with the help of the jet shoes, a powerful jumping force bursts out, like a praying mantis maximizing speed. When everyone came back to their senses, the mantis had already jumped over Weipa and came to Kuroba first. Incendiary gun. Mantis shouted violently, holding the flame shell tightly in his hands, and instantly spit out the flames and turned into a spear. The next moment, he suddenly grasped the spear with both hands and stabbed Kuroba head on. "Go to hell." Whoosh! A dazzling fire suddenly burst out and struck Kuroba's chest fiercely. The blazing airwaves rolled back like strong winds, causing a series of sonic booms wherever they passed along the way. It can be said that this blow, so close at hand, will maximize speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. Mantis poured all his strength into the lord. Looking at Kuroba who was still standing there blankly, Mantis couldn't help but drink violently. Succeeded. Mantis's words blurted out. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Boom. A dull collision sound suddenly sounded. The flaming blade fell, causing wind and waves to sweep across the entire deck. Even Ganfu, who was stopped and stood watching the battle, could not help but shrink his pupils, and his eye sockets almost burst open. At least, in his eyes, Mantis's strength among the Sandians is indeed not comparable to that of the great warrior Weipa. However, the combat effectiveness and explosive power of a flame gun are among the best among the Sandians. Ganfu had even heard that Mantis was known as the second Weipa among the Sandians. Facing the powerful and heavy flame slash just now, Ganfu believed that if it fell on him this time, it would definitely be able to easily penetrate the armor and directly injure him. However, what he now regarded as an overwhelming attack fell on Kuroba, as if it was chopped on a steel plate, without any sign of shaking. Such a terrifying scene was once again beyond Ganfu's cognition. Advertisement: this is the second strongest existence among the Sandians. Why was it that when he was in front of Kuroba, he was like a child, attacking fiercely but with a feeling of weakness? It can be said that at this moment, whether it was Ganfu or other Sandia warriors, or even Mantis, their faces were full of disbelief. Your name is Mantis. This attack is really good. If you put it on Qinghai, you can definitely get a bounty of 70 to 80 million. However, if you want to measure your strength by bounty, then I should be 1 or 2 zeros more than you. Kuroba raised his head with a smile and looked at the Mantis in front of him. 7 to 8 million plus 1 or 2 zeros. Mantis' expression froze, and the next moment his head started to work a little, but a terrifying number suddenly appeared. You said you have a combat power with a bounty of 7 to 8 billion? As natives of Kongdao, they really don't know much about the Qinghai they talk about. However, I still know a thing or two about pirate bounties. At least, they have encountered many pirates of all kinds over the years, and they know a thing or two about the amount of the reward. However, their understanding of the upper limit of the bounty has always been above a few thousand square meters. The most I ever encountered was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. But before they could take action, this pirate strayed into the exiled island cloud and was directly buried in the sky. Originally, after hearing Kuroba's evaluation of himself, which was worth 70 to 80 million, a hint of pride emerged in Mantis's heart. However, after hearing the second half of what he said, others, let alone Mantis, couldn't help but want to give themselves 2 backhand slaps to see if they were dreaming. A bounty force of 7 to 8 billion. If this is really calculated, I'm afraid it's as big as a chasm. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Mantis's mind. Faced with this chasm-like gap in strength, he couldn't figure it out for a moment. At least, in his eyes, it was completely impossible to imagine how to describe this gap. However, as soon as this idea sprouted in his mind, a terrifying sense of oppression like the vast sea poured in like a tide. At this moment, the cells all over the Mantis's body erupted with endless danger signals, and he looked up in a hurry. Kuroba, who was very close at hand, suddenly raised his head. The next moment, Mantis suddenly felt a hurricane coming, as if he was in a furious wave. Immediately afterwards, the flaming sword he had just struck bounced back and struck him hard. Boom! The huge air current rolled back like a hurricane. The Sandian warriors who originally planned to attack in groups flew backwards like cannonballs. In an instant, blood spattered and scattered across the sky and earth like dazzling fireworks. The Mantis that attacked from the front was like a cannonball, flying directly backwards and hitting the thick sea of clouds with one head. After sliding hundreds of meters directly, he bumped into the wreckage of the ship behind him and barely stopped. However, the sea of clouds along the way seemed to be torn open by an invisible sharp blade, giving people a feeling like the sky was opened. The power of one blow is so terrifying. In the eyes of the Sandians who were barely able to stand firm, it was like an invisible thug, gripping people's hearts tightly. No, it should be said that the Qinghai monkey in front of him did not take any action from beginning to end, he just stood there and made a look. Then he directly took the killing moves of Wapa and Mantis. With just one look, Mantis was seriously injured. Such a terrifying method completely subverted their cognition. For a time, the huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Even the Sandia warriors who were originally full of fighting spirit became hesitant for a moment. Ganfu, who was not far away, looked at Kuroba with a hint of ghost. This was the first time he had seen such horrific means. No, it should be said that this is not very different from Enel, who claims to be a god. Both are capable of knocking people out standing up. Mo Fei, can he really compete with God? Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, Kuroba couldn't help but smile. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back my strength all of a sudden. I didn't expect your attack to be painless or itchy, but is this the end? Kuroba said with a smile. How is it possible? What is going on? Why was Mantis knocked away and severely injured? Who is he? Among the Sandians, Kaki, as the only female warrior, was the first to lose her composure and muttered in disbelief. Why exactly is this? After saying these words, the originally dead silence was also shattered. All the Sandia people were also stunned, looking at Kuroba in disbelief. They all felt at this moment that the Qinghai man in front of them was extremely terrifying. The enthusiasm that was originally filled with enthusiasm seemed to be poured down by a basin of cold water at this moment, and was directly annihilated. Such terrifying strength and strange fighting methods made them think of the equally terrifying Enela, who claimed to be a god. What's wrong? Why are you not moving? Is Mo Fei scared? In other words, you don't dare to do it one by one? If this is the case, you can actually give it a try and choose to go together. I will let you calm down. Kuroba smiled and shook the wine gourd in his hand. Advertisement, of course. You can also stand aside and wait for me to kill the god like Ganfu. The small voice echoed in the sky in all directions, and the words seemed to be filled with magic sounds, which hit people's hearts and could not be dissipated for a long time. Under normal circumstances, faced with such arrogant words, their bloody Sandians would have already taken action. Unfortunately, now I feel indecisive. However, as soon as this idea came into their minds, a look of determination flashed across Waba's face standing aside. As the strongest being among the Sandians who was dubbed the Great Warrior. Exist. He knew clearly that even he would not take a stand at this juncture. Then they, the Shandia people, would probably completely lose their bloody arrogance. Stop looking down on people, I'll take the first step and let's all join in. Under the huge pressure brought by Kuroba, Wapa took the lead in shouting violently and directly chose all the Sandians to join forces to take action decisively. As Wapa rushed out, the Sandians, who were still hesitant at first, also had a flash of struggle in their expressions. However, in the end, blood won over everything, and they all rushed towards Kuroba. In an instant, dozens of figures, like locusts, rushed towards Kuroba quickly. This time, they did not hold back at all and increased the speed of the jet shoes to the extreme. In this case, the distance of 100 meters was shortened again in just the blink of an eye. Seeing the figures with rapidly dilated pupils, Kuroba couldn't help but smile. The next moment, a terrifying aura exploded like a wave of Sitao. Armed and domineering. Boom. There was no expression on Kuroba's face, he just raised his head slightly and covered his right fist with more concentrated armed domineering energy. Whoa, whoa. Then, he took the initiative and threw a sudden arrow at the Sandians. Kuroba's speed is not fast, and he has even slowed down a bit. However, in the eyes of all the Sandians, there was a strange feeling that they could not be traced or touched. Wait until they react. The terrifying fist force directly set off a wave of air, followed by a heavier clang sound. Boom. In just one moment, all the Sandians were punched away by Kuroba's armed hockey. Ah! A shrill scream echoed in the clouds. The terrifying impact wave swept through the entire place like a hurricane. Weipa, who was originally taking the lead, was also thrown out instantly. However, what made others feel strange was that the impact seemed to bypass Weipa alone. The others were indeed blown away directly. Weipa was also knocked over 10 meters away. However, compared with the overturned posture of other men and horses, Weipa was obviously much better. What is this stuff? Weipa's expression froze, and he stood firm again, shouting in disbelief. This method can't defeat us Sandians. I know that the more powerful people are, they will definitely have flaws. I don't believe you don't. Kuroba, be careful. This is the most powerful shell, the impact shell. It is not as powerful as the rocket launcher just now. It can be compared to Ganfu. He couldn't help but remind him angrily. At the same time, Weber made a detour, and before Kuroba could react, he took out a shell with his backhand. As the former god, of course he has a treasure trove of shells on the empty island that can be used in battle. Boom. However, since you have high hopes, then let's attack here. The strongest attack method? That is several times or even 10 times more powerful. 2 incendiary cannons smashed into the clouds and exploded into huge fireworks. Now taking out this so-called impact shell, it fell into Kuroba's eyes, but he felt like he was being looked down upon. The barrel of the gun in his hand was tightened more and more, and with one shot, the incendiary cannon detonated directly on the ground. Ganfu, who was standing aside in shock, suddenly changed his expression. However, when it came to this, Kuroba could only touch the tip of his nose helplessly and said with a smile. Come. Is this your strongest method? It seems you still feel a little underestimated. At least, in Kuroba's memory, there should be a volley shell on top of the impact shell. Kuroba looked at the impact shell in Wei Ping's hand, and of course there was no surprise at all. The moment he saw Weipa take out the shell, Ganfu recognized it immediately. This was the impact shell, which was known as the strongest shell. Weipa roared hysterically. Chapter 472 The Appearance of God's Enel. Weipa, who was approaching crazily, couldn't help but snorted when he heard this. Huh, let's attack here. This is simply bragging, but since you want to seek death, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Ganfu, it's too late for you to remind him now. It's so close, I don't believe you kid can escape. Arrogant guy, now let me feel the blood of his Sandians, taste the impact, it's awesome. With the help of this impact shell, I instantly killed the Qinghai monkey who had a bounty of over 100 million. Let me see how powerful you, the Qinghai monkey, are and whether you can take my move. Boom. The huge impact flew past like an air cannon and hit Kuroba's back. The explosive airwave set off swept away like a hurricane. The terrifying impact caused large ripples all around. But facing such a close attack, Kuroba still had no intention of evading it. Armed and domineering, the jet black armed color wrapped his fingers, turned around, and waved lightly, and the power of the impact was completely deflected away. The sweeping airwave dissipated instantly, no way. Weber's eyes widened and he stared at Kuroba with a look of disbelief. At least in his eyes, this is his ultimate move. It should be impossible for him to be defeated so easily, right? Ganfu on the side also felt dumbfounded. However, when the battle reached this point, Weipa obviously didn't care too much anymore, and the impact shell in his hand was abandoned again. With his backhand, the shell he took out gave him an inexplicable sense of age. Seeing the appearance of this shell, the Sandia warriors around him barely stood up again, but their expressions couldn't help but froze. Rao Shi Ganfu is no exception. A legendary shell flashed into their minds. It was a platoon shell that only a great warrior could control. The power is several times, even 10 times stronger than the impact force. Monkey from Qinghai, let me show you the honor of our great warriors of Sandia. This attack is 10 times stronger than before. Weipa roared hysterically again. In an instant of madness, Li Ma pulled the platoon and attacked Kuroba again in a gesture of risking his life. Kuroba smiled disdainfully, looked at the platoon shell aimed at him, and said lightly. You should think about it. You don't want to say whether you, a platoon attacker, can defeat me. As long as you use it yourself, it may be fatal. There was a hint of determination in Weber's eyes, and he still said firmly. HMPH, you don't need to tell me this, just give it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful impact came out of Weber's right palm. Boom. Pull attack shell. Boom. Another volley of blows, even more powerful than before, with twice the impact power. 2 consecutive hard blows. The huge power was like a bomb, pressing directly towards Kuroba's face. Ah. Suddenly there were two painful screams. Weber's right arm was directly broken by the powerful counter-shock force of the platoon, and he tried hard to stabilize his body. Not dead, not caring about the side effects of shelling, Weber asked eagerly. Are you okay? Kuroba looked at the unharmed Kuroba with a horrified expression. I can see that Kuroba's armed and domineering look is still there. How could there be such a powerful monster? Weipa was confused for a moment. No, it should be said that everyone was confused. Even Ganfor is no exception. Looking at Kuroba, who was still standing there, his face was full of disbelief. Advertisement, however, this look was quickly suppressed by Ganfuer, who didn't care too much and walked forward quickly. Okay, Weipa, as I said just now, this is Kuroba, the Qinghai strongman whom I bet to find to overthrow Aniru. This nonsense of your temptation should come to an end. Kill gods. Weipa suddenly woke up, and of course he understood the meaning of Ganfuer's words at this time. After taking a few breaths, he said, Ganfuer, you said he can kill gods? Do you know what the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? Isn't it big? That guy has immortality. He is just a person from Qinghai. He has no idea how terrifying that guy is. Weipa leaned heavily on the boat and continued. We have fought with that guy so many times, but we know very well how terrifying that guy is. When you see him, I believe you will feel a sense of despair. It's just that no matter how powerful you are, I swear that the one who can defeat that guy is definitely me. The angry words echoed in the world and could not be dispersed for a long time, and they continued to echo in everyone's ears. Looking at this scene, Kuroba couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that at this time, you, a great warrior, can still be so heroic. It seems that you are a bit ignorant. I hope you will not regret it in the end. This world is very big. If you can go to Qinghai for a walk and you will find so-called gods everywhere. If there is nothing else, please get out of my way quickly. I still have to kill the gods. Otherwise, don't blame me. Just waste some time and clear the place first. No, I should say, I'm still waiting for God to come to my door. As he spoke, Kuroba shook the wine gourd in his hand and sat down on the floor. The Sandian people not far away were stunned for a moment, and even worse, they were so angry that they opened their mouths and spit out a mouthful of blood. As Sandians, they had no idea that one day their blood would become so cheap. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never believe it. However, when they thought about the strength and methods that Kuroba had just exploded, they were really worried that Kuroba would punch them directly if he was not satisfied. Just thinking about the absolutely crushing scene just now, but these dignified Sandia warriors were crushed into fish and meat to be slaughtered by others. However, the bone-piercing pain that spread throughout their bodies made their dissatisfaction disappear immediately. At this moment, they couldn't help but have an extremely ridiculous idea in their hearts. Mo Fei, can the person in front of them really defeat Enola? However, as soon as this idea emerged in their minds, they suppressed it. If possible, they also hoped that Kuroba and Aniro would make a fool of themselves when they met. People from Qinghai, does the Qinghai you just mentioned really have a lot of land? Kaki, who was standing aside, felt the sudden silence that fell into the scene and couldn't help but approach. After these words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly became tense to the extreme. They did not expect that Chi would ask such a question. However, when faced with Kaki's question, a hint of curiosity emerged in their hearts. At least in their eyes, they are also very curious about the land they have fought for hundreds of years. Is your name Kaki? Kuroba took a sip of wine and looked at Kaki aside. Above Qinghai, there are actually many such broken islands, and there are many existences larger than these. Like the Heart Network you call, there are countless in Qinghai. It can be said that your world, and compared with Qinghai, it is still too small. Okay, it's almost time, please stay away, the people I'm waiting for have arrived. Enilu, since you're here, don't you plan to wait for your men to be killed by me first before you dare to show up? If this is the case, it makes me a little disappointed. After all, I am far away from home, and I came here to plan for God. A small voice echoed between heaven and earth. Many people present were stunned. Even Ganfer and Weipa were no exception. However, before he could react, Kuroba had already raised his head to look at the sky. Here we go. Thunder and lightning really flashed in the sky. This is the characteristic when Enel appears. Kaki's expression also changed suddenly, and she spoke hurriedly. They might not doubt what Kuroba said just now. However, at this moment, the visions that appeared in the sky undoubtedly made their nerves tense. By relying on their understanding of these visions, they were able to turn dangers into danger many times. In an instant, when everyone's eyes were focused in the sky, an arc made of gold came into view first. With the help of direct sunlight, the originally dazzling golden light instantly increased by several points, adding a lot of rich gold flavor. Facing this giant arc made of pure gold, it was built like a nouveau riche. Everyone was suddenly confused. It could be said that even Kuroba was wondering whether Aniro's head was caught in the door panel. He had no idea about money at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have used all the gold to build an arc. However, Kuroba can still see from the side that Enel looks more like a miser than Nami. Otherwise it would not have evolved to this point. Just facing the appearance of the god, the Sandians and Ganfor also held their breath and concentrated, looking at Enela standing at the front of the ark's deck. They knew very well that now was not the time to take action casually. Enela, who was standing on the ark, suddenly became gloomy. Originally, he planned to hide in the void, waiting for the four great priests to appear, and first test the strength of the Qinghai monkey in front of him. He never thought that he would be exposed by someone. However, when the matter came to this, Enela couldn't care too much. He suppressed his thoughts, resumed his usual fun, and took the lead in laughing. Haha, you extremely arrogant Qinghai monkey, I have seen your arrogance. From the beginning, I thought you would run away, but I didn't expect that you would be so arrogant as to stand here waiting for me. It seems that I am a god. Being underestimated. Enel walked out slowly and finally stood at the front of the deck, laughing ferociously. Looking at these ant-like figures below, they looked like they were overlooking the world and continued. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Originally, these guys were left by me to kill time. Over the years, they have challenged God many times, but I would always let them live. Over time, they became arrogant enough to think that God could defeat them, but they did not expect that some things would come to pass. In the end, it will just be a desperate plea for mercy. You monkeys in Qinghai are even more ignorant and ignorant. If you are really aware of the terror of God and can still rush forward without fear of death, then you can indeed be called brave. Unfortunately, you are just knowing the name of God but not knowing the terror of God makes me want to see what your expressions will be like as soon as possible. Of course, as a god, I am indeed aloof, but I still like to keep some ants around me. For example, these ants and the so-called 4 great priests are my way of killing time. If you are interested, you are willing to follow me, accept the glory of God, I can consider making you a great priest, which is second only to God. The roar of words echoed between heaven and earth, unable to disperse for a long time. The expressions of everyone in the field couldn't help but change dramatically. Whether they are Sandians or Ganfers, they have thought about various encounter scenarios. I never thought that this moment would turn into a shocking scene. Is this still the god they know? Such active recruitment of subordinates subverted their cognition. However, in the eyes of the Sky Island people, this is definitely a piece of cake, right? A great priest. This is a bit low level, but if possible, I would like to discuss with you how about becoming a god. Kuroba couldn't help but smile and said, holding the wine gourd in his hand. After saying this, everyone's expressions suddenly changed drastically, and they looked at Kuroba in disbelief. Crazy. Everyone present instantly felt that Kuroba was crazy. In their eyes, the position of God is the existence of Enlu's reverse scale. Now Kuroba's madness made them subconsciously look at Eniro, hoping to see his reaction as soon as possible. Eniru's expression couldn't help but froze. Facing Kuroba's reply, a flash of anger did flash in his heart, but he still suppressed it and laughed ferociously. Haha, you are indeed an arrogant person, an ant in my eyes. Monkey from Qinghai, what you said makes me feel very funny, but you can say such words, it seems you don't understand the power of this god. Since you are so ignorant, I will let you stand here completely motionless with both hands and feet, allowing you to attack. However, you only have 1 minute. After 1 minute, if you don't agree to this god's invitation, don't blame me for killing you. As soon as the words fell, the lightning on Enlu's body flashed and disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the floating island. In full view of everyone, he took out an apple with his backhand and wiped it. He stuffed it into his mouth in big mouthfuls and started biting it. At this moment, in Eniro's eyes, the victory was already decided. For a moment, he was faced with Enilu's crazy behavior. Everyone's nerves were directly pried. For the Sandians, this is definitely not unfamiliar. No, it should be said that Rao Ganfu is no exception. Because this is the famous God's game, for everyone who has experienced this game. It was all despair. If given a choice, they would never manifest a second time. However, at this moment, it was obvious that they could no longer think too much. Recalling the powerful method Kuroba had just displayed, they looked at Kuroba eagerly, hoping to find a breakthrough in Kuroba. After all, after personally experiencing God's game, an inexplicable fear has already been planted in everyone's hearts. They know clearly that with their strength alone, even if the war ghost Weipa will attack the enemy, it will be difficult to crack the God's game after taking out this trump card. If it weren't for the last bloody act of the Sandians, let them persist until now. I'm afraid they have already lost their will to fight. It can be said that fighting to the death without admitting defeat is just their wishful dream. The appearance of Kuroba now will undoubtedly tear apart the dreams in their hearts and tear up this rag of shame. The only thing he can do now is to place his hope on Kuroba. In their eyes, Tuan understands just how hopeless this game is after personal experience. Weipa, do you hope he can defeat Enela? Ganfu couldn't help but speak. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Defeat the god Enela? Weipa said coldly with a serious look on his face. I'm sorry, I will defeat this guy myself. Now I'm just worried that he won't be able to survive the god game. If possible, I would also like to see what tricks this embarrassed Qinghai man shows in his despair. Chapter 493 The Gate of Time and Space, Complete Scattered Flowers. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder exploded in the distance. Endless lightning, like dense electric snakes, swam quickly in the thick lead cloud. The endless crackling sound of thunder gave everyone a suffocating feeling like doomsday at this moment. The violent scene made the scalps of War Ghost Weipa and others, the Sandians, and even Shen Ganfuer and others suddenly go numb. They have guessed how strong Enela is. I have tried again and again to defeat Enelu. However, it was only when they saw this changing scene that they truly understood what the gap was. What is the true power of God? At least, the turbulent scene in front of them, like the thunder god annihilating the world, made them here feel an inexplicable feeling of insignificance. It seems that as long as Enela has a thought, 153, can wipe them all out. An extremely small feeling quickly emerged in my heart. Facing such a terrifying existence, Weipa and others couldn't help but look at Kuroba on the side. eager to know whether Kuroba was sure of dealing with Enola. Nami and others on the side are no exception, after all, they knew it. If Kuroba loses, such a terrifying opponent must be taken over by them. Faced with such a devastating power, Nami couldn't believe that someone other than Kuroba could handle it. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Kuroba. Feel the gazes from all around and the changes in the atmosphere. Kuroba didn't take it to heart at all, raised his hand to take a sip of wine, and said with a playful smile. Enilu, now that you're here, don't pretend to be cool, otherwise, the bigger you pretend later, the more painful your fall will be. This is not good. What an ignorant Qinghai monkey, you dare to despise the existence of God so much. In this case, let you try and see what the terror of God is. In the void, lightning gathered crazily, and finally the figure of Enola appeared. At the same time, with a look of contempt on his face, he snapped his fingers with his right hand. Thunder's sanction. Boom, endless lightning gathered crazily above Kuroba's head. The next moment, everyone didn't wait for their reaction. It turned into a beam of lightning with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters and poured down towards Kuroba. Advertisement. The terrifying impact caused ripples in the air in the space along the way, as if even the space was being distorted. For a moment, everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme, and their eyes were all locked on Kuroba. I am eager to know how Kuroba will respond to this godlike attack. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the scene, and they felt as if they were stunned. I saw Kuroba facing the lightning falling from the sky without any tricks. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed it directly. Boom! In an instant, the lightning exploded, and the explosion sound caused even the eardrums to feel like they were being torn apart. The terrifying airwave impacted and swept around. It's just more shocking. Such a terrifying blow brought about endless thunder and lightning impact. At this moment, it was like falling into a black hole, being pulled in by invisible attraction. Wait for everyone to come to their senses. Peace has long been restored between heaven and earth. The moment before was like a godlike impact. At this moment it was gone. It seemed like it was just a trick from beginning to end. Such a scene, not only Weipa and others were dumbfounded, but also Enola, who claimed to be a god, could not help but froze. Is this still his tried and tested method? Why did my attitude completely change when I was in front of this monkey from Qinghai? However, facing this scene that was like being slapped in the face, Enilu was obviously angry from embarrassment. He grabbed the trident made of gold with his backhand and roared angrily. What a monkey from Qinghai! I don't know what means you use to neutralize my attacks, but I want to see how many attacks you can withstand, whether you can keep up with God's speed. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded. Enilu, which was hundreds of meters away, disappeared into thin air. Before anyone could react, Enel appeared behind Kuroba, holding a trident and stabbing Kuroba in the back with billowing lightning. Facing this sudden blow, Kuroba seemed completely unaware. Dang! There was a clear sound of metal collision. The seemingly powerful blow landed on Kuroba's body, as if it was hit hard on a steel plate, and it stopped moving. Such a strange scene immediately confused Enilu. The next moment, an indescribable sense of crisis swept through his body. When he came to his senses in a hurry, he saw the Zanpakuto in Kuroba's hand coming towards him. Advertisement. Phew. The big splash of blood was as dazzling as fireworks. An arm flew up in full view of everyone. A heart-piercing sting made Enilu instantly understand that the scene in front of him was real. His invincible divine skill was broken. However, before he could react, endless flames exploded with Kuroba as the center. The whole world seemed to be falling into a volcano at this moment, and even the blood in the body seemed to be boiling. Seeing the terrifying coercion emanating from Kuroba's body, Eniru, who had always claimed to be a god, felt the feeling of insignificance in his heart that quickly amplified. The next moment, the Ryuoran in Kuroba's hand erupted with extremely dazzling blazing fire and slashed down in front of him. Boom! The terrifying high temperature soared into the sky, like the Earth's core exploding, and Enola, who was in the middle of it, didn't want to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, an invisible pulling force has been locked on him, and no matter how hard he struggles, it is of no use. No, I am God. Ding dang. Congratulations to the host, you successfully killed the god of Enel, and you will be rewarded with the gate of time and space, which allows you to travel anywhere at will. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Kuroba's expression couldn't help but froze, and he looked at the gate of time and space unfolding in front of him, with a look of disbelief on his face. If your guess is correct, this door should also lead to the real world, right? As messy thoughts flashed through his mind, Kuroba quickly walked in. After the dazzling 2.8 light dissipated and he regained consciousness again, Kuroba couldn't help but froze on the spot. Is this a classroom? There is an unfinished novel lying on the table. Or was everything that just happened just a dream? Kuroba, why did you stand up all of a sudden? Since you stood up, it's up to you to answer this question. How much does 1 + 1 equal? Kuroba was confused. What the hell is this? However, hearing the roar of laughter spreading around him, Kuroba couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, living in a peaceful country, you may not have the passion of another world, but this comfortable feeling of peace seems not bad. Looking at the unfinished novel on the table, Kuroba smiled and touched the tip of his nose. It seems that I still need to find time to finish it properly.